On a full moon night, a young man stood in front of the Wrong family's residence, taking out a pocket watch, clenching it tightly in his palm, the corners of his mouth lifting, uttering 3 words, Wrong Yi Yu. At the same time, inside the Wrong family's villa, the atmosphere was extremely tense. All the servants were practically rushing about. On the table, an electrocardiogram machine was running. At this moment, the Wrong family's pillar of strength, the one lying on the sickbed, a great figure who had dedicated his life to the country, was nearing his final moments. A doctor removed his stethoscope. Mr. Wrong, he sighed, continuing, everyone, although I hesitate to say it, the doctor spoke frankly. The old master may not make it through tonight. On the sickbed, Wrong Yi Yu, at the age of 98, had his eyes tightly shut, a breathing tube in his mouth, perhaps about to breathe his last. Suddenly, the door to the room was flung open. Everyone was bewildered, stunned as they looked back. The one who opened the door was a young man, wearing a vest, draped in a black cloak, with a pair of glasses on his face. My surname is Lu. Name is Lu Li said. His lifespan. With each step he spoke a word. What remained in the end was 13 minutes and 19 seconds. The moment the words left his mouth, the bodyguards raised their guns. A chubby, middle-aged man shouted, Who are you? How did you get in here? Lu Li released the pocket watch in his hand, grasping the end of the chain, said, Choose to double the time. His eyes were cold as he continued, 100 times. Ability activated, everything nearly froze. The bodyguards' actions also halted. The chubby man asked, What's going on? He looked at Lu Li with a fearful expression. What kind of superpower is this? Just who are you? Lu Li chuckled. Oops. Seems like I've scared you a bit. Relax. I'm just temporarily stopping your time. The chubby man was just about to ask, Tempo, just what kind of trick are you? He suddenly discovered that Lu Li had vanished. He turned his head, dumbfounded, thinking, since when did he run over there? In a flash, Lu Li was seen after approaching the sickbed. Then he placed his hand on Wrong Yi Yu's chest, speaking respectfully. Mr. Wrong, allow me to introduce myself, Wrong Yi. You strained his eyes, struggling to look over. Lu Li pushed up his glasses and said, My surname is Lu Hei. You can call me Mr. Lu Hei, a merchant wandering the mortal realm. He put on a cool pose and said, My merchandise only has one item, and that is... Then he solemnly concluded with 2 words, Time. As soon as he said that, Wrong Yi Yu's eyes widened. This story begins 10 days ago. On a moonless night, the wind was extremely cold. In the heart of a bustling city, looking at the message on the phone screen, Son, if the work pressure is too much, resign. Your parents have used all 700,000 yuan of savings. We can definitely buy a house in Madu. Lu Li, in his office attire, thought with some frustration. Ordinary people are too small compared to this Madu city. We are like tiny ants struggling in this vast city. He stared at the phone screen for a long time. I once, for the sake of my dream, had to stay in this international financial city at all costs. Then he put his phone away, continued to move forward, and thought, had to achieve great ambitions. It's just a pity I'm not the main character of this world. While waiting for the traffic light, Lu Li thought again. This world is extremely cruel. One's own efforts are never rewarded accordingly. He took a long breath, looked up at the dark night sky, and continued to think, I don't want to live this kind of life. Suddenly there were hurried footsteps, and a voice, Too late, too late. A man pushed Lu Li aside, and said with an unfriendly tone, Get out of the way. Lu Li also shouted with some anger, Hey, you bumped into me? Suddenly, a clock appeared in Lu Li's eyes, and a sign also appeared above the man's head, which read, Name, Fan Chengjiang, age, 36 years old, remaining lifespan, 3 seconds. Lu Li wondered. What is this? As soon as the thought ended, the information on the sign suddenly changed. Name, Fan Chengjiang, age, 36 years old, remaining lifespan, 2 seconds. Lu Li thought in surprise. Remaining lifespan of 2 seconds. As if understanding something, he counted silently. 1 second. Fan Chengjiang's back was getting further and further away. Just as Lu Li silently counted to 0, a car suddenly crashed into Fan Chengjiang. Lu Li's eyes widened. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and heavy rain fell. Fan Chengjiang lay still on the ground, fresh blood flowing everywhere, papers flying all over the place, soaked in rainwater and blood. The surrounding people reacted and shouted loudly like a hornet's nest. Someone ran a red light and got hit by a car. Call the police quickly. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. Lu Li stood in the crowd, looking as if he was lost. In fact, he was just observing everyone. A sign appeared above the girl's head on the left. Name, Zhu Bijun. Age, 26. Remaining lifespan, 5 years, 15 days, 3 hours, 47 minutes, 2 seconds. The man on the right was similar. Name, Zheng Xiaoxian, age 42, remaining lifespan 31 years, 78 days, 12 hours 56 minutes 32 seconds. After a few seconds, Lu Li dared to confirm, I can see their lifespans. He covered his face and asked himself, what on earth is going on? Is it an illusion? Suddenly, a heavy feeling came from his hand. Lu Li slowly lowered his hand with a doubtful expression, opened his palm and looked at the pocket watch inside. This is something I took out from that person, a watch. Lu Li slowly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Gulp. His thumb moved to the watch button. The moment his finger pressed down, the entire space stopped. Lu Li raised his hand to touch a raindrop frozen in midair and thought, the rain has stopped. Looking around again, he then asked himself, I stopped time. Lu Li slowly walked over and reached out to touch the man named Zheng Xiaoxian. Suddenly his finger lit up. It was as if something from Zheng Xiaoxian's body was transferred into his hand. Lu Li narrowed his eyes, and the label above the man's head changed. Name, Zheng Xiaoxian, age 42, remaining lifespan 31 years, 78 days, 12 hours, 40 minutes, 29 seconds. Then it changed again. Name, Zheng Xiaoxian, age 42, remaining lifespan 9 years, 15 days, 3 seconds. The consecutive changes surprised Lu Li. His lifespan has shortened. He quickly retracted his hand, but something like plant roots was clinging tightly to his palm. In a panic, Lu Li waved his hand violently, and the blue, root-like energy on his hand suddenly flew out. Coincidentally, that energy flew towards the girl named Zhu Bijun. The moment the energy entered her body, the label above her head also began to change. Name, Zhu Bijun, age 26, remaining lifespan 9 years, 15 days, 3 hours, 12 minutes. Name, Zhu Bijun, age 26, remaining lifespan 9 years, 15 days, 3 hours, 40 minutes. Lu Li was momentarily stunned, then his expression turned cunning. He said, haha, I've gained an amazing ability. Lu Li clenched his fist. I've taken control of time. Looking up at the streetlights, he said, this is a good opportunity to change my fate, an opportunity to break free from shackles. After speaking, he raised his glasses again, then slowly walked across the road, a smile appearing on his lips as he thought, I can control time, and I can also control people's lifespans. Lu Li raised his hand. There are many people in this city who fight each other for fame and fortune, he thought internally. But the basic foundation of these things is time. Time is the fairest thing. Extremely fair to everyone, but the value that each person creates within the same amount of time is different. Lu Li muttered to himself, I must become a time merchant, to trade time and hold the lifespans of anyone in my hands, and continued to think, when that time comes, all the elites in this world will be driven crazy by me. That evening, at the apartment where Lu Li lived, in the room, he was sitting at the table, with a notebook in front of him and a pen in his hand, slowly writing something. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Yang Zhen-er, in her office attire, walked in, drenched, with her clothes clinging to her skin, feeling uncomfortable. She took off her shoes while saying, phew, I'm completely soaked, I need to quickly change into some dry clothes. Lu Li was still sitting in his seat, a smile on his lips, his eyes fixed between her, as if sensing that gaze. Yang Zhen-er looked up and asked suspiciously, Lu Li? Lu Li raised his hand in response. Yang Zhen-er then asked, Lu Li, you're back. Am I disturbing you? Lu Li shook his head in response. It's nothing. Hearing this calm response, Yang Zhen-er suddenly fell silent, thinking to herself, Lu Li is usually so gloomy, why is he like this today? Her slightly flushed face turned a bit redder as she looked at Lu Li, thinking, handsome, isn't he? The thought had barely formed when Yang Zhen-er shook her head like a rattle drum, telling herself, no, Yang Zhen-er, you're determined to marry into a wealthy family. She continued thinking, how can I easily be moved by an ordinary guy? He doesn't have a house in the city center, nor does he have a bank card with billions in savings. Then she turned back with a polite smile and said, I'll go in now. You should rest early too. The door closed, accompanied by Yang Zhen-er's goodnight wish. Lu Li, observing her expression just now, smiled inwardly, muttering, haha, a smart, beautiful girl who's steadfast in her goals? Not just anyone is worthy of that blessing. He parted his lips, as if to speak. Then Lu Li opened the book in his hand, thinking to himself, I'm no longer an ordinary person. I possess the ability to control time, and I can also buy and sell time like a commodity. He smirked. Starting from now, I am a time merchant. Closing the book, he continued to think, I can buy time from others, and then sell it to those who need it at a higher price. So Lu Li crossed his legs, wondering, who will have the honor of being my first customer? Outside the residential area, in the park, Lu Li sat on a bench thinking. To achieve the first-time acquisition, he clutched the briefcase in his hand, having used almost all his accumulated savings to select the first customer. His eyes stared ahead, scrutinizing each sign. Name: Zhang Wen Dao. Age: 85 years old. Remaining lifespan: 2 years, 35 days, 12 hours, 56 minutes, 18 seconds. Name: Zhang Zhao. Age: 27 years old. Remaining lifespan: 52 years, 32 days, 8 hours, 16 minutes, 27 seconds. Name: Wang Jin. Age: 4 years old. Remaining lifespan: 32 years, 72 days. Then he said, "This old man doesn't have much time left, not suitable for my requirements." Eliminating Zhang Xiao, Lu Li turned his eyes to the mother and daughter, Zhang Wendao and Wang Xin. This mother and daughter aren't suitable either. Perhaps feeling eye strain, Lu Li took off his glasses, thinking, although I can transact with anyone for money and sell their time, he exhaled, continuing to think. But I also hope that their remaining time can be a bit longer. After all, life is extremely precious, isn't it? Suddenly a voice rang out, attracting Lu Li's attention. Ching ching, I'm almost earning enough money to buy you an iPhone. Looking over, it was a young man wearing a bear costume, talking on the phone. Don't worry, I'm working hard. I'll definitely give you a big gift for your birthday. At this point, an uncle came out and said, Hey you, don't be lazy, there are still many flyers to hand out. The young man broke out in a sweat, hurriedly saying to the person on the phone, Aya, I won't talk anymore, I have to work, wait for my good news, Lu Li thought after hearing this. A university student working part-time. Then he began to observe the young man. Name: Zhengbo Wen. Age: 21 years old. Remaining lifespan: 65 years, 126 days, 13 hours, 49 minutes, 17 seconds. And thought, looks like he really needs money lately. The corners of Lu Li's mouth curled up, smiling to himself. Ha! My first customer! He thought with certainty. It's him. After a while the boss handed out a stack of money and said, Because you were lazy, I should deduct, but considering you're very honest. Zhengbo Wen hurriedly bowed 90 degrees, saying, Yes, thank you for your generosity. Have a good day. Waiting until he stood up, Zhengbo Wen murmured, Sing. Still so much to go, gotta work harder. But having made up his mind, he jumped up and shouted, No matter what, I must buy that phone. Continuing to work hard into the afternoon, Zhengbo Wen called out to a noodle stall. Boss, give me the cheapest fried noodles. The noodle stall owner replied, Okay, wait a moment. Sitting down, Zhengbo Wen looked up and said, Sigh, so tiring. Suddenly, Lu Li stepped forward and placed his briefcase on the table without a word. Zhengbo Wen exclaimed in surprise, then asked, Who are you? Lu Li didn't answer, raising a pocket watch and saying, Double the time. Then increase it by 100 times. Time freeze. The scene froze, and Zhengbo Wen stood up abruptly, asking, What's going on? He continued to ask, Did you do this? He then asked again, Who are you? Lu Li pushed up his glasses and said, Don't worry, I'm just slightly altering your time and the time around here, he explained. Sounds and movements from the outside world will be extremely slow, as if they've stopped. Zhengbo Wen stepped back in fright, close to the wall, and asked, What's your purpose in finding me? Lu Li propped himself up and stood up. Allow me to introduce myself. Zhengbo Wen gasped, and Lu Li made a noble gesture. You can call me a time merchant. Zhengbo Wen laughed and said, What? I've never heard of a time merchant before. Are you crazy? Lu Li looked at him silently for a moment, glanced at the watch, and said, Mr. Zheng, no need to be nervous. I will be traveling through this world for countless years. I buy your lifespan, then sell it to someone with the ability and greater need. Zhengbo Wen hesitated and asked, How? How do you know my last name? Lu Li exhaled, raising his arm and throwing out a red energy particle. In the air, the red particle exploded, creating a profile of him. Name: Zhengbo Wen. Age: 21, remaining lifespan: 65 years, 126 days, 8 hours, 23 minutes and seconds. He blankly asked, This, could it be? Lu Li propped himself up and said, It seems you'll live to at least 80. Quite a long life indeed. His eyes flicked down, and Lu Li asked again, So, Mr. Zheng, would you be willing to sell me a portion of your surplus time? Zhengbo Wen sat down. Time, he asked. Can I sell it? As if inadvertently, he asked, What's the price? Lu Li laid the briefcase horizontally, unlocked it, then opened the lid. A briefcase full of money was revealed, along with Lu Li's words, This depends on the value you create in a year. But right now, you're just a student. He said seriously, So I'm willing to pay $300,000 to buy 1 year of your time. Zhengbo Wen blankly thought, 300,000? Most ordinary people don't even make that much in a year. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and thought, No. What I'm selling is my lifespan. If I die early, wouldn't that be a loss? Suddenly his eyes widened, only to see Lu Li raise his hand. In his hand was like a purple flame. They gathered together, forming a book. Lu Li held the book and said, "If you agree to sell," he continued, "sign your name here now." Zhang Bowen was stunned, without a word, secretly saying in his heart, "But even if I sell a year, I still have a lot of time to live. If I can get 300,000 right away, I can buy a gift for Ching Ching," he thought. "I can finally buy the things I've wanted for so long." Gradually, Zhang Bowen also convinced himself. "Anyway, working part-time is just using time to buy money," Lu Li suddenly asked. "Have you thought it through carefully?" When he couldn't decide, Lu Li stood up and said, "I'm leaving then." At this moment, Zhang Bowen gritted his teeth and said, "Wait," he thought, "it's just a year of my life." Then he said loudly, "I'll sell." After Zhang Bowen decided to sell his lifespan to Lu Li smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very good." Next, Lu Li presented a contract and asked Zhang Bowen to sign it to complete the agreement, after which, "That large sum of money will belong to you." Holding the pen in his hand, Zhang Bowen hesitated a bit. But when he thought about getting a large sum of money instead of working hard selling things, he signed his name decisively. As soon as the last stroke of the pen was finished, the sales contract immediately disappeared into thin air, before Zhang Bowen's shocked eyes. He was so startled that he couldn't help but cry out. In an instant, the contract merged into Lu Li's body. At this moment, he saw that Zhang Bowen had only 64 years, 126 days, 8 hours, and 1 minute left to live. Because he had to witness the strange scene right before his eyes, his face clearly showed fear mixed with apprehension. Lu Li was quite happy to have successfully made the transaction, and immediately snapped his fingers to return the flow of time to normal. At that time, everyone in the restaurant continued to slurp their hot and delicious noodles. Before Zhang Bowen could regain his senses, Lu Li spoke up. "In that case, this money is yours." Zhang Bowen was a little startled, but quickly reached out to take it. He thought to himself, "Great, now I don't have to worry about the phone anymore, and I can also buy game consoles and soccer shoes to my heart's content." Thinking of this, Zhang Bowen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Before leaving, Lu Li didn't forget to leave his contact information, and promised that if he wanted to cooperate again in the future he could contact him through it. He handed the business card to Zhang Bowen, with an inscrutable smile. Tempted by the large sum of money, Zhang Bowen subconsciously reached out to take it, but immediately retracted his hand. He had lost a year of his life in exchange for money, so he didn't want to continue trading like this anymore. Although he said that, Lu Li knew very well that no one could resist the allure of money. He nodded slightly after hearing Zhang Bowen's words, but still left the business card on the table and reminded him, "Take it? There will be a day when you need it." After Lu Li left, Zhang Bowen sat blankly at the restaurant with the pile of money and the strange business card on the table. At this time, Lu Li walked down the street with a very satisfied expression. The first deal had gone much smoother than he thought. Lu Li then began to sink into thought, "I wonder who would be a good person to sell this 1 year of lifespan to next." In a certain coffee shop, people were still busy with their own lives. With a hot cup of coffee on the table, Lu Li began to think about life. Originally, time is the most precious thing in this world. With time, you can do everything. Spend time with loved ones, or freely do what you like. But at this moment, there was someone like Lu Li who held this priceless thing in his hand and freely controlled it. He was determined to choose the right person and negotiate carefully. While reading the news, Lu Li was suddenly attracted by an article. The title talked about the second-generation head of the Rong family being in critical condition, the next heir being incompetent, and a glorious era of the family on the verge of collapse. Lu Limao realized that this was the famous Rong Laoye. The Rong family was famous to everyone. The Rong family is a true noble family, inherited for more than several hundred years, with unparalleled prosperity and wealth. From Tianqiao to the world, that family created a glorious period of history, and is still a force to be reckoned with. Lu Li happily took a sip of coffee, and couldn't help but smile at the thought in his head. "Very good. It seems that my next customer is this powerful and talented person." He gently pushed up his glasses and smiled at the thought in his head. When night fell, the Rong family's mansion, although extremely large, gave off an indescribable feeling of gloom. At that moment, only the sound of the heart rate monitor echoed in Rong Laoye's room. The doctor disappointedly bowed his head and confessed to the family members, "Rong Xiansheng, Laoye probably won't make it through tonight." Everyone was extremely worried and urged loudly, "Doctor, is there any other way? Laoye is extremely important to our family. Perhaps they see him only as someone who can help revive the family, so they are worried, not out of the concern of family members for each other." Standing in front of the Rong family members, the doctor could only apologize softly and say, "I have tried my best." The medical field believes that it is time for Rong Laoye to leave this world after years of trying to hold on. Although no longer conscious, he can still clearly perceive the current situation. Rong Laoye wondered, "Is it my time? I went through war, turmoil, and commercial battles, a lifetime of majestic power, and now I can only lie in bed and die." Although he had lived a very diligent life, he still couldn't accept it. "No, I can't die yet." Rong Laoye's spirit always reminded him that the family needed me. "I am their anchor." He dragged his heavy feet, pulling his body that had no strength left. Rong Laoye muttered to himself, "As long as I am alive, the Rong family can continue to be glorious. Let me live another year." Then he collapsed powerlessly before the flow of time. Rong Laoye secretly longed. Not even one day, he was really unwilling. Then Rong Laoye's spirit had no choice but to give up. When he was about to accept the truth, he suddenly noticed the figure of a stranger. With his last bit of strength, Rong Laoye secretly wondered, "Who is there?" Someone broke in. Then he suddenly laughed in his heart. "Ha ha, old man. I'm no longer valued. Anyone can break into my house at will." At that moment, Lu Li spoke up. "Rong Xiansheng, please allow me to introduce myself." Then he calmly said, "My surname is Lu. You can call me Lu Xiansheng. I am a merchant wandering in the mortal world." Now Lu Li then introduced further, "My merchandise only has one item." Saying this, he smirked and continued, "That is time." Hearing this, Rong Laoye, who was drowsy, had his eyes light up with a glimmer of hope before him. The members of the Rong family also focused their attention on Lu Li. They whispered behind him, "What kind of merchant uses time as a commodity?" The Rong family was extremely doubtful, wondering if he was a con artist. Rong Yiyu's nephew immediately reminded him, "But look around us. If all of this is real, it's hard to explain. Just a moment ago, when the bodyguards pointed their guns at the intruder, Lu Li, they were frozen in time. Taking advantage of that opportunity, he was able to enter the Rong family legitimately as he is now." Seeing them buzzing with doubts, Lu Li spoke up. "If you have any questions, you can wait and ask later. But let me remind you, the old master only has less than 10 minutes of lifespan left. The situation is urgent." The nephew then asked Mr. Lu, "I wonder how much your time is worth," he thought to himself. "Regardless of whether he's telling the truth or not, I must understand his intentions first." At that moment, Lu Li explained that within the same amount of time, the value created by each person is different. Using money as an intermediary to measure, the price for 1 year of time is 1/5 of the value the buyer creates in 1 year. A man raised his voice, expressing dissatisfaction. "But based on our income, that would be hundreds of millions. That's a huge sum of money." Seeing the other party's attitude, Lu Li provoked, "What? The Rong family, who wins every battle, doesn't understand the principle that thousands of gold pieces can't buy an inch of time." Then, Lu Li clicked his tongue and said, "In the end, you're just a bunch of ignorant commoners." He gently pushed up his glasses and glanced at the reaction of the Rong family members. As Lu Li predicted, they panicked and shouted, "What did you say?" At that moment, he brought out a watch and proceeded to make an agreement so they wouldn't nag and get in the way anymore. Currently, Rong Yiyu, at the age of 98, only has the last 5 minutes of his life left. He was already dying. Lu Li said it directly. The old Master Rong has been influential for decades, but time is extremely fair, and he confidently believed that he was the one holding the scales. Rong Yiyu at that moment wanted to say something, but he didn't have the strength to open his mouth. Seeing the old Master Rong struggling, the nephew immediately ran over and asked worriedly, "Uncle, do you want to say something?" Rong Yiyu's pupils were now wide open, his hands trying to reach towards Lu Li. He strained to utter a word, "Live." Seeing this, the nephew immediately turned to Lu Li and said, "Mr. Lu, we want to buy 1 year of lifespan for him." Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction. "No problem." Afterward, Lu Li immediately brought out a contract and asked the old Master Rong to sign it. However, the nephew hurriedly stepped forward to explain. "Mr. Lu, the old master is currently unable to move freely. I'm afraid he won't be able to." Before he finished speaking, Lu Li kept reminding Rong Yi, "You, old Master Rong, please grasp the time. He currently only has the last 40 seconds of his life left." Rong Yiyu was unwilling to accept that he still had a great career ahead of him. He still wanted to live. With the determination to live, with only 8 seconds left, the old Master Rong struggled to use his remaining strength to sit up. Then he reached out and grabbed the pen that Lu Li gave him, constantly telling himself, "I must live." In the moment, with only 3 seconds left, the members of the Rong family were now in a desperate situation. Fortunately, Rong Yi, you signed the contract with 1 second left to live. The clock suddenly shook violently, and an extremely strange energy appeared in Rong family's master body. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before their eyes. Rong Yi, you let out a shout. Then light from his body shone throughout the entire room. Lu Li looked at him and smiled with satisfaction. In just a blink of an eye, Rong Yiyu was panting with exhaustion. At this moment, his remaining lifespan had been increased to 365 days. Not a second less. Everyone was also very surprised. "Your lifespan has been extended." Rong Yiyu then reached out to remove the breathing machine and felt the life within his body. He wondered, "This feeling, could it be I?" Lu Li, standing next to him, clapped his hands and praised. "As expected of the second-generation head of the Rong family, such willpower truly makes me admire you." While Rong Yiyu hadn't yet come to his senses, he happily congratulated. Transaction successful. At this time, it was late at night, but the members of the Wrong family still couldn't rest easy. The eldest grandson loudly called out to Wrong family's master, uncle. Then he worriedly stepped forward to inquire about his condition. How do you feel? Wrong Yi-yu at that time just sat still. Then he forced himself to say a few words. I feel like myself. Speaking to this point, Wrong Yi-yu felt the vitality surging in his body and continued. Back to a few years ago, he raised his wrinkled hands and exclaimed, although old, but full of life. Then, Wrong Yi-yu clenched his hands, he wondered. Is this the power of time? At that moment, everyone focused their attention on the mysterious Lu Xiansheng. Seeing this, Lu Lai spoke up. Congratulations, Mr. Wrong. For the next year, please enjoy the lifespan you bought to the fullest. With that said, he smirked, turned around, and left, not forgetting to say goodbye. Lu bids farewell. Goodbye. At the same time, Wrong Yi-yu's grandson hurriedly chased after him and shouted, Wait, your reward. But in the blink of an eye, the corridor of the Wrong family mansion was empty. Suddenly a strange piece of paper flew down, and the grandson quickly grabbed it. On the paper was written information, along with a message. Please send it to this account. I believe you won't welch on the payment. Witnessing the strange scene before him, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The bodyguards at this time had returned to the normal flow of time. The doctor, startled, suddenly remembering the urgent situation, worriedly called out, Wrong Lao. After entering his room, everyone was shocked to see Wrong Yi-yu still alive and kicking, the bodyguards exclaimed in surprise. Master, family's master, Wrong family's master, still couldn't believe the miracle before his eyes. He raised his hand, wondering, is this a rebound? Impossible. Then, Wrong Yi-yu got out of bed, reminding everyone present today must keep your mouths shut. Everyone was still trying to process what had happened, stunned into silence. Wrong Yi-yu sternly warned, not half a word is allowed to be spoken outside. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the servants immediately bowed in obedience. Yes. The doctor was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. What exactly happened just now? Why don't I have any recollection of it? Suddenly, he remembered Lu Li's presence, and wondered, wait, where did the young man who rushed in just now go? Unless... Then the scene before him interrupted his thoughts. At this moment, Wrong Yi-yu's grandson came forward, handing him a piece of paper. Uncle, this is what Mr. Lu left behind. Take a look. Old Master Wrong gently reached out and took it. Everyone in the room remained silent, their expressions curious, not understanding what was happening. Wrong Yi-yu intently read the message. Then he folded the paper and instructed them to act according to the agreement. The old man's wrinkled face broke into a smile that could be described as radiant. Then Old Master Wrong ordered, pay according to the agreed amount. After a moment of silence, Wrong Yi-yu sat alone in his room, contemplating. I never thought that there would be such incredible power in this world. The difference is that those others only have abilities beyond ordinary people. But this is a power that defies the laws of nature, his existence, for me. Then Wrong Yi-yu slightly curved his lips into a smile. Might not necessarily be a bad thing. Thinking this, he turned serious and instructed. This Mr. Lu can only be a friend, not an enemy. Understand. Seeing that Wrong Yi-yu had returned to his former self, the Wrong family members immediately obeyed. Yes, we will follow your instructions. The city was late at night, with only the faint moonlight shining, and gusts of wind whistling in the strange silence. Lu Lai gently held up his hands, examining them in the moonlight, and thought to himself, is this the feeling of holding destiny in one's hands? Indeed. He then smiled with satisfaction, and concluded. So refreshing. Both transactions went incredibly smoothly. Lu Lai stood on the rooftop, enjoying the gentle breeze and lost in thought. This shows that using time as a transaction is the right decision. Whether it's the Wrong family, the upper-class elites, or ordinary university students, they are all within my control, with me in charge of the entire time transaction process. Lu Lai never thought that one day he would have such a life-changing experience. He took out his watch and thought with satisfaction. It seems that my role as a businessman is quite successful. Then Lu Lai rearranged everything. However, with the increasing customers, I will gradually become overwhelmed. I must come up with a new plan. His jumbled thoughts continued to drift with the wind. Looking down at the bustling city, a sign suddenly caught Lu Lai's attention. He suddenly had an idea, and said with shining eyes, the Longevity Club. Nowadays, in top-tier clubs, there isn't one that doesn't gather influential nobles or powerful figures from various fields. These clubs all originate from nobility and are gathering places for wealth, and membership is a symbol of prestige and status. Lu Li imagined a perfect future, and thought leisurely, I will be the highest and only decision-maker in all the affairs of the Longevity Club. having the right to command and direct all club members to work according to my will and instructions. All instructions under my name are a sacred existence that cannot be violated, allowing no protest or doubt. In a life where money is always the top priority, Lu Lai thought to himself, the club is vast and varied, bringing together ordinary people, elites, and wealthy merchants from various industries around the world. Club members are divided into 9 levels. Based on the amount of money spent, level 1 is 10,000, level 2 is 100,000, level 3 is 1 billion. Accordingly, level B is 10 billion, level 5 is 100 billion, level 6 is 1,000 billion. Correspondingly, level 1 members can exchange for a maximum of 1 year of lifespan. Level 2 members can exchange for 3 years of lifespan. Level 3 members can exchange for 5 years of lifespan. Level 4 members can exchange for 10 years of lifespan. Level 5 members can exchange for 18 years of lifespan. And level 6 members can exchange for 26 years of lifespan. Under the president, there will be commissioners, including 1 manager, 1 deputy manager, 10 member representatives, and 1 chief secretary, and my Chang Sheng Club will become the most mysterious and terrifying organization in the world, an existence that can control everything. Then Lu Li imagined the future, where he was in charge, and thought, and I will be the highest decision maker of this club. He stood proudly under the moonlight, and fully embraced the gentle breeze, thinking to himself, possessing supreme power and superior intellect. On the bustling street, Lu Li walked pensively amidst the hurried crowd. He thought seriously. To establish the Chang Sheng Club, I must find the most trustworthy and loyal subordinates, and most of these people are currently being oppressed by a hard life. Lu Li sighed slightly, looking a bit frustrated. Suddenly, a car stopped in front of him and honked, startling Lu Lai in surprise. He turned his deep eyes to look at the driver in the car, with information displayed above his head. Name, Shi Dahai, age 40, remaining lifespan 13 years, 58 days, 17 hours, 20 minutes, 08 seconds. Shi Dahai, with a mature appearance that didn't match his age, friendly greeted him. Do you need a ride, sir? Lu Lai secretly assessed. This uncle is only 40, but looks so old already. Seems like he's a hard worker trying to make ends meet just like I used to be. In the end, he still got into the car, and after slamming the door shut, he bluntly said, Jiangku District, house number 601, Xie Dahai cheerfully replied, okay. Lu Lai sat in the back of the car, listening to him chat. Sir, you must be a big businessman, right? Just by looking at your aura, I can tell. Not like a crude person like me. Through the rearview mirror, his delighted expression could be seen. Lu Lai gently tapped on the glass, and suddenly glanced down. Below, a notification appeared on the phone indicating a successful transaction transfer. Lu Lai smirked smugly, thinking gleefully. As expected of the wrong family, they gathered such a large sum of money so quickly. It seems they are very concerned about this transaction. But suddenly, the phone rang with a song. He was looking far away at the moon. Lu Lai looked over with curiosity. Shi Dahai picked up the phone. Hello, son. School's over. Dad's working. Speak louder. What's wrong with your grandpa? The car suddenly braked sharply, shaking the whole vehicle. Danhai shouted at the same time. What? He looked extremely flustered and confused, instructing his son, don't worry, Dad will be there right away. You don't have to worry about the money. Dad can figure it out. Then, he turned to look at the customer in the back, his expression a little hesitant and apologetic. Or, should I find you another car? Lu Lai looked at him for a moment, pondering in silence. He finally sighed, generously saying, no need. I happen to have some business at the hospital too. Just drop me off there along the way. I'll still pay the fare. As usual, Xie Dahai was extremely grateful. Thank you, sir. On the way, he took the opportunity to talk about his own situation. My son is in high school, both studious and understanding. The teacher said, as long as he maintains this effort, he will definitely be able to get into a key university. I was planning to have him register for a tutoring class to strengthen his knowledge. Unfortunately, I can't find tens of thousands of yuans for tuition, making my child lose face, and now adding my dad on top of that. Shi Dahai looked in the rearview mirror, awkwardly lamenting, Sir, why am I telling you all this? Sorry, I'm just too worried. Lu Li took out his watch and pressed it once. In an instant, the car sped away at a dizzying speed. The stop ahead was the hospital. Shi Dahai said sincerely, sorry, I can't drive any further. This time you gave me a hand. But before he could finish speaking, when Shi Dahai turned around to look behind, there was no one there. He exclaimed blankly, the person, where did they go? But upon closer inspection, there were 2 thick stacks of money on the seat. Shi Dahai was shocked and surprised, thinking to himself, wait, is that money? That Mr. He rushed out of the car, shouting in a panic, Mr. Shi Dahai picked up the piece of paper that had been left behind and read it. Inside was a message from Lu Lai. This is just a little bit of money, but if you need more, I have a way to help you. But next time it won't be free. The phone number is on the back. Xie Dahai was initially speechless, then pursed his lips tightly, his whole body trembling. He bent forward, shouting emotionally, "Thank you, Lu Li." Hiding behind a nearby wall, watched Xie Dahai frantically bowing repeatedly, saying, thank you, feeling a bit helpless. He sighed wearily. Trisk, wrong direction, old man, so silly. Then he turned and walked away, happily thinking, but I'm not someone who needs gratitude to validate myself. It feels like a customer will come knocking on my door very soon. Suddenly, Lu Li's face changed. His eyes warily looking ahead. A figure was staggering out from the wall at the end of the alley. Bang Hao, one hand covered in blood, the other crumpling a piece of paper, struggling to breathe, glared at Lu Li and threatened, "Hey you, what are you looking at? Look again, and I'll strip you bare right now." He walked past him, bumping hard into Lu Li's shoulder, causing Lu Li to flinch and cough weakly. Cough. Cough. Bang Hao raised his hand to wipe his mouth, cursing under his breath. Damn it. The paper in his hand fell to the ground, revealing a diagnosis report. Lu Li looked up, his expression somewhat complex. He muttered, "Isn't he here already?" Cut to a sunset scene at a high-rise apartment complex. Lu Li, with a large bag slung over his shoulder, excitedly slammed the door open as he entered the house. As he passed the sofa, he heard something. He unconsciously looked over and saw Yang Zhen sprawled carelessly on the chair, sound asleep. Lu Li wondered in surprise. Another social gathering. Then he walked to his room. After putting away his bag and coming out with a thin blanket in his hand, Lu Li approached the sofa. Yang Zhen, now groggily waking up, opened her wet eyes and groaned. Ugh! Suddenly she screamed in fright. "What do you want?" Lu Li, who was about to put the blanket on her, suddenly flinched back. A little flustered, he awkwardly explained, "I saw you fell asleep. I was worried you." But before he could finish, Yang Zhen sat up abruptly, pushed the blanket away, and said indifferently, "Thanks, I'm going back to my room to sleep." She went straight to her room, slamming the door shut. Lu Li threw the blanket onto the chair in annoyance, muttering uncomfortably, "Seriously, we're housemates after all, how cold." Unconsciously, he smirked deviously, thinking with amusement, "But I like this kind of reaction. It'll be even more interesting when the time comes." Cut to Lu Li's room, where he was sitting at his desk, diligently taking notes. He was planning how to create the image of a mysterious businessman. Before each transaction, I have to prepare a business card, and also start looking for some subordinates. The contract terms with employees had been detailed on the paper by Lu Li. Party A's code, the hirer; Party B, the hiree, the one who obtains time. Specific content: when Party B cannot afford the price of the time transaction, and this person is highly valued by Party A. After both parties reach an agreement, a hiring relationship can be formed, so Party A uses time as remuneration, receiving Party B's lifelong loyalty and freedom. After both parties reach an agreement, the following agreement will be formed. Clause 1. Party B shall never betray Party A for life. Clause 2. Party B must dedicate all freedom and loyalty. Clause 3. Party A may allow Party B to write down 3 conditions for themselves. At the same time, Party A must not force Party B to fulfill these 3 conditions. Clause 4. If there is a violation, all time will be reset to 0. Lu Li looked at the paper, smugly thinking to himself, "My club of immortality will start operating soon." The sky had already brightened. The rays of the morning sun shone down on the crowded city full of skyscrapers. Lu Li walked out of the room, stretched wearily, and yawned. Yang Zhen was surprised to see him so relaxed and couldn't help but look up, curiously asking Lu Li, "Aren't you going to work today? Why did you wake up so late?" He smiled at her, answering generously, "I took the day off today." She immediately speculated in her heart, he probably can't keep going anymore, so he wants to go back to his hometown. Then, Yang Zhen walked out of the house. Lu Li waved goodbye from behind. Regardless of whether she paid attention, Yang Zhen secretly assessed, actually, his personality is very good. It's a pity that a person with no sense of existence like him can hardly survive in Maldu. What a pity. She pressed the down button on the elevator, then went inside. Lu Li quietly stood in front of the door observing her. He revealed an arrogant expression, folded his arms, and proudly said, "The truth is, I don't need to work anymore." Scene changed to the headquarters of a large land transaction company in the city center. A gentle voice was already heard from outside. "Welcome, esteemed guest." Zhao Chen stood at the door welcoming guests, bowing respectfully and sweetly introducing, "Hello sir, I am real estate consultant Zhao Chen. May I ask if you would like to view a property?" Lu Li walked in wearing simple clothes, generously answering, "That's right, I'm here to view a property." Zhao Chen led him to the side, starting to mark it. "Sir, you have a discerning eye. Our blueprints are all designed by designers from Germany. Please look at the blueprints first, and I will introduce them to you." Lu Li held the blueprint in his hand and pondered. Suddenly, Yang Zhen walked over, exclaiming in surprise, "Huh, Lu Li, Xiao Chen also blankly called out, "Sister Yang, Lu Li," as if nothing had happened, happily said to her, "I want to buy a house. And I thought since you work here, I would come to see if there are any suitable houses." Hey, Yang Zhen. Was slightly flustered, thinking to herself, wants to buy a house? Did he scrape together enough for the down payment? But with his family background, seeing Lu Lai enthusiastically waving at her, Yang Zhen said to herself, whatever. Who cares about commission percentages? She delicately sat down on the chair, surprising Xiao Chen, and calmly asked, "So Lu Li, how much is in your bank visa?" Suddenly, she excitedly said, "Could it be for a honeymoon house?" "I don't care, you have to invite me to your wedding celebration." Xiao Chen awkwardly reminded her, "Sister Yang, but Yang Zhen directly interrupted. "Xiao Chen, go do your work, he's my friend, I'll take him around." Xiao Chen awkwardly complied, "Yes, Sister Yang." Yang Zhen checked her mobile phone, starting to evaluate for Lu Li. "I think these units are all relatively suitable for you. Although the area isn't large, the geographical location of this house has great potential for price appreciation in the future. I'm planning to rent it out for you. If it's 71,000 yuan per square meter, then the down payment would be approximately." Lu Lai intently looked at her, impatiently saying, "These are all small, cramped, and old houses." Yang Zhen looked at him in shock, exclaiming, She reminded him, "Don't be reckless, Lu Lai. These are all the houses that best suit your conditions. With your income, you can't possibly want to buy a villa, can you?" Lu Lai winked at her, calmly uttering, "It's not like it's impossible." Yang Zhen was speechless, sighing helplessly. "Alright, then you wait here for a moment." Then she got up and walked in a different direction, thinking to herself, whatever, there's no need for me to waste my time on him. She walked past the reception desk, saying to her colleague, "Xiao Chen, that gentleman over there, go take care of him." Xiao Chen unexpectedly asked her back, "Sister Yang, isn't he your client?" Yang Zhen forced a cheerful smile and replied, "We were just chatting for a bit. You just arrived, you need the chance to practice, go on." In her heart she was annoyed, telling you to go, so just go. Xiao Chen also quickly stepped forward, having already seen through Yang Zhen thinking to herself, this Sister Yang saw that this deal wasn't going to work out, so she's pushing it to a newbie like me, That's for sure. She approached Lu Lai from behind. "Mr. Lu Kara, Sister Yang has some things to take care of." He subconsciously looked behind him. Stunned, he watched Xiao Chen nervously say to him, "Let me show you some materials on the larger houses." She then sat down, spread out the drawings. "So let me introduce them to you," Lu Lai understood. Glancing behind him, he saw Yang Zhen glaring at him with displeasure. He was delighted inside. Looks like you don't believe the truth when you hear it. Getting angry makes you even more beautiful. Since that's the case, Xiao Chen promoted it to him. "Mr. Lu, this is the trump card villa of our Anjia real estate." Lu Lai smiled slyly, gently saying, "I'll buy this one. Pass the contract over here." Xiao Chen froze and exclaimed, She shyly asked Lu Lai, "Mr. Lu, are you joking? 406 square meters? The floor plan is 5 bedrooms, 1 dining room, 4 bathrooms. The price is 50 million, you know?" Lu Lai calmly nodded, decisively deciding, "Not joking. I'm buying this house now, and I'm only buying it from you." Xiao Chen was stunned, speechless. Then she hurriedly ran inside, shouting, "Store manager, store manager." Yang Zhen also stared in astonishment. She yelled, "Our most expensive house, it's sold." Yang Zhen felt like she was struck by lightning. She was shocked, speechless, dazed. She turned back to look at Lu Lai, doubtfully thinking, "What? Lu Lai?" Lu Lai calmly drank his water, secretly smug. Housemates for several years. How could I not know your efforts? On the contrary, I want to see. Later, when signing the contract, I'll see what you do." He raised his glass and smiled lightly at Yang Zhen. The store manager rubbed his hands together, flattering tone, and said, "So, Mr. Lu, it's not that we don't trust you. According to the rules, this house requires a deposit of 500,000 first." Lu Lai bluntly presented a black card. "No need for a deposit." The store manager and Xiao Chen were dumbfounded. "HMPH, he proudly declared to them, emphasizing each word as he exhaled, "I'm paying it all at once." Both of them were startled and bewildered, gaping in amazement. The store manager ecstatically shouted, "Mr. Lu has bought the most beautiful house in Huangpu of our Anjia, worth 50 million. The other employees began to whisper among themselves, exclaiming, "Oh my god, this Mr. Lu is too rich. He bought it just by looking at the pictures. Also, I heard that the commission alone will give that newbie 300,000. Yang Zhen stood in a corner, quietly listening to everything. She pursed her lips and widened her eyes, feeling dazed in her heart. He really is paying it all at once. She clutched her head, tense, and mockingly laughed at herself. Yang Zhen, you really are a genius. You rented a house with a rich second generation for several years, And then you went everywhere else looking for other rich second generations. Yang Zhen watched Lu Lai's back as he handed the card to the store manager, who was respectfully bowing. Her heart couldn't help but ponder. A moment later, Lu Lai came out holding the house keys, answering a phone call. "Hello, Shidayu, squatted by the roadside smoking, politely speaking." Hello. I'm the driver from yesterday. Yesterday you said if I really lacked money I could contact you. I don't know if that's true." Lu Lai smirked slyly. Of course he looked at the high-end villa before him, thoughtfully continuing, "I think it's time we met." Shidayu sat at the bus stop, constantly rubbing the cigarette on the ground. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Sorry, I'm late." He looked back, and Shidayu exclaimed in delight, "Sir, Mr. Lu, you're here." Lu Lai quickly suggested, "Let's talk somewhere else." The two went to a luxurious cafe, which was quite crowded inside. The ashtray was almost full of cigarette butts. Shidayu began to recount. "Last night my father had a cerebral hemorrhage and was in emergency care all night. We were notified multiple times that he was in critical condition, but we finally managed to save him. He's still in the ICU now. It costs over 10,000 yuan a day. Besides predatory loans, I've borrowed from every possible place. Now my relatives look at me like I'm a plague god. They all advise me to give up. It's not their father who was in trouble years ago. It would have been fine if he hadn't been saved, but now that he's been saved, how can I?" Shidayu pleaded urgently. "Sir, I need money. A lot of money. As long as you help me, I'll do anything." Lu Li replied in a deep voice. "I can give you money. A lot of money. But I need your lifespan." Shidayu was startled and astonished. He said in confusion, "You want me to die? Don't tell me it's anything illegal." Lu Li immediately reassured him, speaking seriously. "Absolutely legal. And safe." Click! He snapped his fingers, and the surrounding space instantly shifted. Lu Li glared up, a panel appearing above his head. Name, Shidayu. Age, 40 years old. Remaining lifespan, 13 years, 57 days, 22 hours, 19 minutes, 32 seconds. Shidayu asked blankly, What is this?" Lu Lai replied pensively, "I am a time merchant, buying people's time and then selling it to those in need. That is your remaining time. So, want to do business with me?" Shidayu asked dazedly. "So you want to buy my time? How much will you pay for my time?" Lu Lai said calmly, "If your annual income is less than 100,000 yuan, then I will pay you 300,000 yuan upfront for each year of your time. Conversely, I will pay you 3 times your annual income." Shidayu looked at his time panel, calculating silently. "I'm 40 years old this year, which means, according to that death date, I'll only be 53 years old. But that's enough." He made up his mind. "Mr. Lu, if I sell 3 years of my lifespan, with my annual income being around 50,000, I should be able to receive 135 million yuan, right?" Lu Lai looked at him and reminded him, "You calculated that quickly, but that would only leave you with 10 years of life." Shan Daiyu remembered the image of his son and daughter-in-law holding their grandchild together, thinking, 10 years, I should be able to see that, right? If so, then a father's mission can be considered complete. Lu Lai raised his hand, speaking seriously. "If you're determined, then sign the contract." A piece of paper and a pen appeared in front of Xie Daiyu, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "Ugh, this way you can receive the money." Xie Daiyu replied nervously, Understood. Thank you, Mr. Lu." Lu Lai handed the card to Xie Daiyu. "The money has been transferred here." The man received it with both hands. "Thank you, sir." Then, Lu Liu was about to leave. "Well, I'm going back to the hospital. Goodbye." Lu Li watched Xie Daiyu's retreating figure, pondering. With this little bit of money, the burden on him should be lessened, right? But will he really not regret it when the time comes? Suddenly, a bottle shattered at his feet. Peng Yu breathed heavily. "Damn it, you have to pay for that." Lu Lai immediately recognized him. "This is the guy from last time." He smiled mockingly. Just as I thought. Like a dog." Seeing this, Peng Hao flew into a rage and immediately lunged forward. "Bastard, what are you laughing at?" Lu Lai said in surprise. "Oh, seems like not just a normal dog then." Peng Hao grabbed his collar, questioning him incessantly. "What do you mean I'm asking you? Are you mocking me? You want to die?" Lu Li guessed. A stray wolf, perhaps. He coldly stared at Peng Hao, replying in a low voice, "I'm talking about your lifespan. Isn't it clearly stated on the diagnosis report?" The man was stunned. "How do you?" He glared at him. "To be exact, only 26 days, 12 hours, 18 minutes, 21 seconds, 20 seconds, 19, 18. Peng Hao was so frightened that his face turned purple. Lu Li brushed his hand away. Peng Hao anxiously watched his retreating figure. Suddenly, Lu Lai turned his head back and coldly said, "If you want to live, follow me." In the small alley, the two were silently walking together. Lu Lai kept asking, "Instead of resting at home, why did you run out into the streets? Your family must be worried, right?" Peng Yu took out a cigarette. "HMPH, it's fine. My decision to come out was to make them think I'm already dead. Lulai smiled slyly, thinking, this guy is interesting, quite decisive too. Let me test him out. He took out the time clock and commanded, increase the time by 100-fold. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared above Peng Hao's head, startling him. Peng Yu blankly thought. What's going on? Luli said smugly. Don't worry. I don't have any ill intentions. I am a time merchant. I can extend your lifespan. But the price is your loyalty and freedom. A panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Peng Hao. Age, 23 years old. Remaining lifespan, 26 days, 10 hours. Peng Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Holy SHT, this level of detail definitely isn't a scam. He seriously asked, what do you want me to do? Lulai happily thought. This reaction is interesting. As expected, I didn't misjudge him. Peng Hao was lost in thought. What exactly does this person in front of me want from me? Anyone with eyes can see my situation. It doesn't make any sense. I have 2 younger sisters, 1 younger brother, and I have leukemia. My family doesn't have money for treatment. Because I didn't want to burden them, I came to this demon metropolis alone to earn a sum of money for my family before I die. It's just a pity that someone like me, about to die, was too naive. If there really was a way for me to survive, what would I be then? Lu Li asked Peng Hao. So his answer was, the cigarette being stomped hard on the ground, I'm going to die anyway. Peng Hao knelt down and shouted, boss. He was also very confused inside. What am I even doing? How could I trust this kind of demon? Lu Li said with interest. Not bad. Knows what's good for him. I like it. So, I'll give you 100 days. This time it's free, completely healthy. Peng Hao was struck by a surge of power and screamed in pain. UAA. His remaining lifetime changed to 126 days, 12 hours. Peng Hao landed heavily on the ground. Lu Lai triumphantly asked, how does it feel to be back to your old healthy self? Peng Hao gasped for breath. All the fatigue from his illness disappeared. Oh my God, this feeling is real. Damn, this feeling is real. He prostrated himself and shouted, boss, from now on, I am your knife, your dog. As long as you say the word, Peng Hao will die without hesitation. Lu Lai gently handed him a card and ordered, next, do 2 things for me. First, fix yourself up, dye your hair, and come to the place on this business card tomorrow morning to find me. Oh right, don't call me boss anymore, call me master. Peng Hao bowed his head and replied, yes master. But when he looked up, Lu Lai was gone. Master. He disappeared. The Rebirth Club has just started. I can handle all the work myself, but as the club grows and we take on more clients, I'll need to hire enough loyal subordinates. If I want the Immortality Club to continue to grow, I need to recruit outstanding talents. Whether it's combat guards, scientific experiments, or social intelligence, I need to find information. For me, the more the better. So who will be lucky enough to receive the grace of Mr. Lu? Suddenly, a noise came from behind Luli. Yang Zhen stumbled in through the door, drunk, muttering and cursing. Luli, you bastard. I thought you weren't coming back. Lulai looked at her, thinking, she's drunk. No, she's not drunk. This is pre-planned. Yang Zhen leaned close to him, slurring, you've always been hiding your identity from me. You're too much. Lulai was about to say but she cut him off. He said with amusement, oh, so how are you going to deal with me? Yang Zhen excitedly whispered into Luli's ear, come on. I want you to punish yourself with 3 shots. Yang Zhen blankly exclaimed, master. Why did you spill the wine? She stuck out her tongue and said, let me help you clean it up. Then she proceeded to lick the wine spilled on Lulai's shirt. He excitedly thought, oh my God, who could resist this move? If it were the old me, I would have pounced on her like a ravenous wolf. But now, the dynamics between us have changed a little. Some women need to be taught a lesson. Lulai suddenly picked up Yang Zhen rushed into the room, and threw her onto the bed. Seeing his appearance, Yang Zhen blushed and panted, thinking to herself, as long as I express my feelings, even if Lulai is hiding his wealthy background, his personality is definitely not that of a cold, heartless person. She closed her eyes and waited, but nothing happened. She opened her eyes again and asked in surprise, what's wrong? Luli said sarcastically. Your current appearance is much more endearing than your intelligent self when you're sober. Yang Zhen quickly explained, Lu Li, let me explain. I didn't do it on purpose back then, we're both from the countryside. Lu Li put his finger to her lips and said softly, actually, I really like this intelligent side of you, but I'm no longer the Lulai of the past. So you have to show me what a woman who wants to make me infatuated is capable of doing. Yang Zhen widened her eyes in surprise. I think I'm being charmed. The next morning, Lulai was sitting in the living room. His hands were constantly typing on the keyboard, when suddenly there was a loud shout, I'm late for work, I drank too much last night. Yang Zhen rushed out of the room in disheveled clothes. Lulai calmly comforted her. Don't worry. I've already asked for a leave of absence for you. Just relax and rest today, she said shyly. You're You're so kind. I don't know how to thank you. Lu Lai happily said, I'm hungry. It's time for you to show off your cooking skills, Yang Zhen. Was startled. She agreed enthusiastically. Okay. Lu Lai looked at her back in the kitchen, thinking smugly. This is the magic of money. It can make people exude endless charm, making others infatuated without a way out. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lu Lai opened the door unhappily. Who is it? Why are they here so early? Peng Hao stood straight and greeted loudly. Master, sorry, I came early. Lu Li praised with interest. Not bad, very spirited. But call me sir from now on. Peng Hao nodded immediately. Yang Zhen peeked out from the kitchen, looking astonished. Master, just who is Lu Lai? Really? She poured water for the guests. If you need anything else, please just call me. You two talk. I'll go back to my room. Lu Lai conjured 2 sheets of paper, saying arrogantly, This is our rental agreement. You can add 3 conditions. If you have no other objections to the other clauses, then sign here. The 2 sheets of paper fell onto the table. Peng Hao grabbed the paper, quickly signed his name, and handed it back to Lu Li. He asked pleased. You didn't even look, and you just signed so readily. You trust me so much, of course. I won't harm you either. Lu Lai smiled. Peng Hao, you're much smarter than I thought. Starting now, we're teammates, he yelled. Yes, sir. Lu Lai continued. Now I need you to do 2 things for me. First, find a student named Zheng Baowen, and then deliver this to this villa. This is the first task I'm giving you. Don't mess it up. Peng Hao answered decisively. Sir, just consider it already done. Lu Lai watched him leave, thinking to himself. Having subordinates is indeed much more comfortable. To create a club, relying on just one person won't do. Now I have to start building a customer profile. The conditions aren't sufficient yet, so I'll have to use chat software for now. The location and equipment also have to be prepared. Based on my years of programming experience, finding a master to create an app together shouldn't be too difficult, right? At the White House, 2 staff members were talking to each other. How are the test results on the other side? Don't worry, who would be crazy enough to attack the most secure firewall system in the world? Has the Windsor Green supercomputer broken through the limits of A? If a hacker wants to break in here, they should prepare themselves to be tracked in reverse. Suddenly, an alarm went off. Oh my God, no way, we're being hacked. On a large square, the news was broadcasting. Last night, the information network system of City M was attacked by a virus unprecedented in history. The entire city's stock market and government office systems are paralyzed. According to the assessment report, the impact on the economy is estimated at hundreds of billions of yuan. It is known that the main target of this cyber attack was the laboratory of City N University of Information Technology. The hacker cracked the Win Green supercomputer. At the same time, everyone is afraid of death. At Malido Airport, heavy feet walked forward. Cough, cough, Robert said tiredly. This is the place. Cough. Looking up at the sky, must quickly find his name. My time is running out. Then weakly leaned against the wall, coughing continuously. A security guard saw this and anxiously asked, Hey, are you alright? Do you need me to call an ambulance? Robert waved his hand. No need, just hold up your phone. Just tell me how to get here from my villa. Peng Hao breathed heavily. Sir, you've extended my life for a few days, but my body seems to be getting weak. Lu Lai thought to himself. It seems that forcibly extending lifespan only causes the body to revert to its state 100 days ago, and it can't stop the progression of the illness. Even if I can control time, I'm just an ordinary person constantly groping for new knowledge. My knowledge of biomedical science isn't enough to solve this problem. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. That's right. If I change my way of thinking, I shouldn't consider him a human being, but rather as a biological entity composed of many cells. I wonder if my ability will be affected. Lu Lai stood up abruptly. Quickly, find a high-resolution microscope, and I need more of your blood. Peng Hao was stunned. Sir, Lu Lai said confidently. I've thought of a possibility. If the plan can proceed, you will receive an unimaginable reward. Peng Hao pondered. I understand. Lu Lai began to study. Now I need to study my time-altering ability. If I use my ability on different organs and extend the lifespan of cells in the human body, does that mean extending the lifespan of the human body? Lu Lai thought. Blood cells also have a lifespan. It seems I guessed right. Choosing to slow down time by a factor of 2, the lifespan of white blood cells changed from 3 hours to showing a remaining time of 6 hours. It's a success, Lu Lai thought excitedly. It's a success if I slow down the time of the diseased cells in the body, inhibiting the rate of disease progression. Their rate of division and harmfulness will also be reduced by half, and there's a high probability they will be directly eliminated by the body's immune system. The mechanism of leukemia development is the uncontrolled asexual proliferation of leukemia cells, accumulating in large quantities in hematopoietic organs and bone marrow, while attacking other non-hematopoietic organs and seriously affecting hematopoietic function. So, if I do this, I can completely stop them, continuing to devour other healthy cells in the body and completely kill them all. Robert stood in front of the villa. This is the place. Let me see what you're really capable of. Cough, cough, put your hand on the door. Bang Hao flung the door open and shouted, "Excuse me." Sneaking around trying to steal things, Robert was pushed over. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Lai walked over. What's all the noise? Bang Hao restrained Robert. Sir, this guy is very suspicious, Robert threatened angrily. Let me go. Do you know who I am? If anything happens to me, I'll post your nudes on the dark web. Lu Lai was surprised. You just said, the D-web. Haha, so it's you. Roberta Tanfan Morris is indeed a master. You found your way here so quickly. I didn't expect your Chinese to be so good. Robert retorted grumpily. China's science and technology network is so influential now, it's weirder if you don't know Chinese. You'd have to be a time-traveling fossil not to. He doesn't look that impressive. Pang Hao, upon hearing this, smacked him on the head. You blind fool, how dare you question the master? Cough, cough, keep your hands off my head, you big, dumb oaf. Hey, say that again if you dare. Lu Li spoke slowly. Alright, quiet down. Peng Hao, come here. Peng Hao stopped immediately. Yes, master. He knelt before Lu Li, and Peng Hao's body suddenly began to glow. Lu Li thought to himself. That's right. As long as I focus my mind on the object I want to manipulate, even if it's just a tiny cell, I can control its time. Locate the asexual white blood cells. Reduce the speed of time by a factor of 10. Suddenly, Peng Hao cried out, Ugh! Ah! Ah! Robert stared with his mouth agape at the changes happening to his body. Lu Lai said cheerfully, I've slowed down the time of the white blood cells in your body by 10 times. The rest depends on your immune system. Peng Hao thought to himself, this feels completely different from last time. Robert shouted excitedly, Is that even possible? So magical? I don't feel any pain anymore. My old health? Haha, woohoo, oops. Like a silly monkey. Lu Lai spoke. All right, if that's the case. Robert hurriedly grabbed his leg and whined. No savior is as good as you. You are the real god on earth. Peng Hao yelled agitatedly. Hey, you crazy fool, show some respect to the master. Lu Lai proposed. Robert, would you like to join my club? Think it over carefully. You won't lose out. Robert's eyes lit up. From now on, I'll follow you, I'll follow you, I'll follow you. Seeing him sign the contract, Lu Lai started explaining in detail. After becoming my employee, there are 3 small tasks that you need to complete. First, create a database of talent on a global scale, marking those who have weak bodies or have family members who are sick or dying for me. Second, based on age, wealth, and health index, establish a ranking between asset cells and power. And finally, something you need to do right now. Create a secure messaging app. I want to give our clients a little game. Robert agreed without hesitation. Okay, just leave it to me. At the Wrong family villa. Did that Master Lu really bring you back from the brink of death, Grandpa? Wrong Yi Yu was being pushed in a wheelchair by his grandson, replying leisurely, I feel extremely healthy now, the body doesn't lie. Suddenly the bodyguard brought over a box. Sir, a young man in his 20s delivered this, saying, For you, we've checked it. There are no problems. Wrong Yi Yu was surprised. Oh, for me. Seeing the marking on the box, he immediately got excited. Is it from Master Lu? Open it quickly. Inside was a cell phone. This is the Longevity Club. Wrong Zhijian pulled out the piece of paper from his jacket. That's right. A young man gave me this paper here before. Wrong Yi. You immediately snapped. Damn it, why are you only saying this now about something so important? Read it now. Yes, yes. Wrong Zhijian began to read. Invitation to join the Longevity Club. Members of the Longevity Club will be ranked by level. Level 1 members need to accumulate 1,000 points. Level 2 requires 10,000 points. Continuing in this manner, a level 6 member needs 100 million points. Half of the points needed to advance each level can be exchanged with money, while the other half must be earned by completing tasks issued by the club. Wrong Yi. You exclaimed in surprise. Omeg. Regarding the member benefit system, level 1 members can exchange for a maximum of 1 year of lifespan, while level 6 can exchange for 26 years of lifespan. This club can exchange for lifespan. If I hadn't witnessed Mr. Lutsan's abilities myself, I really wouldn't believe such a club exists. Wrong Yi. You pondered and said, Call everyone together, urgent meeting. I have something to announce. Yes, sir. A moment later, when everyone had gathered, Wrong Yi. You announced, I received an invitation from Mr. Lu regarding the Longevity Club. Everyone discussed in doubt. There's such a club, is it even legal? Who are the members of this club? Don't tell me they're ancient people, Wrong Zhijian reminded everyone. I think we should seriously consider this matter. If it's too risky, the Wrong family could be in danger, one of them worriedly said. Can't be, right? Wrong Zhijian decisively replied, looking at that Mr. Lu, but his abilities are indeed too strong. In the face of this mysterious power, we cannot act rashly. I agree with Big Brother. We should carefully consider this club matter. That's right, Wrong Yu was silent, finally speaking up. Perhaps you all still don't understand that the purpose of today's meeting is for me to announce this news. not to listen to you all debate here. The longer we delay in replying to Mr. Lu, the worse our impression will be. Rong Jijian was flustered. Sorry, uncle. Everyone is also worried about you. After all, you're the only one who received the invitation this time. Since that's the case, let me scout the path for you all first. With that, he tapped on the app on his phone. Rong Yiyu put on his glasses, and the others curiously crowded around. This club already has so many members. The system prompted, "Welcome Mr. Rong Yiyu to join the club." Messages were being sent enthusiastically. Rong Yi. You asked in confusion, "I don't understand these things, what does this mean?" Rong Jijian exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, hundreds of years old." At his villa, Lu Li was gleefully instructing Robert, "Right, pay attention to the character's tone. Even if these big clients grow wings, they still won't be able to fly away," he replied. "Okay, I have to admit, this is freaking full." The Rong family sent a message. "Esteemed sirs, what era does number 2 ultimately belong to?" Robert excitedly shouted. "Ah yos," Lu Li calmly said. "Use numbers 45 and 10 to send a message. Just say, number 2 is at least someone from before the Ming Shen era," Robert excitedly replied. "Okay, boss. Disguising as this character is much more interesting than that Windsor Green." He reminded him, "Don't mess around, it's time to use number 2 to arrange a newbie task for Old Man Rong." Okay. The message was sent. Could they be from the Qing dynasty or earlier? At least the Ming dynasty. It was already here when I joined club number 2. "Welcome, newbie. I'm your newbie mission guide. You're the 129th member. Please change your name to number 129. Rong Yiyu was astonished. Next, the president will announce the first mission for the newbie. You can earn a lot of points. Once completed, you will officially become a full member. Start your journey to pursue eternal life," he swallowed, vaguely imagining the mysterious person. "Are you ready, Rong Yi?" "You said seriously. The Eternal Life Club was founded by Mr. Lu. Throughout history, the Eternal Life organization has been manifested in various forms. In this era, it is the Eternal Life Club. Currently, the club has 3 principles that guide the entire club. First, protect planet Azure. For a long time, planet Azure will be the only environment for us eternal beings to exist. Therefore, we must cherish it. Second, develop science and technology, especially space science and technology, so that we eternal beings can go beyond planet Azure and explore higher-level worlds. Third, develop biochemistry and evolve the human body." Rong Yi. You pondered in silence. Rong Zijian asked worriedly, "Uncle, why aren't you reading anymore?" He then explained, "Number 45 and number 10 are likely also hundreds of years old, while number 2's era of existence is definitely much earlier than ours. This shows that the smaller the number representing each person, the earlier they appeared. Although our Rong family is a century-old family, there are still old monsters from the Ming dynasty in this club. Their accumulated wealth over hundreds of years must be an astonishing figure. We can't afford to offend anyone in here." The descendants shouted in unison. Yes. Suddenly the phone vibrated, and everyone became tense. The president has announced the mission. The message described, number 129's mission. The Eternal Life Club wants to establish a branch in Madu, so it needs a base. Mission requirements: quiet and clean environment, located in a prime area, scholarly atmosphere, an area of approximately 2,500 square meters to 3,000 square meters. The reward is 500 points. The group then discussed. No wonder number 2 said it was a newbie bonus. The difficulty is indeed not high. Rong Yi. You reminded. Don't forget who is in the club. Do your best to find me a building that best meets the conditions. Yes. On this side, Robert exclaimed. Boss, the Rong family has news. The message sent reported receipt, promising to do their best to complete the task quickly. He laughed triumphantly. Haha. It seems this big fish has taken the bait. Lu Lai instructed him. Good. But don't be negligent. Don't let the Rong family reverse our position, Robert replied confidently. Boss, rest assured. With me here, they won't find out even a strand of hair. Lu Li chuckled to himself. Nothing is more exciting than weaving a powerful organization with my own hands, without gods or ghosts knowing. The next day, a stack of papers was dumped out, freshly printed and still hot. I didn't expect these guys to move so fast, Robert said excitedly. Each location has its own unique advantages. It seems they really value this matter, Lu Li analyzed. The Rong family is indeed wealthy. All of these places are incredibly expensive, but since this is my first club, I need to be extra cautious. Behind Fudan University, an intellectual environment, a blend of East and West, this building looks good. Robert is also adding to the fun. I like this building more too, an area of 3,000 square meters, blending Eastern and Western styles, Lu Lai said with satisfaction. Yeah, not bad. Let's choose this one. The next day at the building in the picture, Rong Yi. You arrived early. Mr. Lu, you've arrived. We've been waiting for you for hours, Rong Yi. You said warmly. Lu Lai responded politely. Sorry for being late, Elder Rong. Your complexion looks good, Rong Yi. You replied happily. Thanks to you, I feel much better now, Lu Li answered tactfully. Not at all. This is what you've exchanged with your money, Long thought to himself. Indeed, although his bodily functions have been restored to the state of a year ago, it still can't stop the aging process, Rong Yi. You said gratefully, Mr. Lu, you are the great benefactor of our Rong family, Rong Zijian said awkwardly. Lu, Mr. Lu, let me take you to see the building, he replied calmly. Oh, please do. The door was opened. Mr. Lu, please come in. The spacious interior, decorated luxuriously and exquisitely designed, made the group continuously marvel. Robert exclaimed with delight. Dude, this place is perfect for a computer lab. Peng Hao immediately reminded him. You idiot. Don't make decisions for the master. Lu Lai laughed it off. It's okay, Peng Hao, you can choose a room too. Haven't you always wanted a boxing training room? Rong Zijian asked cautiously. Lu, Mr. Lu, I wonder if you're satisfied with this place. No, it's okay. We still have other buildings. We definitely have one that will satisfy you. Lu Lai glanced. Robert immediately nodded in understanding. He tapped on his phone. Rong Yi was startled, looking at the phone. A notification of mission completion and received points, along with praise from others. He exclaimed excitedly. The mission is completed. Great, Grandpa. Success, we succeeded. Staff, base, clients are all in place. It's time to expand a little more. At the new mansion, Bao Ge was continuously impacted. Peng Hao. Employee code 001. IS. Personality is serious, calm, strong practical ability, no personality defects, relatively strong potential. Career plan is the Combat Security Department. Will be responsible for the overall internal and external security of the Longevity Club. Has relatively strong potential. The recommendation is to continue to strengthen training. Roberta Morris. Employee code 002. Personality INTP. Only cares about things he is interested in. The personality defect is multiple personalities. Career plan is the Network Security Department. Will lead the entire network ecosystem of the club. Current ability rating 8, maximum 10 points. The recommendation is to give him enough time. As for what I need to do, it is to settle down and to hone myself through reading comprehension, deliberation, and experimentation, and to build a development plan for the club for myself. Time is infinitely endless. Just slowly go on the path of time. This is the sludge that needs to be cultivated. From the perspective of someone who can live forever, what should I do when considering the historical development and future of humanity? No, I'm still far from qualified. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person. Not even as good as a regular professor. Looks like my staff and I need to work harder. The Rong family's northern villa. Ajian. Aquan. Akuyan. We have a new mission. Really? What about the eldest brother? So, this mission is to find talented people. Rong Yi suddenly appears. What are you waiting for? Waiting for talent to come knocking on your door. Mobilize all your connections, and find the most outstanding people to give to Lu Shansheng. The group hurries to comply. Yes, uncle. Looks like Mr. Rong is very proactive, Robert says happily. R.O., your hard days are coming, bit boy. Bang Hao immediately scolds. Can you not be so noisy all the time? Are you a radio station bastard? Lu Lai then reminds. Don't be too smug either. Your current level of Chinese is too modern. Robert is confused, huh? He continues. You need to study our culture more deeply. And you must be proficient in reading and writing. You have to change all your online reading and writing habits. In the future, you will help me collect all customer information in the world and translate it as accurately as possible. Proficiency in various languages is extremely important. You still have a lot of work to do. Robert confidently replies. Boss, don't worry. With my IQ, I can definitely learn quickly, Lu Lai teases. I don't need to record that, do I? Bang Hao throws a bottle at his head. Keep bragging. Lu Lai instructs him. Bang Hao, you're going to have a hard time next. To increase your growth efficiency, I've prepared for you to go into a time space for training. During this time, you need to learn skills like boxing, guns, and the safety of the Quan sect. I hope you can persevere to the end. Bang Hao decisively responds, Sir, consider it already done. The next day, a tall man shouts loudly, Good morning, Lu Shansheng. I am Zhang Zhao. I am very sorry, I cannot disclose the troop I used to serve in. But from now on you can order me around as you wish, Lu Li vaguely asks. So do you need some breakfast? Zhang Zhao resolutely replies. I already ate on the plane. I can start working any time, he thinks to himself. Very efficient, as expected of the Rong family. He points to Bang Hao and orders, Instructor Zhang Zhao, this is Bang Hao. Next, I'll leave him to you. Feel free to train him as you see fit. Zhang Zhao happily replies, extremely satisfied. Extremely satisfied. The two of them shake hands. Instructor Zhang, please guide me in the future. Oh, okay. The high-end computers on the market now can no longer meet Robert's needs. To allow this guy to display his power, it must be a supercomputer. A set of high-end computers is worth hundreds of millions. although the value is not small. It is extremely important to the club in the future and is one of the many things that need to be invested in. As for that Bang Hao, I have great confidence in him. Bang Hao is punched hard in the face, and his whole body flies away. He thinks in confusion. The feeling is completely different from on the street before. This kind of aura is like a wall. Is this a special force? Zhang Zhao disdainfully asks. Hey, is this all you've got? I don't have time to play house with kids. Bang Hao sits up. Hey old man, don't underestimate people. Bang Hao rushes forward but is grabbed by Zhang Zhao's hand. He followed up with a punch to his face, then a strike to the neck, and finished with a kick to the gut. Bang Hao was in so much pain that he dry heaved. Zhang Zhao locked his arm around Bang Hao's neck and said calmly, in the special forces, a rookie like you wouldn't even make it past the preliminaries. Your boss is too kind to you. Instead of you and me wasting time here, you might as well give up early. That way, I can avoid unnecessary trouble. I'm doing this for your own good, Bang Hao. You don't want to be getting bones reset every day, do you? Bang Hao gasped for breath, muttering, come at me. Zhang Zhao thought approvingly. Not bad. Pay attention to your footwork. Don't just keep thinking about how to knock out your opponent with one punch. Alright, continue. Lu Lai smiled slightly. Very good. Everything is proceeding as planned. It's time for you guys to speed things up, increase the time by 100 times. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Hello, Lu. Mr. Lu. I wonder if you remember me. It's Zhengbo Wen. Lu Li replied. Of course I remember you. You're that student. Zhengbo Wen, right? Bang Hao, holding the information he'd been gathering for days, met with Lu Lai. He said, Sir, this is the information about that student you asked me to investigate. This kid is quite the celebrity on campus now. Lu Lai picked up the documents and read through them. Limited edition, iPhone 12, 999, Baoguchi 24, 700, 00 game console 8000, and a lot of jewelry for women. Seems he spends money pretty freely. After reading, he tossed the documents back onto the table. Feigning surprise, I didn't expect this kid to be using the money to curry favor. Bang Hao nodded in agreement. That's right. Zhengbo Wen threw a birthday party for the faculty's belle at a fancy restaurant a few days ago. Zhengbo Wen was quite the big shot, gifting a lot of luxury goods, and even confessing his feelings in front of everyone. Then, he spent a large sum of money. Now everyone acknowledges him as a hidden second-generation rich kid. According to the investigation, Zhengbo Wen's expenses will be around 100 million in less than a week. Lu Lai's lips curled up, and he chuckled to himself. So that's how it is. Looks like the money I gave him isn't enough for him to spend. Then I'll meet him again and hear what he wants. This meeting was arranged at a large hotel in the city. Zhengbo Wen sat waiting anxiously, constantly checking his watch with impatience. After waiting for a long time, he grew suspicious. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Is he not coming anymore? If that's the case, what do I do? Just then, the sound of the door opening was heard, and the waiter greeted. Welcome. Lu Li had arrived. He walked into the business cafe with a handsome and composed demeanor. Mr. Lue, Zhengbo Wen hurriedly stood up to greet him. Mr. Luke Yu. You've finally arrived. Lu Lai adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said disdainfully, Mr. Zheng, you seem to be living quite comfortably these days. Zhengbo Wen lowered his head and smiled shyly in response. Mr. Lu, you flatter me. Please sit down. As soon as he sat down, Lu Lai sized up Zhengbo Wen. Those clothes you're wearing must be expensive, right? Looks like you know how to use that money, Zhengbo Wen stammered, not admitting it. He rubbed his hands, looking a little worried, and replied, It's really not that bad. Lu Li said sternly, calling his name, Zheng Xiansheng. Given the nature of my profession, I actually understand very well the purpose of your visit this time. Zhengbo Wen flinched, his eyes wide as he looked at Lu Li. Lu Lai used his abilities to scan his information. Name Zhengbo Wen, age 21, remaining lifespan 64 years, 26 days, 4 hours, 23 minutes, and seconds, Lu Li said. Currently, you still have a full 64 years of life, so this time, Zheng Xiansheng, you want to sell me 1 year of your time? Zhengbo Wen, upon hearing the information about his remaining lifespan, started to think, his words hesitant. He said, Lu Xiansheng, since I still have 64 years anyway, can I sell more than 2 years? Lu Lai calmly replied while sipping his coffee. Since this is our second transaction, you won't be restricted by time anymore. You can freely choose the amount of time. He glanced at his client, his voice lowered in warning. However, I must remind you, for every year of lifespan you sell, your own age will decrease by 1 year. Think carefully. You are now a promising university student. The future still holds many opportunities to choose from. Zhengbo Wen lowered his head in resignation, saying, Qing Qing said that if I want to be with her, I absolutely must have a car. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together. That way we can travel to more places together. I want to make her wholeheartedly mine. I want to take her all over the world." Finishing his sentence, he paused for a moment, as if in thought, then said to Lu Lai with a determined voice, "You said I have 64 years left, so I'll sell the odd numbers behind. Sell 4 years." Lu Li's face was cold. Without any expression, it's unknown if he was assessing this simple. Zheng Bowen was very blinded. At this moment he breathed, mumbling, "No. Or take the round number." Once again he come up with a number. "Sell 5 years, I'll sell 5 years." He slammed both hands on the table, his voice resolute. "After this deal, I won't be looking for you again." Really? In contrast to Zheng Bowen's eagerness, Lu Lai was very calm, quietly pushing up his glasses as he appeased his selling customer. "Calm down, Zheng Shansheng. I am a businessman. You are willing to sell. I am willing to buy. I won't take any actions that interfere with the customer's wishes." As Lu Li spoke, he took out the sales contract. He said, "So Zheng Shansheng, according to your wishes, you're using 5 years of your lifespan to exchange for 1 billion yuan, right?" Lu Li directed his cold eyes towards Zheng Bowen. This girl-crazy man immediately agreed to the transaction. He replied decisively, "Right, it's decided." These two people reached a final agreement. Before long, the bank's notification sound rang. "Commercial Bank, August 27, 2014. You have received 1,500,000,000 into your account. The remaining balance is 1,682 yuan." Zheng Bowen blankly looked at the money in his account, his mouth murmuring each number in joy. It started to rain heavily when they parted ways. The two of them held umbrellas and said goodbye. Zheng Bowen said, "Thank you so much, Lu Shensheng. I don't think we'll be seeing each other again in the future, so let's not say see you again." Finishing his sentence, he didn't wait for Lu Lai to respond, and ran straight into the neighborhood next door. Lu Lai, one hand holding an umbrella and the other in his pocket, watched the customer's retreating figure. He whispered after him, "See you again." Lu Lai took out his phone and called Robert. His associate quickly answered. Lu Lai's voice echoed from the other end. "We all have a home called China." "Robert, how's the resource pool coming along?" Robert replied, "Right now I need some boss-level resources." Recently, Mao has an old man on his deathbed, Song Shihong, 97 years old, a big name in the entertainment industry. Seems to be quite a figure. Hailed as one of the 4 great families of Mao Du. Lu Li smiled after hearing the phone call, as if he had determined his next plan. The name Song Shihong was quickly etched in his memory. Information for the viewers about the Song family, one of the 4 great families of Mao Du, a family with a long and glorious history spanning over hundreds of years. Today, their main industry is focused on entertainment. This family dominates half of the entertainment world. Under the leadership of the Song patriarch, the Song family has accumulated 100 years of development, coupled with the profits earned from economic development, making their strength extremely formidable. Tangren Film and Television Co., Limited, under the Song family, is a leading company in the entertainment industry, holding 6 or 7 A-list celebrities in its hands. News about the Song family still appears frequently in daily reports, and today is no different. The TV is broadcasting news that Mr. Song Ziwen is about to hold a wedding, which can be said to be a major news event shaking the entire entertainment industry. The upper class and the entertainment world have successively announced that they will personally attend the wedding. It can be said to be a grand ceremony gathering many stars. Lu Lai 8. While watching the news, Song Ziwen is the person personally appointed by Song Shihong, chairman of the board of directors of Tangren Film and Television, as his successor. Yang Zhenjie, beside Lu Li, fed him grapes while listening to the news. She curiously asked him, "Li, is this Song Ziwen, the grandson of Song Shihong, who controls the entertainment industry? Is he getting married?" Lu Lai nodded in agreement. Yang Zhenjie's eyes lit up as she looked at the news on the screen, her face eager as she said, "Wow, his wedding must be very grand, right? But I saw him with a beautiful woman in his arms a few days ago, photographed by a magazine. Why does he suddenly want to get married?" Actually, Lu Li was watching this news not because of Song Ziwen's marriage, but because he was interested in something else. He was thinking, getting 100 million from the Rong family is not bad, and with the current situation of the Song family, it might be helpful to me. Robert, who was investigating information on the side, received some additional information that was not in the news. He said in surprise, "Oh boss, actually the old man of the Song family is about to die of illness. His family wants to use his grandson's marriage to bring good luck." "Bring good luck? What do you mean by bringing good luck?" Lu Lai didn't answer, but smiled mysteriously. He secretly laughed at the Song family's affairs. It seems that even famous families are superstitious. Beside him, Yang Zhenjie had a curious expression and a hopeful tone. "I wonder how grand it will be. It would be great if I could see it with my own eyes." Lu Lai replied very naturally, "If you want to see it, I'll take you in at that time." Yang Zhenjie was startled. For the first few seconds she thought she had misheard. She hugged Lu Lai tightly and shouted, "La, brother Li, you are so amazing, I love you to death." Lu Lai knew that although Yang Zhenhua was a little materialistic, her nature was not too bad. It wouldn't hurt to satisfy this small wish of hers this time. And he could also go and see the actual situation of Song Shihong. The wedding day arrived very quickly. It was held at the exhibition hall. Reporters and paparazzi had been standing here early to wait for the guests. These scenes are only seen on TV. Hundreds of cameras, a series of clicks, and flashes flashed continuously. Lu Lai led Yang Zhener in. The girl, who had never been to a place like this before, widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, so many reporters." She saw the artist next to her and tugged at Lu Li's hand, saying, "Brother Li, look, isn't that the newcomer of the entertainment industry, Yi Liu?" Looking to the side at another famous couple, she cheered happily. There are also veteran actors Zhao Manzhi and box office queen Huang Songxi. I finally saw the real people. Yang Zhener hadn't anticipated the extravagance of this party. She unconsciously clutched Lu Li's arm, a hint of fear creeping in. She whispered, "Brother, do we need an invitation to enter? Are we even allowed in?" Lu Li replied, "No, we'll go through the VIP lane." Just then, a car screeched to a halt near where they stood. Stepping out of the car was someone from the Rong family. Rong Zhijian said with a smile, "Mr. Lu, we've come to pick you up." Rong Zhijian rushed over, enthusiastically shaking Lu Lai's hand, adding, "My uncle just informed me. If I'd known, I would have personally come to your residence to greet you." Lu Lai politely responded, "It's no trouble at all. I happen to have some business nearby." Rong Zhijian gestured toward the girl behind him, introducing her. "Allow me to introduce my daughter, Rong Wenwei." The delicately made-up girl greeted softly, "I've long heard of Mr. Lu, and I'm finally meeting you today." As soon as she finished speaking, her expression hardened, her eyes fixating on Yang Zhener, who was clinging to Lu Li's clothes. Unexpectedly, Lu Lai then naturally wrapped his arm around Yang Zhener's waist in front of everyone. He solemnly declared, "This is Yang Zhener, my girlfriend." Rong Zhijian sighed almost imperceptibly, but quickly regained his composure. He said with a smile, "Greetings, Miss Yang. Mr. Lu, let's get in the car." He told his daughter, "Wenwei, I'll ride with Mr. Lu, you can take the car behind us." In the end, only Yang Zhener was left out, not invited into any car. She was already feeling a pang of loneliness. When Lu Lai grabbed her hand and pulled her along, he said to her, "Now you're my person, rest assured. No one will dare look down on you." Yang Zhener was both surprised and moved. She wondered how he could remain so composed in front of the most influential families in the country, even the world. "Lu Lai, just what kind of person are you?" Two cars started up, taking them to the Song family's main reception hall. As soon as the cars arrived, they attracted the attention of the reporters. They shouted to each other, "Look, it's old Rong's car." Rong Zhijian got out of the car, and Song Huiru and his son immediately rushed out to greet him warmly. "Brother Rong, welcome, welcome. We're honored that you could attend Ziwen's wedding." Rong Zhijian replied with a smile, "Congratulations, old brother Song." Song Huiru and his son eagerly invited Rong Zhijian in. But then, they were startled to see another unfamiliar figure stepping out of the car. Someone whom Rong Zhijian personally opened the door for. Song Ziwen asked in surprise, "Father, who is that? Could it be Master Rong himself?" Rong Zhijian was currently saying, "Sir, we've arrived. Please, get out of the car." He introduced to the Song family, "This is Mr. Lu Wei, a distinguished guest of the Rong family." The father and son of Song Huiru looked at each other, puzzled. They had never heard of anyone named Lu, so they didn't know who this Mr. Lu was. But they couldn't voice their confusion. Song Huiru still extended his hand, saying enthusiastically, "Ha ha! I've long admired you. Welcome, Mr. Lu, to our son's wedding." He acted so politely because, if the Rong family showed such respect, it was best not to offend him. Lu Lai directly ignored Song Huiru's greeting and reached out to greet Song Zi. When he said, "Greetings, Mr. Song. Your demeanor is very similar to your grandfather's when he was younger." Song Ziwen asked in surprise, You know my grandfather?" Lu Li replied with a smile, "Oh, I did some research before coming here." Song Huiru forced a smile, saying, "Mr. Lu is indeed thoughtful." Rong Zhijian, who was behind them, vaguely understood Lu Lai's intention after hearing the conversation. He thought to himself, "No wonder Mr. Lu took the initiative to come this time. It turns out it's because of the Song family's patriarch." After that greeting, Lu Lai led Yang Zhener into the main hall. As she walked, she held Lu Lai's arm tightly, looking around in awe and exclaiming, "Wow, is this the upper-class world? It's the first time I've experienced something like this." Perhaps due to nervousness, Yang Zhener stumbled as she walked. Lu Lai quickly caught her, then said softly, "Be careful. Don't be too tense." Yang Zhener looked at Lu Lai with a worried expression and said, "You must have been through this many times before, right? I'm so nervous I could die." But in reality, this was also Lu Lai's first time in places like this. But since awakening his powers, what was this scene to him? Now it seems that even the red carpet representing fame and fortune cannot compare to the path he must take. Passing through the hall with a crowd of reporters, Lu Li said to Rong Yi, "You, Please, tell them to delete all the photos related to me. Wrong Yi. You bowed and replied, understood. I will definitely have people check. Please rest assured. They entered the wedding hall not long before the wedding began. The MC's voice rang out. Welcome, distinguished guests, to the wedding of Mr. Song Ziwen. Welcome, distinguished guests, to the wedding of Mr. Song Ziwen. Now please give a round of applause to welcome our beautiful bride. Yang Jian looked excitedly at the two MCs and exclaimed in surprise, Wow, Lu Liai, look, it's He Kuang and Xie Luo. They even managed to invite them. After the MC's introduction, the bride walked out in a pure white and sparkling dress, further highlighting her beauty. Everyone around exclaimed, Wow, like a princess. The extravagance of this wedding can no longer be measured by money. This requires the family to have a solid foundation in history. This can also prove one thing, that Lu Li can gain enough benefits from the guests. At this time, the bride and groom had taken each other's hands. The MC spoke again. Next, please invite the groom's grandfather, Mr. Song Shixiong, to give a congratulatory speech to the young couple. Song Huiniu supported her father. Father, it's your turn. Song Shixiong leaned on his cane to the podium, trying to suppress the cough in his throat. His trembling hand grabbed the microphone. He began to speak. Don't do things that are easily gained. Don't go where everyone wants to go, my grandson Ziwen. Remember this well. After speaking, Song Shixiong coughed hoarsely, his back hunched over, causing Song Huiniu to rush up to support him with concern. Just then, Lu Li, who was sitting in the guest area below, stood up and walked towards the stage. Rong Yi. You asked in surprise, Mr. Luca, where are you going, Rong Yi? Yu was slightly startled. It seemed he had guessed Lu Li's intention, because he was holding that fateful watch in his hand. After an operation, Lu Li froze time for the entire hall, except for the two Song Shixiong father and daughter who could function normally. They cried out in fear, What's going on? What's going on? Lu Li walked towards the two and said, in a low voice, Song Shixiong, 97 years old, remaining lifespan. Song Shixiong interrupted, asking, Who are you? Lu Li replied with a smile. Compared to you, esteemed elder, I'm just a blade of grass, but I am the life-saving blade of grass for you. Then he recited his information one by one. Name Song Shixiong, 97 years old. Remaining lifespan is 1 day, 1 hour, 20 minutes, 10 seconds. Song Shixiong's facial muscles twitched in fear. He muttered, God, the Grim Reaper. Lu Li replied, No, I am a time merchant. You can call me Mr. Lu. The only thing I sell is human time. This sentence has been repeated countless times, but every time it is valuable. After hearing the introduction, Song Shixiong asked with a face full of doubt, Buying and selling time. Lu Li slowly said, The ignorant masses say that 1,000 gold pieces can't buy time, but in my hands, 1,000 gold pieces can buy time. Song Huiniu, perhaps afraid that his father would be deceived, pushed him back and shouted at Lu Li, What exactly do you want? Suddenly, Song Shixiong patted his son on the shoulder. He stepped forward and asked Lu Li, May I ask, what is the price of Mr.'s time? Lu Li replied, In the same amount of time, everyone creates different value, so I usually use money as a yardstick, taking 1/5 of the value that person creates to price 1 year of time. Each transaction, I only agree to buy and sell 1 year of time. At this moment, Song Huiniu's face was clearly worried, definitely afraid that his father would be scammed by this strange fellow. But the old man Song Shixiong seemed to be going along with Lu Li. Lu Li didn't explain much, he just said, There's no need for you two to decide in a hurry. Now this is my contact information, you can find me at any time. But Song Lao, you better seize the time. He left the business card for the Song father and son, and turned to leave. Song Huiniu still wanted to ask something, just raised his eyes to ask when the words stuck in his throat. Because Lu Li had disappeared at this time, everyone in the party had returned to normal. Old Master Song said at this time, Huiniu, I remembered something. Wasn't there information before that Rong Lao's health was critical? Song Huiniu nodded and replied, That's right, but a few days ago I heard that Rong Lao suddenly recovered. Song Shixiong raised suspicion and hope at the same time. Suddenly recovered. And the Rong family is extremely respectful to that young man. The old man looked at the business card and said, I have to go see Rong Lao once. At the same time, Yang Jian took the opportunity to take pictures with celebrities. She excitedly said, Teacher Zhu Lunhua, I have watched your movie since I was a child. Meeting you in person is too exciting. Zhu Lunhua happily replied, but secretly blamed Yang Jian in his heart. What do you mean I've been watching your movie since I was a kid? Am I that old? Yang Jian didn't care, just focused on the photo she just took, and exclaimed, Wow, it's really him. He took a picture with me. I have to take pictures with the celebrities here. Wait till tomorrow when I go to the company to make those girls jealous. After taking the picture, she took a glass of champagne and drank before she could swallow it. Her eyes lit up when she saw a female celebrity coming over. She excitedly grabbed the glass of champagne and ran towards the celebrity, Zhao Manzihi, the nation's goddess. Oh my god, I have to ask for her autograph. She loudly greeted Zhao Manzihi and successfully attracted her attention, but before she could be happy, the glass of champagne in Yang Zhen'er's hand splashed on Zhao Manji because she ran too fast and tripped. The entire luxurious dress and delicate makeup were ruined by Yang Zhen'er. Everyone looked at this scene and frowned uncomfortably for Zhao Manji. Yang Zhen'er looked apologetic, constantly apologizing, and the celebrity Zhao Manji's face was naturally very upset at this time. Her whole body was messy and disheveled. Yang Zhen'er hurried over, wanting to hand over a towel to wipe. I'm sorry, I'll wipe it clean for you right away. Zhao Manzihi disliked it, directly threw Yang Zhen'er away and shouted, "Get your dirty hands away." She slapped Yang Zhen'er painfully. The embarrassing scene of the celebrity was ridiculed by several well-known tycoons. Haha, an actress who came from a merchant's background was poured with wine by a country bumpkin. There's a good show to watch now, someone chuckled in response. Because I think they are the same kind of people. Since when has the Song family's threshold been so low? These gossiping voices weren't far from Zhao Manjihi, so she naturally heard everything clearly. Being humiliated with her ruined dress and reputation was already infuriating, and now hearing these old men talking about her, Zhao Manzihi trembled with anger, cursing inwardly. This poor, reeking nobody actually dared to embarrass me in this place today. Just then, a middle-aged man walked over, speaking with disdain. Well, if it isn't Madame Zhao, the former national goddess, why so miserable today? Oh well, she already apologized anyway. Haha, Zhao Manzihi didn't reply. Instead, she directly snatched the champagne glass from the man who was speaking. She tossed the champagne straight onto Yang Zhen'er. Zhao Manzihi said with annoyance, "If an apology worked, what would we need the police for?" In her heart she was filled with contempt. Yang Zhen'er thinks wearing a several million-dollar dress gives her the right to act tough in aristocratic circles. She made me a laughingstock, causing me to miss so many important opportunities. Today, I'll assert my position in front of everyone. Zhao Manjihi's hand reached out again. Ignoring everyone around, she slapped Yang Zhen'er hard across the face, the sound echoing loudly. Yang Zhen'er staggered and fell, feeling both pain and disappointment. Is this the upper class? Is this the place I've always longed for? Everyone around coldly watched Yang Zhen'er being bullied. Perhaps her dream of entering high society had been shattered. At this moment, Zhao Manjihi walked over, grabbing Yang Zhen'er's chin and said domineeringly, "Don't blame me, blame this world if I don't hit you today. Tomorrow everyone will say that Zhao Manzihi is someone anyone can bully." She squeezed Yang Zhen'er's chin, gritting her teeth as she asked, "Get it?" Just then, a shout came from behind them, "Let her go!" Lu Lai stepped forward, his expression stern, and shouted, "I told you to let her go!" Zhao Manzihi angrily pointed at Lu Lai and cursed, "Where did another one of you come from?" Song Shixiang appeared and answered for Lu Li. "Naturally. From my place, Ms. Zhao. Your gunpowder scent is a bit strong today, isn't it?" Zhao Manji's face changed when she saw Old Song. She pointed at Yang Zhen'er, saying aggrievedly, "Old Song, perhaps you don't know, but this girl just now..." Song Shixiang didn't even bother listening to her explanation. The old man bowed respectfully to Lu Li and said, "Mr. Lu, I'm truly sorry, this is my Song family's negligence." Zhao Manjihi was stunned by the Song family head's humbling action. She looked at Lu Li with apprehension, thinking, "Mr. Lu, what on earth is his background that he can make the Song family bow?" At this moment, Song Shixiang glanced his sharp eyes at the domineering female celebrity. Zhao Manjihi was startled and trembled. "I'm done for. It seems like I've caused trouble. Old Master Song is being so respectful to him. Why, could he be some kind of super VIP?" Old Song's call startled her out of her thoughts. Song Shixiang said, "Ms. Zhao, apologize to Mr. Lu." Zhao Manzihi clenched her teeth. If she offended the Song family because of this, she feared she would never have a chance to show her face again. She didn't understand what kind of person she had provoked. Yang Zhen'er, feeling wronged, ran over and hugged Lu Li. Lu Lai glared at the woman who had wronged his girl. This look immediately signaled to Zhao Manjihi that she couldn't remain silent any longer. She lowered her head and apologized. "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. Today is indeed too unlucky for her." Old Master Song frowned in displeasure, saying, "Not enough." Zhao Manjihi was tense, sweat pouring down her face. She lowered her head even further and said loudly, "Lu, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Old Master Song shouted again, "Not enough." Disregarding her shame, Zhao Manzihi sincerely apologized once more. "Mr. Lu, I won't dare to do it again." But just like before, Old Master Song still yelled those two words, "Not enough," leaving Zhao Manzihi with no way out. She knew Old Master Song wanted to push her to the edge. Her trembling hand slowly rose. She gritted her teeth, determined, and then used her own hand to slap herself hard across the face, as if returning the slap to Yang Zhu. Everyone was stunned by this action. While hitting herself, Zhao Manzihi said, "I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Mr. Lu. I was wrong." Song Huiru was afraid of scaring the guests. He walked over and patted Old Master Song on the shoulder, saying softly, "Dad, that's enough. Today is Ziwen's wedding after all." Old Master Song replied, "Then it depends on what Mr. Luke thinks." As he spoke, he looked at Lu Li. Zhao Manjihe had punished herself to the point where her face was red and swollen, and she collapsed weakly to the floor. Lu Li draped his coat over Yang Zhao and stepped forward, saying, "Enough." He bent down, staring intently at the woman sitting on the ground. He sneered. "As expected, you're much prettier on screen." This taunt infuriated Zhao Manjihe, but she didn't dare retaliate. Lu Li continued, "Today is the Song family's young master's joyous occasion. We won't spoil everyone's fun any further." With that, he turned and walked away. Old Master Song hurriedly called out, "Lu, Mr. Lu, please wait." But Lu Li led Yang Zhao away without looking back. Old Master Song called his son over and said, "Hui Ru, where are the Rong family people? I want to see him." Song Hui Ru sighed and replied, "Yes, father, I'll make the arrangements." With that, he involuntarily looked down. The actress Zhao Manjihe was still sitting there, trembling uncontrollably. Song Hui Ru said to her, "Ms. Zhao, there are some consequences you can't bear. Ms. Zhao, take care of yourself. This time, my Song family saved you. Let's end things here. Don't think about revenge. The person behind you can't help you either." Zhao Manjihe pursed her lips in helplessness. Her hands clenched tightly, trembling. She mocked herself inwardly. "Ha, consequences. What consequences do I even care about now?" Lu Li led Yang Zhu away, and then hailed a taxi back to their place. In the car, Yang Zhu said apologetically, "Lu Li, I really didn't think it would turn out like this." She lowered her head, embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Lu Li." Lu Li didn't blame her, saying, "Don't admire those famous stars. Relying solely on appearances to enhance one's value inevitably requires sacrificing dignity and boundaries. They look dazzling, but they can't escape the nature of being commodities. There are people behind the scenes who manipulate, play with the law, and launder dirty money. So don't admire them, and don't fear them either." Before long, the two arrived at their house. Lu Li paid the taxi driver. "Keep the change." The amount seemed significant, moving the driver to say repeatedly, "Thank you, sir. Take care, sir, and miss." Stepping out of the car, the two froze upon seeing someone. Facing them was Chu Shui-jing. She wore a figure-hugging two-piece dress, the chest area intentionally or unintentionally lowered to reveal her full bosom. She wiped sweat from her brow and sighed. "This heavy stuff without door-to-door delivery." Yang Zhen looked at Chu Shui-jing, surprised, and said, "So the landlady lives next door. I heard she's a prestigious heiress, who was married off to a man she'd never met by her own father. And I also heard that after she was married, she found out her husband was terminally ill, and wouldn't live much longer." Hearing Yang Zhen's clear voice, Lu Li could only shake his head and sigh. She forgets so quickly. It seems gossiping is her forte. Lu Li couldn't bear to see a woman carrying heavy items, so he walked towards Chu Shui-jing and said to Yang Zhen, "Go home first, I'll help our neighbor." Chu Shui-jing bent over the items, her large breasts making onlookers drool. At this moment, Lu Li's voice rang out, "It seems I've arrived at the perfect time. You must be Miss Chu. I'm a new neighbor who just moved in. My name is Lu. Let me help you." Chu Shui-jing seemed a bit surprised by this help. In the end, she agreed to Lu Li's offer. She said, "Mr. Lu, thank you so much. My name is Chu Shui-jing. I only heard that new neighbors had moved in, but I didn't expect you to be so young, Mr. Lu. What kind of business are you in?" Lu Li replied, "Just some small businesses not worth mentioning, but you're a weak woman. Why are you carrying such heavy things yourself?" Shu Jing reminded from behind. "Mr. Lu Li, be careful," she sighed to herself. If that brat, Hao, was here, how great would that be? Hearing Lu Li's question, she hesitated slightly. After pausing for a moment, she replied tactfully, "My husband isn't well," Lu Li thought to himself. "So the rumors are true." Shu Jing tucked her hair behind her ear and added, "We don't have a housekeeper, so I do everything myself, but I'm used to it." While she spoke, Lu Li secretly used his ability on her. He read Chu Shui-jing's information, 28 years old, remaining lifespan of 50 years, 103 days, 12 hours, 56 minutes and 32 seconds. After reading the information, he felt pity. How pitiful. She could only live as a widow in all those long days. Finally, the items were moved in front of Shui-jing's house. She politely said, "Thank you so much today, Mr. Lu." Lu Li replied, "It's nothing at all, Miss Chu. You don't have to be so polite." Shu Jing pointed to her house and said, "If you don't mind, would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" As soon as she said that, someone inside her house coughed hoarsely. A hint of sadness flashed across Shu Jing's face. Lu Li understood and declined. I won't bother you today, I'll definitely visit next time. Xue Jing lowered her head and said, I'm so sorry. The two greeted each other, and then Lu Li turned and walked straight away. As he walked, he sighed. How pitiful, more than 50 years left. It's a pity she has to live as a widow for the rest of her life. His phone rang at this moment. He smiled and said, they came faster than I thought. He answered the phone casually. Hello, who is this? The other side replied, Hello, Lu, is this Mr. Lu? Please forgive us for being blind to Mount Tai. It was Song Hui Ru's voice. He continued, I want to represent my father in a business deal with you. Lu Lai anticipated this, and he readily agreed. All right, early the next morning, a beautiful day with bright sunshine, Chu Shuijing stepped out in a stunning cheongsam that accentuated her perfect figure. She pressed the key to unlock her supercar and was about to get in when her eyes caught sight of a familiar face, causing her to pause. She greeted Lu Lai, who was also in the parking lot nearby. Good morning, Mr. Lu, Lu Lai responded. Oh, good morning, Madam Chu. Xu Jing asked, Are you heading to work? Why are you dressed so formal? Lu Lai got into his car while replying, Indeed, going to discuss a small business deal. See you later. Amidst a row of luxury cars, Lu Lai pulled out an old bicycle. He smiled and greeted Xu Jing. By the way, you look beautiful today too. Seeing Lu Lai's nonchalant demeanor, Xu Jing chuckled to herself. This man is truly interesting. Lu Li quickly made his way to the Chengsheng Club. Quite some time passed before the Song family's car finally appeared. The security guard stepped forward to open the door and said, Mr. Song, we've arrived. Song Xijiang stepped out, looked up, and exclaimed, Oh, so this is the place Rong family mentioned, Changsheng Club, huh? Despite having inquired with the Rong family, Song Hui-ru was still uneasy about his father meeting Lu Lai. He said, Dad, this is not a trivial matter, after all. How about I send someone in to scout ahead? Old Master Song frowned in displeasure and retorted, HMPH, even the Rong family said it's fine, it can't be wrong. Song Hui-ru had no choice but to nod and follow his father inside. Suddenly, Peng Hao opened the door and walked out, asking, Are you folks from the Song family, mister? Lu has been waiting for you for quite a while, please follow me. Old Master Song hurriedly beckoned for his son to follow him in. When it was the Song family's bodyguard's turn to follow, Peng Hao blocked him with one hand. He said, Bodyguards, wait outside. The bodyguard was utterly astonished by Peng Hao's strength. One touch was enough to know. Song Hui-ru looked at his father with a questioning gaze. Peng Hao coldly stated to them, These are the rules, if not, you're welcome to leave. Old Master Song didn't overthink it, and replied, Understood. Please lead the way. The two of them meekly followed Peng Hao inside. Song Hui-ru, while walking and looking around, couldn't hide his astonishment. I know this place is worth a fortune, and it's not guaranteed you can buy it with money, but I didn't expect Mr. Lu Pie to acquire it. Before the words could fully leave his throat, Peng Hao, who was in front, warned, It's best not to doubt Mr. Lu's abilities. Being able to do business with it isn't something that just anyone with money can achieve. Finally, they arrived at the room where Lu Li was waiting. Upon seeing him, Old Master Song immediately apologized. Lu, Mr. Lu, apologies for our tardiness. Lu Lai turned to look at Old Master Song and secretly used his abilities. The old man only had a little over 4 hours left to live. Lu Li was too lazy to say it out loud and let the father and son see for themselves. He nonchalantly replied, To be precise, it's not considered late yet. So, has the Song family prepared to offer its own price? Master Song nodded. Yes, Lu Lai took out a watch, nodding as he said, Very well, let's begin. Immediately, the father and son were separated into a different space. In just a second, Master Song was astonished. He thought to himself, Heavens, this feeling, are these all time? He stared in amazement at the swirling vortexes of time before him, then looked at Lu Lai, who was approaching, thinking, This Mr. Lu is like walking on the river of time. Staring intently at this world, Master Song urged his son, Hui Nhu, quickly, give Mr. Lu the item. Song Hui Nhu complied. Yes. He took out a carefully folded letter, bowing as he handed it to Lu Li. Mr. Lu, I wish to purchase 1 year of time for my father. This is our payment. The letter automatically floated up. Astonishing. Song Hui Nhu. Lu Lai took the letter and opened it, saying, The net profit from the several joint stock companies under Master Song's name, after the percentage split, amounts to 120 million. So, at a rate of 1/5, that would be 24 million. Song Hui Nhu replied. We have no objections. It was no small number. Luckily, the Song father and son had confirmed with the Rong family beforehand. Otherwise, at this price, it would truly be an astronomical figure, and they would have found it hard to accept. Lu Lai placed the letter back on the table, nodding. Very well. It seems you have some understanding of my club. He took a pre-prepared contract and presented it to Master Song. This is the time purchase agreement. Note that once you sign, the transaction takes effect, and no one can stop it. Master Song replied that he fully understood, then picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract. As soon as the pen touched the paper, Master Song suddenly widened his eyes, stammered. Lu Li silently watched, while Song Hui Nhu was shocked and startled. At this moment, Master Song's heart felt like it was under immense, invisible pressure. Master Song clutched his chest, crying out, "Ah!" his complexion turning from pale to ashen. With a bang, a burst of light erupted from Master Song's chest. Song Hui Nhu frantically rushed to support Master Song, who was collapsing. He cried out, "Father! Father!" He turned to Lu Lai, questioning, "Mr. Lu, what exactly is happening?" He frantically supported the old man, anxiously asking, "Mr. Lu, what's going on?" The old man in the red robe suddenly felt a strange current running through him. He calmly put his hands in his pockets, replying in a tranquil voice, "The transaction is complete." Sure enough, to his surprise, the old man suddenly sat up, sweat beading on his forehead. But he breathed a sigh of relief. "My body, my heart doesn't hurt at all anymore. This is truly a miracle." He widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. Heavens, how can there be such a thing in this world? In his heart, he suddenly worshipped this person with all sincerity. He merely turned his head coldly, bidding the two farewell with a short greeting. "Enjoy your life. I won't see you out. You two, please follow me outside. Your boss's subordinates are already waiting." They both gulped, exchanged glances, and subtly signaled each other to leave quietly. Before leaving, he conveyed his thanks to Lu Jiansheng through the subordinate. "Sorry for the trouble, brother. Please pass on my gratitude to Lu Jiansheng. We'll take our leave now." He excitedly told his father, "Dad, this is wonderful. Your health is recovered. You're really healthy again." Xi Xiang, on the other hand, felt that something was amiss. "Indeed, living for so long, I never imagined that such an existence could exist. Time is something that we mortals cannot touch. But the changes in my body, Lehei, did not lie." The car carrying the two father and son slowly drove away. Xinjiang sat in the car, looking at his hand, which was no longer pale, with admiration. This kind of new vitality can only be a miracle of time. "Quickly transfer the money to Lu Qiansheng, and not a penny less." The old man instructed his son to work diligently. He nodded in agreement, and the old man added, "Also, the Rong family got to know the Xiansheng earlier than us. In the future, our two families must interact more." The son nodded in agreement. "I understand." Lu Lai finally relaxed a little, tossed his coat onto the table, and sighed. "Another deal done." He turned to his subordinate and asked, "They've all left?" "Yes, Song Lao Qiansheng even asked me to convey his gratitude to you, Qiansheng," the subordinate replied, and Lu Li chuckled, flipping through the documents on the table, joking. "Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief after finishing this deal. It's good to have money." "That's right. How's the training going?" He turned to ask Zhang Zhao, but there was no reply. Hesitating for a few seconds, something seemed to stiffen his lips. Finally, he shouted with shame in his heart, "I still haven't defeated the instructor. Sorry, Xiansheng." He wasn't surprised by this answer. Not because he hadn't won, but for another reason. "This kid, every day during training, I increase his training time by 100 times. Although it's only been a short 10 days or so now," he thought to himself. "He's already been through a year's worth of torment. God knows how much hardship he's had to endure. Now his transformation is visible to the naked eye. He has completely changed compared to before." Lu Li patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Zhang Xiao, you came from the special forces. We can all see your progress. There's no need to rush, brother." He was suddenly moved by the two words brother that the Xiansheng spoke. So, the Xiansheng always considered him a brother. "Leave this side to him. Let's go see how Robert's progress is," Lu Lai turned his head and suggested, and Zhang Xiao immediately agreed. From another room came the sound of a television, with a female actress screaming loudly, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, I can't do it." On the screen was a female actress with tears streaming down her face. Robert was sitting curled up, chuckling at the movie. "Wow, this is so beautiful." After relaxing for a few minutes, Lu Lai stood behind him, smirking. "Are we disturbing you?" Zhang Xiao placed his hand on the chair and said, caught red-handed, slacking off. "Boss, when did you guys arrive?" Robert smiled sheepishly to escape blame. The two men's eyes narrowed sharply as they sternly said, "I just happened to be passing by." "Don't be nervous, Xiansheng. It seems your homework isn't done yet." Robert grinned, rubbed his nose, and patted his chest proudly. "You came at just the right time." He turned off the movie and started opening the finished product. "The chatting software you asked me to make has been upgraded. The collection of global talent data has reached 65%. The database of the global wealthy has reached 70%. I've almost infiltrated half of the global network." All for gathering this various information, Lu Lai observed all the data on the computer and nodded in satisfaction. He chuckled proudly, showing off the boss. "The only true God in this world, my great master, welcome Mr. Zhan Lin. I stayed up for several nights to design them. Recently, I've also been studying Chinese culture in depth. Lu Lai looked at the outdated interface, speechless. It's good to study in depth, but is this interface yours? Isn't it beautiful, boss? He was very happy with his achievements. Also, I've also enhanced the protection layer specifically for each member's phone. If the phone is lost, after 3 failed confirmations, all the software in it will immediately delete all data. He held up the phone and pointed it at Lula. No one in the world can intrude into the software without me detecting it. After looking at it, he praised Robert. Well done. As soon as he finished speaking, Robert immediately sat up and pressed him down on the chair, boasting, "That's right, boss, you must try this. I rewrote the search guide software. This thing will be based on your special requirements to give different results on the global network." Lu Lai hesitated, but decided to see what kind of trick it was. Okay, as long as nothing weird pops up. He tried typing the phrase "genius designer." Sure enough, the software ran extremely smoothly and displayed the results very quickly and in detail, giving results simultaneously as soon as the key was pressed. After all, I used to be a programmer, but to be honest, I absolutely can't do this level of work. Hacking Windsor is indeed different. After looking at it, he admired Robert in his heart. He casually tried searching for a little more. Suddenly, a piece of information made him stop and read attentively. It was a girl named Tan Yan Yu, who had a brain tumor and was in the final stage. In terms of academics and work, her design style and inspiration all came from national traditional culture and Tianchuan. He pointed to Robert. "See it yet? This is a designer who can express Chinese culture," Robert pouted and said, "but mine is better. I think I can make a deal with her." He smiled mysteriously, as if he had a plan. At this time, inside a private hospital, on a peaceful evening, a girl with a thin back hunched over, wearing a white scarf to cover her bald head due to chemotherapy. Liang Chen Mei Jing Nai He Qian, Shang Xin Le Shi Shui Jia Yuan, Ren Yi Lao Shi Duo Meng Nan Bian. She kept mumbling while embroidering. The smile on her lips suddenly stopped, as if something was stopping her. A man sat next to the hospital bed, and an old woman said irritably, "Hey girl, what gloomy things are you singing all day long? Are you about to die? Can't the world be peaceful?" The old woman felt sorry for Miss Jung and reminded him, "It's not easy for that girl to be alone, say less." The old man glowered and said, "Calm, doesn't care about us at all, and has a weird personality. No wonder no one comes to visit. Her whole body is now nothing more than a mobile skeleton, just skin and bones." The old woman reminded him, "Don't say that. She's also a poor child, so young and already suffering from an incurable disease. God is so unfair." The old man glowered, but decided to say nothing more. Lu Li was now preparing to make an appearance like a god. Holding a clock in his hand, everyone in the hospital was now operating very normally. Suddenly space was frozen in time, and everyone stood still. The couple who were talking a moment ago were now frozen. Lu Li stepped forward and asked, "Are you Mess Tan?" "I am Mr. Lu Qi, a time merchant. There is a club in this world that was founded for people who are immortal. I've come to invite you to join the club." He stepped forward leisurely, making an extremely generous offer. The girl was surprised to see that her remaining lifespan was only a little over 3 months displayed above her head. Immortality. A glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in her eyes, but then quickly disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Forget it." He keenly recognized her thoughts and said, "It seems you don't believe it." Tan Yan Yu shook her head and said, "I believe it, it's just that life and death are destined. Ever since I contracted this disease, I have seen through the ways of the world." She looked at her thin, withered hand with pity. "With my current condition, living is pointless." She sighed, listlessly, her gaze falling upon the unfinished embroidery. "I only wish to complete my final masterpiece before I die." Even now, her thoughts are consumed by her work. "Lu Qiang, if you can do it, you'll be helping me." She breathed a sigh of relief as she said this, as if she had no desire to continue living. Lu Lai smiled knowingly at the thought in his head. Her reaction to learning about her lifespan was completely different from others. This is a remarkable woman, and seeing her attitude towards her work confirms that I haven't misjudged her. He decided to play the softly, catchy monkey game, sacrificing a small fish to catch a big one. Alright, if life and death don't move her, then let's try a different approach. She stared blankly, not understanding. "What is it?" Seeing if this can move you, he took out the watch to activate it. A beam of light radiated out, blurring her vision, reigniting the flame of hope. He activated the cellular locator within her brain cells to decelerate 50 times. She suddenly felt something rapidly changing within her body. He smiled and continued to unleash his power. The light illuminated the entire room, making the entire hospital glow. She panted, feeling as if her body had just undergone a rapid transformation. He smiled and said, "I hope you accept this small introductory gift." She didn't understand why her body suddenly felt unusually healthy. What is this feeling? She realized that something she had lost long ago had returned. Her hair. She trembled, unable to believe it. and touched her head. He smiled smugly, knowing he had convinced her this time. When she removed the headscarf, her hair from the old days had returned. No need to be polite. He was pleased with her reaction, because he had grasped the answer. She suddenly burst into tears as she saw her familiar hair again. My hair is back. Am I dreaming? Please don't let it be a dream. She clenched her lips, hoping everything was real. At this moment, Lu Li began to provoke her talent. Tang Xiaoji, you have a talent for design. I believe only someone as beautiful as you can give a work soul. She blurted out the pain in her heart that had been there for so long. I used to try my best for my career, but since I got sick, my appearance has become neither human nor ghost. Everything around me has changed. He said nothing. Listening in silence as a sign of respect for her, she continued to sob, saying, I even hope that my condition will worsen quickly. That way, people will only remember my beautiful appearance. Thank you, Lu Xiansheng. She kowtowed, repeatedly bowing to him countless times. If that's the case, she's reconsidering. He continued to dangle the bait, and sure enough, the fish took the bait. The girl agreed, without hesitation. Xiansheng, I agree. Please allow me to join your longevity club. Tan Yu quickly retreated to Lu Li's mansion to start a new life. She has a private place to work, and her employee code is 3. She has an ISP personality. Thinking is different from ordinary people, excellent talent, and can improve their potential. Now she is currently also required to improve the main projects to serve the club. The club's current planning direction will focus on the image later. In short, this is an extremely difficult problem, but it falls into her hands in the blink of an eye. After finishing the work, she stood up and handed it to Lu Xiansheng. This is the latest app interface I just designed. Please take a look. So fast. He was a little surprised by her working speed. Very good, you adapt quickly. She bowed her head, thanking Mr. Lu. This is what I wanted. Lu Li was satisfied, not forgetting to sneer at Robert. What do you think, Robert? Of course, pouted in annoyance. As soon as Bang Hao heard the call, he dashed out like lightning. Yes, I'm here. He was still in his practice clothes, looking disheveled. Lu Li handed him the new interface and assigned the task. Take this phone to the Song family like last time. Yes, sir. And just like that, the club currently has 2 official members. The 2 are in charge of different areas and serve as 2 major members. To prevent any fighting or arguing, you'll smile, shake hands, and flash a radiant smile. I wonder how fiercely these 2 famous families will compete for points. This will be a very interesting battle that Lu Li is looking forward to. Just thinking about it is exciting. At this moment, his phone displayed a notification. The system reminded that member number 130 was logging into the group. One by one, the numbers in the group continuously sent messages. Number 129 messaged, "Welcome to the group." Number 99 messaged, "Recently, it seems the chairman has been intensifying the replacement of new blood." The time between the admission of 2 members wasn't long, one after the other joining the group. Number 98 continued messaging. Perhaps after many years, the chairman wants to return to the world. Number 65 asked, puzzled, "Hey, isn't this too high profile?" Just like that, the group messages began to explode. A bunch of people came in and messaged continuously. Number 115 said with a laugh, "The task of guiding new members is about to be announced. Everyone get ready." He clicked his tongue. That kid Robert, he was still hesitant about what task to assign to the Song family that would be suitable. An unexpected phone call suddenly startled him a bit. The caller's name was Liu Yang. It must have been quite a while since he resigned from that affair. A very long time since he called him again. Why would he call me? A premonition in his heart made him uneasy, but he still answered the phone. Hello. The voice on the other end of the line was very quiet, even though he was standing outside. Brother Lakey, it's me, it's Liu Yang. Brother, long time no see. What brings you to call me? Lu Li asked tentatively. He asked softly, Brother Lai, have you offended anyone? He frowned slightly, didn't react, and continued to listen to the other party in silence. Liu Yang continued to ask, before, you left without saying anything. I even thought you won the lottery and struck it rich, but today someone suddenly came to inquire about your information, and this person doesn't look like the average person. They were holding your picture asking all the colleagues. And furthermore, I don't know what tricks they used to get your information from HR, Liu Yang hastily told him, not forgetting to carefully instruct, Brother Lai, you helped me a lot before, so this time I secretly called you. Brother Likely, think about who you've offended. Those people are extremely fierce, Brother Likely. You have to be careful, he said, in an extremely flustered tone, walking down the subway, instructing a few more words. Moreover, have you done anything illegal? Brothers can only help you this far. Lu Lai, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Recently, I've been doing some small business, but it's all legal. You can rest assured about that, don't worry. I really didn't expect this. He smiled, as if everything that happened wasn't too sudden. Liu Yang instructed a few last words. In short, Brother Lai, you have to pay attention to your safety these days. He nodded in agreement. I understand. Don't worry, I'll be more careful. After hanging up, The look on his face immediately turned serious. Before, I was always doing business with the heads of families, and moreover doing business willingly. Could it be them? But with the binding of the contract, the Song and Rong families probably don't have the guts. He then continued to think, finally remembering one person. That's right, that washed-up female celebrity. He clicked his tongue in his head. Looks like I was negligent. That's the easiest information to get about me from before. Robert, I have a task for you, Robert turned and asked. What's up, boss? Some small fries are investigating my information, Robert asked in surprise. There's someone that bold. Well, it's all good. Let's take this chance to test our Sky Eye system, he said with a pleased smile. At this moment, in a large corporation in the same city as him, a secretary handed a stack of documents to his boss, Master Song. These are the documents you requested. Master Song even told me. The girl beside him said unhappily. He glanced at her and asked, Told you what? Told you not to even think about revenge. No matter who's backing you, they can't help you. The girl, her face covered in scars, said irritably. He picked up Luli's background information that had been investigated, clicking his tongue, sucking up to someone with no background at all. Master Song is really senile, he said annoyedly. Everyone in the circle knows that you brought me up. They're not looking down on me. They're clearly disrespecting you. Gaining momentum, she launched an attack. He nodded. All right, this matter involves the Song family, so we must be cautious. After speaking, he threw the stack of documents onto the table like a pile of trash. You guys go investigate his relationship with the Song family more thoroughly. I want all accurate information. He immediately ordered his subordinates to hurry. That Lu guy? I'll definitely make you pay, she thought bitterly. What they didn't know was that Robert had hacked into their room's camera long ago and saw their entire scheme. On the monitor was footage of the three people in the room talking. Investigate carefully, investigate, until you have a complete grasp, before making a winning move. Don't worry, I will definitely help you vent your anger. A voice was added in the machine. Brother Zhao, you're still the most capable. But they didn't know that Lu Lai was monitoring on the other side of the screen. He sternly called out to Zhao Manzihi. Lu Lai scoffed. Why can't you ever learn to behave, boss? I've tracked down the fatso's information. Another voice spoke from nearby. Lu Lai. It was Robert Tanfan Morris. Lu Lai turned and said, Oh, understanding. Robert continued. Moreover, this guy can also be considered a fat fish. Lu Lai left his spot and went to Robert's seat to look. Looks like this is the person behind Zhao Manzihi. What else is there? Zhao Han Zhang, from the capital, ranks second in the family. Northern Enterprise Group under us. Zhao Han Yang is an investment development and real estate planning company. His real estate business is distributed throughout the country. He's someone who owns countless assets. Moreover, he doesn't just have one lover. Although he's Zhao Manzihi's sugar daddy, there are also many other stars who have had rumors with him. Robert naturally asked Lu Lai curiously. Wait, with so many lovers he must have a headache, right? Lu Lai tried to suppress his anger and said, Stop watching dramas with your brain. Robert continued to investigate the information. Boss, look quickly, this fat guy really isn't a good thing. Seeing Robert's serious expression, Lu Lai leaned closer to the screen. What's wrong? Zhu Han Yang is a well-known debt dodger in the real estate industry. Skipping debts is commonplace. Countless creditors come to demand payment but can't get it. His son is Zhao Peng, drunk driving and causing an accident, and even attacked the police. When construction started, Northern Enterprise forcibly relocated residents, burying an old couple alive. Also, a female student from Tsinghua Film Academy said she was threatened by Zhu Han Yang, and because she refused to sleep with him, she was blacklisted. Robert stared at the screen in shock. That's quite something. These are just the tip of the iceberg. This information has all been deleted from all normal information networks. Lu Lai snorted lightly. A vicious-hearted guy. Reading on is all information showing that he's not a good person. I won't look anymore. Lu Lai turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him. You continue to monitor them? Report to me immediately if there's any problem. Robert replied. Lu Lai walked and calculated in his head. Zhu Han Yang. Let me see what you're really made of. He continued walking down the street. This kind of harmful person is still freely wandering outside, which shows the power behind him. Lu Li had left his office, still contemplating the difficulty of dealing with that fatty. Lu Li arrived at a large training room, where two members were sparring. Bang Hao was kicked but didn't give up. He gritted his teeth and pressed on. It's not over yet, he thought to himself. If I can just take down the instructor, I'll be recognized. Zhang Xiao stood tall directly opposite Bang Hao, waiting for him to charge. Bang Hao, who was charging straight ahead, suddenly swerved to the side, catching Zhang Xiao by surprise. Bang Hao stopped to the side, building momentum and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Zhang Xiao was a little surprised, thinking, this kid is faster now. Zhang Xiao's eyes widened in shock. And smarter. But as Bang Hao advanced, Zhang Xiao was one step ahead, using his head to strike Bang Hao's chest, thinking, He's a talent. Zhang Hao looked up and felt a hand touch the back of his neck, realizing it was Bang Hao's hand, reaching quickly to grab his neck. As Bang Hao fell, he pulled Zhang Zhao's neck down forcefully, catching the instructor off guard. Bang Hao also kicked Zhang Zhao hard, knocking Zhang Zhao backward, shouting joyfully, "Ha ha, I won!" Before falling to the ground, Zhang Zhao quickly braced himself with his hand. He used his strength to jump up and stand firm. Bang Hao looked at him in surprise. "Damn it, I failed again." Zhang Zhao looked at Bang Hao with a sidelong glance. "Very creative, but next time, if you have another opportunity like this." Zhang Zhao's face turned even colder. "You must immediately add another strike to ensure your opponent can't get up." Bang Hao sat down, panting, thinking, "That was dangerous." Outwardly, he replied, "Understood, instructor." Suddenly, applause came from somewhere. Lu Lai adjusted his glasses and squinted with a meaningful smile. "It seems Instructor Zhang Zhao has a way of reforming you." Bang Hao was surprised. Mr. Lu Lai slowly walked in. "I'm very sorry to interrupt you two," Zhang Zhao replied. "It's nothing, Mr. Lu. What can I do for you?" Lu Li smiled lightly. "Actually, I want to ask for a leave of absence for Bang Hao." Bang Hao looked at Lu Lai in surprise. Huh. A moment later, at Lu Li's villa, Bang Hao chugged a bottle of water because he was thirsty. Lu Lai spoke. "You're improving rapidly." Hearing this, Bang Hao could only slump down in disappointment. "But I still lost. The instructor is just too strong." Lu Lai called out, "Bang Hao!" Bang Hao looked at Lu Lai in confusion, only to see Lu Li's back facing him. Lu Li said, "I have a mission for you." Bang Hao frowned in acceptance. "Please give me your orders." Lu Li glanced at Bang Hao with a sharp look. Lu Li's face turned cold as he gave the order. "I want you to kill someone." Hearing that he had to kill someone, Bang Hao broke out in a cold sweat. He opened his eyes in astonishment, unable to believe his ears. In the vast space, one person sat in silent contemplation, while the other calmly awaited an answer. Lu Lai looked down with a serious expression, as Bang Hao anxiously asked again, "Kill someone." Lu Lai replied with his eyes closed. "I'll go with you this time, you don't need to worry." He glanced at Bang Hao, Lu Li's gaze settling on Bang Hao's hand. He called out loudly, "Bang Hao!" Bang Hao's face couldn't hide his fear. "Yes, I understand, sir." Receiving the answer he wanted to hear, Lu Lai responded, leaving behind the words, "I'll head back first." Zhang Zhao thought in astonishment, what's with this killing intent? As someone who had trained Bang Hao, he watched the man's resolute back, praying silently. "No matter what you want to do, I hope you can keep your original heart and stick to the limit, Bang Hao." A moment later, the shower was turned on full blast, the water pouring down forcefully. In the bathroom, Bang Hao leaned both hands against the wall, letting the water crash down on him. Bang Hao pondered under the cascading water. "Damn it, Bang Hao, you should have prepared yourself mentally a long time ago. Wasn't this kind of training precisely for this day?" he murmured. "I can live healthily, it's all thanks to Sir's reward." Bang Hao said to himself, "I am Sir's blade." He clenched his fist, raised it high, and resolved silently, "Whichever direction he points, I will kill in that direction." A look of certainty appeared in Bang Hao's eyes. "This is my mission." He closed his eyes. "It's also my life." After washing himself, Bang Hao wrapped a towel around his waist and stepped out of the bathroom. He lowered himself and reached under the bed. From inside, Bang Hao pulled out a very large black bag. He rummaged through the bag and pulled out a knife, his eyes looking to the side. He looked up at the family photo placed on the wooden table and said softly, "Don't worry." Bang Hao raised the knife high and looked at it. "I will live very well." The sky had turned dark at the Eternal Life Club's villa. Inside a certain room, Lu Lai was sitting in a swivel chair, with the bright moonlight behind him, shining light into the room through the glass door. A familiar voice caused Lu Li to open his eyes slightly. "Sir." Bang Hao strode in powerfully. "I've arrived." Lu Lai smiled with satisfaction. "Very good, you look to be in good shape," Bang Hao replied. "Yes, sir," Bang Hao answered decisively. "Perfectly fine." In the full moon night, inside the Eternal Life Club, Lu Lai's familiar voice rang out. "This is your first mission." He gently stirred the coffee in his cup. "I will increase your time by 100 times. Even if they are monitoring you, they can't do anything." Raising the coffee cup near his mouth, Lu Li subtly reminded him. "Among Zhu Hanyang's bodyguards, 2 are his confidants, who have been with him since he was a gangster." Lu Lai narrowed his eyes, not wanting him to say more. Bang Hao nodded in response. "I understand, sir." He gritted his teeth. "Those listed in the documents, leave no one alive." Lu Li said, "There are 2 streets around Zhao Hanyang's villa. After you're done, come back here to see me." Bang Hao frowned and said with a determined voice, "Sir, he's already a dead man." Lu Lai smiled contentedly. "Very good. Start the clock, increase the time by 100 times, then let's begin." Time seemed to freeze. Bang Hao was horrified. In the bustling city, the sky turned white and the moon became larger. On the long road, where the concept of time seemed non-existent, a figure rushed like the wind. Lu Li looked up at the mystical scenery. The moon is truly beautiful tonight, Zhao Hanyang. Luli smiled mockingly. It's a pity, you won't get to see it again. At Hanyang's luxurious villa, outside in the yard, two guards were smoking and laughing with each other. What an idiot, don't even mention it, I was totally played. The other one, enduring the cold, took a puff of his cigarette. Why were you in such a hurry at first? You deserved it. The one being teased, annoyed, retorted, go to hell. Suddenly he felt something flash past. He immediately turned to his teammate and tilted his head to ask, "What's wrong?" He replied with some doubt, "Nothing, probably just the wind." But this feeling, he was strangely vigilant. "Don't be so tense." The old man inside even increased the number of patrol dogs. "Their noses are sharper than yours." He smiled faintly. "Those cute little puppies? I'd rather check the security cameras." "Don't underestimate those beasts." "Did you forget about the guy who was messing around with the madam before? I heard he's in the dog kennels." What the two guards were mentioning was gnawing on meat. The guard used to say that people who ended up there were fed alive to the dogs. "That beast is fierce." The dog seemed to sense something and stopped gnawing on the meat, jumping up abruptly. It growled fiercely. A figure suddenly appeared and pinned the dog to the ground. Bang Hao strangled the dog. He gritted his teeth. "Shut up!" Bang Hao slashed straight across the dog's neck. The dog's blood splattered on the roof of the kennel. The dog died before it could even gasp. After dealing with the dog, Bang Hao immediately ran to find his second target. He thought to himself, the Sir's time acceleration is truly magical, killing people in an instant. He smirked. Easy as pie. Inside the villa, a guard standing on the stairs called down, "Hey Zhang, got any cigarettes left? Toss me a pack." The other one looked at, The other one tossed him a pack, annoyed. "Only half a pack left, don't smoke it all at once." The other one suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, the boss is rushing us about that school thing again. If we can't get those female students willingly, force them." Suddenly, the person on the stairs' face changed. He looked horrified, as if he'd seen a ghost, and didn't even catch the pack of cigarettes thrown to him. The other one shouted, confused, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you listening to me?" Bang Hao appeared outside the door. He whispered, "Found him." The first one, the guy on the stairs, screamed in terror, "Bro Zhang, it's a ghost." Before the guy could figure out what was happening, Bang Hao appeared behind him and slashed across the back of his neck. The guy fell to the ground in fear. "Oh, mother!" Bang Hao frowned. The second one. The guy burst into tears. "Save me!" Bang Hao appeared over the guy, holding a knife to his neck. Bang Hao laughed maniacally. "Shh! It'll be over soon." He stabbed the knife straight down into the guy's neck. Blood dripped down the silent hallway. Bang Hao opened the door to the room where Han Yang was still snoring away. The hallway light shone directly on Han Yang, but he was wearing an eye mask, so he didn't realize that the Grim Reaper had come for him, and he continued to sleep soundly with Manchi. Bang Hao's face was covered in the blood of the guards. He looked solemnly at Han Yang, the last one. In the sky outside Han Yang's villa, it was white, and time was still frozen. Bang Hao was wearing gloves on his hands carefully. He meticulously checked the documents inside the wooden box. Han Yang lay motionless on the bed, his neck covered in blood. Manchi couldn't escape her predetermined death either. Blood soaked the bedsheets, her hand hanging limply off the side of the bed. Bang Hao gazed thoughtfully at the photo in his hand. It was a photo of a naked girl, trembling as she clutched a blanket to cover her body. Bang Hao gritted his teeth in anger. How many photos like this did this beast take? He shoved the photos into his bag. Well, it can all end now. Bang Hao slung the bag over his shoulder and muttered, "Letting you die so easily is too good for you. Next time, I'll definitely take good care of you." Bang Hao turned towards the door, turning back to say before he left, "Then, I'll see you in hell." At the Chengsheng Club building, a half-finished cup of coffee sat quietly on the table. Lu Li was silent and didn't say anything. Bang Hao, carrying the bag, rustled back. After completing the task, he threw the black bag heavily on the table. Bang Hao reported, "Sir, the mission is complete." Tension appeared on Bang Hao's face. "All of your data has been retrieved. There are many photos of the blackmail target. Everything that could be found is here." Lu Li smiled with satisfaction. "Well done. How did it feel, seeing blood for the first time?" Bang Hao tried to hide his true feelings. "I'm fine, sir." But his trembling hands completely betrayed him. Lu Li narrowed his eyes, thinking, it seems he still needs some time to adjust. Lu Li comforted Bang Hao. "Actually, you don't need to put so much pressure on yourself." He was startled when he heard him speak. Lu Li said sternly, "Those people who do evil and still live carefree lives out there, this kind of ending is only natural." He reached out and touched the handle of the cup. "Moreover, from a certain point of view, the death of this kind of scum—" Lu Li brought the coffee cup to his mouth. He said seriously, "It's not necessarily a bad thing. Do you understand what I mean?" The black bag remained still on the table. Peng Hao paused, looking at Lu Li. He stood up and patted Peng Hao on the shoulder. "Don't think about it anymore. Go back and rest for a few days." Lu Li walked past and smiled at Peng Hao. He smiled lightly. "I will give you a corresponding reward." Peng Hao was stunned. He looked down at the black bag on the table. Sir, I think I understand. Peng Hao thought. That guy died, he pondered. For those who were played by him, perhaps it's not a bad thing. After being enlightened, Peng Hao followed behind Lu Li, carrying the black bag. The next day, at the Changsheng Club, in the training room, Zhang Xiao punched the sandbag hard. He was surprised to hear a familiar call. Brother Zhang. Peng Hao crossed his arms confidently. I want to fight you. Zhang Xiao wiped the sweat from his face and replied sarcastically. I thought you would need to rest for a few more days. What? You want to go get your bones reset so soon? Peng Hao sneered. Bones can grow back, but a helping hand is hard to find again. Zhang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I won't hold back. Peng Hao provocatively looked at Zhang Xiao. Come on. In the training room, the noisy sounds of training echoed throughout the space. Zhang Xiao was hit by Peng Hao and flew backwards, exclaiming, Oog, eh? Zhang Xiao thought to himself in surprise. Why is this kid Peng Hao suddenly so strong? His eyes are also more determined, and his attacks are more fierce. The obstacle that was hindering him has finally been resolved. A moment later, the two sat down to chat. Zhang Xiao said, Very good. I acknowledge you this time, so we'll do as we said. I'll treat you to my Zhangcam tonight. Peng Hao laughed slyly. He, Zhang Xiao continued. I've never seen anyone improve so quickly. In his heart he thought. Is your speed of improvement so fast because of Mr. Lu? Peng Hao replied. No, it's just that I've been training more. Zhang Xiao thought with a probing look. It seems he's experienced that already. Zhang Xiao spoke for the first time. How does it feel? Peng Hao immediately panicked. Zhang Xiao glanced at Peng Hao and suddenly said, Brother Zhang, some things, it's still better not to ask too much. Zhang Xiao blankly said, I was just asking how it felt to defeat a trainer for the first time. Look at you pretending. Or should we go again? Alright, I'll do my best this time too. Nonsense. This time, I'll reclaim my turf. The next day, at Han Yang's mansion, her peachy butt swayed with each graceful step. Han Yang's secretary, holding a stack of documents, frowned and said, That vixen Zhao Manzihi is still clinging to Chief Zhao and hasn't arrived yet. Why doesn't she just die already? She stomped her foot in annoyance. Where's security? This is the last straw. The secretary pushed open the door to Han Yang's mansion slightly. Chief Zhao, it's getting late. Are you awake yet? She stepped into the hallway, looking around. Chief Zihu, I have documents that need your signature. Chief Zihu. The secretary walked down the hallway of the mansion. That's strange, he's still not up. Where's security? Suddenly, she froze, shocked by what was in front of her. In front of the secretary was a foot sticking out from a hidden corner. Ah. What's going on? She rushed over to the spot. Hey, are you okay? What greeted her was the lifeless body of Han Yang's security guard, sprawled on the ground, blood splattered all over the walls. The secretary fell back in fright, dropping the documents in her hand. She exclaimed in horror, Murder! Murder! The secretary's voice echoed throughout the mansion. But sadly, there was no one alive to respond. It's murder. A while later, the police arrived, one after another, at Han Yang's mansion, one of them raising a camera to photograph the scene. Looking at Han Yang's body on the bed, the forensic doctor analyzed, cutthroat, then turned to look at Manzihi's body next to him. The forensic doctor said, One hit kill. Another police officer added, The dogs and security outside died the same way. The perpetrator is very professional. The police officer wearing glasses took off his gloves. Furthermore, initial findings indicate that the time of death for the 4 people and 1 dog are all the same. Hearing this, the police chief asked in surprise. Wait, what did you say? He stuttered in disbelief. The same time. Impossible. The police chief's face paled, and sweat poured down the middle-aged man's face. Within the scene, several hundred meters, even doing nothing, just running around once would take more than a minute. Could this be a group crime? He turned to ask his subordinate, Xiao Zhang, What about the Gain family? Have you found anything? The subordinate replied, Chief, the Gain family has already been taken away by the Zhou family. The police chief was stunned, then horrified. The Zihao family. The police chief's expression changed. Looks like this is no longer a case that we can get involved in. Helpless, the police chief turned and walked out of the room, securing the crime scene. I have to go ask for permission. In Robert's office, he said doubtfully, Boss, Zhu Han Yang's people took the camera away. We will be. Lulai wasn't afraid at all and focused on the work at hand. He reassured him. Don't worry, Zhao Hanyang has done so many bad things and has many enemies in the business world, let alone. Luli smiled triumphantly. We also have an ally on our side. Receiving a firm answer from Lulai, Robert's hands tapped on the computer keyboard non-stop. Understood. I'll activate their mobile devices. At the Wrong family villa, surrounded by many trees, an emergency meeting was still in progress. Yi Yun's voice rang out. I remember a few days ago, did Lu Shansheng attend the Song family wedding with Zi Quan? One of the people there spoke up and answered, That's right, Lu Xiansheng's girlfriend accidentally spilled wine on Zhao Manjihe. That Zhao Manjihe was a bit pushy, and in the end, the Song family stepped in. You remained silent, he smiled tiredly, his glasses slipping down his nose. HMPH, Zhao Manjihe isn't the generous type. The black-haired man with glasses seemed to realize something and replied, in that case, this matter is related to Lu Xiansheng. At that time, Lu Xiansheng had no intention of settling scores with Zhao Manjihe. It seems Zhao Manjihe hasn't given up, and is clinging to Zhao Hanyang to investigate Lu Xiansheng. That ignorant fool! Does she really think we have no way to obtain Lu Xiansheng's information? It's only because he wants to conceal his identity that he's disguised himself. However, no matter how this develops now, we absolutely cannot allow Lu Xiansheng to be easily exposed to the public. If Lu Xiansheng's power is discovered by other families, then our glory will surely be destroyed. That's right. The cooperation agreement with Lu Xiansheng has made our family stronger. We absolutely cannot let outsiders know. Zhao Hanyang's death is no loss. We must proactively help Lu Xiansheng suppress this matter. We must also proactively help him conceal his information in this era. Yes. Ah, Master. Did you see that? Even if I don't do anything, they will proactively fill in the information gaps for me, for their own benefit. We only need to guard the rear, and others will reap the benefits. At a luxurious villa, there are 2 black supercars parked outside the door. Outside a room there are several bodyguards standing guard. A loud voice rang out, "Why are you so slow?" Hanjiang poured tea into a small cup and said, "Go on." He raised the teacup to his mouth. "My younger brother's death." He glanced over, questioning, "How far has the investigation gone?" The blond man nodded politely and replied, "Chairman Zhao, we brought the surveillance footage from the villa, but don't hem and haw. Say it quickly." The blond man stood up. He pressed a control button. "This is a bit strange. Please see for yourself." The TV screen mounted on the wall emitted a buzzing sound. The screen replayed the footage in the dog kennel. The blond man said, "Please pay attention." Just a second later, the dog was knocked away and then killed. The teacup in Hanjiang's hand fell onto the table with a thud. The water in the cup splashed everywhere. He exclaimed in shock, "How did that dog die?" The blond man glanced over and replied, "Everyone and every dog at the villa that day died suddenly like that. But we didn't see the murderer at all." He pressed another button on the remote control. But when we slowed it down 10 times, Hanjiang stood up in shock. In the screen, a blur appeared and killed the dog. Hanjiang was horrified. What is this?" The blond man narrowed his eyes and said, "Slowing down 10 times is already the limit of the equipment, but this person's speed is at such an unbelievable level," he concluded. "The assassin who killed Executive Zhu Hao is an existence from another dimension." Hanjiang was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Hanjiang's face changed, he thought. Who exactly did Hanyang offend? Hanjiang glanced at Hanyang's secretary and asked, "Hey, who has my younger brother offended recently? You must know, right?" The woman avoided eye contact, stammering, "Actually, the reason for this isn't from Boss Zhao, but from Zhao Manjihe, Boss Zhao's mistress." Hanjiang was so angry he trembled. He gnashed his teeth. "A beauty brings disaster, I warned him already," he said sternly. "Tell me the details of this matter." Outside the villa, the surroundings were guarded by countless bodyguards. After hearing Hanyang's secretary recount everything in detail, Hanjiang stood up abruptly. "What did you say? You mean Song Laoye, even when sick, has to show his face for that ordinary young man?" The secretary flinched back at Hanjiang's outburst. "Yes, that's right." He also said, "Don't even think about revenge, otherwise the consequences are more than what Zhao Manjihe can handle." Hanjiang's pupils revealed a bloodthirsty glint. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "The person that Song Laoye has taken a fancy to, if she wants to die, so be it, but she's dragging my younger brother down with her." Hanjiang suddenly calmed down and pondered. "Wait a minute, Song Shixiong, an old man on his deathbed, what kind of person is he to protect him like this?" Hanjiang turned to the secretary and asked, "Did that kid also attend the wedding with the Rong family people?" He looked at her and said, "That kid also has connections with the Rong family." Under Hanjiang's gaze, the secretary hesitated. Well, the secretary continued, "Well, that kid suddenly jumped out. Before Boss Zhu's incident, we had never heard of him." A blond man holding a tablet walked over. "Chairman Zhao, I've found some information online." Hanjiang was surprised. "Huh?" The blond man handed the tablet to Hanjiang. "Recently, the Rong family and the Song family have started to associate with each other. Several young masters of the Rong family have also returned from abroad to take over some matters." Hanjiang looked at the tablet to read the news. "This is a bit strange," he wondered. "How old is the Rong family's old man this year?" The blond man replied, 96 years old. There was news about Lin Hui's illness before, but nothing has been heard since." Looking at the picture of the 2 healthy old men on the tablet, Hanjiang said, "They don't look like they're about to kick the bucket." But as he said this, He seemed to realize something. Han Jiang stared at the picture, thinking, a sudden improvement in health, and unable to die no matter what. Someone you can make them protect with all their might. Can we even touch? This matter stops here. No one is allowed to continue investigating. Chairman Zhu. What are you saying? Am I not making myself clear enough? Every word spoken in this room today is not allowed to be spread outside, or else, well, absolutely no mercy. A person who can drive two great families crazy like that is not someone our family can provoke right now. Before finding a way to deal with that person, the Zihao family has to pretend that nothing ever happened. Now, we can only pray that the Song and Rong families don't continue to pursue the matter and affect the family in the capital. Han Yang, you have to endure a little longer. Robert sat in front of the computer screen, munching on popcorn. He listened to the conversation from the large screen. We have to help Lu Jiansheng suppress this matter. Every word spoken in this room today. Chairman Zhao, what are you saying? Robert laughed loudly. Good boy, he really guessed right. He narrowed his eyes. Before the power of an unknown force, even the most powerful person will be afraid for a moment. Robert took another bite of his potato chips, smiling smugly. Following Lu Jiansheng is really too much better than those fools. A loud sound came from the computer. This feeling is so refreshing. Robert's eyes widened in surprise. Level 10. He quickly left the large monitoring screen to the computer at the opposite desk. A level 10 talent. Oh my god. Robert's hands typed frantically, checking for the existence of a high-level talent with suitable conditions near mouth. Robert questioned. Is this real? The mechanical voice from the computer continued. Preliminary assessment is level 10. Is there a mistake? Robert was horrified by the information on the small screen. Oh my god, I've found a treasure. The screen displayed the information of an old man wearing glasses with completely gray hair. Full name, Kang Zhao Rui. Age, 102 years old. Specialized field, biology, virology, immunology. Nationality, Tian Chao. Current status, dying. Located at Rui Jin Mado Hospital, a branch of Mado Jiaotong University Hospital. Robert's eyes widened. Another character appearing in textbooks. Inside the Chengsheng Club's villa, Robert's voice echoed through the space. Boss, we've found a treasure. Lu Li sat cross-legged on the sofa, looking at the tablet and stroking his chin. Kang Zhao Rui, it's him. Judging by my intuition, he seems to be an extremely formidable and talented person. Robert put his hands in his pockets. The talent resource library has already detected him. It can't be wrong, Lu Li pondered. Back then, Elder Kang abandoned the living conditions abroad to return to the country, dedicating his life to scientific research in biology. With Elder Kang's contributions in biology, virology, and immunology, half of the students majoring in related fields nationwide are his students. Lu Li smiled with interest. This person is extremely amazing, he said sternly. Prepare all the materials. I must personally visit Elder Kang, Robert responded in a military style. Yes, sir. Bing Hao received the order and shouted loudly, Sir! A luxurious black car stopped in front of the hospital. Inside the hospital lobby, people were coming and going. A familiar voice rang out. Hello, nurse. May I ask, where is teacher Kang Zhao Rui located? The nurse asked doubtfully. Ah, are you also a student of teacher Kang? The nurse secretly sized up the young man in front of her. Too young. The nurse pointed in a direction and said, There. Your friends were there the day before yesterday. Lu Li followed the direction she pointed and politely replied, Oh, thank you. The girl spoke up. Sorry for making you come all this way for nothing, the leading man politely replied. Not at all. Teacher Kang's matters are our matters. Please let us know if you need any help. The group of people turned to leave. Well then, when we come to visit teacher, no need to see us off. The girl waved. Goodbye. Take care. Fang Fang turned her head back. She looked at Lu Li with suspicion and said, Are you also here to visit my grandpa? The girl thought. How long has this person been here? Lu Li, suddenly being called out, was startled. Huh. Fang Fang said apologetically. I'm sorry, the doctor said Grandpa's condition is not suitable for visitors. Now, Lu Li blinked and scratched his head. Okay, I understand, I won't go in. He looked through the glass window of Kang Rui's hospital room. I'll just watch him from here. Looking at him lying motionless on the hospital bed, Lu Li used his abilities. Information appeared on his body. Full name, Kang Zhao Rui. Age, 102 years old. Remaining lifespan, 1 day, 2 hours, 12 minutes, 39 seconds. Lu Li thought to himself, such a great person shouldn't have this ending, whether it's from a personal or collective perspective. I want him to continue living. He looked up at the bright moonlight and pondered, but didn't know what he thought. The clock struck 3:04 a.m. Zhao Rui, who had been sleeping peacefully, opened his eyes slightly the next second. Zhao Rui looked at the person who fell asleep by the hospital bed and softly called, Fang Fang. Looking at his granddaughter who was tired and fell asleep for his sake, Zhao Rui said quietly, Fang Fang, my time is almost up. The person I'm most worried about now is you. He used his last bit of strength to raise his hand and stroke Fang Fang's head. You and those students are the greatest pride of my life. Zhao Rui spoke with regret, but he still hoped to see his grandson get married and start a family. His eyes were already teary. It's just a pity he didn't have much time left. A youthful voice rang in Zhao Rui's ears, startling him. Teacher Tang, Lu Lai appeared by the window and said, "These words of yours can wait until Miss Kong wakes up to say. Because according to me, your time," he scoffed, "is still plenty." Zhao Rui cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Lu Lai nodded, smiling faintly. Inside the space is time completely separate from the outside. After hearing Lu Li's introduction, Zhao Rui was surprised. A merchant of time. Does this kind of existence really exist in this world? Lu Lai adjusted his glasses, a smirk playing on his lips. The Longevity Club is created for those who are immortal, with 3 major principles: protecting the earth, developing science and technology, and realizing the evolution of the human body. And you, teacher, Lu Lai looked towards Zhao Rui, are the most advanced level 10 talent that the talent pool has discovered on earth. So, at the last moment of your life, I want to invite you. On Zhao Rui's aged face, worry was evident as he listened to Lu Li speak. Join my Longevity Club and extend your glory. Zhao Rui remained silent, not answering. After a moment he nodded in response. I can join, Zhao Rui continued. But I have one condition. He used his trembling body, but his words carried firmness. That is to never ask me to do anything that betrays the country and the people, otherwise I would rather die. I thought it was some difficult condition. After hearing this, Lu Li smiled triumphantly. Then I thank you here, teacher. I agree to all your requests. In the dark hospital corridor, the thoughts rushing back into my mind all say that good people don't live long. Golden light shone out from Zhao Shi's hospital room. A disaster lasting 1,000 years. Lu Lai used his powers on Zhao Rui. And I, he smirked smugly, will never believe in fate. Sweat poured down from Zhao Rui's face, he suddenly thought. This feeling is like a surge of power being pumped into my body. Lu Li spoke, breaking the silence. I will temporarily restore your body to the state of a 99-year-old, but with your status, if you were to walk around normally at this time, I'm afraid it would cause a lot of suspicion. Zhao Rui fell into contemplation. He sat up straight and said, I understand. I will quickly arrange my affairs, Zhao Rui said with a determined voice, and then joined the Longevity Club with a new identity. Lu Lai smiled with satisfaction. Worthy of being Teacher Tang. Lu Lai turned to leave. You are a wise man, teacher. At that time, I will personally come to pick you up. Then, this junior will take his leave. Zhao Rui suddenly called out. Wait, he said seriously. Don't forget what you promised me. Lu Li replied. Teacher Tang is too worried. He turned his face and said, I am Chinese. With just one sentence, he dispelled Zhao Rui's doubts. The next morning, at Jiaotong Hospital, Fang Fang gradually woke up after a sleep. Grandpa, Zhuo Rui called out. Fang, you're awake, the girl exclaimed in surprise. Ah. Fang Fang looked at Zhuo Rui standing by the window, surprised. Grandpa. Fang excitedly jumped up. Are you feeling better? She ran over and hugged Zhuo Rui tightly. That's great, Grandpa. We were so worried about you. Zhuo Rui gently stroked Fang Fang's head. I just wanted to see the dawn a little longer. The girl's eyes widened at Zhuo Rui's words. Fang, my time is running out. Fang Fang's eyes welled up with tears. That's impossible. Grandpa was clearly getting much better. Zhuo Rui smiled, his eyes crinkling. Fang paused, noticing that expression. The girl's eyes widened as she thought, could it be? Looking at Zhuo Rui in front of her, Fang suddenly had an unscientific thought. Hui Yang, the same room, but several hours later. Inside the hospital room, Zhuo Rui was now surrounded by many of his descendants. Zhuo Rui. A worried female voice cut through the air. Ah, Zhuo Rui said, closing his eyes and instructing, a small portion of the assets will go to you children, and the rest will be donated to the Scientific Research Fund, Zhuo Rui said. The younger ones, like Fang, are the future hope of our family. Never judge their abilities by their age. Fang burst into tears, trembling. Grandpa. His son suddenly knelt on both knees next to Zhuo Rui's bed. Father isn't that bad yet. Father won't die. My project is saved, Zhuo Rui shouted. How dare you? Your project isn't complete. If you dare to do something against your conscience, I'll haunt you as a ghost. The son was stunned, tears streaming down his face. I can't bear to leave you. A gentle hand was placed on the son's head. Zhuo Rui spoke soothingly. Bo Yuan, your father dedicated his whole life to the country and didn't pay enough attention to you children. I'm sorry. The other children were already sobbing. Zhuo Rui continued. You are all students and children I am proud of. The most precious asset I leave to the country. He leaned back on the bed. And it's time for me to rest. Zhuo Rui called to his eldest son. Bo Yuan, I have something to tell you. He sat up straight, wanting to speak privately with his son. Bo Yuan was surprised. Huh? The descendants filed out of Zhuo Rui's hospital room. Now only 2 people remained in the hospital room. Bo Yuan asked, puzzled. Father, what is it you want to say? Zhuo Rui nodded. Yes, Zhuo Rui said sternly. I want to quickly complete the discharge procedures, and also have your Uncle Jin make a death certificate. Bo Yuan was shocked. What? Ah, father, Zhuo Rui interrupted Bo Yuan. Take me back to the old house in the countryside today. There, someone will come to take me away, he instructed. Later, no matter who asks, Zhuo Rui looked at his eldest son. You must say that I have already been cremated. Bo Yuan staggered backward. Father, I don't understand. Zhuo Rui didn't answer but only said, there are many things in this world that we mortals find hard to understand, and that cannot be explained clearly in a few words. Zhuo Rui looked at his eldest son and entrusted, once you walk out of this door, everything I've told you must be buried in your heart forever. Can you do it? Bo Yuan was taken aback. Father? He replied with a firm voice. I know, I'll do whatever you say, Dad. Lu Lai's lonely figure quietly walked away with his thoughts. Descendants of old Tang. No matter what achievements you make in the future, your grandfathers will be watching you from somewhere. Not in heaven, he smirked. Even less so in hell. Lu Lai's phone rang, surprising him. HMPH, Lu Lai answered, holding the phone to his ear. Hello, who is this? The person on the other end replied. Hello, are you Mr. Lu? I was introduced by Ji Dahai. He said if I needed money, I could call you. Lu Li spoke. Did he also tell you that my money isn't given away for free? The woman replied meekly. I know. She spoke from a public phone booth. For my son, I'm willing to pay any price. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A person stood by the road, looking at the cafe across the street, muttering to themselves, for this child, a hot cup of coffee has been prepared on the table. Just as Lu Li picked up the coffee cup to take a sip, the cafe employee's voice rang out. Welcome, esteemed customer. Lu Lai looked at the old woman approaching him, and thought with suspicion. She's the one, Chen Yuping. As she passed by the table, Lu Li called out, Mrs. Chen, over here. Hearing this, she turned towards him, exclaiming, Ah! As she walked towards him, Chen Yuping quickly grabbed Lu Lai's hand and said sincerely, You are Mr. Lu? Right, I'm sorry, I'm late, Lu Li politely replied. Not at all, I just arrived as well. Ignoring Chen Yuping, who was rambling about how the reason she came to him was all because her son wanted to study abroad. I'm left with no choice. Lu Lai, standing opposite her, used his superpower to see her remaining lifespan, named Chen Yuping, age 45. Remaining lifespan, 18 years, 7 months, 23 days, 10 hours, 22 minutes. Yu Ping, unaware of this, was still explaining. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother you. After seeing her lifespan, Lu Lai invited her to sit down. Let's sit down and talk. What would you like to drink? Yu Ping hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. No need. Things here are expensive. I don't need anything, thank you. Despite her refusal, Lu Li ordered her a glass of orange juice. Chen Yuping sat nervously, looking at the glass of water on the table, saying, Mr. Lu, that, I heard Ji Dahai say, AI. Lu Li seemed to see her anxiety, so he cut her off. I understand your concerns. Even though it's a referral from an acquaintance, having an extra precaution is still necessary in this world. With that, he snapped his fingers, instantly accelerating time by 100 times. Everything suddenly stopped. The glass of water being spilled from the tray was also suspended in the air. It just floated like that, in front of the customer sitting nearby. Chen Yuping was extremely surprised by this sight, stuttering, This. Lu Lai then looked straight at her and said seriously, Shi Dahai must have told you the rules, right? So, facing Chen Yuping's frightened expression, Lu Li calmly said, How much are you planning to sell? Looking at the young man before her, Chen Yuping couldn't help but think nervously. Shi Dahai had borrowed money from me before, and then he raised enough money to treat his father's illness. This, Mr. Lu, is real. After a moment of thought, she looked at him and replied, My son. She told him about her son. My son studies at Xianda Renwen Foreign Language University. This child is very ambitious, and recently he has a chance to study abroad as an exchange student, but the fees are several $100,000. I can't raise enough. Even if I sell my blood, I can't affect his future. With that, she lowered her head, her eyes a little sad as she brushed her hair back, revealing her injured fingers. After listening, Lu Li, who was holding the coffee cup, also wondered, Xian Ren Day, isn't that a third-rate university? A moment later, Chen Yuping seemed to have made up her mind and spoke, Mr. Lu, my life, how much can my life be sold for? With that, she looked at Lu Lai with an extremely tense expression. He didn't beat around the bush and answered her, That's entirely up to you. How long do you want to live? As soon as she finished speaking, an information panel appeared before Yuping's eyes. Name, Chen Yuping. Age, 45. Remaining lifespan, 18 years, 7 months, 23 days, 9 hours 20 minutes. Somewhat surprised, she said, 18 years. This is my remaining lifespan. Lu Lai kindly advised her at this moment. I suggest you go back and think it over. Things aren't as bad as you think. But this concerns your life. Immersed in her own thoughts, she didn't pay attention to Lu Li's words. What's the point of living for 18 years? If only I could see Kai Kai get married and start a family, see my grandson Zihi born. I absolutely can't let Kai Kai live a life like mine. After thinking it through, she said to Lu Lai with a determined voice, Mr. Lu, I've thought it over carefully. I want to sell. Lu Lai didn't try to dissuade her any further upon hearing this. Then time continued to shift in the cafe, which was now filled with scolding and the sound of spilled water. Ouch, that's so hot. Where are your eyes? Get your manager here. Apologize, apologize. After everything was settled, the two of them left the cafe. Before leaving, Yu Ping didn't forget to express her gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Lu. Kai Kai will definitely be overjoyed. Lu Li watched Yu Ping's small back, thinking to himself, 10 years. This is probably the biggest gamble this mother has placed on her son's future. Yu Ping was unaware of his thoughts. As soon as she turned around, she picked up her phone and happily told her son the good news. Kai Kai, Mom has earned enough money for you to study abroad. Ha ha, silly boy. Of course. Wait for me. I'm coming to find you now. A moment later, a voice rang out near the school grounds. Mom, I told you not to come to school to find me in your work clothes. Yu Ping sat next to her son and explained, I rushed here to give you the money. I'll transfer 50,000 to you first so you can go and register. This is a rare opportunity. You must seize it, the son replied with some impatience. Okay, I know. She looked at her son sitting next to her, smiling happily. Look at my grown-up son, so capable now. The son, not caring about her words, happily said upon seeing the money in his phone. Oh, the money's here. Holding the phone in his hand, he coaxed his mother. Don't worry, Mom. When I succeed, I will definitely honor you. You can eat whatever you want. Those are small matters. Yu Ping was moved by these words. She quickly wiped the tears on her face and said, It's enough that you have the thought, Mom, the son exclaimed in panic. He stood up abruptly, stepping back and saying, Mom, what are you doing? What if my friends see you? Chen Yu Ping, hearing her son's words, covered her face with both hands, trying to hide her tears, and said, okay, I won't bother you with your exam preparations anymore. I have to go back to work. With that, she used her hands to support herself on her thighs and stood up with effort. Before leaving, she reminded her son, Take care of yourself at school. The son also waved goodbye to his mother and said, I know, Mom. You take care of yourself too. Once Chen Yu Ping was far away, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, Phew. Finally, he held the phone in his hand and smiled gleefully. Then he called someone and said generously, Hello, tell Lao-san and the others to bring some pretty girls. Let's find a place to have some fun tonight. All expenses are on me, Yang Gongzi. Behind a nearby tree, Lu Lai had witnessed everything. His suspicions were correct. HMPH, just as I thought. What a filial and promising son. He walked out from behind the tree step by step, thinking, if it weren't for the sake of that pitiful mother, I really wanted to deal with this beast. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks and thought, forget it, it's none of my business. I'm just a fair businessman. 1,000-foot trees. A convoy of cars running between golden rice fields stretching across a wide expanse of land. Fallen leaves returned to their roots. The convoy hastily departed along the trail of Thuadung. Someone stood in the distance, silently praying for the convoy. May the master be safe. A man with white hair intently gazed at the scenery outside the car window. Fang Fang, seeing this, walked over and said softly, Grandpa, we've arrived. Are you all right? Hearing his granddaughter's question, he simply hummed in response. Tang Xiaorui frowned slightly and added, That's right, we're home. The house under the setting sun became even more familiar. As the car came to a stop, everyone rushed forward to surround it. Zhao Rui slowly steadied himself with his cane and stepped out of the vehicle. The moment they saw him emerge, tears welled up in the eyes of those around him. Even though it extended Master Kang's lifespan by a year, Fang Fang quickly stepped forward to support him. But he was still a dying man. Master Thang simply wanted to bid a complete farewell to his former life. Seeing him approach, the surrounding people parted to make way. When Tang Xiaorui entered the house, Fang Fang closed the door and said to those outside, I understand how you all feel, but please allow Grandpa to rest. With that, Miss Tang's sorrowful eyes glanced back as she murmured, Grandpa. As soon as he entered, Tang Xiaorui went straight to the only painting hanging in the house. It was a portrait of him and his wife in their younger years. He gazed at the painting and said, Look at you, still so young, while I'm an old man with one foot in the grave." As he spoke, he reached out to caress his wife's face in the painting. Tang Xiaorui spoke to his wife in the painting as if she were right in front of him. "They always said I wasn't good enough for you, but it seems they were wrong." He. Seeing this, Tang Boyuan was a little worried and softly called out, "Ah." Xiaorui, unheeding, leaned his head against the painting and murmured, "Wait a little longer. Just a little longer. It's not time yet." Finishing his sentence, he straightened up, then, without turning his head, said to his son, "Bo Yuan, go out and greet everyone. I want to look around the house myself." Hearing this, Bo Yuan agreed with his father, saying, "Yes, Dad, I'll get Fang Fang to bring you the medicine." With that, Bo Yuan closed the door and went outside. The room was now silent, with only Zhao Rui remaining. Now that he was alone, he could finally focus his thoughts. "I'm still not sure about what happened at the hospital. Maybe it was just a dream." As he was thinking, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his train of thought. "It's really giving you trouble, Master Kang." A figure had appeared unnoticed. The person reminded him, "I'm here to fulfill our agreement." Looking closely, it turned out to be Lu Li. He looked at Tang Xiaorui and asked, "Are you ready?" Tang Xiaorui replied with a firm look in his eyes, "Haha, kid, I've been ready. Ever since the day I returned to the motherland." The sky outside was painted with a golden glow. From inside the house, a voice echoed out, "Then let's begin." A moment later, the door to the room creaked open, and Fang Fang gently called out, "Grandpa." Receiving no response, she pushed the door open and entered, carrying a tray of medicine in her hand, saying, "Time for your medicine." But when she entered the room, it was empty. Only Zhao Rui's cane lay on the floor. Fang Fang cried out in alarm, "Grandpa, Grandpa!" She quickly called for her family, saying, "Dad, Aunt." Hearing her call, Bo Yuan and his sister paid attention. Fang Fang rushed out, distraught, and said to the two of them, "Grandpa's gone." At this moment, the clouds in the sky gently swayed in the breeze. A man stood in the middle of a field of golden rice. Employee ID 00000004. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and a strong and muscular back appeared. Name standing on barren land, Bo Yuan roared, "Ah!" Tang Xiaorui turned his head, his face now much younger than before. Seeing this, Bo Yuan couldn't hold back his tears, and softly called out, "Ah." Zhao Rui just stood motionlessly in the rice field, a typical scientist and scholar. After a while he finally turned and left, possessing the pinnacle of human learning ability, standing at the apex. He reached out and gently touched the ripe rice stalks. Current evaluation score, 10 points. Absolute score. Zhao Rui no longer had the aged appearance of before, but instead a middle-aged face that had experienced many ups and downs, searching frantically for enough materials to accumulate knowledge for longevity. He looked at the dark figure standing alone under the tree in the vast rice field. The planned direction will be to become the person in charge of the department. Zhao Rui quickly walked to the person standing under the tree. Lu Lai was already waiting for him there, and happily said as soon as he saw him, "Teacher Tang, you look to be in good shape." In his heart, he secretly thought, the 5 years of lifespan from that poor mother were indeed effective. Tang Xiaorui walked up to Lu Lai and said, "Then, Mr. Lu, take me to see your world." Lu Lai also replied readily, "Of course, Teacher Tang." He looked at Tang Xiaorui and continued happily, "This is my honor." He reached out and took Zhao Rui's hand, welcoming him. "Welcome to join the Longevity Club." Outside the Longevity Club building, a voice rang out, "Department of Biochemistry." Lu Lai stared at the paper in his hand and replied, "Just hearing the name, I know it's a very expensive department." Zhao Rui, sitting beside him, laughed upon hearing this. No vision. A system of an entire human being has already appeared in his mind, and he explains it to Lu Li. From hundreds of millions of years ago until now, the evolutionary stages of humans are divided into 4 periods. But starting more than 10,000 years ago, in addition to the unexpected accumulation of knowledge, in reality, our physiological system has long stopped evolving. Tang Xiaorui, as if he had found the truth, said with an excited expression, "This life project plan is the key to unlocking human evolution." Lu Li pondered over the paper in his hand, letting Zhao Rui ramble on. "Now our first preliminary plan is to authorize a brokerage company to select talented scientists around the world to establish a pharmaceutical company. After all, this project will take many years to complete. This experiment is the most elementary stage in the plan." After listening to him, Lu Lai was also thinking in his heart, Teacher Tang's plan happened to coincide with the third principle of the Life and Evolution Club. With his help, Teacher Tang's ambition can be fully realized. Thinking this, he smiled and agreed to Zhao Rui's plan. "Okay, Teacher Tang, I support your life project plan. Just do as you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud shout suddenly rang out outside the door, causing the two to turn their heads in attention. The person who came was Zhang Xiao. He looked at Lu Li and said, "Mr. Lu, I have something to ask of you. Am I disturbing you two? Seeing Zhang Xiao looking for him, Lu Li quickly concluded the plan to end the conversation with Zhao Rui. Let's leave it at that for now. If you have any further requests, just list them out. Don't worry about the money. Later, I will contact brokerage companies and recruit talents for you, and I hope you will do your best then. Tang Zhao Rui heard this and stood up and replied, That's great. Then you two talk. I'll go first. With that, he hummed a tune as he walked past Zhang Xiao. When Zhao Rui went outside, Zhang Xiao glanced back at him with a doubtful look. Outside the club, the sky had turned orange gold. The conversation between Lu Lai and Zhang Xiao also began. Coach Zhang Xiao. Oh, it's like this. Peng Hao's training is about to end. What I teach only has the effect of guiding him. The best teacher in the world, Zhang Xiao said with a very confident face. Is practice? Lu Lai just glanced at him without saying a word. After a while, Zhang Xiao suddenly lowered his voice and called out, Mr. Lu. His eyes looked at Lu Li very firmly and proposed, I want to follow you. Hearing this unexpected proposal, Lu Lai also looked at him in surprise. Zhang Xiao was very sure of his proposal and added, Although I don't understand what exactly you do, through these past few days I have realized that you are definitely not an ordinary person. After hearing these words, Lu Lai looked intently at Zhang Xiao. He was secretly assessing the person standing in front of him. Zhang Xiao came from special forces. Indeed, if he recruited him, with him, Peng Hao's growth rate would probably be faster. Thinking this, Lu Lai began to waver slightly. Plus, with so many scientists about to be recruited, it seemed like it was time to change the rules. Finally, Lu Li agreed, saying, All right. Zhang Xiao was a little surprised by his words, not expecting him to agree so easily. After speaking, Lu Lai handed him a document and assigned a task. I have information on 2 people here. Investigate them for me. After assigning the task, Lu Lai added, Consider it your interview test. Hearing this, Zhang Xiao quickly reached out to take the document and replied, okay. As soon as he held the document in his hand, he opened it and read, Shi Dahai, taxi driver, Chen Yuping, sanitation worker. While reading the information midway, his face suddenly changed. The document clearly stated, Name, Chen Yuping, occupation, sanitation worker, purchase time, 10 years. Name, Shi Dahai, occupation, taxi driver, purchase time, 8 years. Looking at the purchase timeline, Zhang Xiao hesitated, thinking to himself, Purchase time. He felt a bit tense, followed by a hint of panic. Zhang Xiao's face was covered in sweat, as he thought in a daze. Indeed, this is no ordinary organization. He stood there dumbfounded, holding the 2 people's information, his eyes fixed forward, and couldn't help but exclaim softly, Looking at Lu Lai's leisurely appearance before him, Zhang Xiao thought to himself, Mr. Lu, is this your way of showing me your true colors? Thinking this, he slightly curled his lips and said with a smile, Understood. He held the document up in front of Lu Lai and said, Sir, just consider it completed. Watching Zhang Xiao's figure gradually moving away, Lu Li thought to himself, In the future, I'll need more talents and aliens to work for me, so I must set stricter rules and improve the welfare system. I have to draft a contract for ordinary employees. No sooner said than done, Lu Lai quickly sat down and drafted a new contract which stated, Party A, the employer. Party B, the employee. You receive specific project time. Party B is valued by Party A. After both parties reach an agreement, a purchase relationship is formed. Party B enjoys the time benefits granted by Party A, including increased training speed, and so on. Party A receives Party B's service and lifelong freedom. The following contract is agreed upon through mutual negotiation. Article 1. Party B shall never betray Party A for all eternity. While drafting the contract, Lu Lai thought of his employees and thought, Separate them from my core employees. After revising the core content, I will no longer use time as a salary to pay ordinary workers. He walked to the window with thoughts running through his head that if they wanted to receive time, they needed to achieve it through other means. Thinking of this, a cunning smile appeared on Lu Li's face. On the other side, in Country X, a shout echoed outside a large building. I'll say it again. Inside, someone kept yelling at the people around him. These are all the considerations of the financial group from a commercial perspective, so put away your ridiculous self-esteem. Standing nearby, Zhu Xuan had to listen to the scolding. Either work hard to revise the project, or pack up and go back to your hometown. I don't want to see any more self-righteous behavior like this morning. Zhu Xuan felt uncomfortable listening to this, frowned, and thought to himself, a bunch of people bullying others by relying on their power. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated repeatedly. He took out his phone and opened it to see HMPH, a job offer from a brokerage company. These people are as persistent as leeches. But when he read the next message, Zhu Xuan was a little interested and said, What lab is this? Never heard of it. He clicked to see more information and smiled sarcastically. Ha ha! This time there's even an interview test. Quite impressive. Interesting. Interesting. But when he read the question section, Zhu Xuan couldn't believe his eyes. He looked at the question carefully again in shock and shouted, "Who came up with this question?" Zhu Xuan bit his lip tightly, unable to restrain the joy, and trembling slightly, he thought, "There are people in the country who know about immunity and viruses like this. This is great. This is great." Immediately after, he made a decision. He had to return home at once to meet that great master. Thinking about how he was about to meet a great talent and wouldn't have to stay in this place, he happily jumped outside and shouted, "May this damn place meet its doom," causing everyone in the room to stare at him, making him confused. Outside a large building, a voice echoed, "A millennium-old being." It was Zhu Xuan. He looked at the address in his hand, then looked up at the scene in front of him and said, "This must be the place." From behind Zhu Xuan, someone was also wondering, "Is this the millennium-old being, I wonder?" The one who came was Guanyan. She sighed, looked ahead and said, "Siri, another newly established company, not even the sign is up yet." Chu Weiyang heard the voice and turned around to look. As soon as he saw Guanyan, he excitedly ran to her, shouting, "Ah, are you Dr. Yan Guan?" This startled her a bit. Guanyan stepped back and awkwardly asked, "Have we met before?" Then she thought to herself, "This man is so strange, he scared me half to death." Qin Weiyang was extremely excited at this moment, saying, "I once read your article on Nature magazine about the structure and mechanism of uraso transporting urana protein. I greatly admire your insights on the structure of protein membranes. Can we take a picture?" Guanyan also agreed. "Ah, sure." Zhu Xuan, hearing that Guanyan had come, was also very surprised, thinking, "Dr. Yan Guan is here too." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Sorry to keep you waiting," causing everyone to turn their heads to pay attention. It was Lu Li. He walked towards the three of them, welcoming them. "Welcome to Wansui Biological Pharmaceutical Limited Liability Company. Please follow me." He looked at the three of them with interest, adding, "I'll take you to meet the interviewer." In a large conference room, the three of them sat waiting in silence. Zhu Xuan glanced at the two people sitting next to him. He was secretly evaluating each person. First is Guanyan, Dr. Guanyan, a famous figure from Nature magazine. The next person sitting next to Guanyan is Chu Yang. Chu Yang has published 3 papers in Journal A. After assessing them all, he frowned, thinking, "This level of scientist was also found. This enterprise is definitely not simple." The door suddenly opened slightly, along with a voice, "Please, introduce yourselves." Hearing someone, the three of them all looked towards the door together. Lu Li led Lang Xiaorui in, then introduced, "This is the leader of the Millennium-Old Beings Laboratory, Mr. Sheng Li." Hearing this, Guanyan doubted, and thought to herself, "Ah, his surname is Sheng." Zhu Xuan suddenly stood up, asking Zhao Rui a question that startled Guanyan. "Forgive my bluntness. I have never heard of Mr. Sheng Li's name in the scientific community before. May I ask where you have worked before? What valuable works have you published?" Hearing this question, Zhao Rui was not at all uneasy, but rested his hand and looked at Zhu Xuan, asking, "You are Dr. Zhu Xuan, right?" Seeing the person in front of him ask his name, Zhu Xuan stammered, Yes, that's right." After hearing this, Zhao Rui smiled confidently and looked at Zhu Xuan, saying, "Putting aside the issue of reputation, regarding the hidden issues in the interview reply, I wonder if my answer satisfied you." Zhu Xuan looked at the person in front of him in surprise, thinking, "A great master only used one sentence to resolve my many years of confusion. What am I even doing?" It's Tung Tu's student speaking. He blamed himself. "I'm such an idiot." Lu Li then went behind Zhao Rui's chair and said to the people around, "I just want to remind you, Mr. Sheng Li's academics cannot be measured by any social status." Zhao Rui smiled complacently after hearing this. In addition, Tang Li also told the three of them, "For the talents that Mr. Sheng Li values, I am willing to use a 7-figure salary to invite them." Hearing this, all three were shocked. Chu Weiyang even stammered, "See, 7 figures. Then, he thought to himself, "So he is the real moneybags behind this, damn it, and I thought he was an assistant." After finishing, Zhao Rui looked at Lu Li and said, "Mr. Lu, I feel like things are done here. Let's go see other people." He also agreed, okay? When the two of them turned to leave, the three of them, Zhu Xuan, stood up and bowed their heads in unison, saying, "Take care, Teacher Sheng." Right now, Lu Li is already planning ahead for himself. "If I can get the interview, not only will I have a super high salary, but I can also research immunology with the big shots in the industry. This lab is truly a paradise on earth." Outside the Eternal Life Club building, a man's voice rang out, "Sophia, welcome to your new position as CEO of Noboru Investment." Sophia smiled and gently replied, "It's my honor to be of assistance to you." At this moment, Lu Li thought to himself, The speed of completion is much faster than I anticipated. Professional matters should be left to professionals. I just need to be a solid support, holding the reins." Inside the room, Sheng and Sophia began to discuss matters with each other. Sheng Xiaorui handed him a stack of documents. Lu Liai took them, his thoughts continuing. "But I know, without ability, ordinary people like me are too insignificant compared to these elites." He looked at Sheng Xiaorui, who was engrossed in talking about his project, and thought, Tang Lao's human evolution project has been rolled out step by step, but I feel that what is really needed is prioritized evolution, and that's me. Thinking of this, Lu Lai happily burst out laughing. Outside, sunlight streamed through the window of Lu Li's room. As time passed, the potted flower gradually withered, and before long, it had completely dried up. Lu Lai stood, observing, frowning slightly, thinking to himself, increase the time by 100 times, shrinking the epiphyllum's flowering time from 4 hours to 4 minutes. Accelerate the division of mutated cells, so that beneficial cells can be screened out and proliferate in a short time. I have to repeat the training until there are no mistakes. Thinking this, Lu Lai picked up the stopwatch in his hand and continued timing. Only then can it be implemented in Tang Lao's laboratory and be effective. At the same time, I also need to find some basic abilities that cannot be used. He was increasingly immersed in his thoughts. My current time acceleration limit is only 100 times. This limit is governed by my current lifespan. Suddenly, his eyes turned serious. If I accumulate enough time, will this limit be expanded? After thinking, Lu Li approached the desk. He began to hypothesize. If the time in my hands is 10,000 years, 100,000 years. He imagined himself holding the earth in his hands, able to create a miniature experimental model. In the model, countless Earths from many years ago appeared, and different viruses appeared accordingly. Life in this model has a single-celled stage. Lu Lai's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a scene where his speed would far surpass his current one, and then he would frantically accelerate time. Thinking of these things, Lu Li asked himself, then, would it be a new world? And me? He gave an excited smile, thinking he would be the controller of mankind. Would I be the creator of that world? The flower in the vase on the table drooped withered. Lu Li realized that all of his previous abilities were mainly mobile. He stared at the small potted plant on the table, a fixed object. Lu Li activated his time power on the withered flower. So can I accelerate or decelerate the fixation of time in an area? The flower bloomed instantly. The other flowers also became fresher than before. So a small world can be formed. Lu Lai stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I try to create a custom area, and then change the mobile time of all objects in it, what will happen? The stopwatch was placed quietly on the table, Lu Lai thought, imagining a cubic area of about 10 square millimeters to begin the experiment. He reached out and accelerated time. Lu Lai used his ability 10 times. A golden light flashed, startling Lu Lai. He exclaimed in surprise, crap, damn it, time is being sucked back again. Lu Li's hands were bulging with veins as he strained and shouted, ugh. The pressure sent Lu Li staggering backward. His glasses fell off, the lenses shattering. The wristwatch clattered to the ground, and Lu Lai propped himself up, panting. Just now, the second hand moved about 25 seconds. Lu Lai frowned uncomfortably. But the loss this time. Lu Lai froze, a look of tension appearing on his face. I lost a year and 30 days. He calmed down. Which means, the watch remains still on the ground. Lu Li was silent. In this 10 by 10 space, it's all been exhausted. Lu Lai was stunned for 32,592,00 seconds. That's how shocked he was. A ratio of 70 million times. Lu Lai suddenly felt that if he had been even a second or two slower, he would have been drained dry. He looked at the shattered glasses. The power of time is too terrifying. Lu Li scrambled to his feet. What exactly is the reason? He bent down to pick up the glasses. Time. Fate. I'm not bound by the limitations of my remaining lifespan. Lu Lai put the glasses back on. I can use my own will to increase the unexpected events for others, thereby creating time for others ahead of schedule. Lu Lai leaned on the table, lost in thought. But why did I fail this time? He picked up the wristwatch, his eyes thoughtful. I am the only anomaly in this world. Of course, I can't take away the time of those outside the agreement or contract. He determined that this was an extremely clear rule. Thinking of this, Lu Lai paused. Rules. Lu Lai's eyes lit up. That's right, all things in the world have their own trajectories, and everyone must abide by the rules of heaven and earth. Lu Lai thought, the problem probably lies here. The first time, I intended to fix the time only in that flat box, but time is three-dimensional, four-dimensional, even multi-dimensional, so Lu Lai concluded that the designated time area in the first experiment was not limited to that small square box, but a 10 by 10 millimeter space that was closed above and below. Lu Lai looked at the watch in his palm. The top and bottom can extend infinitely. Luckily, I stopped in time. He smiled. If the time keeps extending, plus increasing the speed several times, Lu Lai mocked himself, I probably wouldn't last 10 seconds. A person who can control time dies in a square object because of a problem that even elementary school students know. Lu Lai laughed loudly, echoing throughout the space of the villa. How interesting. Putting the watch back on the table, Lu Lai thought firmly, this time, I must pay attention to the consumption of my lifespan. I absolutely cannot repeat the same mistake. Lu Lai once again entered the state of preparing to use his power. Okay. Build a 10 by 10 by 10 millimeters cube. Must concentrate. Lu Lai used the time-setting skill. Lu Lai thought. Stop time. The hands of the clock spun faster than they ever had, accelerating 5 times over. Golden light radiated from the clock. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. Lu Lai looked at the clock with joy. Great, time is frozen. He was pleased with himself for creating a time layer. The Eternal Life Club has now built an independently invested company, and a biological pharmaceutical laboratory has begun operations. There are 4 core employees, all hand-picked and recruited by him. There are 5 external employees, and the recruitment of staff from outside is constantly underway. Yan Yu entered, holding a file of documents. Sir, I've brought the information you requested. Lu Li sat in his chair, one hand placed on the desk, as steadfast as his unbreakable alliance with the Rong and Song families. As he took the file from Yan Yu's hand, he thought, if the Eternal Life Club wants to truly take root here, it must bring the 4 influential families of Madu into its pocket. Lu Li read the document intently. So, it's their turn now. The file was carefully sealed with sealing wax, with a pink sticky note with the number 3 attached to it. One of Makudo's 4 great families, the Chen family. The sound of leather shoes striking the floor echoed. Bang Hao, with his hands behind his back, stood formally before Lu Lai. Sir, you summoned me. Lu Lai replied, his eyes still focused on the documents. Yes, what have you found in your investigation of these documents? Tell me about it. Bang Hao responded. Yes, sir, he reported. The Chen family originated in ancient times with countless connections between Mado and the Qing gang, and once enjoyed great prestige. Lu Li pushed up his glasses, listening intently to Bang Hao's words. When they were in the mainland, they committed all sorts of evil deeds, devouring both the black and white paths extremely fiercely, and their power still exists to this day, but, Bang Hao said gravely, it's hidden even deeper, he said. They have influence in Chinese communities all over the world, and their headquarters are currently in Lone City, overseas. He reported on the key members. The 4 current heads of the Chen family, in order, are Chen Yunping, the second oldest Chen Yunan, the third oldest Chen Yunsheng, and the 4th oldest Chen Yunkai. Among them, the eldest and second eldest successfully ascended to power after a struggle 2 years ago, and are the kingpins of the underworld. Lu Lai spoke up. Oh, from what I know, they all run businesses locally. Bang Hao nodded. That's right, the Chen family doesn't dare to be reckless in Makoto, using their strong power and the identity of foreign merchants to run a shipping group. But under Robert's investigation, these are just for show. Bang Hao said somewhat apologetically. They secretly engage in smuggling and help people commit crimes. The Chen family, headquartered overseas, controls matters in the country, which is beyond our reach. Lu Lai considered seriously. The Chen family head is in his prime, so the approach used for the Rong and Song families won't work. That way won't work. Nor will this way. Lu Lai had a bit of a headache. Moreover, even if the person in power is seriously ill, based on their gangland nature, they won't obediently submit like those 2 families. Lu Lai asked. Has Chen Yunping taken any actions recently? Bang Hao replied. Based on the information we secretly obtained from within the Chen Corporation, he stood up straight and reported. The 2 Chen family heads will be going to Jing City soon to handle affairs, staying for a day before returning to Maobido to inspect the company. The specific situation is unclear, but it is very likely related to goods being held at customs. Lu Lai smiled meaningfully. Oh, if they're coming, then I absolutely have to do my best to play the host. Bang Hao was stunned. Sir, what do you mean? He thought to himself. Could it be that the sir wants to invite the big boss of the underworld to dinner? Lu Li explained, even if these guys put on the outer layer of legitimate business, inside they are still a bunch who started out relying on violence. They have their own layer of gangland rules, where the weak are meat for the strong, which is what they worship from the bones. Lu Li spun the pen in his hand. Chen Yunping is still a long way from death, and I have no opportunity to perform, so let you and Zhang Xiao go and give him one. He smirked. Create an opportunity. Bang Hao seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in surprise. Outside the training grounds, the sky was gloomy, and heavy raindrops began to fall. The miserable students were doing push-ups in the pouring rain. Not only that, but their ears were filled with scolding voices. Buck up, all of you! Is this little bit of rain enough to trigger your princess syndrome? Zhang Xiao paced back and forth angrily. You want to collapse? Do it now. Don't hold back. Ah, Having to look at you weaklings all day is making my blood pressure skyrocket." A stone was suddenly flung from a direction. Zhang Xiao effortlessly caught the stone. He glanced at it and said, "I'm saying, aren't we past the age of throwing rocks at people's heads?" Bang Hao stood in the rain holding an umbrella, replying casually, "You started it." After a moment, Zhang Xiao wrung the water out of his towel. "So, what brings our Hao Ji here, coming to get revenge for the drunken incident last time?" Bang Hao stammered helplessly. It's better if you still call me like before." Zhang Xiao narrowed his eyes and laughed. "Can't do that. You're such an important employee by the president's side. According to protocol, a peripheral employee like me should naturally try to cozy up to you." Bang Hao suddenly stood up, walked in front of Zhang Xiao, and said seriously, "Stop with the sarcasm and come with me." Zhang Xiao was taken aback by his sudden change in attitude. "Are you hungry now?" Bang Hao turned and walked away. "The boss has a task for a country bumpkin like you." Inside Lu Li's office, Zhang Xiao's surprised shout echoed. "What?" Zhang Xiao looked at Lu Li, puzzled, lethal but not immediately lethal. Lu Li slammed the table, stood up, and affirmed, "That's right, and it can't leave any traces." "Well, Zhang Xiao, can you do it?" Zhang Xiao put his hands on his hips and replied, "President, let me be blunt. Half alive and half dead is the hardest to do." Lu Li sat back in his chair. "You came from the special forces, so you should be very familiar with long-range attacks. This time, you'll be in charge, and Bang Hao will assist you." Zhang Xiao was stunned. "President, what I mean is, if you let me kill him that's fine, but—" Lu Li had a triumphant smile. "Rest assured, even though you currently have the status of a peripheral employee, I will still provide you with some special conveniences." Zhang Xiao thought in astonishment. Could it be that Murong Shen will finally be able to see that kind of power this time? The gray sky gradually cleared up after the downpour. Lu Li thought that this operation was just to remind the Chen family head a little. Even if he was a powerful figure in the dark world, he would definitely want to face the fear brought about by death. And I can not only bring him fear, Lu Li smugly thought, but can also pull him out of fear. Remember this time, Lu Li placed all his trust in Bang Hao and Zhang Xiao. You guys have to get it done. Inside the black car, a familiar voice echoed, "Lethal, but not immediately lethal." The click of Zhang Xiao loading his gun was provocative. "I like that little foreigner. He's got a lot of tricks, not much worse than back in the military." Zhang Xiao laughed excitedly. He narrowed one eye. The other eye looked through the scope of the gun. "But gathering a bit is enough to satisfy the craving." "How long has it been since I smelled gunpowder?" Bang Hao laughed excitedly, his eyes greedily looking at the gun in Zhang Xiao's hand. "Damn, so handsome, let me touch it." Robert's voice came from the communicator. "I heard it. I put a lot of effort into this thing," Robert announced. Chen Yunping and his bodyguards will be going to a private meeting with a client at Fu Ma Lu Tea House at 9:30 a.m. Zhang Xiao and Bang Hao listened quietly as Robert said, "Chen Yunping is usually careful and doesn't socialize much, so since this is about business, he'll definitely have a lot of bodyguards with him," he affirmed. "So, the only opportunity is the 19 seconds. From when they get out of the car to when they enter the restaurant. Based on the sniper position you mentioned earlier, the small rooftop on the 10th floor opposite the tea house is the best sniper position." Robert smirked. "I'll temporarily disable all the cams near the ambush site, giving you guys an easy path. The rest is up to you." Zhang Xiao chuckled excitedly. "It's like reliving the past right before my eyes," Robert yelled. "Get ready." Zhang Xiao looked ahead gleefully. "My compliments, sir." Lu Li, sitting in the driver's seat, turned his head and said, "Okay." Lu Li used his ability, accelerating time by 100 times. The circle of the power's influence expanded. Space and time completely changed. Lu Li's smug face was reflected in the rearview mirror. From the back of the car, Zhang Xiao and Peng Hao, faces covered, stepped out. Zhang Xiao was stunned, thinking as he ran, "Amazing, just amazing. Is this the Sir's control over time? This feeling is invincible." Robert sat in front of the screen. The computer blared through the comm. "Hey, you bumpkin. According to the positioning system, Chen Yunping's convoy isn't far off. You only have 1 minute to get to the tea house across the street, and that includes setting up the guns." Zhang Xiao scoffed in response. Hey, little Robert, you really are like a little red radish." He lightly jumped over a barrier, the mournful voice of Robert ringing in his ears. "Little red radish. What the?" Zhang Xiao jumped from one building to another, he said. 1 minute for me right now." The sky, neither sunny nor rainy, heralded a beautiful day. But storms had already secretly gathered around Chen family's group. 3 supercars streamed in, maneuvering into the parking spaces one after another, Robert reminded. Target convoy approaching. Target convoy approaching." Zhang Xiao pulled the gun out of the black bag, lying prone to the floor waiting. He squinted through the scope. "I'm ready." A foot in an expensive leather shoe stepped out of the car. It was Chen Yunping, the head of the Chen family. The bodyguard next to him greeted him respectfully. "Boss Yunping." He put one hand in his pocket. "Yeah." Zhang Xiao, aiming at Yunping from the rooftop of the building opposite, chuckled with delight. "Perfect. Under the blessing of the time ability, the crosshairs slowly moved onto Yan Ping. The movements of these people were like snails, Ping Hao reminded. Jiang Ji, don't be careless. He said, don't forget Sir's instructions. Zhang Xiao adjusted the scope's vision. Fatal, but not immediately fatal. I'm not going anywhere yet, kid. Zhang Xiao silently focused on the target, widening his eyes to aim. Zhang Xiao forcefully squeezed the trigger. The bullet ejected from the barrel. The firepower from Zhang Xiao's gun was too strong. The bullet landed in front of Yan Ping and his henchmen, the vigilant guards around him shielding the boss. Did you hear anything? One looked at Yan Ping and asked, Boss, are you all right? Yan Ping hadn't felt any pain at all. But hearing the reply from his henchmen, he stiffened. He glanced down. Yan Ping's face turned pale as he realized the bullet had been lodged straight into his abdomen from who knows when. Damn it. Yan Ping collapsed to the ground, and the henchmen quickly supported their boss. Gunmen gathered around Yan Ping, protecting their leader. Yan An's eyes took in the chaotic crowd, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Damn it. Who the hell is it? How dare they mess with us? Zhang Xiao's gun was aimed at the head of one of the underlings, he urged impatiently. Hurry up and check on your boss. Still, there wasn't a good angle to take down Yun An. Zhang Xiao cursed under his breath. Damn it, I can't get a shot at him from here, Carrot Top. Help me clear a path. I need to change positions. Robert quickly responded. Got it? A familiar voice suddenly rang out, startling Zhang Xiao and Robert, making them stop what they were doing. Hold on. Bang Hao released the safety catch of his gun. This is too much of a waste of time. Let me, he said with a firm voice. Yan Ping clutched his bullet wound, blood soaking his hand. He gritted his teeth in pain. Who the hell is it? Yun An hid behind the car and shouted, Boss, hang in there. The brothers nearby are coming soon. He wanted to run to the car next to his brother but was stopped by an underling. Second master, it's dangerous. Yun An frowned and hastily asked the underling, Did you see that gunman, boss? I don't think I can make it. The underling analyzed for him. Not hearing any gunshot when boss was hit means they used a suppressed weapon, and knowing our route so well to prepare so thoroughly, the underling peeked over the car to the building across the street. From the angle of the wound, it must be from the large building across the street. If it were me, I'd choose the rooftop. But at this level, it's really easy to miss with one shot. Maybe this gunman is just an amateur. Yun An suddenly spoke up. I'll give you 10 million. The underling didn't understand what he meant. Veins popped on Yun An's forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, Kill him for me. The underling was stunned for a moment. Then a dangerous expression spread across his face, and he chuckled darkly. The rain grew heavier, as if pouring down to catch up with the beat. One of the underlings stepped forward and asked, Brother Han, how do we shoot? The one called Brother Han laid out his plan. The gunman is in the big building across the street. I need you guys to cover me in a bit. Don't worry about the civilians. Just keep shooting until they're dead. The others solemnly shouted, Understood, Brother Han. Brother Han had to gesture, Let me come and meet you. Prepare. He slammed his hand forward and shouted, Shoot! The underlings heard the order and peeked out of the cars. They continuously fired forward, and Han Guest slipped out of his hiding place. He used all his strength to run towards Zhang Hao's hiding place, but something made his eyes widen, freezing him in place. A bullet pierced through Brother Han's head. Following that, those who were enthusiastically firing were each gifted a lead candy to the head. Yun An stared in horror at the corpse of the underling falling right next to him, sweat pouring down his terrified face. What happened? In the blink of an eye, they're all dead. The sound of the underlings running rushed towards Yun An. How many people did they ambush in the end? Hurry, something's happened to the boss and second master. The reinforcements sprinted through the rain towards Yun An, faster. Yun An was surprised to hear the sound of running, and he laughed smugly. God damn it, it's finally here. Yun An leaned against the car door as he stood up. Shanji, bro, I've been shot, he shouted. Think of something, quick, Shanji exclaimed in terror. Master, don't stand up. Swift footsteps echoed sharply on the rain-soaked road. The person's speed was even faster than the underlings. Running ahead, Bang Hao maxed out his speed and charged towards Yun An. Shanji shrieked in panic. What the hell? Yun An, not yet sensing the imminent danger, yelled at his men. Shanji, there are many gunmen for count. Before he could finish his sentence, Yun An sensed something was off. He glanced sideways, and Yun An was suddenly stunned, then fell backward. Bang Hao had already appeared next to him, pointing a gun at his abdomen without him knowing. He decisively pulled the trigger, the bullet piercing through his right abdomen. Yun An stood frozen in the rain, unable to comprehend what had happened. He mechanically looked down at the wound, then touched it. Yun An fell backward onto the ground. What's going on? The underlings were in chaos. How could there be an assassin? Ignore everything else. Get Master and Master quickly to the hospital. The rest of you, stay alert. Yes. At the car belonging to Lu Lai's group, still sat quietly in the rain. Lu Lai sighed in the driver's seat. How boring. Just as he lamented, a familiar voice came through the intercom. Sir, mission complete, Zhang Xiao's group reported. We are leaving the location. Lu Li praised them without reservation. Very good, you've worked hard. Lu Lai started the car and gripped the steering wheel. Next, it's my turn to take the stage. Then, at the hospital where the Chen brothers were being treated, the underlings emanated an aura of slaughter towards anyone who approached, causing the nurse walking beside them to keep her distance out of fear. The doctor told the nurse. The condition of these two isn't good. We must pay close attention, the nurse replied. Understood, Chief. An arrogant voice rang out, causing both the doctor and the nurse to feel pressured. So, can you cure them or not? Yun Sheng put his hands in his pockets and walked over. Our two bosses, the doctor stammered. Thinking of the two men in the VIP room, the doctor replied. They both suffered gunshot wounds to the abdomen. The extent of the damage is relatively severe. Although we have tried our best to stop it, internal organs have been damaged, and the wounds have been infected, so the current situation is still. Yun Sheng lost patience and spoke. You doctors. You always like to beat around the bush. Yun Sheng closed in on the attending physician, pointing his finger at the doctor. U.S. rough guys like to say it straight. He placed his hand on the doctor's shoulder, gripping it tightly. Let me tell you this, if something happens to my boss. Yun Sheng moved his face close to the doctor's, causing him to fearfully look away. I will definitely pay your family a visit, he glared menacingly. Understand? The doctor trembled and replied. Understood, I understand. We will definitely do our best. Lu Li stood to the side, silently watching the drama. He looked at Yun Sheng and grinned. So domineering it seems, the wounds of these two brothers aren't light. Yan Yu walked over with a pair of flirtatious red and black high heels. She appeared, adorned in an elegant black cheongsam, carrying a purse in her hand. Gentlemen, all preparations are complete, Lu Lai smirked. Much appreciated. Let's begin. The heart rate monitor ran steadily as Yun Ping breathed heavily into the oxygen mask. Suddenly, a jolt startled him awake. Time seemed to freeze around him. Yun Ping stared in astonishment at the figure entering the room. Lu Lai said, Esteemed sirs, your remaining time, Yun Ping thought in terror. A grim reaper. Lu Lai didn't let him dwell on it for long. Speaking up, allow me to introduce myself. I am a time merchant, Lu Li said with a smile. I smell death, and came running. She cast her gaze upon Yun Ping. Are you willing to make a deal? He stared blankly in horror. Lu Li approached Yun Ping's bedside. Sirs? No need to worry, I'm just a merchant, drawn by the scent of money. Although the sum I desire, Lu Lai pushed up her glasses, smiling meaningfully, is 1/5 of your total annual revenue. Yun Ping's eyes widened. Lu Lai continued, but the commodity in my hands can save both of your lives. He pondered for a moment. Lu Lai extended her hand. It's best to hurry. She drawled out her words. Time waits for no one. Information about Yun Ping flashed in Lu Lai's eyes. Name Chen Yun Ping, age 43. Remaining lifespan 2 hours. Name Chen Yun An, age 41. Remaining lifespan 2 hours 45 minutes. Lu Lai grinned slyly. Money or life? Yun Ping was stunned. The lifespan information was clearly displayed. Name Chen Yun Ping, age 43. Remaining lifespan 2 hours 23 minutes 41 seconds. Name Chen Yun An, age 41. Remaining lifespan 2 hours 45 minutes 32 seconds. Everything was beyond Yun Ping's comprehension. He asked in fear, could it be real? Can you really use money? The images of Lu Li and Yan Yu were imprinted in Yun Ping's eyes. He wondered. My life. Yun Ping reached out with trembling hands. The desire to live made Yun Ping desperately cling to Lu Li's his last straw. Yun Ping stammered. We will buy it. Lu Lai smiled in satisfaction. Very good, then please sign this life-buying contract. Yan Yu closed her eyes, reverently holding up 2 copies of the contract, as Yun Ping mumbled, Contract. He squinted, lost in thought. All that has happened today is too incredible to imagine. Can it really be trusted? Can a mere contract really deal with me? Outside the corridor, Yun Sheng and the others remained frozen in time. Golden light emanated from within the ward. The golden light radiating from Yun Ping's wounds caused him to arch in pain, letting out a loud cry. Lu Li grinned sinisterly, causing Yun Ping to be drenched in sweat. He propped himself up, saying, This feeling, it's different. Yun Ping's age information has now changed to the name Chen Yun Ping, age 43, with a lifespan of 365 days, 2 hours, 23 minutes, and 41 seconds remaining. Yun Ping looked down at the bullet wound on his right waist in astonishment. The wound has healed, he gasped. Turning to look at Lu Li, Yun Ping said, First, my brothers and I were attacked by assassins for no reason, and then you appeared, he asked suspiciously. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Lu Lai simply put his hands in his pockets and replied, Yeah. Lu Lai smiled back. You said you were attacked by assassins for no reason, Mr. Chen. Why not consider it from another perspective? Yun Ping was stunned when he heard Lu Li's words. If I hadn't shown up here today, how long do you think you guys would have survived? Lu Lai narrowed his eyes. Let me put it this way. Considering your actions and deeds, it wouldn't be surprising if something happened to you. Outside the hospital room, Yun Sheng was still yelling at the doctor. I'm telling you, if anything happens to my two bosses, I'll swallow you whole. The doctor trembled and replied, I'll go check on them now, Yun Sheng shouted. Hurry up and be careful. The doctor reluctantly opened the door to the Chen brothers' hospital room. He shook his head, thinking, a bunch of bullies who are afraid of the strong. The doctor gaped in surprise as he looked at the two healthy men admiring the scenery outside the hospital room. Chen, Mr. Chen, the Chens, Yun Ping, and Yun An, turned their heads and said fiercely when they heard the doctor's voice, process our discharge immediately. Yun Sheng and his men rushed into the hospital room. Boss? Lu Lai stood aside, witnessing the chaos of the Chen family's subordinates. The bosses are awake. Someone, come here, you're all right. Lu Li turned and left after making a phone call to someone. At the Chang Sheng Club Villa, Robert's phone rang. 56 stars, 56 flowers. Robert quickly answered the phone. Hey sir, I was just about to contact you. I overheard the Chen brothers' orders. We'll be heading to Madu's in an hour, he said hastily. Everyone has to return quickly. I found out the discharge procedures are already being processed. Lu Lai calmly walked down the stairs. Robert urged, Sir, if you don't hurry, I'm afraid it will be exposed. Lu Lai interrupted him. Robert, have you forgotten? Lu Lai smiled lightly. The one thing I don't lack is time, Robert exclaimed in shock. Ah, right. He was dumbfounded. Why did I forget? Sir isn't human. He can return in a minute. Lu Lai's voice pulled him back to attention. Robert, this operation has involved all the surveillance equipment in the area, so you must clean everything up for me. I don't want to leave any small traces. Robert's hands tapped the keyboard with incredible speed. He affirmed. Please rest assured, sir. Leave this to me, Lu Lai replied with satisfaction. All right then, I'll see you at home. Robert leaned back in his chair and sighed. How embarrassing. I actually forgot the sir's methods. Suddenly, the computer sounded a notification. Robert perked up. The computer screen showed a simulation of the Earth, with a red mark in one place. Checking the location of the designated 7 elite talents. Robert leaned closer to the computer, puzzled. 7 elite talents. The screen displayed a series of analyses of the person's location. Robert was surprised. Also in a country. That's great. With this, I can be considered to have an ally. Those two hicks, Bang Hao and Zhang Zhao, are really too much for me to handle. The computer screen displayed a person's information and picture. Robert was disappointed. It's an old man. There's a generational difference. What should I do? Suddenly, Robert's eyes widened as he looked at the photo. Wait, Thong Xet. Could this person be Moon? The moon in the sky was still shining brightly, and because it was dark, every house was brightly lit. The black cat moved gracefully, its elegance evident in every step. It walked into a room and meowed. Before its eyes were a pair of legs. The bowl of rice was spilled everywhere, and the milk carton had splattered all over the floor. The search bar was still displayed on the computer screen. The computer's webcam lit up with a bright red light. On Robert's computer screen, a person was seen lying collapsed on the ground. Robert looked at the computer screen in shock. Mr. Anthony lay trembling on the floor. Robert screamed, Hey, sir, what's wrong? Oh my God, Robert panicked. Hold on, sir, hold on, don't die. Let me find the nearest police station to your location. A police car was parked on the side of the road. Inside the car, a black-haired girl and a blonde girl were talking to each other. The black-haired girl's eyes were squinted from laughing. Suddenly, the radio crackled, startling the two into attention. Did someone manage to listen in? The radio broadcasted a voice. Is this 11? No, that's not right. Hello 911. There's a man unconscious in the house next to you. The blonde girl replied in English. What are you talking about? How did you hack into our internal network? Robert continued speaking in Chinese. That's Professor Anthony Gazeta, a quantum physics professor from Champaign University, yes, the very recipient of the physics medal. The two girls exchanged confused glances. The blonde girl cut him off. Can you speak English? Robert's eyes widened as he thought, I don't understand. I'm so nervous that I've completely forgotten how to speak English. Robert said. Don't ask me how I know, just go and save him quickly. He yelled in English. Go and save him. Robert slammed the receiver down. It hit the keyboard with a clatter. Robert's expression turned serious. He clenched his fist and thought, at the very least, before Mr. Anthony returns to his senses, I must save his life. In the distant country A, the two girls' police car was parked next to Anthony's house. The two also stepped out. The black-haired girl looked at the blonde girl and said, This is the place. Anyway, we should go check it out first. The blonde girl was surprised when she heard more police sirens. What? She watched the group of people step out of the police car and asked in surprise, Aren't you supposed to be patrolling another area? The person replied. Someone infiltrated our radio channel and said, There's a professor here who has collapsed. The blonde girl was astonished. What? Infiltrated on such a large scale? The two girls quickly turned their faces forward when they heard a familiar sound. As another ambulance and police car pulled up, they wondered, "What's going on with this ambulance? Could it be your radio too?" Someone exclaimed. "Oh my god, this guy called all of us here. I hope he knows what he's doing. I'll go check it out." The blonde girl knocked on the house door. "Hello, is anyone home? We're the police. Is there anything we can help with?" The girl panicked when she looked through the glass pane. The blonde girl's face turned pale, and she loudly announced, "Oh my god, it's real. Someone really is unconscious." The blonde girl said in a loud voice, "Quickly, break down the door, doctor." Everyone rushed over at the sound of the blonde girl's voice. They swarmed into Anthony's house. "Mr. Anthony, are you all right?" "He's unconscious. Quickly get him to the hospital." A moment later, Anthony was lifted onto a stretcher by the doctor. The blonde girl sighed in relief. "Luckily, we made it in time." She frowned in confusion. Who on earth could be capable of something like this? They discussed among themselves. "A hacker. Let's deal with that later." Robert, who was watching everything on the computer screen, felt relieved. Thankfully, he's probably still alive. He stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. "I need to quickly inform Master Qian so he knows about this." A foreign man appeared, looking elegant and refined. Behind him were a series of important formulas and theorems. He is Anthony Gazeta. At 18, he independently researched 2 areas of quantum physics, superconductors and superfluids, making outstanding contributions. People believe that his work in the area of superconductive materials has revolutionary value. Lu Lai leaned his chin on his hand, looking at the documents. "Heart disease?" Robert nodded in response. "Yes, sir, it happened suddenly," he explained. "Although I helped Professor Anthony call the police and an ambulance, the situation doesn't seem too optimistic." Luli's eyes darkened. A leading physicist, who could truly lead humanity into living in space. Such talent. Luli made up his mind. I must acquire him. Luli placed the tablet on the table. "This is definitely a club that needs talent. We need to immediately go to the United States to persuade him to join us." Bang Hao quickly stopped him. "But sir, the Chen family might come to visit very soon. And if you're not here..." Lu Lai frowned unhappily. "Right, I almost forgot." Lu Li thought of Bang Hao in his head. "I could just send Bang Hao and the others again, couldn't I?" "But..." Lu Li sighed. As an ordinary person, how could they persuade a quantum physics professor? Without a word, Lu Lai stood up and left. Robert asked in confusion, "Sir, where are you going?" Lu Lai replied coldly. The laboratory. Bang Hao and Robert watched Lu Lai's departing figure with confusion. At the laboratory, an employee shouted, "Teacher Tong, Mr. Lu is here." Zhao Rui, who was observing an experiment, smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, you've come at the perfect time. Come and see this." Lu Lai entered wearing thick protective gear. Oh, old Tang, have you made some new progress?" Zhao Rui looked at Lu Lai's appearance and was speechless, thinking, "Mr. Lu, you don't really need that much protection. Whatever, as long as you're happy." Inside the experiment box, the white mice were being fed to everyone around. Zhao Rui answered Lu Lai's question. "Medicine is divided into virology and immunology, which support each other. I previously researched an experiment during cell fission. A type of mutant cell has led to our attention. I named it the new mutant-type virus." The white mouse quickly went to the meat and nibbled on it, Zhang Rui continued. "In experiments with white mice, this type of cell has increased the activity of the white mice, increased their strength, increased their speed, and increased their appetite." But, he paused for a moment, then continued, "But there are still some other reactions." Zhao Rui turned his eyes to the mouse that was gradually swelling up. "In a short period of time, they will explode with energy, and then their bodies will quickly collapse," he continued, "and eventually die. Immediately after, the white mouse bled and rolled over." Zhao Rui solemnly suggested, "Sir, I want to ask you for a favor." Lu Li was stunned. "Oh," Zhu Rui said, "I want to ask you to set up a space with accelerated time in the laboratory." Lu Lai asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Zhu Rui explained. "Cultivating in a space with accelerated time can produce white mice adapted to the new mutant-type virus cells in the shortest amount of time, and through this screening we can select the most suitable pair for further research." Lu Li was surprised by Zhu Rui's words, and he exclaimed in his heart, "Old Tang is indeed a top-tier talent, able to infer this time chamber ability of my brain. Although the time chamber has already been verified by me, this has also proven Old Yang's extraordinarily keen sense. National treasure is indeed a national treasure." Zhao Rui cautiously probed Lu Li's attitude. "Is this possible, sir?" Lu Li replied with determination. "Your proposed request. It must be done." A moment later, elsewhere in the laboratory area, Zhu Rui was stunned. "Sir, it's really completed." "This is too fast. I just proposed a guess." Lu Lai smiled and replied, "Old Tang, I promised you, I will fulfill all your requests." Lu Lai led Zhao Rui to the door of the room, saying, "Considering that the information related to the time chamber cannot be revealed, Let's examine the components here, a mechanical voice then echoed. Iris scan confirmed. Welcome, Mr. Lu. The sturdy door opened, revealing an object shining with dazzling light. Zhao Rui stuttered in astonishment. Could this possibly be? He was dumbfounded. The time chamber. Zhao Rui hurried to the time chamber. He excitedly touched every part of the time chamber. This is just unbelievable. He actually achieved it so easily. Under the conditions of accelerated time, the mutation rate of the new type of virus increases 5-fold. Currently, the experimental mice are responding very well. Oh my god, this is simply like a scene from the dawn of a new era, Zhao Rui exclaimed with wide eyes. With this, my research will be divinely assisted. He glanced backward, but then added, but having said that, Mr. Lugan's ability, Lu Li smiled proudly. Zhao Rui thought admiringly. This is already the power of a god, Lu Li suddenly asked. Professor Theng, do you know Professor Anthony Gerda? Zhao Rui pondered. Anthony, he. Realizing why Lu Li sought him out, Zhao Rui was startled. Oh, you want to? Could it be that he also? Lu Li confirmed. Yes, I intend to recruit him. I just need something to prove myself. Lu Li asked. Can you help me with this? Zhao Rui mused. Something to prove yourself. But immediately afterward he figured something out and grinned triumphantly. Ah, Mr. Lu, I have something. Zhao Rui explained. Cancer cells, in a sufficiently nutritious environment, have the ability to divide infinitely, while normal cells have a division limit of only 54 times. He introduced the item in his hand. This technological crystal contains cells extracted from a single cancer cell. Zhao Rui smiled meaningfully. Sir, you should know how to make good use of it. Lu Li reached out and took the crystal from Zhao Rui's hand. He used his ability to accelerate time 5-fold. Zhao Rui stared in amazement at the crystal. It's really too beautiful. Lu Li chuckled darkly. Indeed, it's very beautiful. Why don't I just take it? The crystal rested snugly in Lu Li's palm, using flowers to worship Buddha. In the recreation room of the Chang Sheng Club's villa, Yan Yu covered half of her face with a deck of cards and said softly, Then I'll play. She played a deuce, moving it to an ace. I'm out! Yan Yu shouted joyfully. Won again. She held 2 pieces of paper and said embarrassedly to the 2 people opposite her, Tell me, is this really okay? Robert stuttered. Please go ahead. The 2 people had their faces covered in paper, one more than the other. Bang Hao grumbled to Robert. All your good ideas. Meanwhile, he stared blankly at Yan Yu, a queen. The phone on the table vibrated, which drew the attention of the 3 people. Robert quickly picked up the phone and looked at the notification. Oh, the sir announced a mission in the app. Yan Yu peered at the phone in confusion. Before, the sir always announced missions to us in person. Why now? Robert also wondered. Yeah, what's going on? The wooden door of the room opened. All 3 of them looked towards the door. Lu Li appeared from behind the door. That's because I just added an employee evaluation system. This time, the task must be completed by yourselves. Robert was stunned, and checked the details. Lu Li pushed up his glasses. I have something to deal with, so I couldn't personally go to the United States to invite Mr. Anthony, he continued. What you need to do is figure out how to make this leading quantum physicist believe that our organization is capable enough to extend his life. Lu Li took out the crystal. Use this. The 3 of them shouted together. Understood, sir. He sat down on the sofa and looked at Robert, saying, Robert, you improvised very coolly this time. What kind of reward do you want? Just name it. Robert was delighted. Really? He scratched his head shyly. Then I would like to ask you for some money to buy some things and build a basic supercomputer. Lu Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. A supercomputer? That's not cheap. You really know how to choose. How much do you want? Robert was doubtful. Really? Robert held up 5 fingers, then changed his mind and held up 3 fingers. 530 million RMB should be enough, he thought to himself. Is that okay? As expected, the number is too big. Lu Li looked at Robert and laughed loudly, saying, Are you kidding me? I'll give you 10 million. Use the best stuff you can, Robert shouted. Sir! He jumped up and down. Could I also take the opportunity during this business trip to do some research? As far as I know, some high-end components can be customized. Robert waved his hands in confusion. No, I don't want to go on a business trip. I don't want to go out. I don't want to meet people. You know me. Lu Li narrowed his eyes. And Robert continued. I'm just a stone man who doesn't go out. Ah, sir. Robert pointed to Yan Yu. Let Miss Yan go. When we were looking for her information, I was the clearest. She studied abroad, and she has passed the 8 levels. Yan Yu stepped forward and smiled. If that's the case. If it's inconvenient for you, sir, let me do this. Lu Li's expression became serious. That's the only way. But a girl like you in a foreign land, he said. The United States is not like here. It's not very safe. After all, Bang Hao avoided eye contact in secret. Lu Lai glanced at Bang Hao. Even without hearing it, Bang Hao knew what Lu Lai was going to say next. He refused repeatedly. Sir, I have never taken a female student out to play before. I can't hit her, and I can't scold her. This team is not easy to manage. I'd better stay by your side. Lu Lai put his hands behind the chair and said with a smile. What are you thinking? This business trip is led by Yan Yu, and you are responsible for her safety, Lu Li continued. Moreover, in some important decisions you must listen to Yan Yu. Yan Yu looked at Bang Hao with a smug smile. He was stunned. Is that so? Yan Yu winked. Please take care of me this time, little servant. Bang Hao looked unwilling, gnashing his teeth silently. Robert, Bang Hao cursed Robert in his heart 1,000 times. You bastard. Lu Lai saw the two of them off at the door and thoughtfully reminded them. The itinerary has been arranged properly. This time you're far away from me, so you must be careful, Yan Yu affirmed. Don't worry, sir. We will definitely handle this matter properly. Looking at the ring with the crystal on Yan Yu's neck, Lu Li instructed. There is a special cancer cell in this crystal. Give it to Professor Anthony to see, and he will understand. The two of them replied together. Understood, sir, Lu Lai said with a smile. This time, I'm counting on the two of you. The plane to a country took off with Lu Lai's two hopes. He silently wished, I hope you return triumphantly to the Eternal Life Club. Zhang Zhao placed the file on the table. Sir, this is the movement of the Chen family that Robert obtained. They are about to arrive in Modu, but what they did first was, Zhang Zhao frowned. Inquire about matters related to the club. Lu Li picked up the file and read it. The Chen family brothers are very clever. To the outside world, they suppressed the news of the assassination and secretly went to Modu. Not only can they observe the movements of all parties in the dark, but they can also conveniently suppress those who have ulterior motives against them, Lu Lai sighed. Indeed, ruthless enough, Zhang Zhao narrowed his eyes dangerously. Sir, how about I go give them a little warning? Looking at the photos of the Chen family brothers taken by Zhang Zhao, Lu Li hurriedly stopped him. No rush, let's observe first. If they know what's good for them. He smiled and said, I'm always willing to cooperate with smart people, Lu Lai ordered. You can step back for now. Yes, sir, Lu Lai thought to himself. What I'm most worried about right now is, Lu Lai watched the sunset through the window. It's our external team that's the problem, the internal mission announcement read. Mission title? Bring back the renowned physicist Professor Anthony Gerda from the United States. Deserted Island Mission, a crystal containing cancer cells with a division rate 5 times faster. The plane carrying Peng Hao and Yan Yu has arrived in Country A. Reward, 500 points per person. Yan Yu and Peng Hao disembarked from the plane together. Lu Li thought confidently. This time, you'll have to earn your rewards yourselves. Outside the hospital where Anthony was receiving treatment, Robert spoke into Yan Yu and Peng Hao's communication devices. Ladies, Professor Anthony is in Ward 502 of Zone D. Professor Anthony has pelvic bleeding from a fall. Robert, sitting in front of the computer screen, reminded them. Many other organs in his body are showing signs of weakening. You need to seize the moment. Yan Yu replied. Understood. We've arrived. Robert nodded. Okay, good luck. In front of room D205, Yan Yu looked at Peng Hao and nodded. He nodded back. Mary, the nurse taking care of Anthony, looked at Peng Hao with a puzzled expression. Excuse me, who are you? I haven't heard of anyone having an appointment with Professor Anthony. Because Mary spoke in English, Peng Hao didn't understand a thing. He replied in broken English and Chinese, I do ji e na ji e bagam yu. Yan Yu quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. She replied to Mary in English. Excuse me, I'm Professor Anthony's graduate student. When I heard the news of his illness, I flew straight back from abroad, Mary exclaimed. How intimate. She opened the door to the room and announced to the person inside, Mr. Garretta, your student is here to visit. Anthony looked towards the door in surprise. Yan Yu, with her hand in her pocket, stepped inside. Anthony was startled by the stranger before him. He asked her, Who are you? Yan Yu said in Chinese, Professor Anthony, do you know the old gentleman, Kang Zhao Rui? Anthony's eyes widened in surprise. Peng Hao, who was standing outside the door, saw a blonde doctor approaching. He reached for the doorknob. Peng Hao quickly grabbed the doctor's wrist to stop him. The blonde doctor shouted in English, Hey, what's going on? Peng Hao put on a fierce expression and threatened in English. Inside the room, Anthony wondered. Chinese. How do you know I can speak Chinese? He continued. Not many do. As for Kang, I heard he passed away some time ago. A great pity indeed. Yan Yu smiled lightly with her eyes closed, replying, No, Professor. Passing away is just an excuse for outsiders. Anthony was stunned. How could that be? He was already 102 years old, wasn't he? Yan Yu touched the crystal on her necklace. It has nothing to do with age. She took off the glass orb. This little gift is from Tang Lao for you. Yan Yu placed the glass orb into Anthony's hand, and he was surprised. What? Yan Yu took out a small, compact, cylindrical object. What you're about to see next will shock you, even for you. Anthony's eyes widened as he took the object and peered inside the glass orb. Anthony exclaimed in shock. This is actually a cancer cell, but its division rate is too fast. This is impossible. He was utterly astonished. Is it because of the new nutrient solution? But this division rate is still too fast. Anthony stammered. Could this be Tang Lao's research? But this is impossible. Yan Yu's glasses glinted, and she hinted. You are a physicist. You can make even bolder conjectures. Anthony was stunned. He was horrified by his own insane thought. No, impossible. This could never be created. On Earth, this is definitely beyond what human civilization could achieve. Yan Yu explained. Tang Lao only extracted the complete cell, but the power within is enough to shock you, she continued with a smile. It's my boss's masterpiece. Anthony's eyes widened. Your boss? Who exactly are you people? Yan Yu leaned in, touching her glasses. Have you heard of the ageless ones? Inside Anthony's mind. When I was young, I researched a problem called time reversal. In those studies, I tried to combine Botman's two laws of physics, thermodynamics and Newtonian mechanics, but I found it very difficult to find a real-world case. A few drops of sweat appeared on Anthony's aging face. But now I finally see it. Holding the glass orb in his hand, Anthony marveled. This contains Lu Xiansheng's power of eternal life. Could it answer my doubts of so many years? He called out. Tan Xiaoji, Anthony, determined. Request to meet Lu Xiansheng. Yan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Bang Hao, you're not serious, are you? Bang Hao retorted. Ugh, no way. It wasn't easy to borrow this from Zhang Yi. Yan Yu was speechless, as Bang Hao masked Anthony's face like a bank robber. This is too obvious. Why not use a mask? Bang Hao explained. Oh, come on. Don't these old American people usually not wear masks? Anthony spoke up. Hey, young man, I can hear everything. Yan Yu didn't know what to say, so she remained silent. Mary appeared. Hey, you people. Yan Yu and Bang Hao turned their heads together in unison. Mary stared intently at the masked man sitting in the wheelchair. She blurted out, Oh my God, is that Mr. Anthony? She bent down to make eye contact with Anthony, who was sweating profusely. Sir, what are you doing here? Are you in disguise? Yan Yu forced a smile, fabricating a flimsy excuse. He just wanted to go to the bathroom, because you guys seemed very busy. Realizing the lie had too many holes, Yan Yu thought she would never believe it, unless she was stupid. Mary pointed a finger. She said in English, No matter what, we can't do this. Don't force me to call the police. Yan Yu thought to herself, it seems she can only wrong her a little. Another nurse hurriedly announced. Mary, there's a shooting in the city nearby. The police informed us that we need to be quick. Get ready, she said. Emergency situation. Mary quickly replied. Oh my God, I'm coming right away. Bang Hao smiled triumphantly, while Yan Yu was utterly shocked. Mary instructed, and then left in a hurry. You should take the patient back immediately, Yan Yu replied. I understand. Anthony removed the mask. Isn't this country supposed to have simple and honest customs? He smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. It seems that even the goddess of luck is supporting my decision. Next, do you two bosses have a plan of action? Bang Hao grinned and asked, Mr. Anthony, do you really think this shooting was a coincidence? Yan Yu was taken aback. Bang Hao, are you talking about the phone call just now? Bang Hao explained. Of course Robert was playing tricks. He even had a special knack for interfering with police calls. Yan Yu said, how come I didn't know about this? I'm the leader, Bang Hao, carrying Anthony while running. Didn't forget to retort. At that time, you were busy with important business with Anthony. Naturally, a small matter like this was left for me to handle. Anthony, helpless at their childish antics. Over here, over here. The elevator is faster. In the parking garage, the three of them rushed over together. A car stopped in front of the three of them. The subordinates opened the car door and stepped out. Miss Tan, we're here, they reported. The plane is ready. We can take off as soon as we arrive. Yan Yu nodded in satisfaction. Good, let's go. From the camera in the parking garage, Robert observed everything. He joyfully shouted, Perfect, Anthony is in our bag. Lulai stepped forward seriously. Don't get complacent. The job isn't over yet. We can't leave any traces, Robert said in an assured tone. Understood, sir. I guarantee they'll vanish from the world. Lulai propped his chin in thought. Also, make sure the wrong family's plane has medical equipment arranged. Anthony's physical condition isn't optimistic. I don't want any mishaps to occur to him. On the way. Robert clasped his hands behind his head and chuckled darkly. Sir, when it comes to obedience, the wrong family can be considered the epitome. Once Anthony is on the plane, it'll be hard for him to die even if he wanted to, Lu Li praised. Very good. You've cooperated perfectly this time. Once they return. Before he could finish speaking, Lulai's phone rang in his pocket. Lulai picked it up. Instructor Zhang Xiao. Is there any movement? Zhang Xiao replied. Sir, a car has driven to our location. It must be the Chen family brothers, Lu Li said. They actually managed to trace us here. Their methods aren't bad. Order them to come in. Lu Li gave the order. Zhang Zhao responded clearly. A supercar drove inside the Changsheng club. It stopped right in front of Zhang Zhao. The Chen family brothers stepped out of the car together. Zhang Zhao faced them with a serious expression. Yun Ping spoke first. Last time, we were fortunate to have Mr. Lu Xiao's help. This time, my brother and I have come to pay our respects, Zhang Zhao replied. The Chen family is true to their word, Mr. Lu Xiao has been waiting for a while. He smirked. But upon seeing the subordinates behind them, Zhang Zhao said sternly, no one else is allowed in. Lu Li was talking to the wrong family's bodyguard. The wrong family truly rendered great assistance this time. Please convey my thanks to old Mr. Wrong upon your return, the man immediately replied. Yes, sir. I won't trouble you any further. I'll be heading back now. At the same time, the Chen family entourage was being led to Lu Li's room. Chen Wensheng muttered in annoyance. Who the hell is he, acting so cocky just for running an errand? Just then, the wrong family's bodyguard walked past the two of them. Chen Yunping was startled. He looked back. Seeing this, Chen Yunsheng asked, What's wrong, brother? He vaguely replied. That person looked very familiar. Chen Yunping fell into deep thought. Lu Li was in the study next to the bookshelf when a voice came from outside. Sir, they have arrived. He smiled faintly. Chen Yunping respectfully greeted. Greetings, Mr. Lu. Lu Li replied affably. You two have gone to great trouble. How are your injuries? You must rest more. Chen Yunping thought in astonishment. What's going on? He exuded an aura like the Grim Reaper back at the hospital, but is this the same person? He replied politely. Greetings, Mr. Lu. Thanks to your blessing. This time, I have come to settle the debt from our life trading agreement. He looked towards Yunnan behind him, and his subordinate immediately responded. He took a card from his pocket, bowed, and presented it to Lu Li. Inside is 800 million. The amount according to your request. Lu Li took the card, reminding them, although I gave you 1 year to allow your bodies to recover, the remaining time for you two is not long. The lifespan of you two is only 360 days, both exclaimed in dismay. What? Chen Yunping said in panic. Mr. Lu, did we do something wrong? We'll accept anything. Is there really no room for negotiation? Lu Li adjusted his glasses and replied leisurely. I think you've misunderstood. Money here is just a means of transaction. If you want more lifespan, you must put in the effort yourself. The two members of the Chen family vaguely mused to themselves about putting in effort. Lu Li took out 2 phones and said smugly, Here, money isn't the only gateway to immortality. Actively complete tasks and strive to level up. The two Chen brothers exchanged glances, and a moment later, they were seen off. We'll take our leave today. Please convey to Mr. Lu that we'll visit another day, Zhang Xiao Tongshun replied. All right, take care, Chen Yunping politely asked. May I ask how to address you? Zhang Zhao coldly replied. Club rules stipulate that staff cannot disclose their information casually. It's a rule. Chen Yunping smiled apologetically. Aha. It was my abruptness then. Farewell. The car quickly departed. In the car, Chen Yunan was bitterly cursing. That son of a bitch. Putting on airs. Even Mr. Lu isn't as arrogant as him. If he wasn't someone you ranked, I would have personally given him a bullet. Chen Yunping gently advised. This organization can't be underestimated. Be humble for me. Don't lose big for something small. Chen Yunan then complied. Yes, I understand, brother. He turned on his phone and casually asked his subordinate. Have you found any leads on what I asked you to investigate? The subordinate reported. Yes, boss. The person you felt looked familiar is a bodyguard beside Master Wrong, and that big guy from earlier was formerly Special Forces. Information on the Special Forces is untraceable. Chen Yunping wondered. The Wrong family is actually the Wrong family, Chen Yunan startlingly said with worry. Special Forces, boss. What should we do next? Chen Yunping smiled again. We really have to thank that assassin, Chen Yunan called out puzzled. Brother, Chen Yunping then explained, although it costs money to live now, we can, in turn, obtain true immortality. Moreover, even the Wrong family has gotten involved. The other members probably have significant backgrounds as well. Next, let's try to make contact with the other members in the club. If we can build a relationship with them, the Tang family's rise to prominence will only be a matter of time. This is a connection that money can't buy. Now it seems that what you and I received wasn't just a bullet, but a match made in heaven. At the Wrong family, a bodyguard is relaying a message from the An family. Lu Xiansheng greatly admires your dispatch of a private jet and has especially asked me to convey his gratitude to you. The affairs of the Chengsheng Club must be taken seriously. How can they be considered child's play? Haha, I see news that new members have joined the club. Numbers 131 and 132, a new mission for member number 131. The club needs a new location to establish a high-tech development zone. Members 131 and 132 are required to cooperate and provide one building as an exploration area, one as an office, and one as a laboratory. Mission reward, 1,000 points each. Chen Yun-an looks at his phone and assesses. Medium difficulty, but the mission reward isn't low. Chen Yun-ping continues. Based on the membership upgrade requirements, as long as we succeed in this newbie mission, we can directly advance to level 1 membership. We should be able to exchange it for a year of lifespan. Chen Yun-an excitedly exclaims. So that's how it is, I'll go make arrangements right away. Suddenly, Chen Yun-ping stops him. Wait, before that, I want to visit our old senior first. Chen Yun-an contemplates for a moment, understanding his brother's intention, and replies with amusement. He of course, after all, there's no strict prohibition against internal member interaction in the rules we signed with the club. A wrong family bodyguard announces. Master, someone from the Chen family has been sent to say they wish to visit you, Rong Yi. Yu indifferently replies. HMPH, quick action. What did they say? The bodyguard hesitates before answering. The person only said 2 words. Changsheng, longevity. Upon hearing this, he looks back, decisively stating, inform the branch families to receive the guests together. At the grand gate inside the Rong family's massive villa, both the Rong and Chen families are present. The Rong family members look at their counterparts warily. Rong Yi Yu speaks first. Gentlemen, there's something I don't understand. Chen Yun-ping responds nonchalantly. Oh, please, do tell. He looks at them suspiciously. Why are you so certain that I would agree to meet you upon hearing the 2 words? Changsheng. Chen Yun-ping confidently replies. A few days ago my brother and I met a certain gentleman, and saw an extremely talented bodyguard. After all, there are only a few famous ones in the industry. We were curious as to whom he belonged, so we investigated and unexpectedly traced him back to you. Only a powerful force like the Rong family could find such talent. Upon hearing this, Rong Yi Yu chuckles. Haha, this is indeed the Chen family style of doing things. It's just as the rumors say. Chen Yun-an thinks to himself. HMPH, looking down on us. This old fox is clearly pretending to be ignorant. Chen Yun-ping directly stands up and says, Elder Rong, this junior has no ill intentions. Please forgive any offense I may have caused. Elder Rong looks at him thoughtfully, smiling as he replies. You don't need to beat around the bush with me, just speak plainly. Seeing this, Chen Yun-ping smugly continues. Elder Rong is indeed straightforward. As you know, most of our family's businesses are overseas. Our foundation in the country is extremely limited. Rong Yi Lu cuts him off, tapping the table. That's not right, not right. You should still talk about your newbie mission. Chen Yun-ping is slightly embarrassed, finally admitting the truth. Yes. Well, I'll get straight to the point. My brother and I need some time to complete our task. The reward that Sir is offering us is 1,000 points each. The Rong family started murmuring amongst themselves. 1,000 points? Their new recruits are getting such a high reward, Rong Yi? You tentatively asked. So you mean to say, Chen Yun-ping's voice echoed, the foundation of my Chen family is still limited, not enough to complete the task in Mao Tu. So on behalf of the Chen family, I would like to make a request to the Rong family. We can form an alliance to better serve Sir and walk together on the path to true immortality. Haha, the Chen brothers are indeed bold. However, this matter concerns the future prosperity of my Rong family. Let us discuss this matter before giving you an answer. Then, we will await good news from Old Master Rong, Lu Lai sneered. It seems the Chen brothers are very ambitious. This is a bit troublesome. Zhang Xiao coldly said. Sir, with just a word from you, Lu Lai calmly replied. No violence this time. Relay my message to the Rong family. They can do as they wish. Also, I am very pleased that they promptly handed over the recording device to me. Understood, sir. As for these 2 brothers, we must be tactful. Early in the morning at the club, a car parked in front of the entrance. A pair of shoes stepped out, followed by a pair of high heels. Tan Yanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, it's so good to be home. She opened the backseat door. Mr. Anthony, we've arrived. Anthony was stunned with surprise, admiring the architecture before him as he exclaimed, Ah, very nice architecture. A familiar voice rang out. Mr. Greta, do you remember me? Ola Chow, it's Tang Zhao Rui who stepped out. Anthony hesitated, stunned. You're Tang Zhao Rui. He stepped forward for a hearty handshake and said, We met a few years ago at the Life Science Conference. Anthony was puzzled. What? He pondered thoughtfully. Anthony exclaimed in shock. Tang, you're Tang. You look so young. Tang Zhao Rui happily replied. Haha. It's a long story, Anthony murmured in admiration. What happened to you? It's too crazy I even thought you were. I have so many questions to discuss with you. Suddenly, Tan Yanyu spoke up. Mr. Greta, I must interrupt you. With your current condition, you should go see Sir quickly. Anthony worriedly replied. Okay. As he walked, he thought to himself, I can't believe I'm actually here. The scene in that necklace, and Tang's resurrection, if it's true, then he must be a god. Tan Yan Yu nodded. Mr. Greta, this way please, Anthony thought nervously. Right, what's that Chinese saying? Since I'm already here, might as well relax. He flung the door open, and a figure was already waiting by the window. Anthony called out hesitantly, Lu Xiansheng, it's him. Lu Lai nodded in greeting. You must be tired from your trip, Mr. Greta. Are you satisfied with the little tip I gave you? Anthony thought in confusion. He's a bit young. Lu Lai smirked. His information is displayed immediately. Remaining lifespan, 3 days, 21 hours, 18 minutes, 33 seconds. Anthony asked in shock. This is my lifespan, Lu Lai said smugly. Looks like you made it just in time. If it were a few more days, a heart attack would have taken your life. Anthony collapsed to the floor, exclaiming in disbelief, Is this magic? Does this kind of power really exist? I really am. Lu Lai handed over a paper. Miss Tan must have told you about my situation on the way, right? He was startled. HMPH, Lu Lai said calmly. Sign the contract, and you'll be a member of the Eternal Life Club, of course, if you agree. Anthony quickly signed the contract. Lu Lai said with satisfaction. The Eternal Life Club welcomes you. You, Zhang Sheng Yu, GR, me. Then, he showed off his power to Anthony, making him scream in panic. Wah, Lu Xiansheng, Lu Li replied with amusement. There are things we can talk about later. Yun Di still has a long way to go. Our club is gradually growing. More and more people are coming, but some problems are slowly emerging, which is the gap between my level of knowledge and these core technical staff. Even with my supernatural power, I can't handle it easily. I don't understand at all. It seems like it's time to find and develop some brainiac talents for the club, and look for them personally. At the club's villa, Robert was reporting to Lu Lai. Sir, there are currently 3 people who fit your criteria for brainiac talents. Take a look. These 2 are both senior consulting professors who usually work in foreign offices, are advanced in age, and have serious illnesses. We can directly use their time in exchange for their loyalty. There's one more person, and the situation is a bit different. Name: Du Wei Min, born in Wuxi, 40 years old, is the vice dean of the School of International Relations at Zhao Yun University, a professor, doctoral advisor, and director of strategic foreign studies. His research fields are international political systems and political culture, and international diplomacy. Regarding the international relations between major countries and foreign policies, Lu Lai furrowed his brow in contemplation. Tell your subordinates, this Ms. Du's resume is actually even more impressive than the 2 of them. It's just that she seems young and healthy, not like someone who needs to prolong their life. Robert replied directly. The one who needs to prolong their life is actually her daughter. Lu Li was taken aback and exclaimed, What? Her daughter? Robert recounted. Years ago, Du Wei Min's husband died in a car accident, leaving behind only a 5-year-old daughter, Huang Jingxuan. Du Wei Min loves her daughter very much, but not long ago, the child was diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor. She has gradually begun to withdraw from her work, just to focus on taking care of her daughter. If only my mother could be as doting as her. Lu Lai turned and walked away. Not bad. Send me these materials, Robert curiously asked. Have you decided to select them as targets? Lu Lai pondered, finally answering softly. Consider it so. Oh, right. In the next 2 days you should screen and select some customers who need money for me. Now that the members are increasing, I also have to start collecting some time. I feel like my body is quickly being drained. Robert immediately agreed. Yes, boss. At a crowded eatery. Boss, give me a bowl of pork noodles. Boss, hurry up with my order. Coming. Cheng Xiaoxian chugged an entire bottle of alcohol and slammed it on the table, appearing dirty and dazed as he asked, Hey, are you that Naplu, sir? Right. I heard you can give me money. Lu Lai frowned uncomfortably. My name is Lu Lai. You can call me Mr. Lu. I am a time merchant. For hundreds of thousands of years I have traveled this entire world, he replied flippantly. All right, stop acting. Get to the point. Aren't you going to give me money? How much money can you give me? Lu Lai replied seriously. Simply put, I will extract a certain amount of lifespan from you, and then give you some money, calculated in units of years. Zhao Zhaoxian said disdainfully. Damn, you rich people really know how to play, huh? Fine, then how much is 1 year of my life worth? Is it worth 10,000 yuan? Ha ha! Lu Li yawned widely. Why did Robert find someone like this? He continued comfortably. There's not just one person like me in this world, happy when I'm full, and when I'm out of money, I go and work to earn 200 or 300 yuan. After earning money, I go to an internet cafe and play to my heart's content. When I'm hungry, I eat 10 yuan fast food, or save up for a few days and go to a bathhouse and sleep comfortably. How much money can a person like me be exchanged for? Just tell me straight, I won't bargain. Lu Lai nodded in satisfaction, surprised. I understand. There are 300,000 here, which is the price for 1 year of your life, Cheng Xiaoxian exclaimed in shock. 300,000. Damn, are you for real? Am I dreaming? Let me see. Lu Lai grabbed his hand. Don't rush to take the money. Okay, I have to collect your lifespan first. He was a little apprehensive. How do you collect it? In a dark alley, Cheng Xiaoxian was caught in a strange power, screaming miserably. Ah! Lu Lai chuckled to himself. He fell heavily to the ground. Lu Lai looked at the sphere in his hand, with satisfaction. I've taken my brother's lifespan. Cheng Xiaoxian thought in a daze. Mom, what exactly is this? Is my lifespan really being taken away? Is this person the Grim Reaper? He muttered. I originally thought this was just a simple meal. I didn't expect to encounter such an unbelievable thing. Lu Lai stepped forward. Mr. Cheng Xiaoxian, according to the agreement, the money in this card is yours, he asked dazedly. Selling lifespan. Me, Cheng Xiaoxian cheered excitedly. Why didn't I meet you sooner? I don't have to sleep under the bridge anymore. And I can stay in internet cafes for a long time. Mr. Lu, you are truly a living bodhisattva, Lu Lai advised him. Actually, you can take this money to do some small business. Wouldn't it be better to live a stable life? Cheng Xiaoxian replied indifferently. Alas, a person like me has no dreams and no demands. It's good to enjoy life a little more with the money. Look at those people outside who risk their lives. In the end, aren't they all just born, grow old, get sick, and die? First, I'll go find a high-end bathhouse. It's been a long time since I took a bath. Hey, when I run out of money, I'll come find you again. Lu Lai hesitated for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Cheng Xiaoxian, aren't you curious about how much lifespan you have left? He smiled brightly and replied, Not at all. I don't want to ruin the mood. See you later, Mr. Lu. Hee hee ha. I can't show any authority in front of this person at all. Luckily, I don't need to recruit him. Let's go. Hopefully, I now have the capital to save that little girl. It seems that today wasn't too bad after all. Hospital image. I will finish writing the analysis report today and send it to you. At that time, we will talk about the specifics in FaceTime. Yes. I took Xuan to the hospital for a checkup. But the specific situation is still unknown, Du Wei-min said sadly. I just hope it's not too bad. Her eyes welled up with tears as she looked at her daughter sitting not far away. Huang Jingxuan smiled brightly at her. Hee hee. In the examination room, Dr. Tan Zhao looked at the radiograph. Du Wei-min asked anxiously, Director, my daughter. The director took off his glasses and replied sadly, Mouse. Dumas. The tumor in your daughter has become malignant. Du Wei-min was shocked and agitated. She asked in a panic, Director, is there really no other way? She's already done so much chemotherapy. She has endured so much pain. Is there really no effect at all? Director, I beg you, no matter how much money it costs, no matter what method is used, I don't care. As long as she lives, I am willing to sacrifice everything. The director calmly replied, Mikas, Dun, I can understand your feelings, but even the top cancer experts abroad are not confident enough when performing open skull surgery on your daughter. Now we can only do our best to control the situation, and let your daughter happily finish this last journey. Huang Jingxuan sat waiting with a bored expression. Mom is so slow, she said she would buy me a cake. Suddenly someone sat next to her. Lu Li sighed. I'm so tired. Sure enough, waiting in line at the hospital is much more annoying than taking the train. The little girl cheerfully asked, Uncle? Does your head hurt too? Lu Lai smiled and replied, Yeah, running into strange people does give me a bit of a headache. Huang Jingxuan said silently, Well, to tell you the truth, my head has been hurting more and more recently. The doctor said it's because the medicine and the virus are fighting each other, and that it's a sign that the condition is getting better. It's just a shame all her hair fell out, making it impossible for her to go to school for now. Lu Li comforted her, but seeing her like this, he awkwardly replied, I don't need it. This isn't my style. When I grow up, I want long hair and pretty dresses. Lu Lai used his powers to see that the little girl was only 5 years old. Her remaining lifespan is 3 months, 19 days, 21 hours, and 13 minutes. The little girl was still talking happily, like Snow White. Waiting until that time, he pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. That's right, this style doesn't suit you. The little girl pouted. Humph. Lu Lai made a suggestion. I'll give you a gift, a small magic trick. Suddenly a voice called out, Xuan, mommy. Du Wei-min rushed over. Who are you? What do you want with my daughter? Xuan, come to mommy. Lu Lai used his time ability to make her immobile. Du Wei-min thought in confusion. What's going on? Suddenly, everything around is normal? Why is this person in front of me completely different from everything else? Is Xuan immobilized? No, not immobilized, but moving extremely slowly. Lu Lai reassured her. Don't worry, Mess. Dua. I don't have any bad intentions. Du Wei-min blurted out. You can control time, can't you? Lu Li was startled, thinking guiltily. What? Her observational skills are too amazing. Du Wei-min asked suspiciously. You can control time, right? Lu Lai thought excitedly. Amazing! This is exactly the talent I need. Du Wei-min warned him. What exactly is your purpose? I'm warning you. Don't set your sights on my daughter. Lu Li replied calmly. The reality is quite the opposite. I can save your daughter's life so she can be like a normal person, living a peaceful and healthy life. Du Wei-min was stunned, she thought to herself. If he can really save Xuan Xuan, I am willing to pay anything to get this chance. Instead, she directly asked, what price do I have to pay? Lu Lai looked at Huang Jingxuan. Ko-du. Please don't be nervous. I deeply admire your knowledge and character, so I would never do anything against your will. As he reached out towards the girl, she suddenly screamed, You can't touch her. The information displayed the girl's remaining lifespan. Du Wei-min was stunned. 3 months in the wind is Xuan Xuan's remaining time. Lu Lai nodded. In fact, you can imagine this as an extraordinary headhunting activity. He used his power on the girl, emitting a huge light. Du Wei-min tried to rush towards Xuan Xuan. The girl's remaining lifespan turned into 1 year, 3 months, 19 days, and 21 hours. Du Wei-min excitedly thought, Xuan Xuan's time has been extended. Lu Lai sighed and said, This 1 year is my personal gift to Xuan Xuan as a welcoming present. Although it can't cure her illness, she will be completely healthy during this year, which is a very happy thing for a little girl. Du Wei-min hesitated and asked, You mentioned headhunting just now. Do you want me to work for you? Lu Lai bluntly replied, No. I want you to work for the Eternal Life Club. She vaguely asked, The Eternal Life Club? The Eternal Lifers? Lu Lai confidently replied, We exist so that eternal life people can live better, and so that the earth is not destroyed by those with limited vision. Du Wei-min directly replied, You can come here today, which shows that you know my information like the back of your hand. Then you must know that there are things I won't agree to, even if you use my daughter as a bargaining chip. Lu Lai calmly replied, On this point, you can rest assured, the Eternal Life Club welcomes you to observe in person, she thought to herself. If this isn't a trick, this club is definitely a force that transcends reality. A mysterious organization containing the power of time. Du Wei-min decisively said, Okay, but I want to reserve it. When she returned to normal, there was no one in front of her. Where did they go? Suddenly, a voice called out. Mom, Wan Jingxuan cheered happily. Look, my hair isn't a dream. Just now, a middle-aged uncle said he wanted to do magic for me. He must have done it. It's amazing. I kinda like him now, she thought in a daze. Oh my god, the director came from afar, she replied. You forgot to take the X-ray film? Du Wei-min was asking her daughter. Xuan, is there any discomfort in your body? Don't mess around first. Answer me. The little girl waved her hand excitedly. Hello, uncle. Can I be discharged from the hospital today? The director asked suspiciously. Wait, hasn't the chemotherapy started for a while? This child's hair. Du Wei-min suddenly spoke. Director, please do another examination for my daughter. A comprehensive examination on the moving car. I have heard of Du Laoxi's great name for a long time. I am very happy that you made a decision. Xian Sheng will be very happy, Du Wei-min replied bluntly. I haven't agreed to anything you've asked. What exactly do you want? Tan Yanyu calmly replied. Right now we're just a club, but with talent like yours constantly joining, we will be the pioneers of this world. Du Wei-min was shocked. Pioneers, Ms. Dua. Please follow me. The grand doors opened. Du Wei-min couldn't help but marvel. Such a beautiful place. Tang Xiaorui assessed. This type of material requires a foundation of clinical data, but your point is valid. The groundwork must be meticulously done. Anthony was stunned. HMPH. Oh, Miss Tan, how do I look today? Tan Yanyu cheerfully responded. Your breath is very effective against motion sickness. Lu Shansheng's guest has arrived. Is he here? He said confusedly. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. He's probably in the study right now. Tang Xiaorui asked curiously. This one must be one of us, right? Min Quan declined. Greetings, I'm just here on a whim this time. She was slightly surprised. Wait, why does this person look so much like Elder Tang? Isn't he? Tan Yanyu reminded her. Teacher Dune, let's go meet Lu Shansheng. She somewhat couldn't agree with it. No, it can't be. It must just be a resemblance. But the more I look, the more alike they seem. She thought about something, and suddenly spoke. Tang Xiaorui. He was startled and turned around to look. HMPH. Du Wei-min exclaimed in disbelief. It's really you. You're still alive. A moment later, Du Wei-min said embarrassedly, So your death was just a ploy? I can't believe it. I even attended your funeral. Tang Xiaorui laughed with amusement. Haha, I clearly told them not to make a big deal out of it, but students from all over the country came. Witnessing your own funeral, that's quite a rare experience in life. She frowned, thinking, could the Immortality Club really rejuvenate people? He directly admitted to this unimaginable thing. Lu Lai suddenly walked over. It seems like everyone is having a very pleasant conversation. Xiansheng. Anthony hurriedly rushed over. Xiansheng, your arrival is perfect timing. It's about the mutated virus. Tang Xiaorui quietly reminded. Ahem. It's still better for Xiansheng to entertain the guest first, Lu Ling calmly said. It's alright, Elder Tang. It's a good opportunity for Teacher Duo to understand us better. Tang Xiaorui began to explain. We are trying to resolve the rejection phenomenon of the mutated virus in white mice. Moreover, this reaction is still ongoing, as if it's in the process. We also have a recent discovery of a new hemostatic material developed from the true form of the tissue worm, temporarily designated as TA. This material can easily adhere, even in the presence of blood, in the external environment. Moreover, the adhesion is excellent. To put it bluntly, Eno can adhere to the liver, laryngeal cartilage, and even arteries, Du Wei Min thought to himself. Celebrin, E.T. Hanos Grillet compound. This biomaterial is undoubtedly like something out of black technology. It can even fundamentally change the concept of hemostasis from the past 100 years. Tang Xiaorui is indeed correct. Old Tang publicly stated that he wanted to join this place, even if he were dead. Considering his social standing, this club is definitely not some interesting garbage dump. Anthony spoke up again. Mr. Lu, although this request may seem ostentatious, I still want to express. Actually, it's Tang's intention. We want to build another experimental grade lab to quickly enter the clinical stage. She instantly realized how many leading scientific research professors, like Old Tang and the Anthony Greta Longevity Club, had gathered. Lu Lai nodded and said, expanding the lab is not a problem. But what I value most is still the mutated virus. After all, Li Shi is who she values. This young man is very ambitious. Or perhaps he really is the key to unlocking human evolution. If that's the case, it's no longer just about being able to let Xuan continue to survive. Du Wei Min suddenly said, Mr. Lu, after listening to the presentation of the two of you, I have a few suggestions regarding the club's development plan. Boss, would you like to hear them? Lu Lai immediately understood and happily replied, I'm very willing, Prime Minister Du. Lu Lai produced the contract, congratulating her. Teacher Du, from today onwards you will officially become employee number 006 of the Longevity Club. Du Wei Min was in a daze, feeling so magical, feeling a kind of power filling her body. If the contract is violated, the punishment clauses written on it are not a joke. Lu Li asked her with concern, Teacher Dua, are you all right? Now, I need to explain some details to you. Do you need me to slow down a bit? What about the current development situation of the club? Du Wei Min sighed. Well, now that I've accepted the position, I'll do my best to take responsibility. She happily replied. Please, sir, I'm all ears. 5 minutes later, Lu Ling curiously asked, Professor Du, I've said everything I should say. What are your thoughts on this? In the hospital, I realized the extraordinary nature of this club, but I didn't expect their SUA para system to be so complete. This is a test, but also an opportunity to show off my knowledge. If I can't answer well, I'm afraid I'll be classified as second-rate by Guy. She decisively answered, Yes, I do have some opinions. The current development direction and positioning of the club are relatively accurate. No matter how the club develops, the two core points of longevity and time are constant. But the detailed methods are a bit rough. Lu Li suspiciously asked. So what are your thoughts? Du Wei Min suggested. Let's start with the organizational framework of the Longevity Club to see what kind of outline is needed. The membership system and staff system are too simple. The outline of the club will be the ideology and propositions of the club, as well as the organizational structure of the club, including the way of cognition, membership system, invitation conditions, and joining rituals. All of this can be regarded as the core cultural belief of the club. I think our Longevity Club has a future, and should also have a past, so we need to create a list tracing the development or appearance of the Longevity Club in 1,000 years of history. All of this will show outsiders the depth of our club. Lu Li was slightly surprised, as expected of a professor who studies human organizations, thinking so deeply into every detail. With this point alone, she can be considered to have passed the test perfectly, she continued. Regarding the way to invite members, we can also try to make some changes. The way all previous members participated was that you would give them lifespan and then invite them to join. We can try to push out a spokesperson so that they can release some information about the club in a small circle. For example, the Godly Wings can extend lifespan. They can take themselves as an example and carefully select more members for us. Lu Lai thought for a moment. A spokesperson. Compared to the old model, it's more detailed, and the speed will be faster. That's right, there may be one last point. Sir, regarding the sale of lifespan, I have some opinions, but I want to invite Tang Laoshi and Professor Anthony to participate in the discussion of my plan to see if it's feasible, he said seriously. For example, Du Wei Min pondered for a while, finally sighed, and said decisively, Sir, I want to ask you, with the knowledge of Tang Laoshi and Professor Anthony and my ability, can we build a time bank? I can also ask even more boldly. Of course, I am also inferring a possibility based on your ability. Sir, can you use these times to create a new microworld? Lu Li was shocked, completely agreeing with the idea. Tang Laoshi and Anthony are waiting outside. This advisor doesn't look simple. Tang Xiaorui replied with interest. I didn't think she'd call me out by name directly, but I really was recognized. She's not only experienced but also a strategic thinker, Anthony vaguely asked. So you owe me $10, Thang Lao grumbled. Got it, but I said it first. RMB. Anthony was surprised. What, you old fox? You're too cunning. What are you thinking? This is China, Dian Yanyu approached. Professors, the master invites you. Chapter 54. Du Wei Min suggested. Many years after our club becomes strong enough, perhaps we won't need to hide. And we can even go public, creating a time bank on a global scale, freely buying time from people. Anyone can choose to sell their remaining lifespan to us and receive compensation. Of course, these hypotheses require a more meticulous contract rule system, Lu Lai thought in amazement. A time bank. Not bad. Suddenly, a voice called out, Master, did you call us for something? It was Thang Lao and Anthony, Lu Lai happily said. You two came at the right time, Ms. Du. Has a very interesting idea. Teacher Thang, Professor Anthony, I want to ask you two a question. With our current technical capabilities, can we create a miniature demo of the life environment of organisms from many years ago? With our current genetic data technology and life engineering technology, can we write a spore with a certain evolutionary tendency? Thang Lao vaguely asked. You mean? Du Wei Min answered straightforwardly. We can create a path of biological evolution, Anthony exclaimed. This is really impractical. Thang Lao commented. The thinking is indeed a bit audacious, Lu Lai then spoke up. I'm now very much looking forward to your analysis of this impractical hypothesis, to see if you can come up with a feasible plan. The two of them looked at each other. Anthony offered his opinion. The main elements that make up life originated 6 billion years ago. After the galaxy exploded, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen were produced. That is the origin of life. 8 billion years ago, a stable landmass formed on Earth, and then the earliest form of life began to emerge. For a long period of time thereafter, the evolutionary process was extremely complex. Thang Lao continued. In theory, given the conditions that Earth currently has, as long as we gather the top experts in various fields, we can create a miniature environment demo of various eras, Du Wei Min asked doubtfully. So does that mean the plan is feasible? Thang Xiaorui analyzed. Each person's gene number determines everything about them. Through gene technology, evolutionary spores, it belongs to the realm of gods. We must have respect for life. But this miniature world is theoretically possible. She then raised the question, so once the conditions are ripe, can we create a primordial environment suitable for life in this sandbox? Then, by increasing the time, create a miniature life model. At that time, you, as the master of the miniature world of all things, can freely harvest the time of creatures. In other words, you can create time yourself. Anthony exclaimed. Omig, this is absolutely insane. Tang Lao argued. But this plan is feasible, he helplessly replied. Tang, Lu Lai pondered. This plan is very difficult, but when enough high-end laboratories are created and experts converge, we can work together. Plus, the most important thing is my time ability. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 100,000 years, even 1 million years, 10 million years. This long evolutionary process can be achieved in an instant. A miniature world with a complete ecological environment. I can take their time as my time bank. If it can be done, I will have endless time. A new miniature world, my time storage. I will call this crazy plan the Genesis Project. Lu Lai stated clearly, I declare that this Genesis Project will become one of the most core goals of the Changsheng Club. All three responded in unison. Yes, sir, he continued. Before the plan is completed, this plan will become the #1 task of the Changsheng Club. All of us, all plans must strive to achieve this goal. Next, place the black technology plan in parallel with the life engineering plan and start priority funding. The club will provide the largest financial investment. Anthony and Tang Lao were both overjoyed. Lu Lai slowly said. The last item is the Earth Environmental Protection Plan. All tasks must adhere to the premise of not destroying the Earth's environment. I hope that in the years to come we can create heights that the world cannot reach and open up a completely new world. Yes, sir, Anthony muttered as he walked. I really can't believe it. This plan is just too shocking. Tang Lao smiled faintly and replied. If it were before, I might have thought the same as you, but now I can fully accept Lu Xiansheng's plan. Look at you and me, Anthony. 2 old men who should be dead and can still stand here healthy and discuss fantasies, Anthony thought to himself. This, Mr. Lu, is probing the path to godhood. Du Wei Min asked Lu Li with doubt. Mr. Lu, now that I am a member of the Longevity Club, do I need to? Lu Lai replied calmly. No. Your situation and that of old Tang and Anthony are different. There's absolutely no need to sever your previous social connections. Maintaining your current state is fine, she politely replied. Yes, Mr. Lu, Li reminded her. Oh right, please bring Xuan over here tomorrow. Du Wei-min was surprised. Huh, Mr. Lu wants to, he replied with a happy smile. As someone who approves of Teacher Duan, I will extend Xuan's lifespan. She breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Lai gestured with his hand. Teacher Du, please sit. Regarding the spokesperson issue we discussed earlier, I'd like to discuss it with you. Yes, Mr. Lu, this is the information about some of our old friends. Currently, they can be said to be our main clients. Lu Lai pondered and said, Actually, choosing a spokesperson from among our main clients, I had considered it before, but I was still very hesitant. But now that we have Teacher Duis joining us, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. After all, professional matters should be left to professionals. What do you think, Teacher Du? She immediately understood his intention. Lu Lai quickly saw through it. Du Wei-min analyzed. Judging from the current conditions, you are indeed the best candidate, but the specific situation still requires meeting the person in person to assess. Mr. Lu, what do you think? He replied readily. Teacher Du works meticulously indeed. Then, from today onwards, all such matters will be entirely handled by you, she happily replied. No problem, Mr. Lu. In the process of gradually building the longevity club, I must learn to let go of rights. With time being the most crucial, I just need to firmly grasp the core in my palm to consolidate my position. Let me see how my future staff will perform so excellently. Tan Yan Yu led Rong Yi Yu over. Mr. Lu, old Mr. Rong is here. Lu Li said. Old Rong, the reason I invited you here this time is that I have an extremely important task to entrust to the Rong family. At the Rong family's dining table, someone spoke up. Uncle, in the past 2 days, the old man of the Li family is preparing to hold a birthday banquet. The invitation has already been delivered, he continued. But from the inside out, he seems to be paying more attention to your health. Yu Yi scooped a spoonful of food and replied, Yeah, that old geezer can't change that bad habit his entire life. He smiled slightly. He must be curious about what elixir or medicinal wine you've been taking. A nephew spoke up suggestively. Uncle, how about I find an excuse to decline? After all, with Mr. Lu's status, Yu Yi raised his bowl of porridge, he interrupted the other person. There's no need for that. It would only arouse suspicion. Yu Yi said with a smile. Since he's curious, I'll let him take a good look. A subordinate holding a phone walked in. Master, your phone. Yu Yi put the bowl of porridge down on the table. Oh, who's calling so early? Yu Yi took the phone from the subordinate. Hello, who is this? The other person answered the phone. Yu Yi was surprised. Tan? Miss Tan? Not knowing what Yan Yu said, Yu Yi replied with a firm voice. Yes, okay, He turned his head and nodded to his children and grandchildren, speaking into the phone. I understand. Yes, goodbye. Seeing that the other person had nothing more to say, Yu hung up. The descendants exclaimed together. Uncle Yi. You placed the phone on the table, closed his eyes, and sat down in the chair. Mr. Lu wants to meet with us. The man in the brown coat asked. Uncle, is this a mission? Yi. You answered vaguely. Mr. Lu wants you to personally come to the club to talk. The man in the shirt questioned. Mr. Lu usually announces ordinary missions in the club's program. This is the first time Mr. Lu wants to meet you in person. Yi. You squinted his eyes without answering, the man exclaimed in surprise. Could it be because we met the Chen brothers, so he's angry with us? If he gets angry, will we be like that Zhu Hanyang? Hearing this, Yin Yu shouted, causing him to shrink back. Shut up, learn from your brothers, don't look so useless. He retorted to his man. I have already handed over the content of the conversation with the Chen brothers to the Sir. Without missing a word, he will make his own decision. Yi Yu's eyes drooped, unable to hide the worry in his eyes. As for whether it's a blessing or a curse, he said we'll know when we go. Meanwhile, Lu Li was still waiting leisurely at the Changsheng Club. He flashed an intrigued smile. After a while, Yi Yu followed behind Tan Yu. Sir, Rong Lao is here. A strange voice rang out, causing Yi Yu to turn to look at Rong Lao. Wei Min said politely, I've heard of your great name for a long time. I finally get to meet you today. Yi Yu pointed at Wei Min and asked, This one is? Lu Li then stepped forward to explain. That's right, let me introduce you. This is Du Wei Min, the current strategist of the Changsheng Club, Professor Du. Yi Yu glanced probing. A strategist. This person's eyes, looking into Wei Min's sharp eyes, Yi Yu secretly assessed. The knowledge and experience in them is not quite commensurate with her age. Yi Yu politely stepped forward to greet Professor Dugi. To be able to become Mr. Lugi's strategist at such a young age, you must have achievements that surpass ordinary people. Wei Min humbly bowed her head and replied, Rong Lao is too kind. Rong Lao. Lu Li walked over with his hands in his pockets. I invited you here this time because I actually have a very important mission to entrust to the wrong family. Yi. You smiled and replied, "Oh, Mr. Lu, please speak freely. He is thinking of getting to the point." Lu Lai got straight to the point. Without beating around the bush, Rong Lao, "Are you willing to represent the Rong family?" he continued. "To become the external spokesperson for the Cheng Sheng Club." Yi. You asked suspiciously. "External spokesperson, me," Wei Min explained. "Because of the influence of your Rong family in the secular world these years, we chose you," she said frankly. "We will give you a laboratory as a cover, and externally claim to be mainly engaged in scientific and technological research on life," Wei Min continued. "What you and the Rong family need to do is to show up a little in small circles at the appropriate time and start peddling some nutritional products and medicines." Her eyes became sharp. "These tonics can prolong life," Wei Min emphasized. "It was exclusively researched by your laboratory," which surprised Yi. "You." Lu Li sat on the side with a meaningful smile. "Yi?" You lowered his head in thought. He looked up at Lu Lai questioningly. Rong Yi Yu's lips moved slightly. Understanding dawning on him, he chuckled and said, "But this is a business deal with huge benefits, Rong Yi. You thought this old man is getting such an easy bargain." Lu Li and Du Min listened quietly as Rong Yi. You continued, "I understand Du Nushi's idea, Lu Xiansheng, and you came up with this method," he squinted. "Let me guess." Rong Yi. You said, his eyes narrowed. "Roughly, it's to have my Rong family replace you in absorbing a portion of customers with needs, and after screening, bring them before you," Xiansheng. Lu Li replied. "That's right, this is what we call an external spokesperson." Then he asked Rong Yi Yu, "How does Rong Lao feel about it?" Rong Yi. You feigned resistance. "Thank you for your trust, Lu Xiansheng, but this spokesperson position," hidden within his polite words was a refusal. "My mind is not what it used to be in my prime, forgive me for needing to think it over." A hint of displeasure flashed in Lu Li's eyes. Ducky Min quickly interjected, "Actually, we're recruiting more than just you for the spokesperson position. But because Lu Xiansheng strongly recommended you, it's mainly because we value the Rong family's historical background, as well as your lifetime of business experience." Lu Li stood up and cut in. "Rong Lao, let me put it this way," Lu Lai continued. "From my personal perspective, I still sincerely hope you can accept this spokesperson position. After all, he played his trump card. In the future, within the club's management committee, I still need someone trustworthy." Rong Yi Yu was surprised by Lu Li's words. He feigned regret. "But if Rong Lao really feels it's difficult, it's understandable, Rong Lao, don't take it to heart." Lu Li said to Dui Min, "Du Laoshi, please contact the other candidates." Dui Min immediately acknowledged, "Yes, Xiansheng, Rong Yi Yu was a businessman. How could he let go of such a lucrative opportunity?" He suddenly spoke up, "Oh dear, this old man is really useless." Lu Li and Du Min turned to look at Rong Yi Yu, having not understood the Xiansheng's painstaking intentions in time. "If Xiansheng doesn't mind, Rong Yi," you said in a pleading tone, "please entrust the external spokesperson position to this old man. My Rong family will certainly not fail in this mission." Lu Li smirked with satisfaction. "Then I'll have to trouble Rong Lao to put in more effort in the future." After the full handover, Lu Li said, "Matters related to the Rong family will temporarily stop here, Rong Lao. Please return and await our specific arrangements, Rong Yi." You replied, "Very well, then this old man will take his leave first." Rong Yi Yu turned and walked away, leaning on his cane. Lu Li took off his glasses, sighed in relief, and slumped into his chair. He originally thought they'd happily accept it, but he didn't expect to still encounter obstacles. Du Min furrowed her brow, her voice slightly displeased as she said, "Rong Lao Xiansheng is indeed an old fox." If he had agreed immediately upon seeing the benefits, Xiansheng would have to consider whether this person is worth using. Du Min implied, "Ensuring the club's secrets is the primary responsibility of the spokesperson. If they cannot maintain their composure in the face of benefits, this person is a disaster waiting to happen for us." Lu Li pondered. While Rong Lao had spent his entire life scheming for power and profit, deeply understanding the art of employing people, Rong Yi Yu's subordinates were still waiting outside. Rong Yi Yu leisurely walked out. Lu Li was still deep in thought. Like doing business, blindly serving may not reassure the buyer. Instead, there needs to be give and take, showing sincerity. He wants you to rest assured in entrusting the spokesperson to him. Lu Lai looked in the mirror. "Indeed, the older, the wiser," he asked. "Then we can consider this step to be completed perfectly," Du Min replied. "That's right, Xiansheng," she said softly. "Next, sir, you need to seriously consider one thing," Wei Min continued. "That is related to the construction of the club's secret base. Along with our increasingly deep development in the field of science and technology, we may gradually come into contact with secrets hidden beneath society." This made Lu Li stun. She squinted and said, "That is a larger part hidden under the iceberg. With the massive development of the club, it will inevitably attract the attention of other secret departments. Wei Min's voice became sharp. Therefore, we need to use this base to continue covertly developing. Above all, I want to remind you to be well prepared. Lu Li was silent. Lu Li smirked. Secret departments. In the magnificent and bustling capital city, people come and go in droves. A modern car stood in front of a house that was completely contrasting. Hello, Mr. Zhu Hanjiang. Two girls in black suits, their faces tense, presented their department cards. We are number 126 of Department 0 Research Institute. This is my certificate. Hanjiang, holding a cigar in his hand, was startled. Department 0. What do you want from me? The girl with shoulder-length hair responded menacingly. How about we sit down and talk? The two girls sat opposite Hanjiang. He spoke up. Now tell me, what wind has blown you golden Buddhas to this dilapidated temple of mine? I am a law-abiding citizen. The girl wearing glasses clenched her fists, angrily saying, whether you're being devious is not something you need to explain to us. We're not here for that. The girl with shoulder-length hair smiled, glancing at the girl wearing glasses. Oh my, Zhao Shir, Mr. Zhu is a legitimate businessman. Hanjiang leaned back in his chair. I say, you two, stop beating around the bush. What exactly is this about? The girl with shoulder-length hair rubbed her chin and said, we've come to retrieve something from you, more precisely, a videotape. Hearing this, Hanjiang panicked, sweat pouring down his face. A tape? What videotape? The girl with shoulder-length hair, with a sharp gaze, looked at Hanjiang. Is it the videotape of your younger brother, Zhu Hanyang, being murdered at the scene? Hanjiang's eyes revealed fear, and he trembled, thinking, damn it, how did they find out? Did some kid let something slip? The girl with shoulder-length hair stood up, causing Hanjiang to grab the armrest of the chair in fright. Oh my, stop pretending. The girl with shoulder-length hair's eyes widened, looking even scarier than a horror movie. In reality, you're scared to death already. Hanjiang was silent, unable to argue. You're feeling incredibly guilty. The girl with shoulder-length hair suddenly called out his full name. Zhu Hanjiang. She stepped forward threateningly. If you continue to conceal the details of the case, it might involve your entire family. Hanjiang silently pursed his lips. Finally considering his own situation, he shouted, someone, bring the tape here. Hanjiang smirked to himself. Good, that way I don't have to do it myself. Friends from Department 0. The girl with shoulder-length hair said to the person on the other end of the phone. Boss. Team B reporting. Yes, sir. Zhu Hanjiang is still relatively concerned about the safety of his family, so the item was obtained very smoothly. The modern car left the ancient temple. Speeding along the highway, the girl with shoulder-length hair responded to the person on the other end of the line. Yes, I'll transfer it to you immediately. The man called boss. After hearing the firm assurance from the girl with shoulder-length hair, contentedly hung up the phone. The evidence is here. Looking at the small screen in front of him, he said, all that's missing is a confession. Immediately after, inside the interrogation room, the bespectacled officer solemnly asked for their names, ages, and occupations. In interrogation room number 1, Yu Ping avoided eye contact and replied, Chen Yu Ping, 45 years old, sanitation worker. At the same time, in interrogation room number 2, Dahai fearfully answered, Shi Dahai, 40 years old, taxi driver. The bespectacled officer cut straight to the chase with sharp arguments. We found out that several months ago, a huge sum of money, reaching 35 million yuan, suddenly appeared in your account. Can you tell us the source? Dahai trembled, stammering in response. I can't say. I signed a contract. Please, don't force me. The boss stroked his chin thoughtfully. A contract. Number 1. Ask Chen Yu Ping the same question. The subordinate shouted, yes. The short-haired woman, following the man's orders, immediately asked the person before her, Chen Yu Ping, would you like to explain the enormous amount of money that suddenly appeared in your account? Yu Ping hurriedly replied to her, but she didn't know that her anxious attitude was betraying her. I don't know anything. I just wanted my child to have enough money to study abroad. Leader, I really don't know anything. The short-haired woman threw a stack of documents on the table, startling Yu Ping. The short-haired woman's stern voice rang out. Yang Jikai lied about registering for the study abroad exam, and instead squandered the expensive application fee. Yu Ping held the documents with trembling hands. The short-haired woman continued. Look at it. Is it worth it, the things you've done for him? Yu Ping cried, shaking. Kai is deceiving me. Yu Ping's precious tears fell, soaking into her worn-out clothes. The line of defense in her heart completely collapsed. How could this be? I sold my life for you, my child. Why? The boss observed everything through the surveillance screen, and said with satisfaction, Good, well done. Let's start over now. The military vehicle was parked in the parking lot in front of the headquarters. Zhao Dong walked in front, followed by his subordinates. The subordinate guarding the door looked to the right. When he saw Zhao Dong approaching with a serious face, he spoke up. Chief, you've had a long journey. Everyone has arrived. The atmosphere inside the room was extremely quiet. The sound of Zhao Dong opening the door broke the silence. Zhao Dong stood at the head of the meeting, confidently introducing himself. Greetings, everyone. I am Lu Zhao Dong, the team leader of the investigation team in charge of this top-secret event, he continued. Although you are all on our side, before we begin, I still need you to sign the confidentiality order. Hearing this, almost everyone felt uncomfortable. A man in a black suit spoke up. Top secret, top level, Lao Liu, this is a bit too much. The man in a gray suit was equally dissatisfied, pointing at Zhao Dong. I know Liu Zhao Dong, you're talented, but I still have to say this to you. I've looked at the report. The investment evidence clearly shows it's a normal, Baoshao, conservative case. Solving the case is just a matter of time. Zhao Dong narrowed his eyes. Oh, you also think it's just a matter of time? He pushed up his glasses. I have a piece of unreleased surveillance video here. It's from the day Zhu Hanyang was killed. It was recorded by the on-site surveillance protection system. Zhao Dong pressed the remote control, glancing at them as he said, after you watch it, we'll talk again. The television screen flickered to life. At that moment, at the Changsheng Club, Robert hugged a computer and rushed toward Lu Lai's room. Wei Min was still discussing matters with Lu Lai. Sir, you should prioritize dealing with the points I suggested last time. After all, the club cannot be made public to the outside world in the short term. Lu Li stroked his chin thoughtfully, replying, Yes, I understand, Lao Shi, teacher. Thank you for your sincere advice. Before this, I really didn't. The sound of running, along with an anxious, slightly frightened call, interrupted Lu Lai's words. Sir, something bad has happened. Robert appeared before the two of them with a horrified expression. We're afraid we're in big trouble, he quickly reported. Someone is investigating us, Lu Lai frowned, asking, What? Wei Min remained unusually calm looking at Robert. He put the computer on the table, beginning to dance his fingers across the keyboard. Robert recounted the matter as briefly as possible. The other party is targeting those who sold time. Their account numbers all have traces of being investigated. It must be the same money transferred in, with a much larger proportion than their income. Robert pointed to the computer screen, where the people on it all had no results. But the most important thing is that these people were all questioned at the same time, and even more exaggeratedly, the time intervals were no more than 2 minutes apart. Lu Lai leaned down and asked, Then where are the people investigating us? Are there any traces? Robert nodded. This is also what I'm most worried about, he answered in fear. These people don't exist at all. Lu Li silently stared at each photo on the computer screen, a look of displeasure evident on his face. Is it encrypted? He thought to himself. If even Robert can't crack it? Wei Min interrupted Lu Lai's train of thought. Sir, it's them, he sighed, thinking. Looks like this day has come. After all, I was too reckless at the beginning. Lu Lai sank into thought. From the very beginning, I didn't think about hiding myself, because at the time I was just one of the crowd, and never thought I'd cause such a big stir. Lu Lai irritably shoved a hand into his pocket. But now it's different from back then. Once I attract the attention of the secret department, not only will my everyday information be thoroughly investigated. He looked toward Wei Min, who wasn't doing well, then glanced at Robert. My employees will also be implicated. Lu Lai narrowed his eyes. What exactly did they discover? As if realizing something, Lu Lai's eyes lit up, and he smirked. It's probably because of Zhu Hanyang. Wei Min flinched back. Zhu Hanyang. Could it be you? Lu Lai replied. That's right, even though it didn't fit the rules, I insisted on pushing this matter forward. He smiled bitterly. Now the consequences are showing, Wei Min thought with a serious face. Of course, if it's an esper, they can naturally do it easily. She closed her eyes and said, Although the degree of impact has been suppressed in the public eye, it must have attracted the attention of certain departments, Wei Min continued. But I feel that this is a very good opportunity for our development. Sir, what's your opinion? Lu Li also agreed with Wei Min's opinion. Yeah, just like I thought. His eyes became sharp. No matter what, the government is a hurdle we can't get around. Whether it's our lab or our company, neither can function without their promotion and maintenance. Robert sat obediently listening to Lu Lai. The reason we can continue to develop safely here is precisely because of this peaceful and stable environment. Lu Li became dangerous, as if about to make some crazy statement. So my goal is only one thing, he said. Cooperate with the government. This statement was within Wei Min's expectations, but it shocked Robert completely. Lu Li pondered. As for those threatening methods, even if they're not suitable to use, Lu Li smiled meaningfully and put both hands in his pockets. In the meeting room of the headquarters, the computer screen crackled. Immediately after, there was a scene of Han Yang's dog happily gnawing on meat in its kennel. It was suddenly killed in a single second. This has exceeded the scope of expertise of the specialists here. They were all horrified. Zhao Dong spoke up. The above is the entire video content. We have discovered a special person existing, Let's temporarily name him A, he continued. Next is a 15x slow-motion playback of A. A dark shadow flashed across the screen and killed the dog. Everyone cried out in alarm. What is that? They couldn't believe their eyes. This was beyond their comprehension. What was happening? Zhao Dong's voice sounded. It's time, the gray-suited man asked suspiciously. You mean this person, A, can move at lightning speed in a short period of time? Is there really someone who can achieve this level? Zhao Dong didn't answer. Instead, he turned to his subordinate and said, Professor Wang, slow down the video speed by 64 times, Professor Wang. Yes. His hands tapped continuously on the computer keyboard. Peng Hao's back figure clearly appeared on the TV screen. The old professor exclaimed in surprise. Heavens! And the expert next to him couldn't help but be astonished. There really is such a thing in the world, Zhao Dong said sternly. Currently, we have confirmed that A has been in contact with some ordinary people, and has transactions with this person. A. It is very likely that he possesses the ability to buy and sell lifespan, and control the flow of time. He narrowed his eyes and said, Although we don't know his intention for buying time, we can't deny that he is extremely generous. The images of Yu Ping and Da Hai appeared on the TV screen, and Zhao Dong's voice rang out again. It may be because they have obtained a large amount of wealth that they refuse to reveal A's true information. Of course, there may also be a force of contract involved, he continued. Although I am not clear about this kind of ability that exceeds the scope of science, and why it would appear on person A, it has indeed happened. Zhao Dong clasped his hands behind his back. Everyone here is the most high-level expert in each field of human society. The purpose of summoning you here today, he adjusted his glasses, revealing a dangerous expression, is to work together to describe the personality of character A. Zhao Dong squinted his eyes and quickly set the direction, including the attitude towards A. I need to know what Aben's impact on the existence of society is. The experts pondered together after hearing Zhao Dong's words. Whether it was a great advantage or a harm, or the harm outweighed the benefits, Zhao Dong paused for a moment and continued. Do we need to erase this person from this world? He turned his face towards the source of the voice. Erase him. The dark-haired expert spoke. I think this is not a question of whether there are obstacles, but it is completely impossible. Zhao Dong replied seriously. I am all ears. The dark-haired expert said. If A can really conduct lifespan trading, then A has a very high probability of being able to see the remaining lifespan of humans. You must have thought of this point, right? Everyone listened seriously to what he said, and from this they deduced, when factors that may affect Ayala's life appear, he can sense it based on this. Are these customers always under Ayala's surveillance? In response to the dark-haired expert's question, Zhao Dong replied, We don't rule out this possibility. But when we contacted those customers, A didn't take any action, the dark-haired expert said. Very well, Team Leader Liu. Please play that video again. The video at Han Yang's dog cage was played again. The dark-haired expert analyzed. Let's reverse the problem again. Look at the movement state of this person. Under the premise of ensuring that this video has not been tampered with in any way, if he is here now, the dark-haired expert looked at Zhao Dong and asked, Team Leader, can you and your special agents defeat him? Upon hearing that question, Zhao Dong froze. He was stiff as a board. The dark-haired expert repeatedly emphasized, This belongs to a confrontation in two different time domains. We can't touch him, let alone defeat him. A voice rang out, startling both the dark-haired expert and Zhao Dong, drawing their attention. Recently, some scholars have proposed a concept called thinking overclocking. The balding expert adjusted his glasses and said, It says that by using special means to accelerate the transmission speed of knowledge signals in the brain, it can reach a state of thinking overclocking. The speed of thinking is equivalent to slowing down the time of the outside world, he concluded. It can be said to be a disguised increase in lifespan. The balding expert frowned and continued. Therefore, by extension, could thinking overclocking belong to the field of advanced civilization, and A's ability coincide with this concept? What is the difference between advanced civilization and low civilization? Science and technology or destructive power? He affirmed to himself. In short, this kind of power can definitely easily and silently destroy our existence, the balding expert thought helplessly. We possess all kinds of highly destructive scientific weapons. But compared to A, who has 100 times the acceleration of time, we are almost equivalent to being stationary. Zhao Dong's expression gradually became serious, the balding expert said. To a certain extent, it can be said that we have no ability to resist. He thought about it and became frightened. This will be a one-sided massacre, Zhao Dong asked in surprise. A one-sided massacre, he asked doubtfully. So, your suggestion is to not become enemies with A, the balding expert immediately replied. That's right, unless we have corresponding abilities or other ways to counter. Before that, it's better to stabilize the other party first, he continued. Probe the other party's attitude. if possible. Zhao Dong silently pondered the balding expert's opinion. Developing into allies with him, isn't that even better than being enemies? Zhao Dong pondered. Zhao Dong left the meeting room. After going outside, he immediately instructed his subordinates. Organize all the content of today's meeting into a document. I want to report it as soon as possible. The subordinate replied, yes. The ringing of the phone drew Zhao Dong's attention. He got into the car and answered the phone. Hello, director. Yes, the meeting is over. The report materials out. Not knowing what the person on the other side said, Zhao Dong's eyes widened in surprise. What? No further investigation? He questioned. What do you mean by transferring it to someone else? Two experts walked out of the meeting room, looking at each other in confusion, when they heard Zhao Dong's voice coming from the car in front of them. Yes, I understand. Yes, Zhao Dong hung up the phone forcefully. He grumbled. We put in so much effort, and now we have to hand it over to someone else. Zhao Dong was dissatisfied, he thought. I'm not convinced. At the Changshen Club, Wei Min and Lu Li looked ahead attentively. Zhuo Rui was happily talking on the phone with someone. Of course, I guarantee it with my integrity. Yes. Uh-huh, Lu Li exclaimed in surprise. This person is the one from the secret team investigating us, and yet he knows Tang Lao. Wei Min nodded in response. I heard he's an old acquaintance of Tang Lao. With Tang Lao as the matchmaker, it's much more trustworthy than me, Lu Li replied with some concern. Saying that, Tang Lao's external identity is already dead. Won't it lead to unnecessary trouble? Wei Min didn't answer but looked directly into Lu Li's eyes. He also stared back at her blankly. Suddenly understanding something, Lu Li smiled and nodded. That's right, he's the most badass person in the security department. After all, Zhuo Rui's voice successfully drew attention from the two people. Alright, next, please talk to him yourself. Zhuo Rui handed the phone over. He said to Lu Li, Sir, someone's looking for you, Wei Min warned worriedly. Sir, this conversation won't be easy. Please, you must, Lu Li interrupted Wei Min. I got this, teacher. Lu Li reached out to take the phone, he said with a serious face. Hello, this is Lu Li. The man on the other side replied leisurely. Hello, Mr. Lu, we've been hearing about your name for a long time. Lu Li asked, doubtfully. I didn't expect I was famous in your place, actually. I've been very low-key recently. The man laughed and emphasized the words, recently. See, you said it yourself. You've been relatively low-key recently. Lu Li frowned, thinking. It really is because of the matter with Zhu Hanyang that they've taken notice. The man continued. In our view, there are really only three kinds of people in this world. The intelligent. He gritted his teeth. The stupid. And the common folk. He asked. Mr. Lu, we're very curious. Which category do you ultimately belong to? Lu Li was silent. After hearing the question, he turned his head to look behind him. There, Zhao Rui and Wei Min were always supporting Lu Li. The man waited quietly for an answer from Lu Li. Lu Li narrowed his eyes. Me, he continued. Although I'm not the kind of person who thinks they're intelligent, I'm also not stupid enough to turn my back on my country. Hearing the answer from Lu Li, the man spoke. So our Mr. Lu Li isn't one of the common folk either, Lu Li slyly retorted. On this point, I think I'm just like you, wouldn't you say? The man replied. Mr. Lu, you are a very peculiar person. Oh right, let me ask a question, one I personally find quite curious, he smirked and asked. If war were to break out, what are your chances of winning? Lu Li replied. I haven't thought about this problem yet, but this is clearly a bad move. It's a waste of time and effort. He closed his eyes and said, Ah, right, speaking of wasting time, do you perhaps need the time I provide? Lu Li adjusted his glasses. A dangerous glint in his eyes. Mr. Lu, you are very interesting, but let's talk about business first. Lu Li happily said, Is that so? Consider it a consensus then, he continued. It's an honor to have the opportunity to speak with you. Goodbye. Lu Li placed the phone back in its cradle and let out a light sigh of relief. Wei Min asked, startled. Sir, it's over. What did the other party say? Lu Li nodded in response. Simply put, I have reached 4 points of consensus with the government. First, under circumstances that do not endanger society, the other party will not interfere with our development, he continued. Second, members like Tang Lao will appear with new identities, and they will provide new legal identities, Zhao Rui said, pleased. Consider it a government perk then, Lu Li continued. Third, if news related to us is leaked by a third party, they will be responsible for suppressing the related information, Wei Min rejoiced. That's great, Lu Li's voice was slightly excited. The fourth point is considered the most interesting. Concerning the construction of a biochemical laboratory and a physics laboratory, Lu Li paused for a moment and continued. The Changshen Club can take the path of normal registration, and to a certain extent, they will have key approval, Wei Min happily spoke out. In that case, we can be considered acknowledged. Lu Li leaned back comfortably on the sofa. But of course, this comes with conditions. When we have new research results, we also need to prioritize their use. The government's thick thighs aren't something you hug for free. Wei Min became serious again. But relatively speaking, peaceful coexistence is our common hope. Now we just need to slow down a bit, stabilize a bit, and take it step by step. She smiled smugly. In this way, the Changsheng Club can steadily enter the fast lane of domestic development, and there's nothing to worry about in the short term anymore, sir, Lu Lai silently contemplated. Although it can be considered that we've verified our existence in front of the government, this kind of mutual exploration, mutual fear, reaching a few points of common understanding that are mutually beneficial. At any time, we must adhere to our creed, he smirked. This is the path to immortality. Lu Li looked towards Wei Min. Teacher Du, please inform the wrong family. He glanced at her, nodding in command. Their work can begin, Lu Lai said softly. We absolutely must invite influential figures who have come of age to join the club, but we're under a lot of scrutiny, so we can't be hasty. He ordered. Tell the wrong family. The first step is to continue cultivating the Motu area. Du Mimin immediately accepted the order. Understood. I will draft a detailed plan and report to them. Lu Lai looked at Zhao Rui again. Tang Lao, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to work overtime a bit more. Zhao Rui was pleasantly surprised. Lu Lai stood up abruptly. The Changsheng Club is about to welcome new members. Inside the main hall of the Changsheng Club's laboratory, Lu Lai strode down the corridor. It's been a while, Tang Lao. This place has changed a lot, hasn't it? Zhao Rui replied with a cheerful smile. Luckily you, sir, have been generous, so we've been aiming for the best when purchasing equipment. Lu Lai gave a wry smile. That's good, that's good. No matter what, we can't let you feel shortchanged. He thought to himself. Luckily, I can still earn money. Zhao Rui picked up a password lock of the room. It just so happens that a batch of biological materials has entered the clinical stage these past few days. After many tests, it's almost perfectly suited to your request from last time. Let's go to the lab to talk. Lu Li stepped into the room, marveling at its structure. Wow, Tang Lao. I thought your lab would be some kind of antique Chinese den. I didn't expect you to be so trendy, he thought. Renovations are really great. I want to renovate my house too. Zhao Rui, already wearing gloves, happily replied to Lu Li. What? I had Peng Hao and Robert help me with it? I rarely come to the lab anyway, so a temporary setup is fine. Lu Lai forced a smile that was uglier than crying. You're too kind, Tang Lao, Zhao Rui said. Sir, take a look. He held out a capsule in front of Lu Li, a hollow capsule made of biological material. Lu Li curiously examined the pill. Zhao Rui explained. After swallowing this capsule, it's harmless, non-toxic, and won't be digested or degraded. It will be fixed in the stomach, so it can't be excreted. Lu Lai replied. Too perfect, he thought to himself. Time is locked inside the capsule. Lu Li channeled his power into the capsule, slowing down time by 5 times. The capsule emitted a golden light, Lu Lai analyzed, using a time-slowing field of 5 times to fix this capsule. Because the field is so small, after it diffuses, it will quickly be swallowed by the external flow of time, returning to equilibrium. Zhao Rui was surprised by what he saw. Lu Lai thought, I don't need to worry about Tang Lao at all. If you want the loyalty of outside staff, relying on money alone is never enough. Lu Li held the capsule in his hand. We still need some small means of coercion, he pondered. Let core external members and members who possess important secrets swallow this non-toxic capsule. Lu Lai thought. Normally, it won't have any effect on bodily functions. The capsule changed from blue to gold. Once an act of betrayal occurs, just diffuse the time field within the capsule. The model of the human body in Lu Li's mind exploded. In an extremely short amount of time, this capsule will cause the cells, organs, and nerve connections in the body to become a fatal poison. Lu Lai called out. Tang Lao, Lu Lai said, I want to meet your 3 new assistants. Tang Lao's assistants, including Xu Yong, Yan Guan, and Zhu Xuan, sat quietly on the long row of chairs. Lu Lai was the first to speak. It's been a while since you all arrived. You've probably gradually noticed that this laboratory is different from other places. Footsteps came from behind Lu Li, but he continued to speak. Moreover, regarding this person's identity, Zhu Rui appeared with a smile before the 3 people. Lu Li's voice still echoing in their ears. You must have harbored suspicions. Lu Lai stood up straight as he spoke of Tang Lao's identity. Yan Guan thought to herself, although I've always had my doubts about this matter. She looked at the calm, unruffled expression on Lu Lai's face, and was inwardly shocked. He's actually saying it without any reservation. Kuan Yan's eyes widened as she thought. We did discuss it privately before. How could this obscure laboratory produce so many shocking projects? Then Han Quan and the other 2 thought in unison. Now, there's finally an answer. Looking toward the old man beside them, Han Gua concluded. This person is indeed the esteemed Sheng Zhao Rui. Lu Lai glanced at them, adjusting his tone respectfully. Then what I'm about to say next you all need to consider carefully, as this matter may be related to your futures and your lives." That made the three assistants swallow nervously. Lu Lai held out his hand. "In my hand are 3 capsules. You may choose to swallow them or reject them." The 3 assistants were stunned. Lu Lai continued. "If you have never committed any acts of betrayal against the laboratory, these pills are completely harmless. Of course, we will not use these pills to restrict your freedom. This is only to gain your loyalty." In an instant, Lu Li's attitude became dangerous as he threatened. But conversely, if you have done something you shouldn't have. Lu Li narrowed his eyes. "It will turn into," Lu Li enunciated each word, "a deadly poison." As soon as he said those words, all 3 assistants were terrified. He smiled and said, "Those who choose to swallow the capsule will have their salary doubled, and will also have the opportunity to be selected as a spokesperson for the laboratory, with the right to represent and enjoy the fruits of the research projects, and will have the qualifications to enter the Qian Qiu biological pharmaceuticals." Lu Lai paused after speaking. "But what you gain you must also lose," Lu Lai continued. "Those who do not swallow the capsule can, of course, continue to work at the company, but will stop outside the core area." Zhu Rui nodded with a smile, and Lu Li added another special favor on behalf of Tang Lao. "It's definitely not suitable to use his name to register patent rights for future research," Lu Li affirmed. "So he will push these things down to the spokesperson of the laboratory." This made Han Quan and Xu Yong a little moved. Lu Li spoke of a future full of possibilities. This represents enormous fame, perhaps even a world-class award, which anyone would find hard to refuse. He held out his hand again with the 3 capsules. "Now you can give your answers." All 3 assistants stiffened with tension. On Xu Hian's face, sweat poured like a stream. Betrayal will turn it into poison, he thought in fear. Does this thing really exist? Chua Yong's voice rang in Xu Hian's ear. "I am willing." Xu Hian was stunned. Xu Yong stood up abruptly and said to Lu Li, "Mr. Lu, I am willing." Xu Hian looked up at him, his eyes wide with surprise. "Chu Yong." Lu Li smiled in satisfaction and handed the capsule to Chu Yong. "I'm glad you could join us, please, Dr. Chu Yong." He took the capsule and stared at it intently. Chu Yong decisively threw the pill into his mouth and swallowed. Xu Hian was surprised, speechless by Chu Yong's actions. "Oh, this guy really ate it." Yan Guan was the next to step forward. "Mr. Lu, I am also willing. I want to continue experimenting with old Tang." Zhao Rui smiled contentedly and nodded. Yan Guan took the capsule and swallowed it. She breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu's face darkened as he thought in a panic. "Even Dr. Yan Guan has gone crazy. Everyone has gone crazy." A familiar voice called out, pulling Zhu back from his thoughts. "Dr. Zhu." Lu Li narrowed his eyes. "And you, everyone else has already made their choice." Zhu sank into thought. "I only came here for the high salary. I didn't expect to encounter this. It's too suspicious." He frowned. "Will betraying them cause me to be poisoned?" Zhu hypnotized himself. How could something like this exist in the world? They're just putting on a show. Lu Lai interrupted his thoughts. "Dr. Zhu, it's okay. Just make a decision quickly. We won't make things difficult for anyone." Lu Lai held out the capsule. Zhu stared at it, lost in thought. If he makes me take this strange thing, he definitely wants to control us. Or, Zhu let his thoughts run wild. Does he want to swallow all the research results that we create in the future? He glanced at his 2 colleagues. They're really too much, so easily believing what that man says. Yan Guan and Xu Yong were still chatting happily with Zhao Rui. Zhu looked at Zhao Rui. "I believe he is Sheng Zhaohui, but..." He smiled mockingly to himself. "It's not bad to let them be test subjects first. As long as I have the talent, I won't have to worry. There will be opportunities later." Lu Li called out impatiently again. "Dr. Zhu." Zhu put on a flustered expression, rubbing his hands together nervously. "I'm sorry." He lowered his face, looking apologetic. "I just want to earn money to support my family. I'm afraid I don't have the guts for anything else." Zhao Rui was shocked and disappointed. "Zhao Zhu, you..." Zhu gave a wry smile. "I'm sorry, Professor. I've disappointed you." He looked at Lu Li and asked, "Mr. Lu, can I still continue working in the lab?" "If possible." Lu Li took back the capsule, interrupting Zhu. "Of course, Dr. Zhu, you can continue to work here. However..." Zhu was stunned. Later, in Lu Lai's office, Wei Min's voice carried a hint of doubt as she asked, "You're asking him to leave Lab 1? Lu Lai didn't answer immediately, but took a white Go stone and placed it on the Go board. Lu Li seriously considered his next move in Go, but didn't forget to answer Wei Min's question. "I welcome talented people to work for me, but he refused me." He continued, "Asking him to leave the core area is only natural." He placed another black Go stone to block the white stone's path. He said softly, "A fair trade, nothing to say." Wei Min thought for a moment, then replied, "That's right. After all, what we're about to do requires extreme confidentiality. People who aren't enlightened enough can't be trusted. Hearing this, Lu Lai expressed his own thoughts. However, now that we're in the open, developing outwards, this will continue to happen. The people monitoring us might not decrease. Looking at the Go board, Lu Lai concluded, but will only increase more and more. He spoke up, asking, "How do you find it, Ms. Du?" Du Min remained silent. After a moment of thought, Du Min responded, "I suggest that from now on, we must begin cultivating a division to handle matters in the shadows." Du Min continued with a sharp gaze. "Which also means we should proceed in parallel, both overtly and covertly." Lu Lai, propping his chin, thoughtfully replied, Go on," Du Min explained. "Covertly, we must begin establishing bases overseas, seeking talents and developing secret memberships." Du Min spoke about her plan. "Overtly, we maintain a sense of presence, but it shouldn't be too prominent. This level must be grasped well." Lu Lai listened intently as Du Min presented. "Furthermore, we have now reported ourselves to the government. To prevent issues, I suggest you secretly train a guard team," she said sternly. "At the same time, use your abilities to solidify their powers in a short period." Lu Lai frowned, considering, use the time chamber to create a super squad. Not bad, but these individuals must swallow the capsule to begin training. He supported his chin and contemplated. "As for acquiring more time, we must expedite the process as well." The hands of the clock continued to move, Lu Lai thought to himself. Increasing the time vault isn't just for the clients, but what I anticipate even more, he flashed a slight smile that Du Min could barely discern, is still the evolution of my own abilities, truly making one anticipate it. Du Min continued. "Also, sir, it's time for Bao Rongjia to start admitting some new members. With corresponding rights, they will surely be happy to assist." Lu Li happily agreed. Ask how their preparations are going for this time," Du Min replied. "With just a word from you, they can start tonight." Lu Lai leaned back in his chair, contentedly saying, "HMPH, very good. Then let's begin." The very next day, at the Wrong family's villa, a black supercar entered the courtyard of the villa. After the car stopped, the car door opened, and a pair of legs wearing expensive leather shoes stepped out. The two old men who emerged were Ma Duan and Wang Zhenghua. Young Yi was pushed out the door in a wheelchair by his descendants. Seeing the two familiar figures enter, he called out loudly, "Brother Wang, Brother Ma, long time no see." Yu Yi greeted with a smile, "It's been several years since our last meeting. How have you two been?" After seeing Yu Yi, Ma Duan whispered into Zhenghua's ear, "Hey old man, you're looking quite spirited." Yu Yi spoke up, "Please, come inside. I've been taking care of my body all this time. It's been many days since our old friends and brothers have met." Ma Duan secretly scoffed. "This complexion isn't just good, he's completely recovered from his illness." Inside the living room, Yu Yi said politely, "I've prepared some fine tea for you both. Please, help yourselves." Ma Duan also politely responded, "Haha, thank you Rong. Listen, these were all collected by me. The kids Jihe Jian have been asking me for them for a long time, but I wouldn't give them any. This time, you two mustn't leave any behind." Zhenghua sighed. "Brother Rong, seeing you so spirited puts my mind at ease. I heard your condition was critical before." Yu Yi also sighed, gently picking up the teacup and replying, "That's right, life, huh? Just in the blink of an eye, the events of that year feel like they just happened yesterday." He lifted the teapot and poured into each cup. "We're not young anymore." 3 cups were filled with tea, and Yu Yi said, "We should meet each other more often while we still can." Yu Yi said softly, "After all, we don't know when we might not be able to meet again." These words directly surprised Ma Duan and Zhenghua. Zhenghua hurriedly spoke up. "Brother, what are you saying? You are still very healthy now. May you live as long as the southern mountain." Yi Yu closed his eyes and smiled. He. Ma Duan and Zhenghua couldn't take their eyes off Yi Yu. Zhenghua mustered his courage and said, "Brother Rong, we have a question in our hearts, and we hope you can answer it." Yi Yu generously replied, "We brothers don't need to stand on ceremony, just ask anything." Zhenghua opened the conversation. "Brother Rong, we are all people with one foot in the grave, especially you." Yi You listened quietly. Zhenghua went straight to the point without any reservation. "But your condition is much better than ours. Now, I'm very curious, what method did you use?" Yi You put down his teacup on the table and laughed loudly. "If you put it that way, I can still live for a few more years," he replied lightly, dashing the expectations of the other two. "You two good brothers are being suspicious." Yi You continued, "It's just that the descendants in the family take care of me meticulously. How could there be immortality?" Speaking of this, Yi You awkwardly laughed and corrected his words. I mean to say that it's still important to have a relaxed spirit." Ma Duan and Zhenghua immediately grasped the key point. Longevity Ma Duan hurriedly said. Brother Wrong, don't tease us anymore, anyone with eyes can see it, he continued. The state you are in now is definitely not that of a person over 100 years old. Ma Duan lowered his head and looked at the floor. It can even be said, rejuvenation. Yi. You remain silent with a serious face. Ma Duan and Zheng Hua also became tense every second. Finally, Yi. You sighed. He said, all right, Yi. You said seriously, you two are the two families with the best relationship with my Rong family. I won't hide it anymore. Yi Young's eyes became sharp. Actually, recently I accidentally got in touch with a laboratory with a secret life project. The two others thought in surprise. Laboratory, life project, Yi. You ignored the surprise of the two, and continued. Their current mission is only to serve a group of elite people, and their main business is, Yi. You emphasized, extending lifespan, Yi. You said with some regret, however this laboratory is extremely mysterious, and the selection is very strict. Zheng Hua spoke up. Brother Wrong, I wonder if we can follow behind you and have a sip of the soup. Yi. You pondered. They have regulations about this matter. Ma Duan and Zheng Hua said in unison. Brother Wrong, we're counting on you. Yi. You sighed. Since you already know, whether this matter is successful or not depends on yourselves. He smiled meaningfully. Do you have this ability? The wheelchair lay quietly in a corner of the room. A question echoed across the tea table. So, sitting in silence, contemplating the questions. For the first step, what are your thoughts? Yi. You leisurely picked up his teacup and continued his questioning. How confident do you feel? After a moment of contemplation, Ji Kunan voiced his opinions. Although old Mr. Wang appears casual, he observed with meticulous detail from the moment he entered. His reaction after you mentioned the medicine was also very decisive. It didn't seem like a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather as if he believed your words even more. After all, he now, Yi. You listened to him speak while leisurely sipping his tea, taking a sip and then placing the cup down to cool it, which was the best evidence that Ji Kuman was still talking. Wrong Yi. You smiled upon hearing this. Heh. He was quite pleased with the response, answering, ha. The medicine that the immortal gave me is the real deal, capable of prolonging life. I believe they will go crazy for it. Saying this, he lifted his head to look at Ji Kuan with a calculating expression. They have everything. Naturally, they will be more attached to this mortal realm than ordinary people. Sitting in the parlor, he thought to himself, hopefully the person I choose this time will please the immortal. After all, the more alliances we can forge for the club, the more beneficial it will be for us. Meanwhile, at the Eternal Life Club, Chen Yunping carefully reported to Lu Li, Mr. Lu. We have completed the task you assigned to my brother and me. Lu Lai sat at his desk, meticulously reviewing the documents, as he listened to Yunping speak. As per your request, the location is in the new Central South District of the city. This is the information regarding the high-tech development zone, with convenient transportation. Next door is the biomedical agency, industry information, and power grid. The enclosed documents detail everything. After reviewing the documents, he put them down on the desk and said, well done. He looked at the two men before him, and praised them. It's clear you both put a lot of heart into this. Yunping bowed his head politely and replied, Mr. Lu, you are too kind. Being able to contribute a little to the club is an honor for my brother and me. Hearing this, Lu Lai looked at them and smiled meaningfully. At this moment, both Yunping's brothers' phones vibrated simultaneously. They quickly opened their phones to check. Inside displayed a message from the Eternal Life Club. System No. 131 has completed the new member task, receiving 1,000 points and an additional 200 bonus points. Total, 12,000 points. Number 132 has completed the new member task, receiving 1,000 points and an additional 200 bonus points. Total, 12,000 points. After reading this message, Yunping said blankly, This, below the message, was another line. Congratulations to No. 131 and 132 for leveling up to first-tier members. Both stammered. Promoted. The two brothers exclaimed in surprise. A new member task can directly lead to becoming a member. That's right, brother. We can buy another year of life. Lu Lai also congratulated them happily. Congratulations to you both. However, I hope you will work harder for the next points. Yunping looked at him with loyalty in his eyes and replied, Mr. Lua, rest assured, we guarantee it with our heads we will absolutely not slack off. Lu Li smiled in satisfaction upon hearing this and replied, After finishing the matter, the two brothers bowed and left, saying, Then, Mr. Lu Lai, please continue your work. We will take our leave. Lu Lai nodded in response. All right, take care. The two brothers had just stepped out of the office when another woman was about to enter. The three of them brushed past each other in the hallway. As the woman passed by, Yun Sheng glanced at her. He unconsciously felt that the woman looked a little familiar. Yun Sheng ran to his brother, his eyes still following the woman, and asked, "Brother, that woman just now, haven't we seen her on TV before?" Yun Ping didn't look back and replied to his younger brother, "That's right, it's Due Min." Yun Sheng was shocked after hearing that and said, "What girl?" Saying that, Yun Ping speculated, could this Lu Xiansheng's connections be boundless? Thinking of this, he furrowed his brows tightly. Wei Min entered the office and softly called out, "Xiansheng." Lu Liang also turned around and responded, "HMPH." Du Weimin carefully looked at him and said, "It seems that the development of the exploitation area over there is very smooth." After hearing that, Lu Lai put down the file in his hand and replied, "That's right, the Chen brothers just gifted us a big present while we're about to expand." After saying that, he glanced at Du Weimin's radiant face and asked, "Mekes, Duwen, you seem to be in high spirits today. Is there any good news?" Du Weimin looked at him and replied with a smile, "That's right, Rong Laoye also has news, saying he's about to send some people to meet you." Hearing that, Lu Lai smiled meaningfully and said, "Rong Laoye's actions are really fast." There was some calculation in his words. "Our team is also gradually expanding." While he was secretly contemplating, Wei Min spoke up and called out, "Xiansheng." She looked at the proposal and said, "Along with our development, it's time for you to consider establishing a secret base overseas." Suddenly, Lu Li called out to her, "Ems, Dum, Mems, Dum, Wei." Min was a little puzzled. He looked at her with a satisfied gaze and asked, "Can you read other people's minds?" Outside the Chengsheng Club, Lu Lai's thoughts meandered through every corner of the club. Laboratory number 2 is also progressing smoothly. Qi Huayang and Yang Guan have been writing papers in preparation for speaking on the subject of the Millennium Biopharmaceutical Project. The hot cup of coffee on the table couldn't interrupt his train of thought. And at the same time, he began to establish the Millennium Medical Limited Company and the Millennium Biological Pharmaceutical Limited Company, Lu Lai noted and thought, merging them into the Millennium Bioorganism Group, preparing to expand the company's branches overseas. In his notebook, he noted a lot. The 3-nanometer physics laboratories have been completed under the leadership of Professor Anthony. After noting down the things that needed attention, he picked up the coffee cup and calculated to himself. Following that, new companies were established one after another. Chengsheng Club is flourishing everywhere. Thinking this, he took a sip of coffee and continued to ponder. The decision for the Rong family to represent the club in absorbing members. The effect is not bad for the time being. Other aspects also need to be accelerated. Thinking of the difficulties that might be encountered, he frowned slightly. However, once starting to step into overseas expansion and development, the pressure and difficulties to face are all predictable. He thought of Xinju, who was working hard in training. However, there are these formidable people by my side. Then he remembered Zhao Rui, Wei Min, and the friends beside him. Perhaps the explosive growth of the Chengsheng Club is only a matter of time. On the other hand, his employees are also working hard without knowing Lu Lai's thoughts right now. Thinking of that, he walked towards the window, stretched himself, and then thought, "And what I don't lack most is time." Speaking of time, he sighed again. Lu Lai picked up the watch on his hand and muttered to himself, "It seems I have to continue to develop sources of customers." He looked at the flow of time on the watch and thought, "Strive to accumulate from the coffers." Amidst the night of the magnificent city, in front of a bustling store, Zhang Jingjing stood in front of the store, angrily folding her arms and saying, "I'm so stupid to believe this kind of news, there's really no one left." She frowned in annoyance, adding, "If my account wasn't almost empty, I wouldn't be waiting here for this scammer." Like an idiot, every man who passed by was giving her lustful looks, when suddenly, a pair of legs started walking towards her. At this point, Jingjing, having lost all patience, sighed and said, "Looks like I'll have to find some part-time work." Just as she was feeling dejected, she suddenly heard someone call out, "Zhang Jingjing." She frowned, turned her head, and muttered, "How annoying, it's Lu Lai." He walked towards her and politely said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Jingjing crossed her arms, glanced at him, and asked, "Hey, how do you know my name?" He held up his phone and said, "That message, I'm here for the appointment." Jingjing was mesmerized by Lu Li's handsomeness. Adia, so handsome. Seeing the infatuated look on her face, Lu Lai smiled slyly and asked, "So, have you decided to work part-time for me?" In a flash, she unconsciously nodded in agreement. But immediately after, she snapped back to her senses and exclaimed, "Hey." Jingjing leaned close to his face, suspiciously asking, "Wait, what do you want to buy?" Hearing her question, he thought in dismay, another one who doesn't think things through. He didn't argue with her. Forget it. Looks like the old trick is still the most effective. Thinking that, he took out a watch and started the timer. A cracking sound echoed as a burst of light emanated. Jing was utterly astonished by the surrounding scenery. Everyone around her had stopped moving. Jing gasped and said, "Everyone's frozen." At this moment, Luli used his power to show her her remaining lifespan. Information immediately appeared above Jing's head, shocking her. Name: Zhang Jing. Age: 22. Remaining lifespan: 56 years, 11 months, 23 days, 19 hours, 53 minutes, 02 seconds. These lines of information left her gaping in disbelief. Jing paled in fright, stammering, "Who exactly are you?" Luli smiled at her and explained, "Still don't understand, Ms. Zhang. Your lifespan can be exchanged for money." Hearing this, Jing calmed down slightly. Just then, with a whoosh, time resumed its normal flow. Zhang Jing, covered in sweat, sat on the ground trembling. She said anxiously, "My lifespan, it's been taken away." Luli walked up to her and explained, "This feeling of powerlessness is a temporary reaction. It's normal, don't worry." Then he held out a bank card to her, adding, "As agreed, 990,000 for 3 years, no password." Hearing that, Jing seemed to regain her energy. Leaping up and snatching the card from his hand, she looked at the card in her hand with excitement, repeatedly chanting the number 99. Luli didn't remind her at this time. "Well, I have to remind you, what you sold is your lifespan, so your physical state will be that of 3 years from now." Meaning after getting the money, she was indifferent to what he said, stood smiling happily and said, "3 years. It's just 3 years, how old am I?" She gazed at the black card, muttering to herself, "After paying off all the debts, there should still be quite a bit left." She smiled gleefully, saying, "Get some cosmetic surgery done, the best kind, and make up for all the lost time." Thinking this, she cheerfully shouted, Bye, haha, I've made a profit, Luli." Seeing this, remained silent. The transaction completed, each person left in a different direction. Every night recently, the moonlight has been very bright, shining down on the luxurious cityscape. Luli sat in the back seat of Peng Hao's car, deep in thought. Under Peng Hao's escort, I roamed through this vast city. The scene appeared in his mind, everyone rushing past each other. He understood that out of millions of people, choosing someone to trade with me, in this city that never sleeps, how many people must be troubled by money? There were those who burst into tears when they received the bank card in their hands. I helped some people escape the burdens of their families. However, there were also those who sold their time for vanity, and also lured some people into the trap of deep desires. These things left marks in Luli's heart. The clock face reappeared, along with the image of the scales, making him uneasy. Time is the gambling chip I buy and sell. I have no good or bad attributes. But thinking of this, he frowned slightly. It was as if a clock chain had tightly bound his hand. Time has been chained to me. Luli's face suddenly became serious, he thought to himself. I have a vague premonition. In parallel with the fact that I buy more and more lifespan, Luli's eyes were now filled with sorrow. Peng Hao, sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at Luli through the mirror, but couldn't stop his train of thought. I will also manifest some kind of transformation. Thinking of this, Luli unconsciously fell into contemplation. His information panel also appeared. Name: Luli. Age: 27 years old. Remaining lifespan: 981 years, 102 days, 19 hours, 43 minutes, 21 seconds. The car continued to drive on the road, just like Luli's thoughts continued. Even if I do nothing, just relax and be a salted fish, I can still live for more than 980 years. Thinking of this, Luli couldn't help but sneer. Well, please. He turned his head to look at the street with an indifferent gaze, thinking for a moment and already feeling extremely bored. The car kept running on the road along with Luli's thoughts. This pile of time is just meant to torment. Through the car window, Luli looked at the magnificent scenery on the street, and also saw his own reflection, thinking, I want to personally optimize this world, witness its transformation. Under the lights of the tall buildings, he continued his train of thought on a truly meaningful existence. A dystopian society where I will become a god. Luli imagined himself grasping the time of everyone. Luli sat in the car contemplating, thinking that in 981 years, another 19 years will make it a full 1,000 years. This time ability is like a part of my body. As he thought, he stared intently at his palm. In his hand, he was holding a small golden light. I can practically feel it. Moreover, I have a strong premonition. This light source is becoming more and more radiant. But only Luli can see it. After the amount of time I have accumulated reaches 1,000 years. Now, only the familiar clock remained in his hand. Luli looked at it, continuing to think. My abilities may undergo a certain transformation. He sighed softly, wondering curiously, what will it be? I'm really looking forward to it. Thinking this, he couldn't help but laugh unconsciously. Peng Hao looked at his incomprehensible expression through the rearview mirror and asked, Sir, what's wrong? Lu Lai slowly replied. It's nothing. Just feeling sentimental about the changes we've been through recently. Peng Hao seemed like he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. After a moment, Peng Hao finally spoke. Sir, thank you. Lu Lai, hearing this, looked at him with a puzzled expression. Peng Hao said while driving, someone like me, a cripple who isn't going to live much longer, would never have imagined that this would happen. Without letting him finish, Lu Li interrupted, calling out, Peng Hao! He responded somewhat flustered. Yes, sir. He looked at Peng Hao sternly and said, don't overthink things. It's good. Just follow me. Lu Lai leaned his hand against the window and said in a low voice, now is a crucial moment for the club, Peng Hao. Hearing him call out, Peng Hao immediately turned his head to listen to Lu Lai. But you are my right-hand man. Peng Hao, hearing these words, seemed to gain strength and said happily, yes, I understand, sir. Seeing him so excited, Lu Li reminded him, hey, watch the road. Peng Hao replied, yes. Suddenly, a message tone rang from the phone under the seat. Ding. Lu Li saw this and picked up the phone to check. Looking at the sender's name, he softly said, Liu Yang. Inside the phone was a message. Lu Gay. It's Liu Yang. I'm getting married. My girlfriend and I are planning to gather some old colleagues, and we hope Lu Gay can come too. Looking at the message, Lu Lai smiled and said, this kid is getting married. Then, he thought to himself, he actually found a girlfriend. Lu Lai then remembered the past. Speaking of the last times you left, the old unit investigated me, and luckily this kid informed me. I originally thought I'd find him to chat after this busy period was over. At that time, Liu Yang had secretly called Lu Lai. Luki, have you offended anyone recently? Today some people with unfriendly faces came to the company looking for you. Remembering that, Lu Lai leaned back, sighed, and smiled to himself. It seems this kid is doing pretty well at the company. To repay the favor of him reminding me, I should go this time. Moreover, it's been a long time. Thinking of that, Lu Li called Peng Hao and instructed, Peng Hao, that's it. For tonight, I have some private matters to attend to. Under the bright moonlight mixed with the streetlights of the city, Lu Lai's thoughts were still lingering, not enjoying the life of an ordinary person. Elsewhere, in a large restaurant, the atmosphere inside was lively, and everyone happily congratulated Liu Yang. Congratulations, Liu Yang, kid, you move fast. Haha. Liu Yang was standing with Xiao Song. Hearing this, he happily went over to them and replied, come on, sit here. We're not going home until we're drunk today. Lao Zhang, Lao Jin, are you ready to get wasted again? Liu Yang was busy entertaining guests. What's the rush? Wait until everyone arrives. All right, we'll let you guys pour enough tonight. Zhao Song noticed the outside of the door. Seeing his fiancée distracted, he subconsciously followed her gaze. Lu Li walked in from the outside, raising his hand to greet Liu Yang. Liu Yang saw that the person who came was Lu Li and said, somewhat surprised, Lu Li went up to Liu Yang and said, congratulations to you, Yang Zi. Hearing the congratulations, Liu Yang quickly grabbed Lu Li's hand and said happily, Lu Gay, you're here. Liu Yang looked at Lu Lai's smart appearance and asked, this appearance of yours means you have become rich. Lightly pushing up his glasses and smiling, he replied, how could it be, like before, exchanging time for money? Liu Yang also introduced Xiao Song to Lu Li, Lu Gay. Let me introduce you, this is Xiao Song, my fiancé. Xiao Song then greeted, hello, Lu Gay. You took great care of him before. Lu Li smiled modestly in reply. Yang Zi exaggerately asked, hello, Lu Gay. Lu Li looked at her and replied, hello. She looked at Lu Li and said, Liu Yang has mentioned you to me. I didn't think this kid was so capable. Saying that, he turned and leaned close to Liu Yang's arm, asking, how did you manage to snag her? To this question, Liu Yang didn't reply but just smiled. Hey. Then, he urged Lu Lai to go inside. Lu Ji, hurry in. They were all surprised when they heard you were coming. Lu Lai quickly stepped inside, saying, all right, I'll go in first. Once Lu Li had entered, Xiao Song immediately asked, hubby, is that Lu Li? Liu Yang proudly crossed his arms and replied, yep, my best bro. Xiao Song suddenly blushed and complimented Lu Li. This guy is kinda handsome. Hearing his wife say that, Liu Yang turned to look at her, startled. Xiao Song immediately leaned against his shoulder, sweetly adding, but he's still a long way off from my hubby. Hearing this, Liu Yang happily chuckled, he. At the dinner table, everyone raised their glasses and shouted, come on, let's celebrate Zhao Yangzi escaping the single life. Bottoms up. Then, everyone clinked glasses together. The sound of glasses colliding rang out, clink, clink, clink. Everyone at the table downed their entire glass of beer in one gulp. Lu Li was no exception, and after finishing his drink, he thought to himself, it's been a while since I've had alcohol, and I'm already feeling a bit tipsy. Suddenly, a hand reached out and draped itself over Lu Li's shoulder. Thud. Lu Lai looked at the hand in confusion. It belonged to a red-haired girl. She looked at him teasingly and said, is this really the Lu Lai I know? The vibe is completely different from before. Lu Lai looked at her, bewildered, and replied, "Not at all." Minister Lin, who was holding a glass of wine on the opposite side, spoke up and asked, "Lu Li, you suddenly resigned without a word back then. Where did you strike it rich?" Lu Lai looked at the minister and replied with a smile, "Minister Lin, it's been a long time. I'm currently doing some small business, a service industry." Hearing this, he sarcastically added, "Must be much better than working for wages like us. Back then, Liu Yang was always behind you, calling you Master Lu this and Master Lu that, always trying to get you to start a business together." Lu Lai felt annoyed hearing him say that, thinking to himself, "This guy is still as hard to get along with as ever." The minister asked, and then looked at him smugly. Lu Li replied without any hesitation, "How can I compare to Minister Lin? I heard that Liu Yang's promotion to team leader was all thanks to your support. Small businesses like mine barely make ends meet, so we're much better off following your lead." Seeing that the atmosphere seemed a bit tense, someone stood up, tapped the minister lightly with their glass to ease the tension, and said, "I say, the main characters today are the couple Liu Yang. We can't overlook the newlyweds today." The people around them became excited again, raised their glasses, and said, come on, raise your glasses. Don't save the alcohol for team leader Liu. Congratulations, congratulations." Ignoring the people around him who were chatting, the minister didn't care and kept gulping down his wine. Oh, Yangzi, what's up with you farming fish? Drink up, drink up." After finishing his glass of wine, he looked at Lu Lai resentfully, thinking, HMPH, this Lu Lai used to look like such a loser, but today he's dressed like a proper human being. After all these years, don't I know what you're worth? Perhaps he sized Lu Lai up, and then became suspicious. Is this guy doing something illegal? The minister snorted coldly, his eyes full of malice, as he plotted against Lu Lai. "I'll investigate him thoroughly, and then I'll report him to the police." Before they knew it, it was past midnight, and everyone was finally ending the party and heading outside. Liu Yang happily said, "Thanks for the well wishes today, brothers. The future is long, even though you're all a bit drunk. Haha, congrats to you two. Happiness." Liu Yang saw the minister sitting and throwing up on the side of the road, so he went over and asked, "Minister Lin, are you okay? Xiaosong didn't drink. Why don't you ride in our car? We're going the same way." Hearing this, he refused, while also taking the chance to brag, "No need, Xiaoliu. Didn't I buy a BMW a while ago? Your sister-in-law is busy practicing driving, and she insisted on picking me up today." "Oh, I shouldn't have blurted that out like that." Liu Yang forced a smile and replied, "I really envy Minister Lin. I need to work harder." Suddenly, he looked at Liu Yang and asked softly, "By the way, how is Lu Li getting home? If not, I can give him a ride." Then he thought to himself, "I can't hide it anymore." Hearing him ask about Lu Li, Liu Yang turned his head and said, Lu Lai, saw this, and scratched his head. Looking at the two of them, he said with a smile, "Me, I'll just grab a cab." The minister felt smug hearing this, thinking to himself, as expected. Thinking that, he went in front of Lu Lai, acting superior and saying, "Xiao Lu, I have to say this to you. Now that you're in business, you should buy a car. After all, you have to pay attention to appearances when you go out, right?" Lu Li replied with a smile, Yes, you're absolutely right." The phone in his hand suddenly vibrated. The minister looked at it and said, "Oh, your sister-in-law is calling. I guess she's here." He turned away to answer the phone, not noticing Liu Yang and Lu Li exchanging smiles. "Hello, honey, where are you?" The minister continued to put on airs with Lu Lai, while talking to his wife. "I have an old colleague who wants to buy a car," but he was stunned by something said on the other end of the line. Then he stammered in a panic. "What? An accident?" Everyone noticed his panicked state and focused on his conversation. The other party suddenly rushed out. Even if it's their fault, how dare they hit a BMW? While the minister was still pale with fright, someone called out, "Minister Lin." The one who called was Liu Yang. He looked at him and suggested, "Since everyone is still here, let's go take a look together. Don't let your sister-in-law suffer." Hearing this suggestion, the minister said nothing, silently looking at everyone. From within the crowd, Lu Lai was also quietly observing him. After a while, everyone arrived at the scene of the accident. Seeing the scene before her, Xiaosong covered her mouth in surprise. "No way." Liu Yang also stammered, "M.I., minister." The person next to Liu Yang couldn't help but curse. In front of them, the minister collapsed weakly next to his crying wife, looking at the logo on the ground, and said, "This must be a dream." He was sweating profusely in fright. We're done for." The wife beside him cried incessantly, hitting him, and said, "I told you I didn't know how to drive, but you had to force me to come. What are we going to do now?" The minister was like a dead man, and finally stammered, Sell the house." Then his face was filled with despair as he thought, "The mortgage and car loan haven't been paid off yet. This life is completely over here." The car his wife crashed into was a Rolls-Royce. The front of the car was completely wrecked. The owner of the Rolls-Royce walked over, picked up the logo, and said, "Don't look so gloomy. Isn't it just a broken car?" He walked up to the minister and his wife and continued, "The most important thing is that no one is hurt, right?" The minister's wife looked at him with tears in her eyes and sincerely said, "I'm so sorry, really sorry. We were careless this time." Hearing this, he smiled and said, "It's okay, it's okay. It's not like you did it on purpose. Everyone has a hard time." Hearing this, the minister and his wife looked at him with hopeful eyes. He added, "Since your attitude is so good." Saying this, he flashed a rogue smile and coldly continued, "It would be good to compensate according to the price, right?" This sentence completely shattered the glimmer of hope in the couple's eyes. Looking at the deadpan faces of the minister and his wife, he asked suspiciously, "Well, what's wrong?" After asking, he burst out laughing. Pluffed, he became ferocious, leaned close to the minister's face, and roared, Hey, you didn't think I was going to say something like, "I don't need you to compensate, did you? Is your brain waterlogged?" Ha ha. After roaring, he stepped back, sneering at the minister, and said, "Seriously, how could an idiot like you marry such a punctual woman as your wife? Could it be based on your naive charm?" After saying this, he burst out laughing. Ha ha. The minister didn't dare to do anything after hearing those humiliating words. The people around him angrily said, "Hey, it's fine to pay compensation, but what's the meaning of insulting people like that? It's too much. So what if you drive a Rolls Royce? Are you so great?" He listened to them finish and blankly said. Following that statement was a burst of hearty laughter. Ha ha. Then he looked at his wrecked car and began listing. Radiator grill damage, 140,000. Shock absorber damage, 210,000. The minister's face paled as he heard those numbers, but the car owner calmly added, "Car logo lights, 500,000. And that doesn't even include other fees." Finishing, he turned to look at the people who had just been asking, "May I ask if any of you can help pay a little in advance?" The people who were just excited all lowered their heads in silence, listening to the car owner curse, "Anyone relying on numbers to be brave, a bunch of broke-ass fools dare to shout at me. But you know, I have a way to help you." Hearing this, the minister raised his head, looking at him with hopeful eyes. The car owner emphasized each word as he spoke. Kowtow. Oh, he pointed at the faces of the minister and his wife, adding, "One kowtow reduces it by 1,000. How's that? Fair enough, right?" Hearing this, the minister angrily glared at him, silently cursing, This bastard!" Seeing the minister's disapproving face, that guy offered another option. "For broke-ass people like you, face is also extremely important, right?" Then option B. Saying this, he turned, feigning awkwardness. "Oh, suddenly saying it like this. Actually, I'm also very embarrassed." Ah. The minister looked at him like that, feeling somewhat uneasy. Only then did he turn back to look at the minister's wife, saying obscenely, "Let me play with your beautiful wife for one night." The minister's wife, upon hearing this, wore an expression of extreme horror. Finally, the minister couldn't hold back any longer, rushing towards him, angrily cursing, "DMN it, I'll fight you, you bastard!" But before the minister could do anything, he was punched straight in the face with a strong hand. With a loud thud, the minister fell backward out of inertia. Seeing her husband get hit, the wife ran over, calling out worriedly, "Honey." He stood in front of the couple arrogantly saying, "You didn't even bother to ask what kind of master your father is. How dare an ignorant type like you lay a hand on me?" Ignoring the gazes of the minister and his wife, he continued, "Either compensate or sleep with me. Today you will not give me a satisfactory result." Saying this, he turned to look at the people around him, threatening, "Count one by one. DMN it. No one can even think of leaving." Everyone was shocked to hear this. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling everyone and drawing their attention. The minister was shocked to hear this and looked towards the speaker. The car owner also looked to see who could pay this amount. The person who spoke was Lu Li. In front of everyone, he coldly said, "Me." The minister was stunned to see that the speaker was Lu Li. Liu Yang was also equally surprised, looking at him. Lu Si. The people around him thought he had a problem. Is this guy crazy? The other party is the underworld. Seeing this, the car owner looked at him with a contemptuous smile, saying, "Oh my, a brave leader. Huh? Warning you, don't play tricks with me. If I get excited, someone could die." Lu Li still very calmly smirked and replied, "Rest assured, at the time when you insulted my old colleague, I already arranged for someone to count the money. This time it belongs to..." Saying this, he raised his head and looked at him, coldly separating public and private matters. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps was gradually approaching. The car owner curiously turned his head to see who had arrived. It was Peng Hao walking towards them. He walked while taking off his coat and loosening his tie. The car owner looked at Peng Hao's actions and said sarcastically, "Oh, you're quick on the uptake." Peng Hao didn't say a word and rushed towards him. The car owner still said disdainfully, "I'm warning you, you better pay everything back at once." While he was speaking, Peng Hao jumped in front of him. Peng Hao kicked him hard in the face, and with a loud thud, he fell backward, his head hitting the car and spitting out blood. Lu Li's face remained cold as he watched the scene unfold. He didn't pay attention to the astonished gazes of the minister and the people around them. The car owner wiped the blood from his face and looked at Peng Hao, saying, "Cough, cough, you son of a bitch, do you know who I am?" Peng Hao looked at him with a blank expression. Then another loud thud rang out as he used his foot to slam him against the back of the car. Peng Hao's shoe print was now clearly imprinted on his face. The car owner collapsed on the ground, cursing CMM. He gritted his teeth and glared at Peng Hao, cursing, "Motherfucker." He had barely finished cursing before receiving another kick from Peng Hao. This time, he was kicked into the minister's car. He spat out blood from the beating, but he stubbornly said, Wait, you bastard." He was interrupted when he saw Peng Hao clenching his fist, ready to hit him. Did he think threatening would work? At this moment, only loud thuds could be heard. Lu Li watched with sharp eyes as the man was beaten. The group of Liu Yang beside them were terrified. Thud, thud, the car owner was beaten half to death. Peng Hao still had no intention of stopping. After a while, the car owner no longer resisted, lying on the ground trembling. Lu Li looked at the blood on Peng Hao's hand, saying nothing. The minister looked at Lu Li's calm face, both horrified and puzzled, thinking, Lu Li, what kind of business does he do exactly? It's terrifying. After venting his anger, Lu Li threw a card onto the car owner. He looked at the car owner indifferently and said, "The money in here is enough for you to buy 2 new cars. With the extra money, you might as well buy some chewing gum, your mouth is too foul." Then he took out his business card and warned, "I advise you not to harass my colleagues. This is my business card. I'm willing to wait." With that, he pressed his business card firmly onto his forehead. After everything was done, he turned around and smiled at the group of Liu Yang. "All right, the matter is settled, everyone." He hadn't finished speaking when he noticed everyone staring blankly at him. He glanced at Liu Yang and saw him shrinking back in fear. Lu Li looked at Liu Yang in confusion, calling out, "Yang Zi." Hearing Lu Li call him, Liu Yang forced a reply, Lu Jie." As he spoke, he subconsciously retreated. Seeing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Li's eyes, and he turned to Peng Hao, saying, "Peng Hao, let's go." Vroom. The car sped off. Inside the car, Peng Hao's voice rang out, "Sir, were those people acquaintances of yours from the past? I didn't expect to run into something like this." As he said this, Peng Hao indignantly spoke on Lu Li's behalf. "What a nuisance. One rat turd spoils the whole pot of porridge." Lu Li sat in the back, his face a little sad. After a moment he spoke up. "After what happened, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to see my old colleagues again." Peng Hao didn't understand, and asked, Didn't you just help them?" Lu Li recalled the gazes of Liu Yang and the others, and replied to Peng Hao, "Didn't you see the way they looked at me just now? We used to be the same kind of people, all nobodies, with plenty to talk about." On the road back, Lu Li poured out his heart. "But now there's a chasm between us, filled with jealousy and fear. A chasm that can't be crossed." Through the rearview mirror, Peng Hao could see his state of mind. "Actually, I was really happy about today's gathering." As he said this, his eyes dropped as he thought, "It's just a pity." Lu Li rested his hand and looked out the window with regret. "I have to say goodbye." Suddenly, Lu Li felt uneasy. His face changed. A buzzing sound rang in his ears, and his stat appeared again, but this time unclearly. Seeing this, Lu Li thought in surprise, "Why has my lifespan stat become like this? It seems someone in the dark is affecting my lifespan." He frowned, carefully pondering. Is it assassination or calamity? Peng Hao noticed his change in expression and was curious, but said nothing. Lu Li seemed to have discovered something. A golden light was gathering on the top floor of a nearby building, making Lu Li feel that the danger seemed to be coming from that direction. At this moment, he spoke up to remind Peng Hao. "Peng Hao, it seems like someone is surveilling us, staring at us." Peng Hao was surprised to hear this. "Sir." Lu Li then raised his watch. Not far away, the gun had been prepared. In the car, Lu Li thought with some anger, "Go give them a warning." The next day, a surprised voice rang out in a large building. "What? The mission failed." In the face of this anger, the short-haired girl next to him silently lowered her head. Zhao Dong angrily questioned her. "Then where are our people? Did any return alive?" She then reported the whole situation to him. Shan Miao's shoulder was wounded by a blade. Xiao Du immediately provided aid, and the situation is temporarily not life-threatening. Zhao Dong was furious upon hearing this, and slammed the table, cursing, "Damn it." She looked up hesitantly and said, "Furthermore," Shan Miao reported. He glared at her and roared. She stared at him nervously and said, "He encountered something not human." Zhao Dong was a little surprised to hear that. "What?" The short-haired girl took out a USB, plugged it into the computer, and added, "The camera recorded Shan Miao's entire process. The images are very clear." She moved the mouse as she spoke. Except, Liu Chuandong walked to the desk, intently staring at the computer screen. The screen displayed the assassin's third-person perspective. At this moment, a voice rang out. "The target's car has stopped. The visibility is excellent." He aimed the gun at the car below and added, "Start shooting to kill." But before he could act, something hit his hand, and he cried out, "Crack, crack, crack." This also threw off his aim. The assassin immediately turned the gun behind him, cautiously saying, "Who's there?" Seeing the situation was not good, he immediately called Wang Zuo, saying, "Shan Miao calling Wang Zuo. Situation on the ground. Request immediate suspension of the mission." Repeat, he didn't finish speaking when a shadow appeared, standing not far from him. Because it was too dark, the assassin couldn't see the person's face at all. Suddenly, there was a bang, a boom, and the person in black frantically rushed towards him. The assassin in black stumbled backward, crying out, "Ow! Ah!" Broken pieces of rock were scattered beneath his feet. He supported himself on the ground, coughing continuously, and fresh blood dripped out as a result. The assassin angrily pointed his gun at the shadow and roared, "Go to hell!" What followed was the sound of gunfire. Bang! The first bullet was dodged by the shadow. Seeing this, he fired continuously, but the shadow easily dodged them all. The assassin looked bewildered and said, What? What to do? Damn it! Damn it!" After a while, the gun ran out of bullets, and he quickly reloaded. Click! Click! As he cursed under his breath, "Damn it!" The shadow seized the opportunity to rush forward and slash the assassin with his blade, causing him to scream in pain. At this moment, the camera signal was lost, making a crackling sound. After watching up to this point, Zhao Dong quickly grabbed the computer screen, then slammed it shut. Thump! His face darkened with a hint of shock, and he muttered to himself, "Heavens!" The short-haired girl next to him gently reminded him, "Number 1. This mission will definitely alarm the higher-ups." Zhao Dong sighed and replied to her, "Yeah, it already has." He took off his glasses and added, "Although the higher-ups only asked us to monitor, with such an arrogant and unruly character, if we don't test his limits, how can I be at ease?" Saying this, he carelessly tossed his glasses onto the computer. Zhao Dong stood up and walked towards the window, pensively saying, "This action is a reconnaissance mission, conducted with the tacit approval of the leaders above, precisely to probe the limits of that person." The short-haired girl stood behind him, listening intently. "If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. But if it fails," Zhao Dong sighed wearily and said, "Looks like I can't escape this time." Footsteps echoed outside the office. Thud, thud, thud. The bodyguard tensed at the sound. The visitor was a young man, who politely asked, "Is Liu Chuandong here?" A document about the temporary suspension from work appeared on the desk. The young man had already entered the office. He even said to Zhao Dong, "This is the decision from above. We hope you understand." Hearing this, he didn't even bother to look back, remaining by the window as he said, "I understand. I will personally explain to the higher-ups." The young man didn't say anything further. Zhao Dong continued, "Just as our experts predicted, A indeed possesses the ability to detect danger in advance. With his energy enhancement, we stand no chance." At this, the young man frowned and replied to Zhao Dong, "Fortunately, Mr. Atine doesn't seem to be a cruel person." Zhao Dong pondered his words, realizing the man's probing intention. Returning good for evil. Not much killing intent. He glanced at Zhao Dong and reproached, "You were too reckless this time." Hearing that, Zhao Dong replied, "My previous recklessness was because A is still alive." As he spoke, he glanced at the young man. The young man was rendered speechless and fell silent. Zhao Dong continued, "Now the higher-ups want me to hand over my position and blame me, I understand." Saying this, he became lost in his thoughts. "I knew that contact with A would inevitably lead to dangerous consequences, but this time, I've at least gained some insight into his inner workings. Work will always be done by someone else." The young man was also sitting and contemplating. Zhao Dong's train of thought didn't stop. "And I'm just a sacrifice." The sky was now pitch black, with heavy rain pouring outside. In a small corridor, a man was walking dejectedly, exhaling puffs of white smoke. Two girls were walking in the opposite direction, chatting. "Mature and thoughtful. I still prefer an older man. Your tastes are heavy indeed, haha." As they passed the man, the girl in the black dress teased her friend, "Oh, there's an old man here who looks very down on his luck." Hearing this, her friend awkwardly replied, "Your taste, be quiet." The man was holding a card with a clock face printed on it. The man took a drag of his cigarette and thought to himself about his contact, "I can't worry about so much right now." Without wasting any time, the man took out his phone and dialed a number. In the corridor, the solitary man stood alone, accompanied by the ringing of the phone. Ring, ring. After a moment, someone finally answered the call. The man said, "Hello, is this Mr. Lu?" Then, the man quickly introduced himself. This is Zheng Bowen." On the other end, a voice echoed in the car. "Sir, should we let that assassin live?" The speaker was Peng Hao in the car, and he anxiously tried to say more. "I'm worried." Before he could finish, Lu Lai interrupted. "To a certain extent, we're currently in the business of selling favors. I can roughly guess who sent him." Lu Lai's expression turned wary as he continued, "It's not appropriate for us to confront them." Lu Lai glanced out the window and thought, "Hopefully there won't be a second time." Then he said, "After all, we're ostensibly on the same side." Getting this far is good enough. The phone beside him suddenly rang. Ring, ring, ring. Lulai quickly picked up the phone to see who was calling. After a moment he answered. Hello, who is this? The voice on the other end replied. It's me from before. Lulai smiled and responded. Of course, you're a returning customer. Peng Hao suspiciously glanced at the phone. After chatting for a while, Luli got to the point. So, you're currently in need of money, Zheng Bowen, sir. Upon hearing the answer, Lulai chuckled softly. Alright, let's meet at the usual place. After saying that, he hung up and looked at the driver, calling out, Peng Hao. Luli's face now revealed a smug expression as he said, Let's go meet this old friend and make a deal. He thought to himself, HMPH, I knew this day would come. The streets were deserted at this hour, but a certain coffee shop was still open. The ashtray on the table was already filled with cigarette butts. Bowen was already sitting inside, smoking one cigarette after another, constantly exhaling white smoke. As he dejectedly smoked, a voice rang out, Long time no see. Mr. Zheng Bowen immediately looked up to see who was speaking. He saw Luli's handsome face. He approached the chair and said, I knew you'd come looking for me again. As soon as Bowen saw Luli, he exclaimed, Mr. Lu. Bowen stood up, rushed towards Lulai, shaking his hand and saying happily, Yes, long time no see. You haven't changed a bit. Lulai looked at Bowen's disheveled appearance and asked, But it seems Mr. Zheng has been overspending lately, hasn't he? Hearing this, Bowen turned his head and replied awkwardly, Not at all. After a while, the two sat down at the table. Lulai looked at him and said, If I remember correctly, this is the third time we've met. Bowen dejectedly lowered his head and replied, Yes. Without beating around the bush, Lulai got straight to the point. So, how much time are you looking to sell me this time? Bowen kept his head down, stammering, I can ask. Beads of sweat already forming on his face. How much time do I have left in my life? Hearing this, Lulai let out a cold laugh. HMPH, oh, I thought you weren't afraid. Then he showed him the time he had left. Name, Zheng Bowen, age, 23. Remaining time, 549 months, 12 days, 9 minutes, 20 seconds. Looking at the time he had left, he thought happily, Great, it seems I can still live for more than 50 years without any illness or disaster. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile to himself. But this is a huge fortune. Seeing this, Lulai looked at him with a probing gaze and asked, It seems you haven't been doing too well lately. Bowen told Lulai about his situation. We started an internship, but it didn't go as well as expected. As he spoke, he took out another cigarette. I thought the salary they offered was too low, and they also said I lacked experience. Saying this, Bowen bitterly crushed the burning cigarette in his hand, angrily continuing, They even openly looked down on me. One of my watches is worth a year's salary for her. Saying this, he clenched his fists, determined, and added, I've thought about it. Working for someone else is too slow to make money. I'm going to start my own business. Hearing these words, Lulai frowned and thought dejectedly, HMPH, all talk and no action. Bowen's voice rang out again. He lowered his head and said, But I need some startup capital, no, a lot of money. Saying that, he suddenly looked directly at Lulai and shouted, Mr. Lu, will you help me? Lulai calmly responded after hearing this, clearly drawing a line. We can't talk about helping each other. The relationship between you and me is purely a business transaction. As he said this, Lulai intertwined his fingers, his eyes coldly staring at Bowen, saying, I have the money. How much do you want to trade? Bowen hesitated a bit upon hearing this. He finally stammered out. 4 years. Hearing that, Lulai stated the price corresponding to his current situation. Since you are currently unemployed, we will carry out the transaction at a price of 300,000 per year. Bowen agreed to this price and immediately replied, Understood. Immediately, Lulai tossed his watch out and said, Then, I will take these 4 years of your life. The sky continued to pour rain at this time, and the transaction was completed. Bowen's quickly left. Luli watched his figure getting further and further away, and chuckled to himself, Zheng Bowen, this time I have to thank you. Holding an umbrella, Lulai stood in the rain, looked up at the sky, and continued to think. 1,000 years. He looked at his current time. Name, Lulai, age, 27, remaining time, 1,100 days, 2 hours, 45 minutes, 21 seconds. Finally, the goal has been achieved. In his office at the club, Lulai was resting his hand on his face while thinking. Unknowingly, his lifespan had reached over 1,000 years. There was a hint of calculation in his eyes, making him feel that after accumulating a certain amount of life, he clenched his fist, feeling a power seemingly transforming from within. Lulai tossed the watch to test the feeling. This feeling was like a part of his body. After tossing the watch, he quickly caught it again. The ability to accelerate and decelerate time by 100 times seemed to have been improved. Lu Lai also remembered the time buying and selling contracts. In addition, the ability to buy and sell time was also being upgraded. Perhaps remembering that, he slightly curled his lips into a smile. I can try entrusting others to buy time from me. Wouldn't that be very interesting? He instructed Peng Hao while continuing his own private thoughts. Find some suitable people to try first. Go to different places in the world to meet more people. Peng Hao listened attentively to his instructions. Perhaps there will be even more surprises and opportunities. Taehan Morris was also searching for information on the computer. Lu Li smiled, his face full of anticipation, thinking to himself, I'm really looking forward to it. A few days later, at the Tian Sui Biological Pharmaceutical Laboratory building, a voice rang out. Hello, Mr. Lu. The person who walked in was a beautiful woman. She stood in front of Lu Lai and introduced herself. I am Chen Qi, a senior talent search consultant sent by the headhunting company to assist you. I will be fully responsible for your business. Hearing this, Lu Li immediately gestured for her to sit down and said, I've heard of you for a long time, let's sit down and talk slowly. The conversation echoed in the office, so Chen Qi sat on the chair and seriously asked Lu Lai, your subordinate has a nanophysics laboratory that needs to recruit researchers. Then she thought to herself, this boss is still very young. Lu Lai honestly replied after hearing the question, yes, in addition to this laboratory, I also have a pharmaceutical company and many other companies waiting to be entrusted. Lu Lai also looked at her and stated the necessary requirements. This time, I need cutting-edge talents in the fields of physics and new materials, with a professional doctorate degree or above, and must have published articles in specialized journals. How come I've never heard of someone with such strength before? Suddenly, her eyes became determined, and she said to herself, no problem anyway, as long as there are commissions, there is no talent I can't find. After thinking that, she slightly lifted her glasses and agreed. Okay, Mr. Lu, I have a general understanding. But you also know that the most important success factor in headhunting is. Lu Li sat silently, listening to her speak. Would you be able to offer a sufficiently attractive condition here? Chen Qi also reminded him. Besides, your requirements are for top talents. They are all people with very high incomes. Lu Lai pretended to rest her chin on her hand and said awkwardly, well, I don't really understand this very well. Or maybe, hearing her say she didn't understand, Chen Qi thought in surprise, no, she doesn't understand much. Suddenly, he looked at her, his eyes suggesting meaningfully. Or, you decide, Chen Qi exclaimed upon hearing this. Huh, she panicked, her body trembling slightly as she stammered. Lu, boss Lu, don't joke, you're... Seeing her strong reaction, he then added, don't misunderstand. What I mean is, as a headhunter, you should understand better than I do how much salary it takes to impress the target. Hearing this, Chen Qi stared at Lu Gei with her mouth agape. He said very calmly, you name the price, I'll pay. Chen Qi looked at the person in front of her in dismay, stunned, thinking, oh my god, is there really a boss in this world who doesn't care about costs? I've seen many rich people. Lu Lai remained calm, waiting for her answer. Chen Qi was still immersed in her own thoughts, but someone so carefree, this was the first time she had encountered it. After looking at Lu Lai, remembering her own boss, she frowned slightly. Unlike my boss, not only is he stingy, but he also oppresses me every day. Seeing that she didn't answer for a long time, Lu Lai finally asked, does Migues, Chen have any questions about the conditions I offered? At this time she was startled and exclaimed in a panic. Then replied, no, let's continue, Lu Lai said. Oh, upon hearing this, then he smiled and said, then Mimses, Chen, Lu Li, looked at Chen Qi and smiled, calling out, do you want to come work for me? Chen Qi was stunned after hearing this and blurted out, what? Lu Lai stood up in front of her and added, as far as I know, you have excellent achievements at your current company. Lu Lai slowly moved forward step by step. But your boss is suppressing you and stealing the fruits of your labor. Saying that, he came in front of her and asked, why waste your youth in a place like that? Chen Qi seemed to have realized something, thinking, so today, the first person being headhunted. She looked at the handsome face in front of her, and thought further, is me? Thinking this, she lowered her head and said, boss Lu, you don't need to say it. Doing business like us, the confidentiality agreements are very strict. Chen Qi's eyes showed a hint of sadness, as she recounted. Although I planned to find another place, the damages for terminating my contract, Lu Lai also understood her difficulties, and calmly said, you don't need to worry about this kind of small matter. With my current connections and financial resources, I can completely settle it for you properly. Chen Qi looked up at him. When she heard this, Lu Lai also said to Chen Qi, moreover, during this period, I may need a large number of talents from all industries. Saying that, he looked at her with sincere eyes and expressed, I am very interested in the headhunting department. If Miklias, Chen Qi can lead it, I would be very happy. Chen Qi was already a little shaken at this moment. After thinking for a while, she made a decision, saying, "Understood." Chen Qi stood up in front of Lu Lili, bowed her head and said, "Boss." Lu Lai was very satisfied when he saw this and said, "Trust me, this is the most successful decision in your life." Chen Qi looked at him and smiled, then said decisively, "Yes, boss, I will resign today." The two shook hands. Lu Li also said, "In that case, we will wait for your good news." With that, Chen Qi turned and left. Lu Li watched her retreating figure, thinking to himself, "Next, it's time to delve into my time acceleration ability." The thought sparked excitement in his eyes as he mused. What will it be like at 1,000-fold increase? A few days later, at the Eternal Life Club, Lu Li stood in the lab, gazing at the pile of equipment stacked before him. Sensing someone approaching, he turned around alertly. The footsteps grew nearer and nearer. It turned out to be Peng Hao, who arrived carrying a clock on his shoulder, panting as he said, "Sir, the goods are here." With that, Peng Hao set it down on the ground. Lu Lai looked at the clock before him and said with satisfaction, "Now, let me test the time ability after the upgrade," he said, smiling smugly. "A lifespan of 1,000 years, the upgrade effect it brings me," he chuckled softly. At that moment, a surge of light emanated from his hand as he selected the time multiplier, 1,000 times. With that thought, Lu Lai unleashed the beam of light onto the clock before him. Peng Hao seemed to freeze in that instant. Seeing this, Lu Lai thought happily, "Excellent, even after being refined by Mingjie Cheng, it still retains its original form." The clock was now running wildly, leading Lu Lai to think, maintaining a stable and constant state from a different spatio-temporal perspective. 1,000-fold practical field, he mused with satisfaction. "I can get so much more done now." Lu Li took out his small clock and pressed the stop button. Time returned to its initial state. Peng Hao, unaware of what had just transpired, asked blankly, "Sir, did you start already?" Lu Li didn't turn to look at him but replied directly, "Yes, in fact." At this point he turned his head to look at Peng Hao, smiling. "I've already completed a project." Peng Hao was astonished to hear this, exclaiming, In the blink of an eye, I didn't notice anything at all. It's even more amazing than before." Lu Lai held out the clock in his hand, saying, "This time, it's a time acceleration of 1,000 times, a full 10 times your previous experience." Peng Hao was a little surprised to hear this, stammering, "Oh, 1,000 times." Lu Lai turned to leave, not forgetting to tell him, "It seems your 1,000x speed can be upgraded in the future too." Peng Hao excitedly thought, "Really?" He paused for a moment, then thought to himself, "It can still be faster. A time acceleration of 100 times already leaves me wrecked. If it's 1,000 times, oh my god." Lu Lai grew increasingly fond of these experiments, saying, "Next, I should start on the next item, a 1,000x velocity." Hearing this, Peng Hao nodded. The large clock reappeared, and time slowed down. Before the experiment, Lu Li glanced at Peng Hao and reminded him, "Peng Hao, you'd better move back a bit." Peng Hao responded in confusion, okay." Lu Li turned to observe Peng Hao. He stood far away, waving and shouting to Lu Lai, "Sir, is it okay here?" Seeing this, Lu Lai said wearily, "What an extremist. Never mind." With that, he quickly turned and walked away. Immediately after, I threw my small clock, shouting, "Time deceleration." The clock was instantly enveloped in miniature electrical currents, amplified 1,000-fold. The large clock also began emitting small bursts of light. Seeing this, Lu Li thought to himself, "Successfully drawn into the time deceleration field, next is to see its stability." The pendulum of the large clock slowly swung. Immediately after, the pendulum moved faster and faster. Lu Lai sensed something ominous and cursed inwardly. Damn it! As expected, the very next second, the pendulum shattered the clock's glass face. The pendulum was sent flying outward. It hurtled forward with terrifying speed. Seeing this, Lu Lai quickly gave chase. A loud crash echoed as the pendulum collided with a large wall. Peng Hao narrowly dodged it, and asked with a hint of panic, "What on earth is going on?" Lu Lai was equally perplexed, thinking, "Logically, the pendulum clock should have stopped. I didn't expect the pendulum to become a singular independent entity." He looked at the pendulum embedded in the wall, contemplating, what could be the cause? Unfathomable thoughts flooded his mind. The Earth's rotational speed is 3,400 meters per second, but for an object in a time-decelerated state of 1,000 times, he imagined the Earth's rotation, continuing to think, it's nearly equivalent to a speed of 34,000 meters per second. Observing the trail left on the ground by the pendulum, Lu Lai couldn't help but further contemplate. When it first started, the pendulum's original state didn't change. After a moment of reflection, he seemed to have an answer. The problem lies with the pendulum suspended in the air. Lu Li recalled the structure of the pendulum and analyzed. The pendulum itself is suspended in the air. Lu Lai realized at this moment, It was being swept along by the speed of the outside world. He remembered that when the pendulum began to move, it was a completely independent object from the original clock position. But his chain of thought continued after initiating time deceleration due to the connection between two spaces with completely different time flow rates. Thinking of this, he glanced behind him. Looking at the wreckage caused by the pendulum, he continued to think it transformed into a bullet. Over here, Peng Hao was still in shock, continuously muttering, "Damn it, I almost kicked the bucket." Lu Lai's train of thought continued. Which is to say, if an object is rooted on the ground, the deceleration effect of extreme time will not change its state of motion. The large clock was completely damaged, Lu Li gave his analysis. But when an object is suspended in the air, existing in a state of extreme deceleration, then it will definitely cause great destruction. After thinking, he pushed up his glasses, reminding himself, "This is the power of time and space. It must be used carefully." The next day, Peng Hao was present in the exercise training room. His face revealed obvious tension. Sweat pouring down, Peng Hao asked, in a low voice. "Sir, are you serious?" Lu Lai loudly said. "What, you want to back down? Haven't you always wanted to defeat him?" Peng Hao awkwardly replied. "Well, it's not wrong to say that, but..." Peng Hao hesitated slightly. He's currently using hacks. Zhang Zhao is currently being accelerated 100 times. Peng Hao stammered, "Sir, you see, I have this kind of mindset. I often experience this kind of power, right? Relatively quite experienced," Peng Hao thought. But this big oaf, Zhang Ji, might not have any mastered skill techniques. Peng Hao scratched his face worriedly. You think if he goes too light or too hard? While Peng Hao babbles on with the 100x acceleration, Lu Lai yells out in annoyance, "Shut your trap, you little punk! Fight him! Punch him!" Peng Hao immediately replies, "Yes, yes." He rushes forward, eyes tightly shut, yelling loudly, "Alaya!" Seeing this, Zhang Zhao smirks contemptuously as Peng Hao launches a powerful attack and shouts, "Black Tiger Snatching Heart." Then he continues to unleash the Divine Dragon Swing's tail technique, but Zhang Zhao deftly dodges them all. Lu Lai threatens in a low voice, "Peng Hao, you little brat, are you trying to cheat?" Peng Hao replies fearfully, I know. He quickly gets into a fighting stance, ready to attack. Zhang Zhao seems much more relaxed. Peng Hao directs a determined gaze towards his opponent and says, "I'm ready." Hearing this, Zhang Zhao just sneers disdainfully. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Zhao rushes forward with lightning speed. Facing that power, Peng Hao remains steadfast. However, he gets hit by Zhang Zhao. Peng Hao is shocked, thinking, I couldn't see him at all. He throws a counterattack, but only punches empty air. Zhang Zhao has already retreated. Lu Lai secretly observes and thinks, with 100x acceleration, ordinary people can become almost invisible. It's impossible to catch them in motion with the naked eye, he figures. But for someone with professional training like Peng Hao, even if he can't defeat the acceleration, Lu Li muses, he can still vaguely predict the opponent's trajectory. In the future, if we really encounter opponents at this level, even if they're simply perceived, the variables involved cannot be underestimated. At this moment, Zhang Zhao leaps into the air like a frog. Lu Lai thinks, what I want isn't just gaining the upper hand, but total domination. Just then, the golden watch suddenly shakes violently. A burst of energy shoots straight towards Peng Hao. He's in so much pain that he falls backward. Seeing this, Zhang Zhao is momentarily startled. Peng Hao has now transformed, his body radiating an incredibly powerful aura. Peng Hao stands silently in place. Then where did he disappear to? Zhang Zhao shouts in panic, Hao Zi, Peng Hao. At this moment, thunderous blows rain down on Zhang Zhao, and he cries out in pain, Arg. Seeing this, Lu Li smirks in satisfaction, slumping to the ground. Zhang Zhao growls inwardly, You little punk. He quickly steadies himself and wonders, what did the professor invent? Just then, Zhang Zhao suddenly senses a terrifying power right behind him. He turns around with a look of astonishment. A dark shadow flashed before Zhang Zhao's eyes. He thought to himself, Found him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zhao exclaimed in bewilderment, because he couldn't keep up with Peng Hao's speed. Being toyed with, Zhang Zhao angrily shouted, You little brat, get over here. Damn it, Lu Lai thought. 1000x time acceleration is indeed powerful. Although Zhang Zhao is also under the blessing of time acceleration, going from 0 to 100 is not the same magnitude as going from 100 to 1000. He figured, HMPH, absolutely no chance. Lu Li happily thought, Got you. At this moment, a figure flashed behind Zhang Zhao. He turned around in a daze. By this time, Peng Hao had the upper hand. He performed a spell with his hands and grinned with delight. He, Zhang Zhao hurriedly shouted, Wait! Finally, only a piercing scream remained in the training room. After a while, Lu Lai spoke. Okay, stop the noise, Instructor Zhang Zhao. I'm asking you, do you have connections? help me organize a team. Hearing this, Zhang Zhao looked puzzled. A team? Pang Hao, who had just been retaliated against, painfully clutched his swollen face and muttered, "Just kidding. What a petty person." At this moment, Zhang Zhao widened his eyes in surprise. "You don't mean? You wouldn't want to?" Hearing this, Lu Lai showed a meaningful smile. He softly replied, "That's right, I want to build a..." Finally, Lu Lai clearly said, "Rapid Response Squad." At the same time, in front of the nightclub, a group of people were loudly flattering. "Louis Gay is amazing," the guy called Liu Gay happily said. "I'm telling you guys, later we're going full throttle, my car just got upgraded today." The other two replied, "Sounds good." At this moment, the blonde girl coquettishly spoke. "Liu Jie, are you sure you're up for it? You've had quite a bit to drink today." Liu Gay grinned confidently. He, am I up for it, don't you know?" the blonde girl softly said. "Or should I drain you dry too?" He. Hearing this, Liu Gay looked excited. "Who's afraid of who?" The subordinate cheered. Wow. The blonde girl happily smiled. "Ha, then we have a deal." The subordinate echoed. Wow. At this time, Liu Ji turned his head, looking displeased. What's that smell?" A staff member was carrying 2 bags of trash. As he approached, he said, "Excuse me. Please move aside, don't let it brush against you." Seeing this, Liu Gay started trouble. Yo-ho, knows his place. Get lost, I don't have time. He stomped out his cigarette and loudly said, "Whatever." The 2 subordinates softly said, "Liu Gay, let this guy go, it stinks." Even so, Liu Gay didn't care at all. "Hey, ignore him, let's talk about our business." "So what do you say, babe? Where are we going tonight?" the blonde girl softly said. "It can't be lower than 4 stars anyway," the mohawk-haired henchman loudly asked. "Hey you, do you have any close girlfriends? Let's all play together tonight." Ignoring them, the staff member silently walked past with the trash bags. At this moment, the trash bag accidentally bumped into the blonde woman. She loudly shouted, "Hey!" The staff member startled and turned around. Unexpectedly, the blonde woman fabricated a story. Liu-Ge. He touched me. Hearing this, Liu Jie's anger flared up. "You dare to touch my darling? Are you tired of living?" He rushed over fiercely, causing the trash bag to tear open, and all sorts of bottles fell onto the road. Liu Ge grabbed the employee's collar and threatened loudly. "Do you know who I am?" The employee honestly replied, "I didn't." Liu Ge then punched him. He angrily cursed, "You damn son of a bitch." 2 of his lackeys also rushed forward, and the blonde woman kept urging, "Liu Ge, beat him to death, beat him to death." Liu Ge, while beating him, shouted, "Damn it, you dare ruin my fun, hit him harder for me." Even so, the employee silently endured. At this moment, a man hurried over and said, "Yo, what's going on here, young Master Liu? You left without saying a word." Liu Ge sneered and said, "Way, Boss Cow, your little dog doesn't know any manners. My brothers are just teaching him a lesson." Boss Cow was suddenly startled. By now, the employee had been knocked down and was lying sprawled on the ground. Liu Ge continued, "But this little brat is tough, taking such a beating without making a sound." Boss Cow then loudly scolded, "Wang Ziju, what are you doing? Why are you laying hands on a customer?" Boss Cow shouted, "You unfilial bastard. If I didn't find you cheap, I would have kicked your ass out long ago." Then, he turned to suck up to the customer. "Young Master Liu, let's not bother with someone so trivial. Next time, I'll definitely give you a big discount." "What?" Young Master Liu glared threateningly. "Discount, Boss Cow, is this your sincerity?" Seeing this, Boss Cow didn't know what to do. He loudly said, "Wang Ziju, you're always causing trouble for me. Go apologize now." Seeing that the employee didn't react, he continued to scold. "Are you deaf? If you don't appease young Master Liu today?" Boss Calio kept cursing. "Don't come back to work again, you stinky brat. What do you want to do?" At this moment, he glared with a fierce look in his eyes. Wang Ziju turned to respond with a contemptuous glance. Young Master Liu grinned, looking amused. Just then, Wang Ziju bent down and picked up an empty wine bottle. Seeing this, Boss Cao was shocked and shouted, Are you rebelling?" Unexpectedly, Wang Ziju used the glass bottle to hit his own head. Boss Cao and young Master Liu didn't expect this situation. Ignoring the blood that was already flowing, Wang Ziju said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Seeing this, Boss Cao and Liu Ji couldn't help but be shocked. Is this guy that hardcore? Not stopping there, Wang Ziju continued to hit his head with another glass bottle. Fresh blood had covered his face. Wang Ziju softly said, I'm sorry, young Master Liu said in confusion. Hey, damn it? Wang Ziju softly asked. Are you still not appeased? He continued to pick up a glass bottle and said to himself, okay. Seeing this, young Master Liu was extremely flustered. He shouted, damn it, you're getting off easy. Hearing this, Wang Ziju paused. Young Master Liu loudly said, "Don't let me see you again. This kid is really audacious." Hearing this, the boss hastily replied, "Yes, yes, yes, Gongzi Liu, please leave safely." Luckily, no one was killed. Finally, he shouted, "Wang Ziju, clean up this mess." Hearing this, the employee silently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Fei stood behind, observing the situation. Pang Hao softly asked, "This is the person you recommended," Zhang Xiao said. "What? Does he seem fierce?" Zhang Xiao suggested. "How about we test him out?" Pang Hao clicked his tongue behind him and softly said, "No rush, let's take him to eat something good first, to replenish his blood." At this moment, Wang Ziju was dejectedly holding a trash bag, wiping the blood from his face with one hand. A while later, Wang Ziju was brought to a restaurant. He kept scooping up the delicious fried chicken. Zhang Xiao and Pang Hao watched attentively. Wang Ziju comfortably downed a whole bottle of liquor. Finally, he placed the empty bottle on the table and openly burped loudly. Wang Ziju softly said, "I don't have any money, and I'm not interested in men." So, he sternly asked, "What do you guys want from me, exactly?" Zhang Xiao smirked and said, "Wang Ziju, so you were Lao Song's proud student. How did you end up as a thug?" Hearing this, Wang Ziju was slightly startled. "Coach Song. You know Coach Song?" Zhang Xiao replied. "He used to mention you often." Zhang Xiao continued, saying that he had a talent for boxing. At this moment, Wang Ziju only knew to hang his head low. Zhang Xiao softly asked, "Then what happened?" Wang Ziju quietly said, I misspoke, he continued, causing harm to Coach Song. Wang Ziju recounted the situation. "My parents passed away when I was young. The children in the village all slandered me," he added. "Later, I gradually discovered that when the children bullied me, their fists weren't as hard as mine. From then on, Wang Ziju changed. I started fighting, constantly fighting. At that time I thought that only by making them fear me did I have value." Wang Ziju continued. "Later, Coach Song came to our village to select people. At that time I learned that fighting could also make you famous. Everyone formed a team and participated in competitions." Wang Ziju still remembered the times when his Shifu bandaged his wounds. "Coach Song taught us that if we wanted to become the MNA wrestling champion, besides undergoing cruel training, Coach Song instructed that we must also learn how to use our brains. That was what a champion should look like." His gentleness healed Wang Ziju. He added, "Later, the coach started using all his connections to organize all kinds of performance competitions for us, so we could accumulate experience. We also gained some fame. Some unscrupulous organizations started spreading rumors, saying that Coach Song was using orphans to fight and earn dirty money." Mentioning this, Wang Ziju couldn't help but curse. "Damn it," he continued. "That time, during the speech before the competition, those reporters took the opportunity to speak up." Wang Ziju knew very well that he was wrong. "I was provoked and said some things." At this moment, Zhang Xiao and Pang Hao were both focused on listening. Wang Ziju lowered his head and said, in the end he felt incredibly regretful. "And I was still being so clueless." "Stupid," Zhang Xiao softly asked. "So you took the initiative to leave the team?" Wang Ziju thought. "What else could I do? I'm just not good enough." Hearing this, Pang Hao went momentarily silent. He thought to himself, "I can understand Wang Ziju's feelings all too well." Looking at the other, Pang Hao realized, "We're so alike." At that moment, Zhang Xiao spoke up, asking, "What are your plans for the future?" Wang Ziju said quietly, "I don't have a degree or connections. I just want to earn some money to get by." Suddenly, Zhang Xiao and Pang Hao stood up and softly said, "Are you full? Come with us." Wang Ziju looked visibly confused. "Huh," Zhang Xiao said softly. "We intend to offer you a new job. But," Zhang Xiao continued, "you have to show us what you're capable of first." Afterward, Wang Ziju was taken to the riverside. He called out, "Hey," Wang Ziju softly said, "do we really have to fight? I'm kindly reminding you, Wang Ziju is still a player, for better or worse." Zhang Xiao spoke up. "If you're Lao Song's prized student, I'll give you 10 seconds. Zhang Xiao laid out the rules. Survive 10 seconds without falling, and the result is you come with us. Not giving Wang Ziju time to process, Zhang Xiao started counting. 10. Seeing this, Wang Ziju thought to himself, "So arrogant, I'll show you people." Suddenly, a punch grazed past his eyes. Pang Hao had already launched an attack. 9. Wang Ziju had a worried look on his face. 8. At this moment, Pang Hao fiercely charged forward. Wang Ziju was utterly shocked when he witnessed that godly speed. 7. Pang Hao landed a blow right on his opponent's back. 6. Immediately, Wang Ziju fell to the ground. He confusedly asked himself, "I fell. How is this speed possible?" Pang Hao softly announced. "Looks like 10 seconds was too much," Zhang Xiao continued. "Too green." At that moment, Wang Ziju blankly asked, "Who exactly are you people?" Zhang Xiao clearly said, We're not here to fulfill your champion dreams, we're here to give you a choice, Zhang Xiao continued. Continue to stupidly cling to your champion dreams, or follow us into a brand new, amazing life, Zhang Xiao softly said. I'll give you 5 seconds. A moment later, the members were present at the training hall. They were bustling and chatting. Why did they drag us all the way back here? Someone muttered. This place is really fancy. Is it private? Someone suspiciously asked. Did you guys talk about salary yet? Is this job reliable? The blonde guy chuckled. So, you're saying that's how you guys got recruited too? One of them guessed. 8 or 9 out of 10. It's some rich guy hiring bodyguards. The guy next to him whispered, I heard this job makes the most money. You don't have to do anything all month. If they're bored, they just throw money at you. Just then, a hand suddenly landed on the shoulder of the spiky-haired guy. He was startled and turned around. Huh, Wang Ziju said irritably. If you want to mess around, get lost. If you dare involve me, I can send you flying. You believe that? The spiky-haired guy was about to retort, You! He suddenly fell silent when he saw Wang Ziju's arm. The spiky-haired guy said softly, I got it. Hearing that, Wang Ziju turned and left. Watching his departing figure, the spiky-haired guy thought to himself, that brat. He rubbed his shoulder and sighed. That was a strong grip. Just then, 2 people approached. The members immediately turned to look. Zhang Xiaoyan said sternly, Quiet down, everyone. Seeing that, the group instantly turned into obedient puppies. They murmured to each other, They're here. Everyone shut their mouths. Zhang Xiao said softly, Sir, you've got everyone you need. Just then, Lu Li appeared and said, Thanks for your hard work. It seems like everyone is very spirited. Seeing that Lu Li was quite young, everyone was slightly surprised. Is this the sugar daddy? He's about our age. Zhang Xiao said. According to your requirements, they're all orphans, healthy, and clean. Zhang Xiao added. Most importantly, Lu Li nodded, indicating that he understood. Okay. After having everyone line up, Zhang Xiao whispered, Take a look. How do they seem? At this moment, Wang Ziju was a little worried. Lu Li had already noticed him. He turned back and signaled to Zhang Xiao. Seeing this, he flashed a confident smile. Lu Li called out, Bang Hao? He immediately responded, Yes, Lu Li softly said. According to my previous instructions, take them to get cleaned up. At least, he continued, they should enjoy the treatment that members of a secret squad deserve. Bang Hao replied clearly. Seeing this, the group was extremely bewildered. In the blink of an eye, they were taken to a very luxurious place. Elegant, long-legged girls bowed to welcome them. Welcome. Seeing that, the group was even more astonished. Bang Hao said, What's with the tension? Now that you're here, just boldly go in. As long as you work hard for the sir, this is the treatment you should have. Someone muttered. I've seen this place on video before. I heard the average cost per hour is over 10,000 yuan. The spiky-haired guy looked around. But why does such a great place seem so empty? Bang Hao said coldly. Humph. The sir has booked the entire place to treat everyone. Don't waste the sir's good intentions. Hearing that, they couldn't contain their excitement. Really? Just us today? Awesome! The group happily exclaimed. Thank you, boss. You're the best, boss. Only Wang Ziju remained silent. After a while, the young man had changed and went down to the pool to enjoy this high-class service. Observing the situation from above, Pang Hao couldn't help but sigh. HMPH. Zhang Zhao, on the other hand, smiled with amusement. Pang Hao irritably hissed. A bunch of little devils who've never seen the world. So embarrassing. Zhang Zhao immediately teased. Oh, our Mao Zi is starting to have the air of a great general, haha. On the contrary, I think they're very enthusiastic now, so the next training will be even smoother. Pang Hao said in a low voice. I really don't understand. No basic screening. Just directly bringing them to Zhao Yao for fun. Just then, the long-legged girls were serving them with enthusiastic massages. Brother, is the pressure enough? One young man softly said. A little stronger would be good, Pang Hao wondered. What exactly is Sir thinking? Zhang Xiao leisurely said. How could someone as straightforward as you understand Sir's thoughts? Hearing that, Pang Hao angrily said, What? You've only joined a few days ago. I've been following Sir from the very beginning, Zhang Xiao softly said. Then perhaps you can understand that Lu Xiansheng lets them experience this life of luxury, and once their desires are unleashed, they won't be able to turn back. Hearing this, Pang Hao was briefly silent. A moment later, the group of young men were taken to the dining room. Looking at the delicacies, they exclaimed in surprise, really? Can we really eat all this? They began to swallow their saliva, and then they all happily ate and drank. Some were gnawing on the delicious lobster, while others were scooping up piles of meat. Zhang Xiao knew clearly it was to let them understand that as long as they followed Sir, their fate could be changed. At this time, only Wang Ziju sat silently in a corner, a little wary of everything. By now, Pang Hao had noticed him. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a week later, The sound of boxing echoed inside the villa. Wang Ziju was diligently practicing, and after a while he breathlessly panted. Huff 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 huff. Wang Ziju quickly went to shower. Standing under the cold water, he seemed preoccupied with something. After finishing, Wang Ziju quickly went downstairs. He brushed past someone's arm. At this time, the butler warmly said, "Good morning, sir. Today's steak and lobster are extremely fresh. What would you like to have?" Wang Ziju coldly said, "No, I'll have the same as always," the butler softly asked. "Following the steamed bun, a bowl of soy milk with less sugar, right? Coming right up." At this time, Wang Ziju turned his head to look behind him. The group of people had been drinking and carousing all day. They were sprawled all over the room, Wang Ziju thought to himself. Drinking all night again. This time they've started on wine. While Wang Ziju was eating his steamed bun, a sudden announcement rang out. "Everyone listen up. Clean up everything within 30 seconds, and gather in the open space in front of the building." Hearing that, Wang Ziju was a little worried, wondering in his heart, is it about to begin? At this time, Zhang Zhao and Peng Hao were a little speechless, a whole squad. But only Wang Ziju had arrived for assembly. Then the rest of the group hurriedly rushed over. They were fussing about in a fluster. Peng Hao spoke up. "Not bad. Looks like most of you had a comfortable week," Zhang Zhao chimed in jokingly. "To be honest, seeing you all like this, you really are living the life." Hearing this, the group was so worried that they hung their heads low. Zhang Zhao asked, "During this time, have you ever thought about what kind of work you're about to do?" Only then did the group start to question themselves. Suddenly, one person loudly answered, "Thugs." Zhang Zhao turned with a satisfied expression. Wang Ziju affirmed confidently, "We are thugs." The rest of the group looked at him blankly. Just then, a person appeared and clapped his hands in praise. Lu Lai said softly, "Very good." Seeing him, Peng Hao immediately called out, "Sir." The young men were extremely worried. Boss, the boss is here," Lu Lai said softly. "You are very smart, so perhaps you also know that joining our team is not as simple as you think," he continued. "You have undergone the most rigorous training and honing. Only the strong will receive the recognition of the Eternal Life Club." Lu Lai pushed up his glasses and said softly, "So now I'll correct myself, I am not yet your boss." Wang Ziju suddenly felt a surge of doubt in his heart. "The Eternal Life Club, what kind of organization is this?" Lu Li said. "Our training will forge you into true powerhouses, and you will be ranked according to your potential," he added. "From number 1 with the highest potential to number 12 at the bottom of the list," Lu Li softly said. "Look behind you, the wealthy and luxurious lives. They are the rewards after you receive recognition," Lu Lai said sternly. "But correspondingly, the lower the ranking, the fewer the resources." Not stopping there, the person who tests as number 12 3 times in a row will be discarded, replaced by a newcomer, Lu Lai said sternly. "If you want to get more, you must put in more effort than others. You are both comrades," he continued. "And enemies." Lu Lai knew that although the evaluation system was cruel, correspondingly, he added that it was an opportunity for me to give you to climb to the top of the social pyramid. Lu Lai looked down and softly said, "Here are 12 contracts. Sign them. Official training begins," he continued. "Moreover, I must also remind you, once the contract takes effect, your lives no longer belong to yourselves." Hearing this, the group was a little confused. Lu Lai said softly, "Of course I won't force you. You still have the right to choose now. This resort villa will remain open for another 7 days. Even if you don't accept the job, you can still enjoy a few days of leisure here," Lu Lai said sternly. "But after that, you will return to your original world, back to the life trajectory that fate has already set for you." Hearing this, the group of people busily pondered. Lu Lai added, "Or, you can take a gamble and change your destiny from here on out," he continued. "Then sign the contract, and board that bus over there." The group of young people began to look at each other. Lu Lai softly said, "Everyone, please consider carefully." Then he solemnly said, "Find me on the bus." At the same time, elsewhere, was a blue beach with a refreshing breeze. On the table were arranged some delicious snacks. A young man excitedly exclaimed, "Ah!" Robert leisurely sunbathed and said, "I love this sunshine so much." Just then, Robert suddenly turned around, startled. Tan Yan Yu softly asked, "Hey kid, have you seen the director anywhere?" Robert casually replied, "Still in the same place." Tan Yan Yu muttered to herself, "Is the director standing there all day again? Don't be so disciplined." Under the sea, the young people were undergoing intense training. These people had to complete the content of several months every day. Of course, time was the key. Tan Yan Yu thought to herself, as far as the director is concerned, he doesn't slack off for a second. She was a little bewildered. Several months in a day. Just then Bang Hao loudly scolded, "Are you all not eating? Or did I misjudge you from the start?" Bang Hao shouted, Are you actually a bunch of women? Stand firm for me or get out, the spiky-haired friend tremblingly said. Hey, why do I feel like today is extremely long? Wang Ziju remained silent and endured beside him, the spiky-haired friend added. Moreover, only the sunlight above our heads is beautiful. Looking towards the sea, he couldn't help but worry. Opposite was a dark area. The spiky-haired friend believed that the organization we joined was definitely not an ordinary organization. Seeing this, Wang Ziju slightly curled his lips. Is someone scared already? Hearing this, the spiky-haired friend shouted. Wang Ziju put on a teasing expression. What? The spiky-haired friend was immediately stimulated. He loudly said, I'm scared. I'm even complaining that there's not enough time. Standing on high and observing, Lu Lai thought to himself, the adaptability of these little guys is really making me look at them in a new light. Below, the group of young people were undergoing brutal training. Lu Lai thought to himself, it's time to conduct some small tests. Suddenly, everyone felt that something was wrong. They turned to ask each other, what's wrong? It's over. Lu Lai then spoke. Everyone has worked hard these past few days, he said sternly. In these past few days, you have completed a year's worth of training. Hearing this, the spiky-haired guy muttered to himself. Sure enough, I felt something was off. Lu Lai said, you may have already realized these past few days, the power we possess is not something that the common sense of this world can explain. Hearing this, Wang Ziju was a little confused. Lu Lai continued, in the future, each of you will become a lone warrior, a force unto yourselves. He crossed his arms and said, going all over the world to carry out missions, facing all kinds of dangers, you may see blood, and even die. Hearing this, those young people began to feel a little apprehensive. Only Wang Ziju maintained his steadfastness. Lu Lai pushed up his glasses and added, but in exchange for all of this, are rewards so rich you can't imagine, he continued, and the opportunity to become a dragon among men. At that time, humans can unleash 100% of their inner strength, Lu Lai said sternly. But before that, you must grind away your laziness, build up your will, and understand that. He glared and continued, I hold the power of life and death over you. Hearing this, Wang Ziju was momentarily silent. Lu Lai spoke. Who has finished awakening? He demanded that they step forward. Hearing this, the group of young people couldn't help but worry. Lu Lai said softly, this is the last time I'm soliciting your opinions. At this moment, a confident foot stepped forward, and Wang Ziju loudly exclaimed, Boss! Seeing this, his spiky-haired friend was slightly surprised. Ziju. At that moment, Lu Li, Peng Hao, and Zhang Xiao all looked towards Wang Ziju. Then his long-haired friend also shouted, Boss! The spiky hair startled. Hey, this guy also. At this moment, someone else shouted, Boss! Not stopping there, the young people in the back also chose to follow this path. The spiky-haired friend thought to himself, that's right, if I give up here, I'm afraid it will be difficult to carry myself again in this life. The friend began to struggle psychologically, unable to envision a path to success. Might as well. At this moment, Lu Lai was still watching intently, the friend thought. Might as well, the spiky-haired guy said to himself. Go all out, I absolutely won't go back. After some time, Lu Lai thought to himself. Having gone through the time-accelerated training course, my secret team has taken preliminary shape, and now their abilities must be verified, he said softly. Robert. Read the message, Robert replied. Yes, sir. I have several lists here. You have collected information on several people. Zhao Dahua, 46 years old, a businessman engaged in foreign trade. The next person is Wang Hai, 40 years old, living in the Somalia region for many years. A retired special forces soldier with experience as a mercenary. The third person is Hu Baoshan, 55 years old, acting generously, and has served as an intelligence spy in the underground black market. Robert reported the situation. This time their mission is to quickly approach the target, then bring everyone back here. Lu Lai quickly divided the task. You 12 people divide into 2 teams, led by Zhang Zhao and Peng Hao. When acting, you must be decisive and neat. Don't attract unnecessary attention. In the blink of an eye, the squad has confirmed 3 targets, 2 teams, Lu Lai softly said. Whichever team captures more targets will receive my reward, he continued. This mission is a test for the secret squad and a contest between you and Zhang Zhao. Hearing this, Peng Hao was a little surprised. Lu Lai turned his sharp gaze towards Peng Hao. He added, I don't want all the members to be trained by him, Lu Lai softly said. Each person can shoulder the responsibility of training all personnel. Let's put that aside for now. From my perspective, I want this responsibility, he added. To fall on the shoulders of a core member I trust, this is an opportunity, Lu Li emphasized once again. An opportunity to test your leadership abilities, he continued. But it's aimed at you. Lu Li didn't forget to repeat, you, Peng Hao. I demand you win. Right now, Peng Hao remembers this opportunity vividly. Lu Lai once told him to treat it as a new mission. At the same time, Zhao Dahua was busy on the phone. Haha, having lived abroad for so long, I still haven't quite adjusted, but luckily I'm about to return, he said leisurely. Yes, I'm on my way to the airport now. Zhao Dahua continued. Haha, don't worry, my old friend. We'll continue our conversation when I get back. Peng Hao confirmed. This is the target, Zhao Dahua, who trades in Africa. He instructed. Don't alert the snake. The guys in black suits around him are not simple. Peng Hao ordered to follow closely. And so, they weaved through the city streets. Zhao Dahua's car was speeding along, completely unaware. The driver was a dark-skinned man with curly hair. On this side, Wang Ziju took on the task of driving. At this moment, Zhao Dahua's driver realized something was wrong. A black car had been tailing Zhao Dahua from just now. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror. At the same time, Peng Hao softly asked, Have the brothers completed the ambush according to plan? Wang Ziju immediately replied. Done, boss. He continued to report the situation. On the road to the airport, at certain intervals, there are our people, ready to close the net at any time. Peng Hao believed that their car's performance was strong, and it must be completed before getting on the highway. At this moment, the traffic light was still green, but Zhao Dahua's car suddenly stopped. Wang Ziju said worriedly, Boss, the target has stopped the car, it's a green light. Peng Hao stared intently, ignoring the cars behind that were honking loudly. Zhao Dahua's car didn't move at all, Peng Hao worriedly wondered. Suspicious. At this moment, a driver behind angrily shouted, Are you dead in the car? By now, the light had turned red. Zhao Dahua's car suddenly accelerated. Seeing this, Peng Hao couldn't help but be startled. Zhao Dahua's car ran a red light and sped through the intersection. Wang Ziju stammered in a fluster. This guy, Peng Hao commanded. Don't panic, follow closely, follow closely. Wang Ziju responded clearly. Then Peng Hao's car also sped through the intersection, chasing after them like the wind. He said in a low voice. Okay, it seems being polite won't work. Peng Hao shouted loudly. All units, listen up. Immediately return to my location for backup. The target has been spotted. I repeat, the target has been alarmed. The other side immediately replied, Roger that. Peng Hao instructed. Don't slow down. At the same time, try your best to drive steadily. Peng Hao climbed onto the roof of the car and said, My little life is in your hands, Wang Ziju replied. Roger. Peng Hao steadied his body on the roof of the car, thinking to himself, All right, let's have a showdown. His eyes blazed with determination. This big fish, I must catch him. Peng Hao's car chased after Zhao Dahua like the wind, he said loudly. Almost there. Accelerate. Wang Ziju said anxiously. Boss, it's already at full speed, damn it, he continued. The pedal is almost hitting the fuel tank. At this moment, Peng Hao urged loudly. Hey, you guys, why aren't you here yet? The target is about to escape. The other side then announced. Coming, number 1 is okay. Following which, squad number 2 is also okay. Peng Hao ordered, Block them for me. The members replied, Roger boss, leave it to us. At this moment, 2 cars suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Dahua's car, blocking the road. The driver irritably cursed, What's going on? Where did these come from? Zhao Dahua hurriedly said, Hurry, overtake them, don't let them trap us. At this moment, the driver helplessly announced, Boss, we're stuck, Zhao Dahua exclaimed in a panic. Then think of a way. Didn't you say your brain and your Chinese are equally amazing? Just then, a car was speeding towards them. Peng Hao thought to himself, All right. Then he jumped into the air. Peng Hao headed straight for Zhao Dahua's car. He quickly pulled out his weapon, and Peng Hao landed forcefully on the roof of the car. Seeing the tip of the knife piercing through, Zhao Dahua exclaimed in shock. What the hell is that? Hearing this, the subordinate turned around worriedly. At this moment, Peng Hao grabbed the roof of the car tightly and kicked the window. The glass window shattered instantly. Zhao Dahua screamed in panic. The driver exclaimed in confusion. What the hell? The subordinate next to him couldn't help but be surprised. At this moment, an arm suddenly draped over Zhao Dahua's shoulder. He jumped in fright. Peng Hao had successfully squeezed into the car and taken control of the situation, he said through gritted teeth. No time for words, I'm in a hurry. Seeing this, Zhao Dahua was so worried that sweat poured down his face. Peng Hao continued to glare threateningly, when suddenly Zhao Dahua shouted, You idiot, are you an ass? He blurted out. Can't you see there are passengers in the car? Driving so fast, how dangerous is that? Pull over, he yelled, his voice cracking. Seeing this, the 2 subordinates were utterly helpless. At the same time, Zhang Zhao was hunting prey in another city, outside of which hung a glaring red sign. Just then, the door creaked open, and the subordinates had all been knocked unconscious. Hu Shanbao ran out naked, rushing straight through the doorway. Hu Shanbao was extremely anxious, sweat pouring like rain. He fled in a hurry. not even having time to put on his slippers. Hu Shanbao stumbled backwards like this. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got rid of them. Hu Shanbao didn't expect that there was a group of people soaring through the air. The next second, he was crushed. The subordinate quickly reported, "Boss, target captured." At this moment, a white car swerved sharply into the alley. Zhang Zhao quickly jumped out and said loudly, "Bingo. You hurry up, quick movements, load the goods into the car, then retreat." After completing the mission, someone announced, "Boss has connected the intercom." Zhang Zhao said smugly, "Hear that, you little punk? How about a one-on-one now?" Pang Hao retorted, "Heh. Sorry, more like throwing a bucket of cold water on you." The two of them determined their next target, so that last mercenary will decide the game. A moment later, the two figures were brought to the village. Zhao Dahua and Hu Shanbao were unmasked, one after another, their faces extremely unsightly. They were tied tightly to chairs, with two subordinates guarding them from behind. Lu Lai said amiably, "Welcome, both of you, to my club of longevity," he announced, introducing himself. "I am the master of this place." Lu Lai smirked, adding, "You can call me Lord Lu." Hearing this name, Zhao Dahua and Hu Shanbao widened their eyes in surprise. The long-life club leader. At this moment, Lu Lai softly said, "The reason I invited you two here is that I want to entrust you with some business." Zhao Dahua questioned, full of doubt. "Business?" Just then, Hu Shanbao irritably snapped from the side. "What kind of invitation involves tying up guests, and then talking about business?" he angrily said. "That subordinate of yours just stuffed me in a sack and beat me. Look, he even hit me." Turning to Zhao Dahua, Hu Shanbao looked surprised. "Hey, why are you still so smooth? Why didn't they hit you?" Zhao Dahua said awkwardly. Hu Shanbao angrily yelled, "Damn it, we were both caught, so why the preferential treatment?" Seeing this, Lu Lai thought to himself, Zhang Xiao must be responsible for this. He then spoke up. "Mr. Hu Shanbao, please accept my apologies," Lu Li mused. "But someone as resourceful as you, Mr. Chao Shun, who thrives in the underground black market, can be said to be extremely skilled at escaping," he said softly. "Using a bit of a heavy hand was the only way to keep you here, right? My subordinate was afraid your slippery nature would unbalance his mind." Hearing this, Hu Shanbao thought to himself, "He's already investigated me." Just then, Zhao Dahua spoke up. "Lord Lu, I am just a small-time businessman. There must be some misunderstanding here," Lu Lai said in a low voice. "Mr. Zhao, you have been in Africa all year round, and you are the biggest arms dealer in the country of Luo. I heard that your relationship with the king and generals there is very close," he continued. "It doesn't seem like small-time business to me." Hearing this, Zhao Dahua was visibly startled. Hu Shanbao irritably yelled, "What's with all this nonsense? What exactly do you want?" Lu Lai glared threateningly. Seeing that demeanor, Zhao Dahua and Hu Shanbao flinched slightly. Hu Shanbao said softly, What I mean is, what's with this terrifying oppression? He's clearly just a kid. At least untie us first." Lu Lai nodded and said, My mistake." He quickly told his subordinates to untie them, and softly said, "This matter has a certain degree of danger." As soon as the rope fell to the ground, Lu Lai continued, "But the profits are extremely large." He casually handed out 2 copies of a document. "This is the time acquisition entrustment contract." Seeing this, Zhao Dahua and Hu Shanbao widened their eyes in surprise. "Time acquisition?" Zhao Dahua said bewilderedly. "Lord Lu, are you kidding me?" Lu Lai stood up and softly said, "It's okay. Normal people would have this reaction. After all, I had a hard time believing it at first too." He took out a gold watch and added, "But if you use this," Lu Lai confidently asserted, "I believe you can quickly dispel your doubts 10 times without fail." Just then, he strained to unleash his skill, and a powerful surge of energy suddenly burst forth. The space suddenly underwent a violent transformation. Information about the two people appeared. Name: Zhao Dahua, age 46, remaining lifespan 35 years, 7 months, 23 days, 18 hours, 23 minutes and 10 seconds. The other person is named Hu Shanbao, age 55, remaining lifespan 15 years, 6 months, 15 days, 8 hours and 3 seconds. Seeing this, they realized this guy could see lifespan. Zhao Dahua's eyes widened in surprise. "So the acquisition you're talking about is..." Hu Shanbao was even more bewildered. 15 years. I can only live for 15 years. Zhao Dahua thought this guy could see trading time. Looking towards Lu Lai, he thought to himself, if we accept this guy's commission, will we also gain this ability? At this moment, Zhao Dahua suddenly smiled meaningfully. Hu Shanbao asked softly, "So you want us to use our connections to help you buy time from other people?" Lu Lai nodded in agreement. "Yes, to put it simply, that's it." Hu Shanbao asked further, "So what can we get from this? What I mean is..." Hearing this, Lu Lai smirked. Suddenly, Hu Shanbao exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, his information has been highlighted. Name: Hu Shanbao, age 55, remaining lifespan 15 years, 6 months, 15 days, 8 hours and 3 seconds. Seeing this, Hu Shanbao realized the situation. So that's how it is, he said in a low voice. I understand. I accept. Zhao Dahua continued. Me too, he asked excitedly. Boss, what else do we need to know? When do we start? Lu Lai said softly. Don't rush, both of you. We actually have another client who hasn't arrived yet. He thought to himself, this one might be a little jumpy right now. At the same time, Zhang Zhao and Peng Hao's team continuously announced target detections. I think this guy is super rich. One person said, what's so great about living here? What, it's far from our place? The person next to him teased, you two might even run into each other in the bathroom, haha. One person said sternly, focus on me, continue to hide. At this time, a subordinate looked doubtful. Boss, was this guy really a mercenary before? Isn't there some mistake? The other end of the line immediately reminded. Don't underestimate him, he might be in disguise. I know those sly old mercenary foxes very well. Hearing this, the subordinate replied, yes. They quickly announced, we're in position, ready to move at any time. Down below, the street market is bustling. Give me 5 fried cakes, someone complained unhappily. Is this bowl of noodles all soggy? One side kept inviting. Buns here, freshly baked buns, buy one get one free. Buy one get free stir-fried noodles. At this time, Wang Hai suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wait. He stared intently behind him with a vigilant attitude. Seeing this, one person exclaimed anxiously, crap. Has he discovered us? They kept telling each other, hide, hide, the target is coming towards us. At this time, the subordinate whispered, boss, make your move, that guy. Unexpectedly, Wang Hai stepped on something, and he bent down to pick it up. Wang Hai grinned mischievously. Oh ho, little baby, 2 pieces make a pair, we can have 2 more later. Then he turned around and left, muttering constantly, Lan with an honest face steals carriages. Seeing this, Zhang Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Don't let your guard down. Act according to the plan, the subordinate replied. Yes. At this moment, did you suddenly discover something? There were several black figures moving continuously above. Swish, swish. One person quickly announced, boss, the people from Bangjiao Quan have also started deploying. Do we need to make a move now? Zhang Zhao smirked. HMPH, this little punk moves pretty fast, but he's still 1 step behind me. Zhang Zhao shouted loudly. Listen up, everyone. We absolutely have to win this mission. Follow my orders. Seeing this, all the members focused 100% of their power. Zhang Zhao ordered the encirclement to begin. The underlings quickly chased after Wang Hai. At this moment, someone called out invitingly. Yo, the mutton soup is pretty good today, someone softly said. Freshly slaughtered this morning. Want another bowl? One side replied. Sure. Wang Hai dropped by a shop and didn't forget to instruct. Add a lot of chili. The vendor replied. My chili is super spicy. Wang Hai sighed wearily. Heis, I've been wanting to eat something light lately. At this moment, Zhang Xiao ordered to attack. Just as the shop owner served a portion, soup's here, careful it's hot. Suddenly, Wang Hai casually flung the bowl of soup towards Zhang Xiao's underlings and said, Enjoy the mutton soup, the members exclaimed in surprise. Whoa! They cried out in discomfort, ah-aha, my eyes. Ah-aha. The group suddenly collapsed on the road, constantly hissing, Spicy, so spicy I'm gonna die. Taking the opportunity, Wang Hai zoomed off. Zhang Zhao quickly ordered, Chase him, Team B, subdue him. He thought to himself, this guy is a bit tough. At this time, Peng Hao's group was desperately chasing from above. Thump, 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 thump. Wang Hai nimbly jumped to the building next door, ignoring the couple passionately kissing. Peng Hao's underling said, Boss, Zhang Zhaoguan's side has already started. Should we go in now? Peng Hao worried that if we arrive later than them, it will be difficult to surpass them. Wang Ziju softly asked, So isn't that handing the prey to their mouths? Doesn't that mean we've lost? Peng Hao calmly believed. Currently, Wang Hai doesn't even know about our existence. The more Zhang Zhao chases, the more beneficial it is for us. Wang Ziju looked surprised. Boss, what do you mean? Peng Hao then replied. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At this moment, Wang Hai had been chased to a dead end. Zhang Zhao said irritably, Trask, you're a persistent ghost. Zhang Zhao said tiredly. Buddy, my boss wants to invite you for a sit-down. Huff, huff, huff. Wang Hai smirked and replied, Alright, but I have a chess date with Ru Hua tonight. Give me the address, and I'll go find your boss myself tomorrow. What? Seeing that cunningness? Zhang Xiao hissed, TCH? Heis. That's why I really don't like dealing with mercenaries. Wang Hai retorted sharply. I also don't like others treating me like an idiot. Zhang Xiao muttered to himself. Not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, the two rushed towards each other. Zhang Xiao tightened his grip. Hai glided past like a gust of wind, his face a little mischievous, unexpectedly missing the strike. Zhang Zhao turned around in surprise. At this point, Wang Hai had already vanished into thin air. The underlings belatedly rushed over, shouting loudly. Boss, Zhang Zhao, enraged, growled after him. Just then, Wang Hai leaped into the air, inwardly fuming. Damn it, today is just my unlucky day, to be chased all the way here. Wang Hai gritted his teeth, thinking, I've been especially low profile lately, using a fake identity and only cash, he wondered. Who exactly is plotting against me? Wang Hai quickly hid to the side and secretly observed from afar. As soon as they arrived, he was nowhere to be seen. The underlings immediately reported the situation. Boss, we lost him. That bastard really, Zhang Xiao replied. Got it, got it. Seeing this, Wang Hai smirked triumphantly. Haha, you bunch of fools, he thought to himself. This is precisely why I chose to stay here, among the tangled and complex buildings in my own backyard. Wang Hai frowned confidently. You'll never catch me in this lifetime. Just then, Wang Hai suddenly turned around with a look of surprise. Oh! An underling rushed over and shouted, Boss, there! Wang Hai gasped in shock. Crap! Before he could react, he was captured. Wang Hai was utterly stunned, getting kicked in the face with lightning speed. He suddenly startled upon hearing the commotion. Another group of people hurriedly rushed over. Seeing the opponent reaching out to grab him, Wang Hai thought, You little brats. He quickly spun 180 degrees to evade the attack. Seeing Wang Hai nimbly strip off his jacket and somersault away, the group exclaimed in confusion, Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hai, disguised as Liang Chen, immediately bolted. Seeing this, the group was astonished. How could he escape a 4-on-1 fight? At this moment, someone above jeered. Oh ho, so someone's blitzkrieg offense isn't working, he continued taunting. So many people. And you still can't catch one person? What's wrong? Can't even catch your breath? Wang Ziju winked playfully. I told you guys, train your stamina more often. Look at you, sprawled out already. Hearing this, the guy with the bowl cut snapped angrily. Lao Wang, stop mocking us. If you're so capable, go catch him yourself. Aren't you just here making fun of us too? Wang Ziju said softly. Well, speaking of which, I'm here on behalf of Peng Laota to specifically thank you guys. Hearing this, one of them blankly asked, What does he mean? The bowl cut guy frantically reminded him, Hey, what's there to thank us for? We're not on the same team. Wang Ziju said softly, Thank you for leaving little gifts along the chase. And also, Wang Ziju raised his head and continued, helping us exhaust the praised stamina. At this point, Zhang Xiao's underlings were utterly stunned. Those little traps had been discovered by them. Wang Ziju waved his hand and said softly, To express our gratitude. Immediately, a group of people appeared right above Zhang Xiao's group. They each took out buckets that looked incredibly dangerous. The spiky-haired guy threatened loudly. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around. Wang Ziju smirked and said, Enjoy your candy people flavor. Immediately after, Peng Hao's group poured down the extremely slimy liquid. Zhang Xiao's underlings screamed in shock. You're really doing it, Wang Ziju. In the end, the alley was filled with a piercing scream. What the hell? It's so sticky. At the same time, Wang Hai was running away as fast as he could. He breathed heavily, thinking to himself, First time running into such difficult kids, and now another bunch. I'm gonna die, Wang Hai told himself. Luckily, getting out of this alley means I'm safe. At this moment, Wang Hai suddenly realized this was a dead end. He screamed in shock. What the hell? Construction, wasn't it normal yesterday? Suddenly sensing danger, Wang Hai cried out, From a distance, a beastly figure was rushing over. Looking closer, Wang Hai recognized it as an extremely ferocious bear. He was so worried that sweat poured down him. That bear was none other than Zhang Zhao. Rushing over at full speed, his eyes blazed with fierce killing intent and headed straight for the prey. Seeing this, Wang Hai widened his eyes in horror, waving his hands. At that moment, Peng Hao leaped into the air. He aimed straight for the bear. Then Peng Hao delivered a blow to divert it. Wang Hai trembled, thinking to himself, Another one. What the hell is going on? Everyone's face looked fierce. Wang Hai couldn't help but worry. These two, he thought, were different from the powerhouses he had met before. They weren't like people. In truth, they were more like wild beasts. If Zhang Xiao was a giant bear, then Peng Hao was a wild wolf. At that moment the bear stomped its foot powerfully. Seeing the earth and sky shake, Wang Hai was startled. This imposing manner turned to the wolf that was eyeing him with sharp teeth. He realized it was like being in a moment of victory or defeat. Seeing the bear open its mouth and roar, Wang Hai corrected himself. Not a moment of victory or defeat, but a moment of life or death. Zhang Xiao and Peng Hao continued to soar into the air to compete for the delicious prey before them, Wang Hai thought to himself. Just looking at them. Because he was too scared, he fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Oh Jia, Wang Hai thought to himself that his limbs were no longer listening to him. At that moment, Zhang Xiao was knocked backward. He was unwilling, Let it get away again. In the blink of an eye, the wild wolf had the upper hand. Peng Hao thought to himself triumphantly, "This time, victory belongs to me." A while later, Wang Hai was taken to Lu Li's villa. He calmly sat with his legs crossed, intently looking at this guest. Seeing the other party's demeanor, Wang Hai was a little hesitant. As someone in the industry, he refused to back down to young people like Lu Li. He spoke up and asked, "Are you the manager here?" Wang Hai continued, "I was wondering which enemy had the ability to come to this country and kidnap someone unexpectedly." He put on airs and asked, "How old are you this year?" 20. Seeing this, Peng Hao glared threateningly. "You want to eat soap? Show some respect." Wang Hai lowered his head and muttered, "What? You can't eat soap, can you?" Just then, Lu Li spoke. "It's all right," he said softly. "Mr. Wang was living peacefully until we invited him here, so it's natural for him to resist." Wang Hai said irritably. "Invited? I think it's the opposite, boss. Your people are really heavy-handed." Hearing this, Lu Li paused for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, right." Lu Li asked softly, "Who won?" At this moment, Peng Hao smiled confidently. Zhang Xiao on the side was a little unwilling. Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth in annoyance and hissed, "HMPH, you just got lucky because of connections. I let this kid off easy." Peng Hao winked playfully. "I think it was just a lucky break, Brother Zhang. Your people didn't catch anyone, but quite a few ran away, huh?" He sneered inwardly. What a gullible fool. Easily provoked, Zhang Xiao shouted angrily, "Get out of here. You're showing off just because you got a little advantage. If I hadn't been exhausted, would it have been your turn?" Peng Hao immediately retorted. "I didn't tell you to run yourself to death. Ultimately, it's just that your brain doesn't work, right?" Zhang Xiao snapped back. "You dare say that again?" Hearing this, Wang Hai thought to himself, "A competition. They're actually competing, treating me like a prize to be won." At this moment, Lu Li spoke. "All right, stop arguing. If Peng Hao won this competition," he continued, "then he will receive my reward." Wang Hai became even more suspicious. Just for a reward? What kind of valuable reward requires so much effort and expense? Just then, Peng Hao obediently knelt before Lu Li. He then raised his hand and cast a spell. A powerful surge of energy suddenly rushed over and poured directly into Peng Hao. Wang Hai gaped in astonishment. What? At this moment, Peng Hao was receiving a rich stream of energy. His body momentarily paralyzed. The space around him suddenly froze. Only Lu Li was watching intently. Even Wang Hai was caught off guard with a dumbfounded expression. After a while, Peng Hao successfully absorbed the energy. His information immediately appeared. Nam Peng Hao. Age 23. Remaining lifespan 25 years, 26 days, 10 hours, 1 minute, 1 second. The next second, there was a change. Name Peng Hao. Age 23. Remaining lifespan 25 years, 26 days, 10 hours, 1 minute, 2 seconds. Peng Hao gasped tiredly. "Huff, huff, huff," he exclaimed softly. "I can feel it." Then Peng Hao said firmly, "Thank you, sir." Wang Hai was utterly bewildered beside him. What's going on? Is that the lifespan of that kid?" Just then, Lu Li called out, "Mr. Wang." Wang Hai was so startled that he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Supporting himself against the wall, he stuttered, "Cough, cough, how did I slip over here?" After Wang Hai settled down, Lu Li said, "This time you secretly returned to the country to escape the pursuit of your enemies, am I right? According to my intelligence, your enemies are indeed quite diverse," he added. But the interesting thing is that Mr. Wang Hai could never have imagined that all his actions had already been exposed by his brothers like a sieve. Wang Hai firmly retorted, "Our feelings for each other are more important than life itself. When I and my brothers were fighting shoulder to shoulder abroad, you guys were still—" Lu Li interjected. "That's right, Changsheng Club is indeed very young, but I can guarantee that our team is absolutely loyal to each other, and there will never be any betrayal." Hearing this, Wang Hai paused for a moment. Lu Li rested his head on his hand and softly said, "A mercenary who has been fighting in war-torn areas all year round is forced to return to a peaceful zone, struggling in poor and chaotic places. Can you really be content with living a homeless life, running away from your enemies?" Although he was already terrified, Wang Hai stubbornly retorted, "Ha ha, so what? Should I be like them, a dog for you?" Seeing this, Peng Hao angrily hissed, "Damn it, you ungrateful bastard." He casually pulled out his weapon from his pocket. Seeing the sharp weapon, Wang Hai jumped in fright. He closed his eyes tightly, ready to receive the attack. After a long time, there was still no movement. Wang Hai slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Huh?" Unexpectedly, he was even more horrified by the scene before him. The dagger had been frozen right in front of Wang Hai's eyes. Lu Li casually grabbed the weapon, then he gently lifted it up. Holding the dagger in his hand, Lu Li softly said, "I've said everything I need to say. Whether you want to stay or leave is your decision. This is the last time I'm asking for your opinion. Seeing this, Wang Hai thought to himself, unimaginable abilities, unbreakable trust, astonishing intelligence network. Looking at Lu Lai's demeanor, he thought that this person might really be able to give him another chance to rise. Finally, Wang Hai decided to take the gamble. The next day, a man rushed out in a hurry. He carried a stack of documents. Looking extremely flustered, Tang Xiaorui hurriedly said, "Aya, Zhao Tan, you've finally arrived," Tan Yanyu softly said. "Mr. Tang, you're up so early. The kitchen is preparing breakfast for you." Tang Xiaorui hurried to greet the driver. "Yo, Xiao Liu, you're driving today," Liu Yang replied. "Good morning, Mr. Tang," Tan Yanyu softly said. "You didn't eat anything yesterday, why don't—" Before she could finish, Tang Xiaorui interrupted. "Can the car leave now?" Tan Yanyu had to reply, yes it can." Hearing this, Tang Xiaorui quickly got into the car. "That's great, let's go." Tan Yanyu still didn't understand the situation. She worriedly suggested, "Mr. Tang, should I ask someone to tell the kitchen?" Tang Xiaorui hurriedly said, "Xiao Tan, this matter cannot be delayed. I need to meet Mr. Lewis as soon as possible." Hearing this, Tan Yanyu was slightly startled. She quickly grasped the situation and hurriedly replied, "Yes, Mr. Tang." At this moment, Lu Li was standing on a rocky outcrop gazing out at the surrounding scenery. He thought to himself, with these three people, the pressure of time acquisition work will definitely require less effort. It's just a pity that down below, Zhao Dahua and Hu Shanbao are struggling to train. Lu Li felt that these two people's physical fitness was really a bit worrying. Although they don't fight independently, when faced with danger, the ability to defend themselves is still necessary. He thought to himself, after all, they will have to travel all over the world to carry out time acquisition. Even if it's me, it's beyond my reach. Just then, someone called out, "Sir," Tang Yanyu said softly. "Sir, Mr. Tang is looking for you." Seeing Tang Xiaorui weakly approaching, Lu Li was a little surprised. "Mr. Tang, you look so tired," Tang Xiaorui reported sternly. "Sir, the life plan project has made progress." To make it easier to talk, the two of them returned to the villa. Tang Xiaorui focused on typing on the computer. He said, "Fortunately there is, sir. You have fixed the spatial acceleration in the laboratory, and our progress is also 10 times faster." Tang Xiaorui whispered, "I accidentally discovered a new variant in hundreds of millions of mutated viruses, named A2. Fortunately, there is enough time." Hearing this, Lu Lai was a little surprised. Tang Xiaorui pushed the computer towards him and continued, "I have injected A2 into the experiment. The results show that the reaction of the white mice has been significantly reduced." Tang Xiaorui recounted the process. "We approached from 2 dimensions simultaneously. On the one hand, we kept reducing the rejection of A2, he continued. On the other hand, we kept stimulating the white mice, enhancing the resistance of the white mice to A2. Originally, just 1 day before that, only after injecting A2, the newborn guinea pig was completely alive." Hearing this, Lu Lai focused on monitoring the changes. Tang Xiaorui said sternly, "Check its life items, completely far beyond the population value of them. Strength, speed, reaction ability, even the intellectual aspect have evolved." He continued, "This white mouse, I named it Miracle," Tang Rui said. "To achieve this research result, we have done countless experiments and used tens of thousands of white mice." This result helped him feel relieved to some extent. "Fortunately, it is finally somewhat successful." "Not yet," Tang Xiaorui said worriedly. "But this mouse seems to have a bit of a violent tendency." Hearing this, Lu Lai was a little surprised. "Violent?" Tang Xiaorui reached out and explained, "That is also the reason why I came to you personally." Lu Lai understood the problem. He worried. "If the project moves to the next stage in its current state," Tang Xiaorui replied, "Yes, sir. To be precise, the next stage may involve experiments on humans." Hearing this, Lu Li was slightly silent. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, "On humans?" Then Lu Li suddenly smiled meaningfully. Tang Xiaorui spoke up, "Sir, human experiments are not a joke. I would like to request the construction of a B3 level biological laboratory." Tang Xiaorui believed that, to observe and record the situation of the A2 experiment in a state of time acceleration and a harsh environment, perhaps that is a safer way. He faintly wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing this, Lu Lai said in a low voice, "Mr. Tang, you should know that I will grant any request you have. What are you hesitating about?" And not saying it directly. Feeling pressured, Tang Xiaorui unconsciously sighed. Then he honestly recounted, "I have never conducted such dangerous experiments on human bodies before. It's a matter of ethics." Lu Lai suddenly chuckled. "Haha, I knew it," he softly said. "Mr. Tang, you are the most virtuous person I admire. No one can compare." Lu Lai softly said, "But you don't need to worry about that. After all, in this world." Hearing this, Tang Xiaorui was a little surprised. Lu Lai has already targeted a few subjects, of course. Many fish will slip through the net, right? Those who hide in the shadows beyond the reach of the law. At this moment, Tang Rui spoke. I have no doubts about Mr. Luga's capabilities, of course. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Li suddenly stood up, and he softly said, Mr. Tang, my initial promise to you will never change. Those villains about to undergo this experiment. And I can also assure you, they are absolutely voluntary. At this time, Robert reported the situation. Sir, here is the target data I have compiled so far, he suddenly exclaimed. Ugh. Robert looked at the screen and continued. According to your requirements, these are all dregs of society, he said in a low voice. There are drug dealers, human traffickers, smugglers, and professional scammers. Quite diverse, counterfeit goods can be exchanged, Robert continued. Most of these guys are hiding in war-torn areas, living comfortably beyond the law for at least 10 years. Lu Lai listened with a somewhat serious expression. Robert softly asked, Sir, have I dug too deep? If it's inconvenient to act, I still have a backup batch. Lu Lai then replied, No, send this information to the Lai Ying Hunting Eagles team to escort the client to the place of transaction and let them practice their skills along the way. He softly asked, What do you guys think? Zhang Xiao confidently said, Sir, just give the order, my hands are itching. Think the opponent is showing off too much, Peng Hao sneered. Lu Li softly said, Since you're so eager, I'll leave this matter to you. Zhang Xiao immediately stood up and loudly replied, Yes, sir, I'll go prepare now. Lu Lai smirked in satisfaction. Okay. Before leaving, Zhang Xiao didn't forget to tease a few words. Hao, be good at home. When I get back, I'll buy you mandarin oranges. Peng Hao irritably retorted, Wipe your nose first. Be careful on the stairs. Don't fall to your death. Without saying another word, Zhang Xiao slammed the door shut as if to intimidate. Peng Hao irritably hissed, Bastard. At this moment, Lu Li softly called out, Peng Hao, come here. Peng Hao was a little startled. Huh. Yes, Lu Lai softly said. During this period, in the process of training the Lai Ying Hunting Eagles team, he softly said, You probably understand it clearly, right? Peng Hao then replied, Yes, I have carefully observed every step of training Officer Zhang and recorded it for research. Lu Li spoke. Then, he softly asked, Are you confident in training another hidden team after summoning a new group of recruits? Hearing this, Peng Hao was a little surprised. Lu Li emphasized again, My meaning is, a hidden team. At that moment, Peng Hao froze as if he had understood something. His eyes flared with determination, and he replied, Got it, Peng Hao firmly assured. Leave it to me, you can rest easy. Lu Lai then looked satisfied. Very good. At this moment, Robert spoke up, Sir, then softly asked, Are you two done talking? I think you should take a look at this. After heading downstairs, Robert started typing away rapidly on the computer. Lu Lai asked, What is this? Robert excitedly exclaimed. Based on the test results of global databases, there's an extremely talented ecological expert in the East. Here's the specific information. Hao Gaoming, 89 years old, a Chinese plant ecologist. One of the founders of Chinese plant ecology and earth botany. In his early years, he was involved in the study of the relationship between plants and soil. The view of indicator plants in zoning or plant classification is presented based on extensive investigations. According to this view, the famous ecologist Suka regarded Hao as a representative figure of soil ecology. Hearing this, Lu Lai looked interested. Oh, Robert softly said. That's right, sir. This is the environmental ecology talent you've been searching for. Robert continued. Moreover, this old gentleman is not inferior to Thang Lao. Lu Lai's eyes widened in surprise. Robert pushed up his glasses and confirmed that this was a level 10 talent. At the same time, Hao Gaoming was live streaming some plant evaluation tips for families. When this video was broadcast, someone said it was the real fruit of longevity. In fact, it is just a kind of plant called angulin. Comments kept appearing below. People kept sending gifs and asking nonsensical questions. Why don't you read my name? Quote, Teacher, will eating it improve my drawing skills? I'm asking for someone else. Some people noticed that the person broadcasting the video had more hair than before. Is it because of eating this fruit? A user, Man Shen, exclaimed in surprise. Really? What about Zhu Baji then? Some viewers asked Hao Gaoming to sing a song to listen to. Suddenly, a commotion arose. Students must believe in science. I suggest blocking this kind of fake marketing account livestream. What's wrong? What about my livestream? Not hungry. At the same time, Lu Li and Peng Hao were watching closely. Lu Lai smiled meaningfully, then casually turned off the phone. Lu Lai then stood up with his next plans in mind. At that time, Hao Gaoming's neighborhood was still quite peaceful. He awkwardly took his phone outside. In the distance, some old friends were stretching and exercising. Hao Gaoming walked while muttering, Look, there's actually a treasure hidden here. Suddenly, he noticed something. Oh, Hao Gaoming then turned the camera towards an insect and softly said, Everyone, look, This cicada is about to molt. Hao Gaoming began to spout a string of knowledge. Perhaps everyone knows that cicadas live near the ground for a few years, then climb trees to molt, but very few people actually pay attention to the detailed transformation process, he softly said. Today let's observe together. Everyone, remember to like and share. Haha, this is a rare opportunity. Thank you, sweet monk, for the fruit. Hao Gaoming provided information. It also takes an hour for a cicada to completely molt. Every time I see it, I feel very fascinated. This is a gift from nature. Seeing him sitting in a corner live streaming, Luli was somewhat speechless. Teng Zhao Rui observed, thinking to himself, this Hao fellow is getting on in years, but he's still like a child. Lulai couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha, Lulai said in a low voice. On the contrary, I feel that creating a new world requires a talent who is pure but still retains that passion. He brought out the gold watch and said softly, then let me demonstrate for old Hao. The scene will be even more miraculous. Luli aimed directly at the cicada. Thanks to the acceleration of time, the cicada was constantly changing. It's evolving at breakneck speed. Seeing this, Hao Gaoming was so shocked that he dropped his phone. He was stunned, completely dumbfounded, and literally fell backward. Hao Gaoming stammered. Impossible. This is impossible. How could it complete its molting in an instant? Hao Gaoming exclaimed in doubt. Could they be a new species? No, impossible. Just then, Teng Zhao Rui suddenly spoke up. Relax. Old Hao Gaoming was startled and turned around. Teng Zhao Rui gently reminded him. You're getting old. Falling like that is no small matter. Hao Gaoming was a little dazed. Old Hao Gaoming asked softly. Who are you? Why do you look so familiar? Hearing this, Teng Zhao Rui laughed inwardly. Hao Gaoming stammered. He resembles Teng Zhao Rui. It can't be him. Could it be a descendant of Teng? At this moment, Luli stepped forward and said, if cicadas can molt and be reborn, why can't people? He said softly. In my opinion, all things are eternally immortal. Teng Zhao Rui's expression changed beside him, and Hao Gaoming exclaimed in horror, it's really Lan 100 times. The cicada suddenly underwent a transformation. A powerful surge of energy brushed past, blowing Hao Gaoming's toupee right off. A meaningful smile appeared on Lulai's face. Teng Zhao Rui also watched intently. The cicada had returned to its previous state. Seeing this, Hao Gaoming was shocked to his core. It's a reversal of time. He whipped his head around, sending his toupee flying in the wind. Hao Gaoming exclaimed, no, impossible. Lulai pushed up his glasses and said softly, just a little skill. Nothing to brag about. Hao Gaoming exclaimed in doubt in his heart. In my life, I've never seen such an absurd biological glitch. Just what are you? Luli said softly. You can call me Mr. Lu. I'm a time merchant. Hearing this title, Hao Gaoming was deeply shaken. Teng Zhao Rui, on the other hand, felt an indescribable interest. Hao Gaoming asked in confusion. A time merchant. Can time be bought and sold? Then how do you trade? What is time measured by? He began to ponder. This falls under the category of physical units. I have to go back and study it carefully. Seeing this, Teng Zhao Rui angrily shouted, Hey, are you bookworms ever going to react? Hao Gaoming was a little dazed. Teng Zhao Rui got right up in his face and asked loudly, Don't you recognize me? Only then did Hao Gaoming cry out, Ack. Hao Gaoming asked softly, Haha. Are you saying you're Teng Zhao Rui? Hao Gaoming couldn't believe his eyes. Haha, you must be joking, right? Haha. At that moment, Teng Zhao Rui shot him a sharp glare. Seeing that, Hao Gaoming was startled. He asked tentatively, You're not joking? Teng Zhao Rui nodded vigorously. After letting Hao Gaoming sit on the bench, Luli began to introduce, I can control it from an egg into an adult instantly, and also revert it to its original state. He smirked, asking softly, The same goes for you. Aren't you curious how much longer you have to live? Hao Gaoming replied frankly, Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the laws of nature. Where there is birth, there will naturally be death. Matters such as lifespan should be left to nature. I have no regrets in this life. Hearing this, Lulai was a little surprised. He thought to himself, This old Mr. Hao Gaoming is truly one of a kind. Just then, Hao Gaoming turned to look over, and Luli spoke softly. Old Hao, to be honest, I have a longevity club, and I want to invite an experienced ecologist to work for us, and the main job is for you to add to Tang Lao's insights and create a completely new microvision. Hearing that, Hao Gaoming began to feel interested. The micro-world, one of the long-term goals of the Longevity Club, is to create a micro-world with the participation of talented scientists like Tang Lao and Professor Antony. The theory has taken shape. It's time to implement the Genesis plan, Luli proposed. I want to invite you to be in charge of research and consideration regarding the ecological environment plan of the miniature world. This ecological environment must be as perfect as the real world, the interconnectedness between food chains. All food chains must provide the greatest convenience for the evolution of mankind. Ecologists create the world, and geneticists create life. And I, who controls time, will do everything myself, promoting its formation, Lu Lai said softly. Join us, and you will have the opportunity to personally create a new world. Are you willing to seize it? At this time, Hao Gaoming had begun to feel intrigued. He stood up and said, my main field of research is plant ecology, and regarding animal ecology, to be honest, Hao Gaoming felt that my level was still insufficient. But if I could personally replicate the evolutionary process of the Earth's ecosystem, observe the natural development and evolution of all things, that scene, Hao Gaoming said frankly, I want to witness it. Just then, Tang Xiaorui spoke up. Sir, you are a bit too careless. The research lab is a secret base. However, Lu Li said magnanimously. No problem. Tang Xiaorui was slightly surprised. Mr. Hao Gaoming also didn't expect this. He agreed. And he's not afraid, Lu Lai said softly. Since Mr. Hao doesn't accept the gift of time, then I should show some sincerity. The three quickly proceeded to city's high-tech zone. Du Wei-min said politely. Sir, everything is ready, Lu Lai said with a smile. You've worked hard, Ms. Du. I also made a sudden decision, Du Wei-min asked softly. So what do you want this time? Just then, a voice rang out. Wait a minute. Hao Gaoming came running, panting. Huff, huff, huff. Seeing this, Du Wei-min was a little surprised. Hao Gaoming sized up Du Wei-min and muttered to himself. Good boy, good boy. He pointed and asked loudly. Is she one of yours too? Lu Lai then replied. The Eternal Life Club is constantly recruiting talent. In the future, more like-minded people will join us. Hearing this, Hao Gaoming was a little surprised. Like-minded? Hao Gaoming thought to himself. First, it was Tang Xiaorui being resurrected. And now, it's Du Wei-min. He began to sense the power, the organization that could bring these two under its wing. Hao Gaoming wondered. What kind of existence is this exactly? At that moment, Du Wei-min politely gestured. This way, Elder Hao. The laboratory is ahead. Seeing the structure before him, Hao Gaoming couldn't help but be stunned. Du Wei-min said softly. Elder Hao, please, Hao Gaoming exclaimed in surprise. Wow, this place is really big. Is he spending money like this? Does his family know? As they walked, Du Wei-min introduced. As far as I know, everything here is due to Mr. Lu Gaoming. This, Hao Gaoming exclaimed in surprise. Starting from scratch, Du Wei-min said softly. The master values talent the most. As long as there is a request, she continued. No matter how difficult, it must be achieved. As the door opened, a superb space appeared before them, Du Wei-min added. And it will certainly be achieved, Hao Gaoming exclaimed in astonishment. My God, he thought to himself. I didn't expect there to be such a high-end laboratory in the country. This kid is very knowledgeable. Hao Gaoming coughed a few times and said softly, Ahem, not bad. To put it bluntly, there are a lot of random flowers and plants in the big room. Were they all discarded by those foreign old guys? At this time, Tang Xiaorui stepped forward and said, Elder Hao, some things cannot be judged by appearances, he said in a low voice. We have simulated outdoor light as much as possible, as well as humidity and wind speed. It's no exaggeration to say this is a miniature version of a world ecological model, Tang Xiaorui softly said. Of course, the most important part is still inviting the master to personally take action. At that moment, Lu Li approached with an aura of power. Hao Gaoming was slightly startled. Without further ado, Lu Lai quickly took out the gold watch. He accelerated time by 1,000 times. Hao Gaoming was still staring in amazement. The plants in the garden before them suddenly grew at an incredible speed, mere sprouts that became flower buds, and then bloomed into a beautiful purple flower. The vegetation here was extremely lush. Then Lu Lai quickly retracted the skill. Hao Gaoming stared in amazement. This is extraordinary. He reached out and touched a tree in amazement. They're growing. You can see the growth with the naked eye. Hao Gaoming thought to himself. When I saw that cicada, I was still half in doubt. Currently, he thinks that if this forest could be expanded into a region, a continent, or even the entire world, at this moment, Hao Gaoming felt so ecstatic that his whole body trembled involuntarily. Hey, Hao Gaoming excitedly realized. It's rebirth. It's the rebirth of the world's ecosystem, solving the world's ecological problems from the beginning. I've returned. Everything has returned. He thought to himself with glee. My youth has returned. Hao Gaoming kept sinking into his fantasy and continuously struck odd poses. While Lu Lai and Du Wei-min were speechless, Tang Xiaorui nodded in agreement. It's all right, he's always like this. Just then, Hao Gaoming suddenly spoke up. Oh, that's right, Lu Li. I keep telling myself I'm still not used to these nouns, Hao Gaoming softly asked. You said earlier that creating a world or something requires someone, Lu Lai then replied. Yes, it's the ecologist, old Hao. Hearing this, Hao Gaoming exclaimed, "Oh." He turned around and quietly said, "Then that's me." A moment later, Lu Lai had led Hao Gaoming back to the office. He placed the document on the table and softly said, "Sign it. You are officially the 7th member of the Longevity Club." Lu Li promised assuredly. "As long as you contribute to the club, you can earn worker accumulation points, which can be used to exchange for lifespan." Before Hao Gaoming at that moment was a work contract. He pondered slightly. And Lu Lai said, "Although you didn't ask for it, a healthy body is the capital of revolution. I don't want you to regret leaving in the end." He said softly, "You are about to take over a big project." This made Hao Gaoming even more interested. He quickly signed the contract and quietly said, "All right, I understand." At this moment, Hao Gaoming's body suddenly received a strange source of energy. Lu Lai softly said, "This is an advance payment." Hao Gaoming thought in surprise. What a magical feeling. The feeling of fatigue has disappeared, and the pain in my waist and legs is gone. Lu Li softly said, "Old Hao, we are now one family." Hao Gaoming couldn't believe his eyes. "Is this the special treatment for employees in the club?" At this moment, Du Wei-min spoke up. "The Longevity Club is still in a stage of secret expansion, and it is not suitable for the public to know," she said softly. "Your live streaming work may have to come to an end, and you need to leave the public eye." Lu Lai softly said, "We will arrange everything for you later." Hao Gaoming then nodded. "I understand. Life after retirement is extremely boring. The only person in the house I can talk to is the nanny, but she doesn't understand anything about ecology. That's why I went online to tell the little ones. The Big V account can be left to those students who love ecology like me," he said magnanimously. "But now I have a new world to plan. I have no regrets." Lu Lai leaned back in his chair and softly said, "If that's the case, old Hao, you can start as soon as possible." The ecological environment of the miniature sandbox world. Hao Gaoming exclaimed with glee. "Ha ha! I can't wait." He softly asked, "This, Lu Lai, do you have any different views on the sandbox or something?" Lu Li said in a low voice, "I'm not very good at the technical aspects, but everything is difficult at the beginning." He tapped his fingers on the table and said, "Initially, it may be a rough world, but my purpose from beginning to end is only one." Lu Li added, "All the creatures in this new world." Hearing this, Hao Gaoming was slightly startled. Lu Li said sternly, "All will be like one, a time bank that exists." Hao Gaoming was even more bewildered. Lu Lai believed that the dominant creature in this world should have a minimum intelligence like humans, and a strong ability to reproduce, he added, along with an indispensable element, which is a longer lifespan. Lu Lai adjusted his glasses and said softly, "Only creatures with lower intelligence can trade with me." At the same time, he continued, "We must try our best to simulate the causes of formation and the environment of extinct creatures on Earth, so that nature continuously filters out suitable life forms." Hao Gaoming thought to himself, "If this plan is implemented, even if it is a miniature world, it is still a world after all, and inside it are living beings." He thought that this way of thinking was only the most rational, ecological thinking of all things, and also the most cruel. Hao Gaoming thought, "In our current world, in a world with many inexplicable things, isn't it just a grain of sand in the desert?" Hao Gaoming's eyes widened in surprise. "And this Lu kid's thinking has surpassed ordinary people," he thought. "You have created all of this with time, and have become the creator god of that world." At this moment, Lu Li in Hao Gaoming's eyes had become the god of creation. He said softly, "What I am doing is detailed reasoning about the birth and evolution of this world." Hao Gaoming added, "Constructing logical texts, recording the birth of a civilization." At this moment, Lu Lai asked softly, "Well, Lao Hao, can my idea be done?" Hearing this, Hao Gaoming was briefly silent. Originally, the world is constantly changing. The most severe comes from nature, the coldest natural selection. Over time, many historical events will happen, and ordinary day suddenly becomes extraordinary, with mass extinction of creatures. Hao Gaoming said, "Although in the laboratory, in this room, we can perfectly simulate the plant ecosystem of some climates, but if the goal is a planet, the required location and environment will be very harsh," Lu Lai softly said. "Well, do you have any problems?" Hao Gaoming said frankly. "To have a perfect ecosystem environment, there must be a location larger than this laboratory." This was also what Lu Li was aiming for. "That's right. Even if it's a miniature model, to create a complete world, relying solely on a laboratory is indeed a bit stingy," he said softly. "Mess. Dumei, tell our people to go and explore. As long as there is a suitable location, any amount of money is fine," Du Wei-min immediately replied. "Understood." Lu Lai thought to himself, Things are going in an interesting direction. At this time, he asked, "That's right. How is that matter going?" Du Wei Min quickly reported the situation. "I have always kept in touch with the old man of the Rong family. A few days ago, Rong Laoyezi and Rong Ji Quan Xiansheng personally went to Ji country," Lu Li said softly. "Preparing to meet the king of Xi. Ma Qi Shi Shi is sitting on the plane," someone said. "Ma Qi Shi Shi is extremely obsessed with power. How much confidence do you have this time, Rong Yi?" You said softly. "This is the reason I chose him. Every generation of princes in history has pursued longevity," he continued. "Sitting on power for countless years, Rong Yi," you added. "And we are here to give him longevity. It's not difficult to get him to join." He tilted his head and said softly, "The only difficulty is how to get this king to come home with us," the person next to him said. "This time I have brought all his physical reports, from illness to health. The truth is right in front of him. He will be moved." Rong Yi. You sighed. "Ha, I hope so." He gazed out the window, thinking to himself. Whether Lu Xiansheng's overseas base succeeds or not depends on this trip. Ma Qi Shi Shi's villa was incredibly luxurious and magnificent. At this moment, a black car approached and stopped right in front of the villa's gate. Several subordinates were already standing by to welcome the distinguished guest. Rong Yi. You quickly stepped out and said, "The last time I came here, I was just a child. Ha ha." At this moment, Rong Yi Yu turned around in surprise, and Ma Qi Shi Shi said with a warm smile, "Patriarch Rong, you seem to be in very good health." Ha ha, Rong Yi. You smiled and shook his hand. "Congratulations on your enthronement. You and your father are alike, both decisive leaders," Ma Qi Shi Shi said happily. "My old senior, we must have a long conversation this time," Ma Qi Shi Shi said softly. "My father has always appreciated those days when you all brought countless orders and lucrative projects." Rong Yi. You immediately bowed respectfully. "Ha ha, Your Majesty, you flatter me." Then Ma Qi Shi Shi gestured. "Come, no need to stand on ceremony. Let's go to the living room and talk slowly." Rong Yi, you thought to himself, "Ha ha, so he knows I'm here for a different purpose." But outwardly he said happily, "All right, Your Majesty, after you." Everyone quickly entered the living room. Ma Qi Shi Shi said heartily, "This is the best bird's nest here, Rong Lao. Please try it. It's very good for your health." Rong Yi. You said softly, "Azure Water's bird's nest is famous throughout the world. I'm lucky to have some today." Ma Qi Shi Shi said, "That's right. I heard before that you were unwell, and I was really worried, but I've been overwhelmed with affairs since I ascended the throne." Ma Qi Shi Shi said softly, "At your age, you need to take good care of your body." Rong Yi. You paused as he was bringing the spoon of bird's nest to his mouth. He called out softly, "Your Majesty." Rong Yi. You asked with a smile, "What do you think of my current condition?" Ha ha. Seeing this, Ma Qi Shi Shi was startled, thinking to himself, "As expected, there's a problem. I noticed it at a glance." Ma Qi Shi Shi felt that for someone as old as him, his current condition was almost too good. After scooping up the bird's nest, Rong Yi Yu praised, "Truly a delicacy of the world," he said softly. "You only live for a few decades, so how can you not taste all the delicacies?" Ma Qi Shi Shi seemed to have guessed something. "Rong Qianbei, you're probably here for business, right?" he thought to himself. "Stop beating around the bush, Rong Yi," you said with a smile. "Your Majesty has keen eyes indeed. This time, I've come," he continued, "to bring Your Majesty a gift." Hearing this, Ma Qi Shi Shi became somewhat wary, and asked tentatively, "What does Qianbei mean?" Rong Yi. You called out, "Qingquan, bring the item for His Majesty to see." Qingquan replied, "Yes, uncle." Seeing the item being brought up, Ma Qi Shi Shi was a bit curious. "Oh, Rong Yi," you softly said. "Your Majesty, please." Ma Qi Shi Shi took the tablet and focused on watching. Inside, a video was playing. "Lu, Mr. Lu, may I ask how much your time costs?" It was a camera feed from the Rong family. When the old man fell ill, his descendants clamored. "We want to buy a year of lifespan for you, uncle," Lu Li confidently replied. "Of course, no problem." Hearing this, Ma Qi Shi Shi was a little bewildered. What did he say? Buy lifespan. What does he mean by that? At this moment, Lu Li softly said, "Old Mr. Rong, I advise you to make a decision quickly. Your time is running out." Finally, he uttered, "All right. Deal concluded." A strange surge of energy suddenly flashed, and everyone screamed, "Ugh! Ania!" Ma Qi Shi Shi could only stare in astonishment. At this time, Lu Lai spoke. "Truly, as expected of the Rong family patriarch, such persistence is truly admirable," he said softly. "Then enjoy the year of lifespan you just bought to your heart's content." Ma Qi Shi Shi pursed his lips, wondering, "Who is he?" Just then, Rong you spoke. "Your Majesty, this is the way to achieve eternal life," he softly said. "Nai, try to find out more about him." Hearing Rong Yi Yu's introduction of Lu Li, Ma Qi Shi Shi exclaimed in surprise, "A time merchant?" He softly asked, "Mr. Lu?" Rong Yi. You recounted the situation. I once spent a large sum of money to buy a year of lifespan to escape death. And then, to continue the development of the family, I bought a second year, he said in a low voice. But this deal is definitely profitable. Wrong Yi. You believe that the reason why life is always precious is that the value of a living body is completely incomparable with money. Ma Chi thought to himself. That's right. The value of eternal life is equivalent to the continuation of power. Ma Chi stood up and softly asked. He created the Eternal Life Club. He said coldly. My personal doctor will give you a thorough checkup. It seems that unscientific claims can only be verified by scientific means. Ma Chi continued. If this is true, he softly said, I will personally go to Tianqiao to meet this Mr. Lu. I hope this is not an international joke. Wrong. At the same time, a mysterious light flashed in Lu Li's villa. On the table was a signed contract. Employee No. 007. Name. Hao Gaoming. Personality type. ISTP. Hao Gaoming is a calm observer. Good at observing and always recording everything he finds curious. Lu Li assessed inwardly. The most outstanding scholar of mankind. Current ability points. 10. Recommendation. Let your imagination run wild. One day, you may be able to design the most advanced ecological environment system. Planning direction. Make the person in charge of the ecological system of the Genesis Era project immortal. Lu Li thought to himself. Perhaps one day in the future, I will have countless miniature worlds, he considered. At that time, I can use the world as a chessboard, Lu Li mused. And living beings will be my chess pieces. At the same time, Du Wei-min was approaching. Lu Li was still lost in thought. Speaking of which, it's been several days since I heard from the Rong family's side. He frowned, thinking, Ma Chi is extremely important. Absolutely no mistakes can be made. At that moment, Du Wei-min spoke up. Sir, you have a phone call, she said softly. It's from the Rong family. Hearing this, Lu Li was slightly surprised. He quickly answered the phone. Hello, it's me, Lu Li asked softly. How is it going? He nodded and said, Does he have any questions? Then, Lu Li's expression changed slightly. He tilted his head and asked, tentatively. So, what did you say? Then Lu Li continued to listen to Rong Yiyu's report on the situation, and finally he smiled with satisfaction. I understand, Lu Li said softly. Bring him to me. Outside a tavern, people were gathered in great numbers. Some men were happily gulping down alcohol, while others were puffing on cigarettes, and at another table, food was steaming. Rong Yiyu and Ji Kuan had found their way here. Ji Kuan softly asked, Uncle, should we evacuate the people first? This kind of place. Rong Yi. You said softly. Haha, mister. Lupin has lived for several hundred years. He probably just likes this kind of bustling street scene. It smells so good. Rong Yi. You turned his head and said softly, Old friend, you usually rarely eat such delicious food, right? Don't dawdle, let's go in. Ma Chi Shi raised a doubt in his heart. Is he being teased? He thought to himself. When I was studying abroad here, I would never come to such a dirty and noisy place. He looked at Rong Yiyu waving his hand to urge him on. Hurry up, mister. Lu has arrived. Ma Chi Shi became even more suspicious. This old Rong family guy isn't colluding with that time merchant, is he? He thought to himself. HMPH, if that's the case, then you're really not a smart person. The group quickly entered the restaurant, and a familiar figure appeared at one of the tables. Lu Li was enjoying the delicious skewers, and seeing the commotion, he looked up. Rong Yi? You said with a smile, mister. Lu, sorry to keep you waiting, Lu Li said softly. Oh, old Rong, you've arrived, he said softly. You came at the right time. The food was just brought up. The meeting continued like this, and the tavern's little cat meowed wearily. The cat sat opposite Lu Li, and Ma Chi Shi was a little doubtful, he thought to himself. Isn't this kid gonna say anything first? Ma Chi Shi wondered. Does he want me to speak first? At this moment, Lu Li was busy scooping up delicious bang, right, Rong Yi? You also chimed in? This place is not bad. Ma Chi Shi looked annoyed, thinking, don't think that you're the king. Just then, a person approached and asked softly, Has everyone arrived now? Fatty couldn't help but remind them. So many people, don't even think about just ordering the food. Our drinks are precious, you know. Chi Kuan said awkwardly. Bro, we're still discussing, could you? Fatty suddenly blew up. Don't even dream about it. He shouted. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Just yesterday, 5 girls came and tried to freeload at my place. The owner kept yelling. My skewers are homemade. Do you know how low the profit margin is? You look harmless, but each of you orders over 200 skewers. I was already stunned, okay? The owner loudly said, Only the drinks can make a profit. No way. If you guys don't drink, go to another place. You can't just bully me. Seeing this, Chi Kuan sighed in resignation. What's going on? At this moment, Rong Yi, you spoke up. Boss, Give me 4 bottles of beer, half regular, half chilled. Bring up whatever good stuff you have. If I can't finish it, I'll take it home. Lu Lai quietly reminded him, Rong Lao, this meal is on me. Hearing this, the owner happily exclaimed, Coming right up. Just wait a moment. Ma Qishi thought to himself, what am I even doing here? Just then, Ma Qishi gave a respectful smile and said, Mr. Luca, I can't understand what's happening right now. I hope you know what you're doing. Lu Lai then initiated time acceleration. At a rate of 10,000 times. The golden pocket watch chimed, and the crowd suddenly started freeloading at lightning speed. Ma Qishi exclaimed in shock. What's going on? His eyes widened in astonishment. Heavens! At that moment, Ma Qishi thought in disbelief. Everyone around me has stopped moving. He anxiously turned his head, and Lu Lai softly said, Your Majesty, welcome to my time domain. Ma Qishi couldn't believe his eyes. This is absolutely insane. That owner was jumping in mid-air and hasn't come down yet. This is definitely not some petty trick. Lu Li raised his glass of water and said, As the saying goes, he softly said, Great reclusion is in the marketplace. Minor reclusion is in the wilderness, Lu Lai continued. Which means, if you want to hide something, this sentence has 2 meanings. One is that people who see through life often want to live a reclusive life, without competing with the world. Therefore, some people have settled down and returned to that place. This is minor reclusion. The other is to be an official in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Facing the filth, conflicts, and conspiracies of the world, but being able to maintain a pure and detached heart, not arguing with the world, not fighting with the world, living a leisurely and contented life. This is the highest state of reclusion. Such a person is a hermit, and should truly be called a great reclusion, a dynasty used to refer to the court. Here, it is expanded to mean officials, Lu Li softly said. Why not try placing it in a place that the public least values? For example, he gave a meaningful smile and continued. Beneath the city. Hearing this, Ma Qishi's eyes widened in shock. He speculated, Surely you don't want to build a garden under my city, do you? Lu Lai leaned back and replied, Of course you are the king of a country, possessing endless wealth, he softly said. But it's only wealth, isn't it? Can money buy everything you want? Lu Lai added. But I can give you something, he continued, which is the continuation of these things, including. Lu Lai emphasized one thing. Writes. Hearing this, Qi Shi's eyes lit up. Lu Li stated clearly, This is the price I'm offering. Longevity, Lu Lai emphasized again, longevity is the price I'm offering. Hearing this, Qi Shi paused for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, Very tempting, but as a king, Qi Shi said frankly, I can't disregard public opinion. You should understand that. Lu Lai leaned on his chin and said, Your Majesty, I think our cooperation shouldn't be limited to just paying for land. He continued. My Longevity Club recruits all talents from both domestic and foreign countries, from ancient times to the present. Our mastery of technology far surpasses the existing social development. We will complete various experimental results in overseas facilities, and the international commercial pharmaceutical factory will also be expanded accordingly. At the same time, a woman was approaching. Du Wei Min said softly, Sir, I've brought the documents, Lu Lai said gently. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing this, Qi Shi looked puzzled. Lu Lai handed over a stack of documents and said softly, Your Majesty, please take a look. Just skimming through them, Qi Shi's eyes widened in shock. Lu Lai said in a low voice, This is part of our initial customized plan, but the official approval rate is much higher, he said confidently. What do you think, Your Majesty? Are these major overseas projects and orders enough to be in addition to this cooperation? By this time, Qi Shi was a little hesitant. At first he remained silent, thinking, but just a second later, Qi Shi said softly, If that's the case, then we can discuss it further. He said, I wonder, Mr. Lu? Suddenly Lu Li gasped loudly, and he quickly said, Sorry. Lu Lai cleared his throat and said softly, Ahem, Du Wei Min will discuss the relevant procedures with you next. After all, professional matters should be left to professionals, shouldn't they? Hearing this, Qi Shi's subordinates looked at each other with disbelief. They wondered silently, Is it really that amazing? At this moment, Lu Li said softly, Du Wei Min, bring out the contract. Du Wei Min replied, Okay. At this moment, Rong Yi, you suddenly spoke up. Oh sir, don't rush with the contract just yet, he said in a low voice. We're only in verbal agreement with him right now. With Lao Hu's experience, isn't talking about the contract now a bit hasty? Lu Lai said softly. What you said makes sense. However, Lu Lai pushed the piece of paper towards Rong Yi and said softly, This contract is for you. Rong Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the timescale contract, he looked puzzled. This, after reading it more carefully, Rong Yi exclaimed in shock. 3 years of lifespan. Even more shocking, The selling price is 0, Lu Li said softly. You did very well this time. This is your reward. Without hesitation, Rong Yi. You called out loudly. Chi Quan, his nephew replied. Yes, uncle. On the side, Qi Shi was extremely confused. He wondered, what are they doing, Rong Yi? You signed the contract decisively, and said softly, 3 years is enough for my physical constitution to enter a new stage. Seeing this, Lu Li pushed up his glasses, looking satisfied. All right, deal successful. At this moment, Rong Yi was still an old man with wrinkles all over his face, but just a second later, his skin had become noticeably smoother. Seeing this, Qi Shi was so astonished that he jumped up, looking at the vigorous man before him. Qi Shi widened his eyes in disbelief. Master Rong, you've become younger. At this moment, Rong Yi grinned with delight. Truly amazing. Qi Shi clenched his palm. He thought to himself, if he still had some doubts about the time suspension just now, Qi Shi couldn't believe his eyes. Then Master Rong before his eyes was truly aging in reverse. He realized this was a miracle. This man possessed a magical power. Qi Shi thought to himself, he must secure this deal with this man. His eyes blazed with ambition. In the blink of an eye, the flow of time returned to normal, and the restaurant was as lively as before. Rong Yi. You laughed heartily. Ha, youth is the best, Chi Quan. Bring out the wine, Chi Quan worriedly reminded. Uncle, you must take care of your health. Rong Yi. You stood up excitedly, stretched, and said loudly, Qin Quan, my appetite is great. Now today I want to drink until I drop. With Mr. Lu, I can even stand on the table to drink it. Suddenly, Qi Shi on the side also clapped his hands in congratulations. He said magnanimously, today is truly an eye-opener. May I ask how many people in this world can witness such a thing? Lu Li quietly said. Your Majesty is too kind. She cheerfully said. Tony, go find the boss. Tell him to bring up the dishes. Mister, Lu must show me some face. Today I've made a good friend, Lu Li said softly. I'll do as you command. Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, he smirked to himself. Yes, success. A moment later, Rong Yi. You exclaimed happily. Everyone, the wine is here. Haha, I've been wanting this dish for a long time. Qin Quan kept worrying. Uncle, take it easy. Uncle, let me drink some for you. Seeing Rong Yi getting more and more excited, Qi Quan shouted, Uncle! By this time, no one could stop the surging vitality of Elder Rong. He laughed with delight. Ha ha ha! After a while, everyone had finished their meal. The table was only left with empty bowls and plates, along with a pile of empty wine bottles. Qi Shi said generously. Ha ha! Thank you for Mr. Lu Qi's warm hospitality. I am very impressed with this meeting. Qi Shi continued. Whether it's gourmet food or rhetoric, Macaus, Du, Mr. Lu certainly has many talents by his side. Du Wei Min softly said. His Majesty the King is too kind. We are looking forward to further cooperation with your country. Qi Shi smiled with satisfaction. Ha, I'm also looking forward to it. At this moment, Lu Li fell silent for a moment. Suddenly a scolding voice rang out. How does this old man serve food? The bald man shouted fiercely. The oily sauce splashed all over my face. The waiter said worriedly, I'm so sorry, she said in a low voice. I didn't do it on purpose. Even so, the bald man still yelled. Are you deliberately causing trouble? Seeing this, Lu Li was a little concerned. Qi Shi awkwardly spoke. This, Rong Yi. You softly said, I'm very sorry I've offended your eyes. I'll immediately have my subordinates handle it. Suddenly, a person said loudly. I'm so sorry, brother. I apologize for my sister-in-law. Lu Li turned around with a surprised expression. A girl in her 20s was coming to defuse the situation. Seeing this, a lackey showed an excited expression. Wow, I didn't expect there to be a beauty here, the girl said strongly. Let's both take a step back. How about it, I'll treat you today. Consider it an apology, okay? Seeing this, the waiter was startled and called her name. Yu Chu. At this moment, the big boss sneered. Invite them, he glared menacingly. Listen here, little sister. Which eye of yours saw that they couldn't afford a few coins for this wine? Seeing this, Yu Chu fell silent for a moment. The waitress anxiously spoke up. Esteemed customers, it's my fault, she's just a part-time worker. It's all my fault, I'll take the blame. At that moment, the thugs glared fiercely with murderous intent. The woman was startled and frightened. One arrogant guy said, How about this? It wasn't a big deal to begin with, and we're not unreasonable people, he growled. As long as this little sister here drinks a few glasses with me, not to mention letting this old woman off the hook. The other guy also grinned, and added, We'll reserve this place from now on. They showed eerie smiles. He. Helpless, Yu Chu said in a low voice. I'll drink. If you big brothers calm down, then everyone's happy. Knowing that things weren't that simple, the waitress desperately wanted to stop her. But she couldn't do anything. Don't Don't, silly girl, they're all beasts. However, Yu Chu fiercely scolded, I know very well what you guys are thinking, a bunch of filthy scum. Seeing this, the thugs were momentarily stunned into silence. Lu Li coldly snorted, appearing satisfied. The bald guy angrily shouted, Damn it, you don't appreciate the offer, do you? Are you messing with us? Beat her up. At this moment, Rong Yi. You spoke up, Ji Quan. The other party immediately responded, Understood. Suddenly, Due Min spoke up first. Don't rush. Ji Quan turned in surprise. Huh, Due Min softly said. Rest assured, old Rong. At the same time, Lu Lai had already identified the next target. Due Min affirmed that that girl wouldn't suffer a loss today. At that moment, Yu Chu was already bracing herself. Ready to retaliate against the thugs, she loudly said. Everything except free food is off the table. The bald guy angrily shouted, Go to hell, you bitch, beat her up. Seeing this, Yu Chu secretly thought of counterattacking. She gritted her teeth and told herself, Aim for the jaw. Two thugs fiercely charged towards young Chu, their eyes burning with murderous intent. Yu Chu closed her eyes tightly and thought to herself, I can do it, I can do it. At this moment, Lu Li shouted, Time acceleration, 50 times. Yu Chu yelled, YAA. Seeing this, the two thugs hissed, Just you alone. Unexpectedly, the petite Yu Chu punched them straight in the face with lightning speed. Her strength sent the thugs flying. Even the tables and chairs were overturned. The thugs lay flat on the ground, blood flowing from their noses. One of them stared in astonishment. Holy crap! Before I could even register, a thunderous punch landed straight on his face. Yu Chu's attack sent the thug flying into the air, his teeth and lips a jumbled mess. Yu Chu had also anticipated this situation, huh? At the same time, everyone looked over in astonishment. After defeating the last thug, Yu Chu exclaimed in confusion, Are they too weak? Or am I just that awesome? Little did she know that Lu Lai was the one behind it all. Just then, everyone in the shop started buzzing with discussion. What's going on? What's going on? A young girl sends two goons flying. They couldn't believe their eyes. Is this real or fake? Is someone filming? At this moment, the waitress anxiously asked, Yu Chu, are you all right? Yu Chu replied, Yes, I'm fine. I've been taking some Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, classes recently. The waitress asked in astonishment. Just recently? Looking at the thugs sprawled on the ground, Yu Chu said, Maybe these guys just specialize in bullying the weak. She proudly added, They look fierce, but they're actually as weak as slugs. The waitress gently reminded. Still, you're a young girl, so you should be careful. Yu Chu immediately replied, Yes, don't worry. After everything was settled, Lu Lai left with everyone else. The next day, he returned to the villa. Sitting in his study, Lu Lai looked pensive. He'd received the information on the waitress from the restaurant yesterday. Her name is Shen Yu Chu. She's 26 years old this year. And originally from Sichuan, Shen Yu Chu lives with her grandmother and two younger sisters who are still in school, and she has an introverted and resilient personality. She used to be an employee of that corporate service limited company that everyone in Asia dreams of joining. A monthly salary of 10,000. At this moment, Peng Hao asked quietly, Who bought the skewers? Robert replied, Miss Tan did. What's up? In addition, there's information that Shen Yu Chu took on a side job to help support her family, Peng Hao quietly asked. Then why are you enjoying it so much? Did she buy it for you? Robert said casually. If you're hungry, just say you're hungry, like I can give you something to eat. After reading the information, Lu Lai exclaimed in surprise. Huh? That's it? That's all? Peng Hao quickly snatched the skewers from Robert. He chewed noisily in his mouth and said, Sir, this is all the information we could find. There's really nothing special about her, Peng Hao said in a low voice. It's exhausting. I haven't even eaten. Hearing this, Lu Li muttered to himself. So ordinary. Not bad. Then he said, Peng Hao, I'll have to trouble you with the trip, Peng Hao replied softly. No problem, sir. Lu Lai pushed up his glasses and said, Go buy a gift for a girl. Peng Hao exclaimed in surprise. Huh. I always knew Peng Hao was an idiot. So Lu Lai didn't forget to instruct him. It has to be refined. It has to have a sense of surprise. Don't be too flashy, but it has to be humble. Just figure it out yourself. Hearing this, Peng Hao stared blankly. This? He tentatively asked. What about the military hall? Both refined and practical. Lu Lai immediately said. No way. Peng Hao stared in confusion. You don't like the military hall, Lu Lai said softly. Don't make it hard on yourself. If you can't do it, you can ask others for advice. Hearing this, Peng Hao began to ponder. You can ask for advice. On the side, Tan Yanyu suddenly sneezed. Uncle Peng Hao said gleefully. Leave it to me. Just consider it done. Peng Hao didn't forget to instruct. Don't say it's from me, because he tripped over his feet in too much of a hurry. Seeing this, Lu Lai thought to himself, I didn't expect this little rascal Peng Hao to be a model student. Setting that aside, Lu Li turned his head and asked, Robert, how's the matter I assigned you? Seeing Robert sprawled on the sofa, drool still flowing from his mouth, Lulai called out helplessly. Then he angrily shouted, "Robert?" Hearing this, Robert drowsily said, "Ugh, who?" Like a pig squealing, Lulai sat on the chair and asked sternly, "What's the situation with Zhao Dahua and the other two?" Robert then recounted the situation. "I assisted instructor Zhang Zhao in supervising and protecting Zhao Dahua and the other two, and am now reporting the results of the past month to you." He stretched and wondered, "Did I fall asleep? I think I sprained my neck." After sobering up a bit, Robert continued, "They're scattered all over the world, and they're very diligent in their acquisitions, and they act very cautiously." Seriously. And without drawing any attention, Luli smirked, satisfied. "Not bad, seems like progress is going smoothly," Robert added. "Actually, they were planning to return home to prepare a report for you." Hearing this, Lulai was a little surprised. "Already back. Faster progress than I thought," he murmured. "Call them here." Lulai thought to himself, "I'm really looking forward to what it feels like to have the world's time all brought before me." At the same time, Zhao Dahua and the other two were heading towards Luli's villa. The car screeched to a halt in front of the house. Seeing them, Tan Yan Yu greeted them. "You've all worked hard, mister. Lu is waiting for you." Without a word, Zhao Dahua and the other two silently entered. Just then, Lulai sat leisurely in a high-backed chair and said, "You've all worked hard." Hu Shanbao spoke softly. "Mr. Lu, we've come to report on the results of our work this time." He thought to himself, "This pressure again." At this moment, the information of the three of them appeared one by one. Zhao Dahua, remaining lifespan 23 years, 10 months, 18 days, 23 hours, 30 minutes, seconds. Accumulated 1,603 years. Hu Shanbao, remaining lifespan 8 years, 7 months, 14 days, 9 hours, 12 minutes, seconds. Accumulated 1,580 years. Wang Hai, remaining lifespan 32 years, 8 months, 23 days, 15 hours, 22 minutes, seconds. Accumulated 1,821 years. Lulai frowned, thinking that the string of numbers after the lifespan information was probably the result of their acquisition. He thought to himself, "It seems that, under the constraints of the contract, they can't use this time on their own." Thinking of this, Lulai couldn't help but smirk, satisfied. "They can only bring it back and hand it over to me. Perfect." He stared intently at the numbers. Remaining lifespan, 8 years, 7 months, 14 days, 9 hours, 12 minutes, seconds. Accumulated 1,580 years. And another with a remaining lifespan of 23 years, 10 months, 18 days, 23 hours, 30 minutes, seconds. Accumulated 1,603 years. Lulai calculated that they could achieve these numbers in just 1 month. Their average transaction per day is over 50 years. He grinned. As expected, they're all talented in the field of trading. Lu Li paid special attention to Wang Hai's numbers. Remaining lifespan, 32 years, 8 months, 23 days, 15 hours, 22 minutes, seconds. Accumulated 1,821 years, he exclaimed in delight. "Ah, this Wang Hai has even more than the others." Lulai thought seriously to himself. In his assessment file, he's very indifferent to life, likes the thrill of the battlefield, and is a cruel person. Seeing this, Zhao Dahua couldn't help but worry. What's with this heavy atmosphere? Hu Shanbao wondered. Is he dissatisfied? He thought to himself, of course, no one here is a good person, otherwise they wouldn't be able to collect 5,000 years of time in just a short month. Unexpectedly, Lulai spoke softly. "You've all worked hard," he asked gently. "Did you cause any trouble?" Wang Hai replied. "Don't worry, sir, we work very carefully, especially since the people we trade with don't want to cause any trouble in the first place." Lulai nodded, saying, "Very good, I'm extremely satisfied with the way you all work." He continued. "So next," Luli said sternly, "then hand over all this time to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly used his skills. A surge of electricity suddenly crackled across the three of Zhao Dahua. Then a magical light shone brightly throughout the room. Luli glared as he accepted this abundant source of energy. On the other hand, the three of Zhao Dahua gritted their teeth, enduring the pain. The lifespan they had accumulated was now all gathered in Luli's palm. The golden clock continuously flashed with powerful energy. Luli was concentrating to the fullest on receiving it. After a moment, his information appeared. Name, Lulai. Age, 27 years old. Remaining lifespan, 89 days, 3 minutes 55 seconds. The numbers jumped around wildly, clearly showing the years gradually increasing. Finally, his information was locked in. Name, Lulai. Age, 27 years old. Remaining lifespan, 1729 years, 89 days, 21 hours, 3 minutes, 55 seconds. Lulai thought to himself with delight. Is this what it feels like to have a lifespan of 5,000 years? Hu Shanbao softly asked. Lu Shansheng, Are you all right? At that moment, Lu Li mused. What is the concept of such a long number? He clenched his palm and thought that even if he did nothing from now on, he could continue living. Originally, Li Tianchao only existed for about 5,000 years, and only 2,000 years have passed since the Gregoria era. In the thousands of years to come, I can completely be a carefree immortal, watching the rise and fall of civilizations, Lu Li thought to himself. My current lifespan has already exceeded 5,000 years. He was lost in thought, as his power looked towards the golden clock, and he felt like there was some sort of strange reaction. Lu Li reached out to touch the clock with anticipation. What would it be now? The golden clock rang incessantly, emitting an extremely powerful light. Lu Li had to squint in the face of its power. After a moment, the surrounding space became silent. Lu Li slowly opened his eyes, and he was extremely shocked by this strange scene. Lu Li realized he was floating in the air, surrounded by a magical stream of time. He wondered, is this the core of time? Lu Li gently landed, looked around at the scenery, and exclaimed, it's really too magical. Just then, Lu Li noticed something. In front of him was a giant clock, ringing loudly. Lu Li's eyes widened in surprise. Rizi. I wonder what this means. Lu Li suddenly stopped talking. Then he chuckled softly, as if realizing something. I think I understand the rules of time now, Lu Li muttered to himself. Perhaps I can actually go and see for myself, Lu Li thought. But not the future, but the past. Thinking of this, a flicker of irresistible curiosity flashed in his eyes. At the same time, Hu Shanbao and his group were extremely flustered. They were so worried that they were sweating profusely, thinking to themselves, he hasn't said a word, is he angry, should we say something first? Seeing that Lu Li's expression seemed quite serious, one person whispered, oldest brother, you go. Hu Shanbao reluctantly spoke, that, Lu? Suddenly, Lu Li let out a long drawn-out sigh. Then he slowly opened his eyes, causing Hu Shanbao's group to jump in fright. He's awake, Lu Li said softly. Everyone's work was done very well. I will give you the rewards as promised. Zhao Dahua immediately grinned obsequiously. Hey, no rush. It's our honor to work for you. Not even bothering to acknowledge the flattery, Lu Li said coldly. But there are some things that must be said beforehand, he reminded them. After you leave this door, if you say anything you shouldn't, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, Lu Li cast a threatening gaze at them. Seeing this, Zhao Dahua's group immediately bowed and replied, Yes, sir. He stared intently until they left the room. Lu Li thought to himself, the rules and abilities of time have increased again. He couldn't quite believe it. Just now, entering the illusion, he was actually able to control time. Lu Li still remembered the moment he hovered in the sky. He wondered in surprise. Rizi, facing such a thing, you would also feel extremely shocked. At that moment, Lu Li boldly reached out and touched the clock. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy poured down. Lu Li quickly shielded himself with his hands. After assessing the situation, he wondered in surprise. This is... Above Lu Li's head was a mysterious blue energy field. His eyes widened in astonishment. It's time. No mistake. This feeling is definitely time, Lu Li thought. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably the tangible image of time that exists after transformation. He thought that this was the Milky Way. Lu Li sighed in admiration. How magnificent. Within the timeline of humanity, there are so many great events contained. He closed his eyes and let his body float. This kind of feeling is truly too magical. It seems that just by stepping into that flow, one can pass through the past and present, wandering through each year. Just then, Lu Li reached his arm towards the high sky. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise, and a force quickly enveloped Lu Li's body. He reached out to receive it and thought, the feeling of gaining time is echoing. At this moment, a vortex was suddenly formed. Lu Li was shocked to realize that he was being sucked into the past. He struggled against the vortex, thinking to himself, so strong? This doesn't feel good at all. Suddenly, Lu Li looked up with a bewildered expression. His information is being displayed. Name, Lu Li. Age, 27. Remaining lifespan, 5 days. The hours, minutes, and seconds are unclear. Not a single number is accurate. Lu Li thought in confusion. This is not good. He strained his body against the pulling force. Stop it now. After a period of tug-of-war, Lu Li managed to avoid it. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I almost got completely absorbed, Lu Li realized. It seems that returning to the past consumes time. At this moment, his information was displayed again. Name, Lu Li. Age, 27. Remaining lifespan, 5,725 years, 89 days, 18 hours, 3 minutes and seconds. Through the pulling force just now, he realized he lost 20 years, which is more than the house consumed. Returning to reality, Lu Li thought, It's still better to maintain a respectful distance from the rules of time. The rules of time are indifferent and cruel. He had realized the nature of time. It shows no mercy to anyone, not even himself. Just then, the golden watch in Luli's pocket suddenly flashed. The further back in history you go from the present, the more time is consumed. Luli calculated in his mind. The problem of consumption still needs to be studied. Besides, he told himself, I must also be careful about changing history. If I change history, I'm very likely to get lost in time. He turned his eyes towards the city in front of him and thought to himself, that is, I won't be able to see today's sun. Luli sank into thought. Very dangerous. He pursed his lips, his expression a little serious. Finally, Luli suddenly smiled meaningfully. But it's very interesting, isn't it? He said, appearing interested. I might even meet some big names in history. At the same time, in another place, Peng Hao was entering the company. He was wearing a delivery staff uniform, his face clearly showing tension. Peng Hao thought to himself, isn't it just delivering a gift? How hard can it be? He told himself, you can do it, you can do it. At this time, a girl asked, hey, what's up? Who are you looking for? Peng Hao was startled. Oh my God, the girl said softly. Are you okay? Outsiders aren't allowed in there, Peng Hao replied in confusion. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm delivering food. Suddenly, he kept stuttering. No, I'm here to deliver a package for Shen Yuchu, here it is. Seeing Peng Hao's goofy appearance, the girl burst out laughing. Haha, is this your first day at work? You look so nervous, it's okay, I won't bite. Seeing this, Peng Hao thought to himself, women are so annoying. At this moment, the girl whispered, Sister Wang, Director Zhang will be negotiating with Director Lai in the West Cafeteria downstairs at 11 o'clock. This is the meeting material. She said, Yu Chu, you came at the right time. There's a delivery for you. Hearing this, Shen Yuchu was a little confused. Peng Hao immediately handed her the package. Holding the item in her hand, Shen Yuchu muttered to herself, but I don't remember buying anything. Her colleague asked softly, why is there no sender's name? Shen Yuchu thought strangely. She checked the package and realized, there's not even a shipping invoice. This is a bit suspicious. A colleague suddenly had an idea. Maybe there's something strange inside. Maybe she'll get sucked into another world and can't come back. The jealousy in her heart was flaring up. At this time, Shen Yuchu turned to ask the delivery man, hey, who sent this? Seeing Peng Hao leaving, Shen Yuchu called out, hey, I'm asking you, where are you going? Suddenly, Peng Hao rushed back in and said loudly, the customer told me not to say goodbye. Seeing this, Shen Yuchu became even more suspicious. Outside, Peng Hao gasped for breath. Huff huff, he said with relief. Successfully completed. Then Luli spoke up. So much for, the customer told me not to say. The whole building heard it. You're really kind, Peng Hao thought to himself. Didn't I already deliver the gift? He said tiredly. Sir, for this kind of thing in the future, why not let Zhang do it? He looks more experienced than me, Luli said sternly. Don't be so talkative. Did you go to consult Tanyan Yu before? So what did you guys end up giving? Peng Hao grinned. Hey, this is a bit awesome. Ms. Tan analyzed the target's personality. Peng Hao continued. So what we want to give is something practical. At the same time, Shen Yuchu opened the package. Peng Hao confidently thought, it will definitely suit her. Luli was a little skeptical. Why does it sound like the logistics department? Suddenly, a voice of admiration rose from inside the company. Wow. Holding the gift in her hand, Shen Yuchu exclaimed happily, these glasses are so beautiful. She wondered, could it be a lucky delivery gift? Is there really such a good thing? Shen Yuchu quickly tried on the new glasses. She exclaimed in surprise. Everything's so clear. At this time, the director scolded loudly. Shen Yuchu, what's with all the noise during work hours? You don't want your bonus this month, do you? Shen Yuchu stammered in shock. Zhang Zong, she thought to herself. I'm done for. Seeing this new look, Zhang Zong tilted his head and exclaimed, oh, Xiao Shen is usually so frugal. But she bought expensive glasses. Shen Yuchu quickly waved her hand to correct him. No, Zhang Zong leaned closer to Shen Yuchu's face and teased, Trisk, I just realized today that this little face is quite pretty, she said shyly. Zhang Zong, please stop teasing me, Shen Yuchu thought to herself. How annoying. Zhang Zong turned away and said softly, leave your work for now. Come with me to have dinner with Lin Zong later. Hearing this, Shen Yuchu was a little embarrassed. Zhang Zong smirked and instructed. Whether the contract is signed successfully or not depends on you. Shen Yuchu was frozen on the spot. At this time, a colleague said in a low voice, Zhang Zong has changed targets again. I really want to expose his true colors online. Hearing this, Shen Yuchu couldn't help but worry. No way, the colleague whispered. Yuchu, why don't you make an excuse to avoid him later? Many female colleagues don't even dare to wear lipstick. Shen Yuchu felt uneasy in her heart. She said to herself, "No, if I offend him, I definitely won't be able to keep this job." Shen Yuchu thought to herself, "A high-paying job like this is not easy to find." Helpless, the colleague sighed. "Hey, you silly girl, then be careful yourself," Shen Yuchu said softly. "I know, Sister Wang." After a while, Zong Zong said cheerfully, "Ha ha, Lao Li, welcome, welcome," Li Xong replied. "Ha ha." Putting Zhang Zong to some expense, Zhang Zong said generously, "Not at all, please, come in." He pushed Shen Yangchu forward, whispering, "Let me introduce, this is Secretary Shen from our company. Her professional skills are quite strong. Next, she will personally introduce this project to President Lai." Seeing this, President Lai revealed a lecherous smile. He happily said, "Oh my, President Jiang is so fortunate to have such a clever secretary. No wonder your business is getting bigger and bigger, haha." Shen Yuchu thought to herself, "This person makes me feel even more disgusting than my boss." The two of them kept flattering each other and laughing. Hee 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 hee. Just then, President Lai loudly said, Come, little Shen, bring the contract over so we can talk slowly. Heh, come sit over here, girl." Seeing this, Peng Hao in the next seat was extremely angry. "This lustful old ghost, I want to punch him a few times." Lu Li softly said, "Then don't hold back." Hearing this, Peng Hao was somewhat confused. "Huh," Lu Lai whispered. "Our employees absolutely cannot be bullied by this kind of person. Just watch and learn." At this moment, the bald President Li patted the seat and said, Come, little Shen, quickly sit down." Seeing this, Shen Yuchu let out a long, drawn-out sigh. President Zhang said sternly, signaling, "Hurry over there." Seeing this, President Lai revealed a lecherous smile. Heh. Helplessly, Shen Yuchu had no choice but to sit down next to him. Taking this opportunity, President Lai reached out his wicked hand, hoping to grope the young woman's butt. He gleefully chuckled to himself. Hey. President Ling's eyes revealed a cunning look. Suddenly, Shen Yuchu turned her head to look over. President Zhang looked puzzled. President Lai exclaimed in shock. When did his hands get twisted and bent? President Li looked at his hand in bewilderment. He writhed in pain. Ouch, ouch. My hand, President Zhang anxiously asked. President Li, what's wrong?" President Zhang was extremely confused. "Hu Qiang is broken. What's going on?" Shen Yuchu said worriedly. President Zhang, I don't know either. It was clearly just now." At this time, President Lai was panting like a dog in pain. Huff, President Zhang loudly said. "Don't just stand there, quickly call an ambulance," Shen Yuchu replied. Yes, President Zhang murmured in suspicion. "Does he have osteoporosis?" Peng Hao whispered. "Although it looks very painful, wasn't that a little too heavy-handed?" Lu Lai coldly said. "There's no need to be lenient with this kind of person, let's go." Just then, President Zhang was still busy comforting him. President Li, please hold on," President Li angrily yelled. "Don't try to fool me." At this moment, Shen Yuchu accidentally turned her head, and she and Peng Hao inadvertently made eye contact. His face immediately turned red. Shen Yuchu recognized that back view. "That's the delivery guy, right?" "Is it a coincidence?" Once outside, Peng Hao softly said, "Sir, you seem to care about that girl a lot." Lu Lai softly said, "Isn't a capable and measured girl like that perfect for the club? What do you think?" Hearing this, Bing Hao paused for a moment. He had to admit that the club's work was indeed increasing, and some matters really needed someone with expertise to manage. At this moment, Lu Lai's phone kept ringing, and he sighed wearily. "See, the work is getting busier and busier." Lu Lai quickly answered the phone. "Hello, it's me." His expression suddenly became a little bewildered. Lu Li asked anxiously, "When did this happen?" They quickly returned to the villa. Robert reported the situation. 2 members of the Falcon Squad lost contact while monitoring the volunteer. "I meticulously checked the communication equipment but found no anomalies, and there were no jamming signals in the action area, I suspect," Robert continued. "The opposing organization has noticed our actions, so they launched a retaliation." Lu Lai asked softly, "Where was their last location? Are there any image records?" Robert replied, "Yes, sir." Then he quickly tapped away at the computer keyboard. Robert said, "The last known location of number 2 and number 3 is Lulin County, Country L. The time is 8:38 a.m. on June 17. He continued, "The target was Jirochia, a doctor who smuggles human organs, sneaking into the hospital, taking advantage of his dizziness to take him out of the hospital." Robert believed the video's perspective was likely from number 2's action recorder. At this time, someone quickly signaled to shush. He whispered, "This one is mine." The teammate signaled, "Okay." Then the person in black immediately darted away. The corridor suddenly became deserted, but in a flash, a man in a black vest was sent flying. Then, the screen suddenly went fuzzy like an old TV from the 80s. Lu Lai asked, in surprise. "What's going on?" Robert said in a low voice. The Falcon Squad has a rule to report every 30 minutes. But now not only is the operation interrupted, but even the signal has disappeared, Lu Lai asked softly. What about the emergency signal? Didn't they activate it? Robert replied. It seems to have been blocked. They are searching in depth. However, such a powerful blocking method cannot be done by ordinary hackers. He believed that there must be a very powerful organization behind this. Hearing this, Lu Li's expression changed. He said, Everyone under the protection of the Chengsheng Club, I will not abandon anyone. Lu Lai glared and said, I want to see how many heads they have. Robert recounted the situation to the other members. No matter what, they did not expect the water behind Suchiya to be so deep. Their plane was heading somewhere. Robert said sternly, Jiro Suchiya is outwardly the head of the surgery department, but secretly he is the spokesperson for the Suchiya Pharmaceutical Group. He believed that this group has a history of hundreds of years, doing countless evils. The organs sold by Suchiya must also be at the behest of superiors, Robert said in a low voice. Number 2 and number 3 must have attracted the other party's attention during the monitoring process. Fearing more bad than good. Hearing this, Zhang Zhao couldn't hide the worry on her face. Du Wei Min suddenly spoke. No. Maybe we still have a chance. Hearing this, Robert was somewhat surprised. What? Zhang Zhao asked softly. Why do you think so? Du Wei Min believed that the scope of the Chengsheng Club has now begun to set foot all over the world. Secret organizations around the world will also gradually discover our existence, Du Wei Min continued. But our advantage is that Lu Xiansheng is still hidden in the shadows. Very few people know our true nature. Number 2 and number 3 have undergone long periods of accelerated training. Their physiques are already different from ordinary people. Du Wei Min believes that this kind of organization that specializes in human experimentation definitely wouldn't kill people so easily. Hearing this, Peng Hao also focused seriously. Du Wei Min added, At least not until they find out the secret within the target. Lu Lai's eyes suddenly flared with intense killing intent. According to Du Wei Min's estimation, number 2 and number 3 are probably still safe, she continued. Therefore, this period is the perfect time for us to go rescue them. Our aircraft can't enter Luko's airspace. We have to parachute in. The professor will use time acceleration to create inertia to send you guys in. Robert quickly spoke up. The action route and retreat coordinates have been sent to your personal computers. If there are any questions, it's best to ask now. Now Peng Hao called out. Professor, he softly asked, what about the rules of engagement? Seeing Lu Lai remain silent, Robert helplessly exclaimed, Ugh. Then, Lu Lai gritted out, Kill them all. Zhang Zhao immediately responded clearly. At the same time, assassin number 3 was being restrained in a closed room. His hands were locked to the chair. Assassin number 3 looked extremely tired. Just then, the door opened, and 3 figures gradually appeared. Assassin number 3 raised his head to look. The bald guy in the middle was Nobu Isaguro, followed by 2 others. One with a mustache spewed out Japanese. Nobu Isaguro responded. Assassin number 3 loudly said, Hey, what nonsense are you guys doing? I don't understand any of it. Don't you have subtitles? Ha ha! Suddenly he exclaimed. Oh, there's one sentence I know. Assassin number 3 muttered to himself. How do you say that sentence again? Ah, I remember. Then he unleashed a torrent of curses in Japanese. You bunch of bastards. Seeing this, one of them couldn't help but give assassin number 3 a thunderous punch. He angrily shouted loudly. At this time, Nobu Isaguro spoke. He whispered something. Then Nobu Isaguro gently continued. Hearing this, the 2 others exchanged glances with each other. One put his hand on assassin number 3's shoulder. He mocked. Is that all? Not saying a word? Nobu Isaguro covered assassin number 3's mouth. Seeing this, he was a little bewildered. Nobu Isaguro glared with fierce eyes. Then he turned to talk to the other 2. Finally, they turned and left. Assassin number 3 not understanding what the current situation was. At the last minute, Nobu Isaguro turned his head to exchange glances with him. They quickly left, leaving assassin number 3 in the room. He pondered thoughtfully. Assassin number 3 suddenly twitched his mouth, as if trying to take something out. Unexpectedly, assassin number 3 had been given the key. He wondered, what the hell is this dwarf doing? Nobu Isaguro was the one who gave the key to assassin number 3. At that moment, it was extremely crowded outside. The crowd in white coats and masks looked like researchers. Nobu Isaguro was also walking with them, followed by 2 others. He lowered his head in thought. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Humph, you're dead meat. They came to assassin number 3's room. One of them loudly spewed out a string of Japanese. Hearing this, the doctor approached assassin number 3. He raised his hand, seemingly intending to do something. At this moment, a voice rang out. Assassin number 3 slightly raised his head, his eyes glaring with murderous intent. Without hesitation, assassin number 3 launched an attack. He bluntly punched the doctor hard in the face, making his teeth and lips a bloody mess. Enduring the powerful attack, the doctor flew back 10 meters. Seeing this, The men in black suits aggressively charged forward. Assassin number 3 wasn't one to be trifled with either. He picked up a wooden chair and used it as a weapon. Assassin number 3 powerfully swung his arm to attack. The chair slammed straight into the face of another doctor. The crew cut angrily, shouted loudly. Without hesitation, assassin number 3 sprang high into the air, then used his knee to deliver a kick to the face of the opponent. The dark eyebrow man turned angrily. He reached into his pocket to pull out his gear. The dark eyebrow man raised his gun and shouted loudly. With just a few simple movements, assassin number 3 took control of the situation. He bluntly snatched the dark eyebrow man's gun. Seeing this, he was extremely shocked. Assassin number 3 slipped his finger into the trigger, preventing the opponent from firing. Then, assassin number 3 viciously used the pointed part of the handcuff to launch an attack. He punched the black-browed guy hard in the face. Assassin number 3 glared and growled, "HMPH, you're the one who's gonna die." In a flash, he had knocked out the group of people. Nobu Isaguro, in the back, was slowly approaching. He removed his mask and exhaled a breath. Nobu Isaguro said, "Not bad, kid." Hearing this, assassin number 3 was startled and turned around. Nobu Isaguro softly said, "Looks like I've won this time." He introduced himself. "My name is Nobu Isaguro. I'm a specialist in the field of neurology. 2 years ago I was tricked by the Tsuchiya Corporation into this underground laboratory, forced to participate in illegal human research." Nobu Isaguro continued. "I never gave up on my escape plan. It's a pity that the people before me didn't make good use of that key," he thought to himself. "Truly karma." Assassin number 3 softly asked, "Do you want me to take you away?" Nobu Isaguro gently said. "This corporation has its hand over the sky. You dare to take action against Jirochiya, and looking at your physique behind you, there must be an existence that is even more extraordinary, right?" Seeing this, assassin number 3 felt doubtful. He thought to himself, "Can I trust him? He must be very familiar with this place. Might as well bring him back for the big boss to deal with." He thought to himself. Arrived at the wrong time. Reinforcements are probably on their way soon. At the same time, inside the forest, the sound of panting was heard. Huff, huff, huff. A member hurriedly fled. Huff, 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 he hissed. Damn it, did they even receive the signal or not? At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice in Japanese behind him. The next second, he was shot directly in the knee. The member fell down in pain. He clutched his wound and cried out, "Ah!" By this time, the group of people had caught up. The member of Lulai's team wearily regained his breath. He thought to himself, "This is bad. This is really bad." The group of Japanese people continuously searched. The spiky-haired member hid behind a large tree and was extremely worried. At this time, the enemy was fully equipped with clothing and masks. They leisurely used their weapons to search relentlessly, hiding on one side. The spiky-haired member peeked out to observe the situation. The group of Japanese people continuously peered from side to side. One guy said something, then he turned around and left. Just then, one guy was suddenly ambushed. Seeing this, the spiky-haired member was extremely shocked. Noticing the movement, they hid behind the tree and shouted loudly, "Enemy!" Then, the two sides faced each other and continuously fired their guns. A black shadow suddenly flashed past the group of Japanese people. The spiky-haired member remained silent, monitoring the situation. After a while, the group from Japan had been completely taken down. From within the hazy smoke and dust, two figures emerged. It was Zhang Xiao and Pang Hao. Seeing this, the spiky-haired member was overjoyed. Instructor Pang and Instructor Zhang. At the same time, things were also extremely complicated in the city. Luli advanced towards the train station, followed by Robert. At this moment, he received a signal from the other side. Robert said, "Sir, receive the password from Pang Zhang. They had a brief shootout with the opponents. Number 3 is safe. They've reached the safe room with the Hunting Falcon team." Robert softly added, "Sir, we can't talk too much. Brief messages are best." Hearing this, Lulai quietly said, "Oh, then speak," he said loudly. "I'm here," Lulai thought to himself. "Next, I just need to dig the opponents out." Elsewhere, a towering building seemed to pierce the sky when viewed from below. Inside were two unfamiliar figures. A burly, muscular young man was suppressing a member of Lulai's team. In the next second, assassin number 2 unleashed an attack that directly took him down. He panted wearily. "Huff, huff!" Assassin number 2 shouted, "I want to take on 10. Observing the situation from above, one person said, "What? This kid's spirit is really high?" The person beside him added, "His physical data far exceeds that of ordinary people. Truly excellent material for research." Jirochiya said sternly, "Prepare the laboratory well. I want to personally dissect every fiber of his flesh." Hearing this, Nobu Isaguro was slightly startled. "Wait, he is the best candidate in my experiment. If you ruin him, he'll just be a worthless pile of dead meat." Vizru smirked and exclaimed, "Oh, value," he glared threateningly. "Isaguro-sensei, have you forgotten?" At this moment, Jiro Tsuchiya continued, "He is merely a hostage of my Tsuchiya family." He snapped, Are you sure your value qualifies you to shout in front of me, the heir to the Tsuchiya family? Jirochiya asked loudly. Where does that confidence come from? He turned and walked away, saying softly, Then before I become the official family head, show me the results of your research. Jiro Tsuchiya glared threateningly. Otherwise, you will be my next experimental product. Just then, he shouted, Take that little devil, and lock him in the cell. Inside the dark cell, Nobu Isaguro approached and softly asked, What are you thinking? He whispered. I just saved your life again. Hearing this, assassin number 2 suddenly fell silent. He gritted his teeth and said, What? Well, thank you. Nobu Isaguro exclaimed. Tsuchiya is a devil. If you don't decide quickly, we're all going to die, he urged. Young man, we don't have much time left. At that moment, assassin number 2 smirked and softly asked, Isaguro-sensei, how much do you know about time? Hearing this, Nobu Isaguro looked puzzled. Time, assassin number 2 continued. Isn't that pervert very interested in my body's composition? Maybe a surprise will come very soon, just from looking at a dead rat in the cell. At this time, everyone had gathered around the camp. The computer screen suddenly lit up, Robert shouted. Found it, Lulai softly asked. Can you hack in? Robert suddenly paused. Wait. A second later he happily said, I'm in, Robert said. Number 3's intelligence was very accurate. Ordinary buildings couldn't have this level of defense system. There are images. Through the surveillance screen, Luli could hear assassin number 2 loudly saying, Jirochiya is a devil. We don't have much time left, Robert exclaimed in surprise. It's number 2. He's still alive. Looking at the screen, Lulai murmured in realization. At that moment, assassin number 2 said, Mr. Isaguro, how much do you know about time? Lulai softly asked, What's the background of the person talking to? Number 2, Robert said. Wait a moment. After investigating, then relayed the information. Got it. Nobu Isaguro, 88 years old, was once an outstanding professor at TK University. Very reputable in the field of neurology, in charge of researching the neurology project, Robert continued. The research topic is the evolution of humans. Hearing this, Lulai was slightly startled, Robert added. He published his observations in a report, saying that ordinary adults can only activate 33% of the muscle fibers in their body, even when they try their best. Professional athletes can activate 42% of the remaining muscle fibers in a trance state. If 100% of the muscle fibers could be activated, then a person's strength and reaction ability would be as strong as a superhuman, Robert added. But not long after publishing the report, he suddenly disappeared. Now it seems he's working for the Tsuchiya family. Lulai lowered his head and muttered a name, Nobu Isaguro. A moment later, Luli shouted, Assemble. The members quickly lined up neatly. One person said, Sir, these youngsters are ready. Give the order, Lulai said sternly. The primary goal of this mission is to rescue your teammate, and also to ensure their safety, he continued. And bring Nobu Isaguro back with you, Lulai didn't forget to instruct. Survive. The members all listened seriously and carefully. At this time, Robert softly said, Sir, I've taken over all the networks at the target location. In 5 minutes this place will be an isolated island. Hearing this, Lulai smirked. 5 minutes. He accumulated energy and said in a low voice, 20 seconds is enough. In the next second, the members successively received that powerful surge of energy, Lulai said softly. Happy hunting, everyone. At the same time, the electricity in the city was suddenly completely cut off. One person exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Why did the air conditioning stop? He angrily hissed. Can't they switch to another circuit? A bunch of idiots who only know how to take money without working. Are they slacking off upstairs again? He said in annoyance. But we're underground. These bastards want us to die of heat stroke. The person next to him said softly, San Cheng-kun, don't get so worked up. Suddenly, both of them widened their eyes in shock. Huh? The door in front of them made a click sound. Then the elevator dinged, and the door opened. A minion cried out, What the? The guy in front angrily shouted, Hey, you can't come down here. Before he could finish speaking, both of them were literally shot in the head and blown away. The hunter members rushed in aggressively, their eyes burning with murderous intent. They carried sharp weapons and moved with extreme agility. In the surveillance room, one person said anxiously, I can't contact the guards on the surface. Hey, is the network over there okay? The person next to him kept typing on the keyboard. My network is down too. This doesn't feel good. Hearing this, one person softly said, I'll contact the security room immediately, he said loudly. This is the control room, security room. If you can hear me, contact me back. The staff member kept repeating the announcement, Security room, contact the control room immediately, or we will switch to alert status. Repeat, security room, contact the control room immediately. Unexpectedly, the security room had been completely wiped out. Everyone was sprawled in pools of blood. At that moment, a crowd of people surged in. They carried weapons and wore gas masks very carefully. At this moment, a strike flashed past with lightning speed. The next second, A series of attacks were unleashed. The staff member screamed in panic, "Ah ah ah ah!" Hearing this, the surveillance chief was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. One person stammered, Something happened." Just then, the alarm kept ringing. Beep beep. Nobu Isaguro was startled, wondering, What's going on? Assassin number 2 smirked and said, "A big surprise for Jirochiya, delivered to your door." Nobu Isaguro voiced his suspicion. "Surely they're not here to rescue you, are they?" he thought in amazement. Good heavens, they've attacked all the way here in such a short time. This organization is so efficient. A thought suddenly occurred to Nobu Isaguro. This time, maybe I really can get out. At the same time, outside was a true battlefield. Everyone had been eliminated. Only one person still had the strength to hold on. His body trembling. Facing him was a dark figure with eyes burning with murderous intent, holding a sharp dagger in his right hand. The dark figure just stood there glaring without saying anything. The next second, the dark figure launched an attack, killing the lucky survivor. At that moment, the walkie-talkie kept ringing. Beep, beep, beep. The masked man was extremely panicked. On one side, Jirochiya snarled in annoyance. Can't get in touch with the surface either. The subordinate reported the situation. The armed forces in this base are all that's left. Hearing this, Jirochiya couldn't stop panicking. The subordinate continued. Reinforcements will take about 3 minutes to get here. Jiro Tsuchiya was shocked, thinking, Are you kidding me? My Tsuchiya family's defenses can't withstand such a blow. He raged. Are they accomplices of the living specimen in that lab? Damn it, my men were all vanguards. The subordinate suggested. Chairman, I suggest we completely decontaminate the base to eliminate the opponent's forces, he added. They've completely surpassed the realm of humanity. Hearing this, Jirochiya slammed his fist on the table in anger. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, hissing. Unforgivable. Jirosuchi was furious. They actually managed to research a superhuman before us, he cursed inwardly. A bunch of bastards. Jirochiya ordered. Bring the living specimen from the lab here, he said in a low voice. We're leaving this place. Just then, the subordinate asked cautiously. What about Isaguro? Should we take him too? Hearing this, Jiro Tsuchiya remained silent. After a moment of consideration, he said, To bring such disgrace upon the Tsuchiya family. Jiro Tsuchiya glared, believing. He doesn't deserve to live in this world. He hissed fiercely. I want to witness his final scream in this world with my own eyes. The subordinates replied. Understood. Inside, Nobu Isaguro and assassin number 2 were searching for an escape route. Nobu Isaguro said softly. Your comrades, are they as strong as you? Assassin number 2 smirked. That's right, except there's one guy with even cooler stats. Hearing this, Nobu Isaguro was slightly taken aback. He was stunned, thinking. Higher stats? Nobu Isaguro looked at assassin number 2 and wondered. So, he's not the strongest after all. After a while, they ran into a dead end, assassin number 2 exclaimed. The passage is blocked, Nobu Isaguro said in a low voice. Looks like Tsuchiya wants to carry out a complete purge. Nobu Isaguro exclaimed annoyed. Damn it, this is the only exit. The password is a 6-digit combination, assassin number 2 said softly. A complete purge doesn't sound good. He looked up thoughtfully. Right above them was the ventilation shaft. Assassin number 2 called out. Isaguro? He asked softly. Are you claustrophobic? Hearing this, Nobu Isaguro looked confused. The moment he looked up, he guessed part of it. The ventilation shaft looks like a wormhole. Assassin number 2 smirked. Do you have a better option? At this moment, the door system beeped. Nobu Isaguro and assassin number 2 turned around, startled. After a series of operations, the door slowly opened. Nobu Isaguro suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha! Tsuchiya really couldn't come up with a more complex password. 6 zeros. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, something pierced straight into the back of his head. Nobu Isaguro was slightly startled. He reached his hand behind his head. After seeing what had just been shot at him, Nobu Isaguro was a little surprised. He stammered. This isn't. Just then, dozens of people swarmed in. Jiro Tsuchiya raised his gun and shouted, This is the nerve toxin that you personally researched. You still have half an hour to live in agony. The three faced each other in a life-or-death situation. Nobu Isaguro and assassin number 2 were so scared that their faces turned deathly pale. Viruya gritted his teeth and roared, Die, Isaguro. Just then, Dr. Nobu Isaguro suddenly collapsed to the ground. He kept panting. Blood streamed from his nose. Seeing this, assassin number 2 called out anxiously, Isaguro. At this moment, the subordinates cocked their guns and pointed them at the two of them. Click, click, click. Assassin number 2 cursed furiously. Damn it! Jirochiya grinned broadly, unconcerned. Assassin number 2 thought to himself, This time, I'm definitely done for. At the same time, Nobu Isaguro's condition gradually became more serious. Seeing this, Jirochiya looked even more delighted. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly flashed past the subordinate, and then the henchman disappeared. Jiro Tsuchiya exclaimed in shock. His subordinates were all ambushed, some falling to the ground on their faces, and some collapsing head first. Jirochi's eyes widened in surprise. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. At this moment, a fierce blow struck Jirochi horizontally. Even assassin number 2 was startled. Nobu Isaguro was sweating profusely, not understanding what was happening. As soon as Jirochi turned his head, he discovered a pale green face, filled with murderous intent right behind him. Jirochi was so scared that his face turned deathly pale. A demon. Just then, Bang Hao curled his lips into a sinister grin. Then, he kicked Jirosuchiya squarely. He immediately collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. A bewildered Jirosuchiya cried out, "Help!" In the next second, he lay motionless in a pool of blood. At this point, Nobu Isaguro still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Seeing Peng Hao, the number 2 assassin, exclaimed with joy, "Instructor Peng," he continued. "The big boss is here too, right?" Nobu Isaguro laboriously caught his breath, wondering to himself, "The big boss?" By this time, Peng Hao had noticed the doctor's condition. Nobu Isaguro was so weak that his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He staggered to his feet and said, "You." Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed over, startling Nobu Isaguro. "Hey, hey, hey." At the same time, at the extremely quiet camp, Robert exclaimed softly, "Sir, we've received the signal from the Falcon Squad. Mission accomplished. They are on their way back." Seeing that Lulai didn't respond, Robert immediately fell silent. He called out, "Sir." At this moment, Luli said in a low voice, "Yeah, I see." A moment later, Peng Hao brought Nobu Isaguro back to the camp. He wearily asked, "Have I reached the netherworld?" Just then, Lulai leisurely approached. Nobu Isaguro asked softly, "Are you the big boss?" He couldn't believe his eyes. How could someone so young have overcome the difficulties in the human evolution process? Nobu Isaguro coughed up a mouthful of blood and said, "Cough, cough. Although I have many questions I want to ask you, unfortunately I don't have much time left." He said in a low voice, "I will soon be killed by the poison I created myself. This is probably karma." Just then, Luli sat down in front of Nobu Isaguro. He said, "Professor Isaguro," Luli said softly, "it seems you have very little understanding of time." Hearing this, Nobu Isaguro widened his eyes in confusion. At this moment, a contract appeared right in front of Nobu Isaguro. An ethereal light radiated from it. Luli calmly watched the other's reaction. Nobu Isaguro exclaimed in shock, This is... He widened his eyes in surprise, wondering to himself, is this the secret to these people's power? Lulai proudly introduced, "In my club, there are wise scientists, powerful warriors, and strategic advisors. My goal is to create a beautiful new world and complete the final evolution of life. Dr. Isaguro, you are a lucky man." Hearing this, Nobu Isaguro was a little confused. Lulai said frankly, "You are also a talent that I need." He extended his hand and said softly, "Join us." "This is not only part of the contract," Nobu Isaguro smirked and continued, "but also part of a life-saving charm." After all, the professor's information was now displayed before him. Name, Nobu Isaguro. Age, 88. Remaining lifespan, 4 minutes and 48 seconds, Lulai said bluntly. "You only have 5 minutes left to live." He smirked slightly and said, "I won't force you, it's your choice." Hearing this, Nobu Isaguro was utterly shocked, stammering, "Is it lifespan?" Nobu Isaguro thought to himself, to be able to directly interfere with a person's lifespan, it's definitely not human. Looking towards Lu Li, doubt arose in his heart. "A god," Nobu Isaguro trembled and said, "It seems I don't have the right to bargain." Without further hesitation, he affirmed, "I'll join." At that moment, the watch shone with a magical light. The entire forest suddenly echoed with rustling sounds. Lulai and Robert stared intently at the professor. At this moment, Nobu Isaguro had become healthy and vigorous. His eyes widened in surprise. "This is too miraculous. The paralysis caused by the toxin is also subsiding." Nobu Isaguro exclaimed with joy, "My body is recovering. A miracle. This is a miracle. Amazing." Seeing this, Robert frowned, looking annoyed. Hey, old man, say something else. We're tired of hearing these lines, nothing new." Luli gently reminded, "Zhao Di, Dr. Isaguro is our teammate now. Don't be so harsh." Robert turned away, bored. At this moment, Zhang Xiao spoke. "Sir, the youngsters have finished preparing," he said sternly. "Please activate your ability, we will depart immediately." Lulai blankly asked, "Go where?" Zhang Xiao bluntly replied, "To clean up the battlefield." Hearing this, Lulai muttered to himself, "Clean up the battlefield?" Then he just snorted coldly. Luli calmly said, "No need for such trouble, just leave it." Seeing this, Zhang Xiao exclaimed in surprise, Sir." At this moment, Peng Hao spoke. "Since you've arrived, sir, there's no need to worry about leaving clues behind. And those corpses," Peng Hao added with his arms crossed. can also be used to intimidate. That's what you mean, right, sir? Lu Lai pushed up his glasses and said softly, quite clever, but compared to this, he requested in a low voice, Robert, I want you to destroy all the research data on the opponent's server, permanently. Robert immediately replied, Heh, this is my specialty, I guarantee not a single hair will be left. Lu Lai tilted his head and softly asked, Ishiguro-sensei, you don't mind, do you? Because he was so surprised, Nobu Ishiguro paused for a moment, then he bowed and said, Then I'll leave it to you. Seeing this, Lu Lai smirked with satisfaction. Robert sighed again. TCH, consider yourself lucky you're sensible. Lu Li ordered, Return to base. Everyone shouted, Assemble. In the blink of an eye, they had swiftly returned to the city. At Lu Li's villa, a voice echoed, This time, Zhongyi was just an unexpected false alarm. Lu Lai softly said, That's right. Not only did we not suffer any losses, but we also gained a professor of neurology, HMPH. Didn't the other side make a losing trade this time? Du Wei-min spoke up. From what I know, this organization can only be considered second-rate in the world. Professor Ishiguro, who originally had the prospect of going to Country M for advanced training, was forcibly kidnapped by them, Lu Lai cheerfully said. Professor Nobu Ishiguro can be considered fortunate in misfortune. You don't know how happy he was after seeing Elder Sheng. Du Wei-min hesitated, Sir. Although your abilities are unmatched, but in the future, understanding the other party's intention, Lu Lai gently asked, Are you afraid that I will become complacent? Du Wei-min believes that we cannot be certain that we are stronger than others. After all, the level of science they have in their hands, in some fields, even surpasses what society has. Lu Li softly uttered, Is that so? There are too many secrets in this world. You originally thought there was always a solution to every problem, Lu Lai said in a low voice. Through this organization, we can also take the opportunity to test just how deep is the water behind this. Du Wei-min spoke to remind. Forgive me for speaking frankly, you must be vigilant at all times. Lu Lai then replied, I know, miss. Dude, I will be careful. The next morning, the sun shone again, heralding the start of a new day. The members were all summoned before Lu Li. He sat in his chair with a rather serious expression. At this time, Bang Hao spoke up. Sir, the Lai Ying squad has fully assembled. Now we will review everyone's performance in this mission. At this moment, the lights of the projector were turned on. Du Wei-min watched intently, and a video began to appear on the screen. Someone loudly said, Team A, get in position to cut off the backup power supply. Team B, commence action. They continuously shouted. Then a member reported the situation. Target located. They are like snails. Lu Lai was still focused on watching the video. Someone loudly said, Show no mercy, leave no one alive. The members then replied, Yes. A moment later, they loudly announced, The north corridor has been cleared. Next was the information that the south had been purged. Someone softly said, Received. Team A continues to advance. Seeing this, Du Wei-min was a little surprised. Bang Hao ordered, All teams pay attention. Enemies with weapons have been detected. Quickly eliminate them. The members then replied clearly. After taking down the opponent, they even teased with amusement. Sweet dreams. In an instant, the squad located the position of number 2. Team A, follow me. Team B, continue searching for the enemy. Everyone then replied clearly. At this time, Lu Lai spoke. Professor Duquette, having watched this far, what are your thoughts? Seeing this, Du Wei-min breathed out a sigh. Phew, she softly said. Sorry, I used to remind you not to be arrogant, but I didn't expect. Du Wei-min realized that comparing the fighting power of the opponents to our warriors is fundamentally not on the same level. She bowed in apology. It was I who offended, Lu Lai softly said. You're being too harsh. Legend has it that even gods will be punished for arrogance and hubris, Lu Lai said gently. It's because of your reminder that I had to convene this meeting to summarize the causes and consequences of this incident. Hearing this, Du Wei-min watched intently. Lu Lai took out the watch and said, Although I don't have time acceleration, he added. No matter how strong these warriors are, they cannot compare to the state of time acceleration. Lu Lai reached out and continued, repeatedly reminding and advising about this matter. You not only reminded me, but also reminded the entire club to be careful of what lies ahead, he said softly. On this point, I must thank you. Hearing this, Du Wei-min was slightly surprised. Then she replied, It is my duty. Looking at him, Du Wei-min thought to herself, This Lu Li, I realize he is no longer the same as when I first met him. The initial naivety has gradually disappeared. Du Wei-min believes that he is now a leader who can handle things independently. She gradually felt pressure, but I still feel that as his strength grows stronger, Du Wei-min thought to herself. Some things are gradually disappearing. What exactly is it? After a while, the members said loudly, I remember everything the master said, Luo Lai loudly said. Next time, the referee will be directly dismissed, they replied. Yes, understood, Bing Hao said. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take these kids down first, Lu Lai then replied. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Phew, alright, you guys can come in. At this moment, a group of people came. At the same time, Lu Li pushed up his glasses and said softly, Welcome back. Hu Shanbao softly said, Hey, master, it's our turn to report on our work. Lu Lai looked at the three people in front of him and thought to himself, My representatives. Hearing what Hu Shanbao said, he praised. You're a few days faster than last time. It seems you're gradually mastering the skills. Hu Shanbao recounted the situation. After several transactions, we have gained some reputation with the locals there. Now customers are coming by name, Lu Lai said in a low voice. Reputation is a double-edged sword. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep it. Hearing this, Wang Hai said confidently, Master, rest assured, we have carefully screened every customer. Absolutely no riffraff can get in. Lu Lai curled his lips in satisfaction, snapped his fingers, and said softly, If that's the case, let me see everyone's results. The golden watch immediately turned. Lu Li watched intently. The information of the three people appeared one after another. Name, Zhao Dahua. 46 years old. Remaining lifespan, 23 years, 9 months, 10 days, 23 hours, 30 minutes seconds. Accumulated, 2,240 years. Name, Wang Hai. 40 years old. Remaining lifespan, 32 years, 8 months, 15 days, 15 hours, 22 minutes seconds. Accumulated, 1930 years. The remaining person's information. Name, Hu Shan Dao. 55 years old. Remaining lifespan, 8 years, 7 months, 14 days, 8 hours, 12 minutes seconds. Accumulated, 1,960 years. Seeing this, Lu Lai grinned widely. He proudly puffed out his chest. Success! A gathering is taking place inside Lu Li's villa. Looking at the information from Zhao Dahua's group, Lu Li softly exclaimed, Tuh! He smirked, seemingly pleased. Your harvest this time is not bad at all, Lu Lai continued. Compared to last time, this harvest is clearly much greater. Hearing this, the three members of Zhao Dahua's group proudly chuckled. He, Hu Shanbao spoke up. He, that's right, sir, the brothers have learned to be smart this time, he added. Doing a small business together. Hearing this, Lu Lai asked softly. Seed money, Hu Shanbao quietly told Lao Zhao. Show it to the sir, Zhao Dahua then replied. Okay. Looking at the three pieces of paper on the table, Lu Lai looked puzzled. These are lottery tickets, Hu Shanbao said in a low voice. Similar to regular lottery tickets, the buyer receives real money, but our lottery tickets must be bought with several months of lifespan. Originally, depending on the prize level. The prize money won would also be different, Lu Lai asked softly. But ordinary lottery tickets aren't that expensive. How do you convince people to buy your tickets? Hu Shanbao said sternly. First, the prize money we offer is unmatched by ordinary lottery tickets. This point alone is enough to crush ordinary lottery tickets, he continued. What's more, our winning rate is 100%. Hearing this, Lu Lai was momentarily astonished, Hu Shanbao added. Compared to the purchase price of 1 million before, we achieve even greater benefits than what we put in, Lu Lai thought to himself. These three old guys can come up with such a method. As long as the odds are controlled well, it's definitely a great business. So professional, he praised. You've all done very well, keep it up. I will remember this contribution. At that moment, Lu Li said sternly. Then next, he glared and said, Hand over your harvests to me. Hearing this, the three members of Hu Shanbao's group were all startled. It's here, this is it. Without further hesitation, Lu Li reached out and used his skill. An enormous surge of energy suddenly crashed down, and the three members of Hu Shanbao's group cried out in fear. Akia! Looking at that powerful energy, they exclaimed in shock. Still. When the flow of time was manipulated, the three of them shouted, still unable to adapt. After a while, Lu Lai had completed the assimilation, his body radiating a terrifying energy. That power made the three members of Hu Shanbao's group panic in shock. Lu Li's body floated into the air, from which a full of energy radiated. He reached out his hand and grinned with delight. Lu Lai's lifespan numbers kept increasing from 6,518 years, 6,988 years, 7,219 years, 8 months, 8,804 years, 12 months, 9,814 years, 06 months, to 9,978 years, 11 months. He smirked and said softly, completed, done. The three Hu Shanbao collapsed to the ground. Lu Lai clenched his palm. He said softly, you've all worked hard. Your rewards will be delivered to you soon. Go and rest first. Hu Shanbao immediately said, Haha, it's our honor to work with you, sir. We will do our best to share your burdens in the future. Seeing Hu Shanbao's excessive words, Lu Lai glared and growled. Aren't you leaving? Hearing this, Hu Shanbao was so scared that his face turned pale. Outside, Zhao Dahua softly asked, Hey, are you alright, uncle? Your legs are all wobbly. Hu Shanbao whispered. To be honest, every time the boss absorbs our time, it always gives me a very scary feeling. Wang Hai teased. Haha, you're out of touch with sucking up now. Learn from me. Less seeing, less talking. Zhao Dahua believes that the boss is not a normal person. Those actions don't apply to him. Wang Hai softly said. I know a good restaurant. Let's go comfort this old man. Hu Shanbao nodded. Okay, I need to unwind. Zhao Dahua put his arm around him, softly saying, Haha, that's the spirit. Inside the room, Lu Li was still enjoying the feeling of overflowing vitality. He clenched his palm, his eyes full of anticipation. From the palm of Lu Li's hand, a beam of light suddenly flashed. His information was quickly displayed. Name, Lu Lai, 27 years old, remaining lifespan, 1,032 years, 29 days, 12 hours, 20 minutes, 36 seconds. Lu Lai happily thought to himself, achieved. 10,000 years of lifespan. At that moment, a sudden force pulled him, and Lu Li was startled. Oh, that energy is so strong that Lu Lai had to shield himself with his hands. After a while, he opened his eyes to look at the scene before him. Recognizing this mysterious place, Lu Lai exclaimed, It's the river of time again, just like when I gained 5,000 years of lifespan. He thought to himself, this time it's a lifespan of 10,000 years. I still have to give it a try. Lu Lai told himself. But before finding the correct method, I must be extra careful. At that moment, he proceeded to reverse time. In the blink of an eye, Lu Lai teleported to another space. In reality, Lu Li's villa was very quiet. Du Wei Min, holding a stack of documents, approached Lu Li's room. She softly said, Sir, here are some documents. Suddenly seeing the room empty, Du Wei Min exclaimed in surprise. She wondered, where is he? Where did he go? At the same time, the virtual clock kept ringing. Ding, ding, ding. Floundering in mid-air, Lu Lai wondered. Am I being sucked into the river of time again? He frowned, thinking to himself. Again, Lu Lai angrily questioned himself. What exactly is the correct method to open it? Damn it! Suddenly he felt something was wrong. The flow speed has stabilized. Lu Li gently placed his foot down below, he thought to himself. Although the flow has stabilized, I can still feel time being consumed. This time, I must find a method to reverse time. I can't waste the time lost.